The initial events unfold near the bank building, which was discovered by law enforcement officers. Law enforcement officers use a loudspeaker to announce that the building is surrounded and the perpetrators must lay down their arms and release the hostages. But the offenders did not even want to listen to anything and did not even pay attention to the demands of the police. At the request of law enforcement, they had a definitive answer that if someone did not comply with their demands, hostages would be harmed. Realizing the complexity of the situation, police officers are waiting for the arrival of a hero who will help them improve the situation for the better. At this time, a shadow flashed near the police officers, and they looked behind them, where Jade himself, one of the heroes of our story, was waiting for them. Unable to recover from Jade's rapid arrival, the police were in a stupor. Jade understood the attitude of the police to people like him and, noting that manners were not appropriate in this situation, simply got to work. From now on, it was his time to take part in this battle. In an instant, Jade disappeared from the sight of law enforcement officers and was heading toward the bandits. In a split second, he found himself confronting one of the robbers who was holding a person hostage. Before he could recover from what had just happened, the robber simply fainted. With a smile on his face, Jade asked the offender to stay put and reminded him that he was holding the lives of innocent people in his hands. After these words, the bandit thought that he had found the hero's weak point, which he was about to press. No longer hiding his joy at what he had just realized, the robber began to mock Jade. But a moment later, the hostage fainted and fell to the floor, partially leaning on the robber. Mocking his opponent, Jade hid the terrible truth by looking him in the eye. And this fact sent the robber into a rage, because he realized that the cause of the hostage's death was Jade himself. At the same second, all the robbers in the room opened fire on Jade. But events began to unfold clearly not in the robber's favor. The hero moved with great speed around the room and incapacitated one robber after another. He grabbed the victim behind his back with one hand and grabbed his firearm with the other. And with the same smile on his face, Jade made it clear to the bandits that the deaths of the innocent hostages would be the fault of the perpetrators themselves. And at the same time, he shot all the hostages, but in fact he did it with the hands of the same thugs. After the incident, Jade cut off the head of one of the perpetrators with a light movement of his hand. All the hostages were killed, and now Jade has begun to punish the unfortunate bandits. Without a single emotion on his face, he warned the robbers that they would face justice. And with lightning speed, he killed the offender one by one. The floor where the incident occurred was lit up with a bright blue glow. Not far away, a grey-haired girl stood on the roof of a house and asked if it was really the same Jade. The man behind the girl, who was in a wheelchair, agreed with her. The girl assured the man that it had been a long time since she needed help and that it would not be appropriate now. To which the man in the wheelchair calmly reacted and continued speaking. If her words were true, she would have to prove it to him. Without hesitation, the girl jumped down from the roof of the house. We are talking about the principles of heroes. If two groups of people are in a difficult situation, the group with more people will be prioritized. However, over time, priorities change, and in order to save the majority, the minority must be sacrificed. If there were casualties in the mission, the heroes themselves bore no responsibility for it. And it doesn't even matter if it was a real incident or just a hobby. However, those people who were no different from ordinary murderers, they could continue to wear masks called heroes. The events take us to a night city where an expensive car is driving through. The wheels of the car left behind street after street and were rapidly heading to the place of arrival. Arriving at the destination, the attendants opened the door of the car Jade was in. In the company of young, beautiful women, Jade walked smiling to the entrance of the building. It was the anarchist club with guards at the entrance. But he had a girl on his tail who had certain plans for Jade himself. Confidently following his goal through the night streets, the trail led her to the same building of the anarchist club. While chasing him, the hero killer was thinking about fighting thieves, and a man who was muttering to himself stood in her way. Her thoughts were that if villains who look like garbage are exterminated by heroes, then who will deal with werewolf heroes? Having extended his hand to the girl, the man regretted it at the same time when he was caught by the same hand, having made a half-turn around himself and found himself upside down as a result of his actions. The victim fell face first into the asphalt floor and lost consciousness. Others saw the development of these events and rushed to the aid of their colleague. Fighting back against the bullies, an internal dialogue continued in the mind of the hero killer, saying that if no one can really stop these heroes, what's next? Neutralizing the last of the bad guys, she came to a final decision. that she is the one who should take on this mission, and that she is the one who will remove all the murderous heroes from the face of the earth. In the dust of the fight, the girl neutralized all those who would stand in her way. One by one, she tamed everyone who could somehow cross her path. And while fighting the bandits, she thought about her cherished goal. She realized that she would be the deadly blade. A deadly blade that will cut the throats of all those hypocritical heroes who stand in her way. While Jade spent his carefree evening in the company of beauties in a VIP room, he would tell the beauties the ugly details of his work. The whole night was ahead, and Jade was having fun, socializing and relaxing. During a conversation with one of the beauties, he said that he was the only one who survived among all the so-called heroes. At the same time, he felt that there were unauthorized persons in the building besides his company. He immediately tried to strike a critical blow at the stranger. The girls who were in Jade's company immediately ran away from the fight, frightened by the events that were taking place. Jade couldn't understand how she had allowed herself to disturb his peace and rest. He then assessed his opponent's appearance and realized that she was just a child. However, the girl herself ignored his words and remarked that he was not as fast as they said. The answer of the hero killer confused Jade because he did not expect such a conclusion. He then turned his attention to his arm and saw that the girl had managed to wound him when he made his first attempt to strike. The killer of heroes' impudent response put him in a state of anger. Jade tried to find out who she was and what her purpose was. But at the same time, he changed his mind and went directly to action. In anger, he said that it didn't matter anymore, because he would be the last thing she would see in her life. The story takes place in the estate of the same girl in the past tense, where she is next to the bloody remains of her sister. Holding the lifeless body in her arms, she felt something. That someone, or perhaps something, had appeared behind her, watching her. Turning around, the girl threw a devastated look in the direction of the stranger. It was a thin man in a wheelchair who asked if the girl wanted to avenge the death of a loved one. His attention was drawn to a framed photo next to him, which showed a girl and her family member. At that time, the girl answered the stranger and assured him that she really wanted revenge if possible. But the man drew her attention to the point where she wanted to realize this. How would she realize that this person had harmed her? The girl replied without a single emotion that she would kill one by one until she found the culprit. Standing in front of her husband, she repeated over and over again that she would kill, kill, and kill again. And thus, in the end, it will find its goal. The girl stood in front of Jade and looked him steadfastly in the eye. Then she said she would find the killer of her loved one and rushed to meet the enemy. At the moment of the attack, she exposed her wrist where the blade of a knife was visible. Approaching the enemy with lightning speed and keeping the knife blade at the ready, she was almost able to strike the enemy, but Jade immediately grabbed the blade. The man thought it was not a fight, but a toy, and at the same time he was laughing at the enemy. And he immediately struck back at the killer of heroes with a lightning strike. Another blow followed, but the girl withstood the onslaught of the enemy. The fight continued, but neither side was going to lose. Jade picked the right position, calculated the shot, and was about to execute it. After that, he struck his opponent with a near miss in the face with his right hand, which the hero killer could not avoid or block, and was knocked down. Searching for strength, she tried to get to her feet as Jade approached her. As he approached his opponent, he struck another crushing blow at his enemy. His opponent was thrown back to the other side of the room and hit her back against the wall behind her. Afterwards, Jade threw fragments of the room's decor at the girl, but his opponent reacted and blocked his throw. The longer the fight went on, the more momentum it gained. At one point, the killer of heroes noticed a fire extinguisher that was close to her and picked it up. Having decided to use a metal cylinder for her own purposes, the girl was preparing to strike an inanimate object at the enemy. They clashed fist to fist, fist against the steel fire extinguisher in the girl's hand. After that, the room was filled with thick white smoke from a fire extinguisher that had been torn to pieces and could not withstand the load. A disoriented Jade stood in a room filled with thick smoke, waiting for the attack that the hero killer might be preparing at that moment. Concentrating, he kept an eye on the perimeter of the room and was on the alert. However, his efforts were in vain, as his opponent still managed to harm him by kicking him in the face. In an instant, Jade, after receiving the blow, disappeared from the girl's sight in the smoke that had not yet cleared. In a moment, he was behind the hero killer, amazed by her audacity. Without fully considering her next steps, the girl quickly turned around to catch the enemy. And she kicked at the enemy, who easily avoided it, hiding again in the smoke that was still in the room. Immediately coordinating his actions, Jade dodged the attack and struck back. The girl was unable to resist and ended up on the floor in front of her enemy. Aggressive against his opponent, Jade was preparing a series of blows that were already aimed at the girl. Moving directly to action, he delivered blow after blow to the face of the hero killer, who was holding on with his last strength. There was no limit to Jade's aggression. He continued to beat the enemy as hard as he could. While beating the girl with all his might, he confessed that he had ruthlessly killed everyone who crossed his path before her, and the fact that she will definitely not be an exception to the rule and will face only despair and death. Having calmed down the rage and anger he had spewed out at the girl, he stopped for a moment to catch his breath. Standing over her, he warned her that her end had come, clenching his fist. Determined to destroy the offender, Jade stood in front of her with a terrifying expression. But at that time, the situation changed dramatically, and Jade just froze. He was shackled over the ashes in a creepy place and froze from not understanding the situation, his eyes filled with fear. Dripping with cold sweat, he was still actually in the room, not realizing that this illusion that surrounded him was created by his enemy. The girl, who had been injured in the fight, reached out to Jade and took hold of his wrist. Looking at her opponent with her eyes as red as blood, the killer of heroes held his hand. When Jade came to, he couldn't understand what had happened. What was that strange feeling that had overtaken him? The girl, realizing her superiority in strength, revealed all her cards and told him that she understood how to use her gift. After that, she threw a terrifying look in the direction of her opponent, as if he was waiting for imminent death in her face. Jade was overcome with real animal fear and decided to leave the area as soon as possible. But even here, the hero killer was one step ahead and rushed at the enemy and tore off a piece of his body using his own gift. Jade did not understand what exactly had happened, and his eyes still reflected intense fear. The first drops of blood fell to the floor next to his shoes, and he quickly covered the wound that appeared on his neck near his shoulder with his hands. The girl who was behind her enemy realized that the end of the fight was near and that she would emerge victorious from this duel. Jade was beside himself with the rage he felt. He realized that he was just being played with like a boy. The hero killer replied that he was not the only one who could use such tactics. Realizing all his worthlessness, Jade rushes at the girl with rage, wanting to tear her to pieces. But that was his fatal mistake. The girl knocked him out without hesitation. Completely defeated, the man falls to the floor of the room they were in. Barely able to control himself, Jade tries to focus his attention on the silhouette of the hero killer approaching him. Jade felt completely desperate and could not even move. He realized that he was going to die. He began to be enveloped by the spirits of the people he had mercilessly killed until then. He was already completely overwhelmed by fear and despair, and his eyes were completely dark. Once again, he found the strength to break free from death's embrace, refusing to accept his end. Desperate and believing that he could save himself, he rushed forward. He ran toward the bright light he saw in front of him. The last embers of hope still smoldered in him, and he saw salvation in this light. Almost reaching the goal, being already a couple of meters away from the reassuring light, he found himself next to a girl who stopped him, putting her palm on his face as he stared ahead in confusion. His rival made her next move, completely destroying the last hope for life that Jade was now so obsessed with. The killer of heroes had already prepared a fatal blow for Jade and delivered it to the target, killing him. Jade was done, and he became the first target of the hero killer, which she overcame without a single hesitation. The girl stood over the remains of her enemy, looking at him with her red eyes. Her opponent's face showed the same animal fear that he felt a moment before he died. With that, the fight was over, and Jade was neutralized and killed on the floor of the same VIP room. Then, the events develop more and more interestingly, and the hero killer has a dialogue with the man who set her on the path of revenge. He told her that from now on she was being hunted, and all the characters were determined to take revenge on her for what she had done. The man emphasized that there are other heroes who have skills and powers much greater than her first opponent. Is she ready for that? To which the girl replied, without a shred of doubt, that if she had felt afraid of this difficult path, she would not have even started it. The events bring us back to the time when a man took a small, destitute girl under his care and called her the hero killer. Holding the sword in her hands, she swore that she would destroy anyone who stood in her way. And it doesn't matter who resists it, the ending will be the same for everyone. From then on, she took the path of a killer, namely the path of the hero killer. Meanwhile, the police found the murdered Jade in the VIP room of the Anarchist Club. Experts examined the body of the deceased in the room where the fight between the heroes took place. The police officers said that at the time of the examination of the body, Jade's replacement was already ready, which was surprising. The conversation went on in the same vein, but the employees were confused by the fact that a new and more adequate person might be put in place of the old one. Then the sound of an open door was heard, and the calm atmosphere changed at the same time. A man with a firearm on his back appeared on the floor of the room, sniffing around on his knees. Without changing his position, he crawled closer to the body of the mutilated Jade, whispering something under his breath. When he got to the body, he grabbed it by the things the deceased was wearing and pulled it toward him. Shouting Jade's name loudly, he asked, "Who did this to him? Who killed him?" Putting his ear to his lips, he whispered something incomprehensible again, while strangely ah-hing, as if the deceased were answering him. After that, he made a loud noise, with a look of surprise on his face. Rising to his feet, he held the lifeless Jade by the hair, while the police officers were stunned by the behavior of the unknown man. Eventually, he awkwardly let go of the head of his late comrade and left the room, assuring the deceased not to worry. He covered his face with his palm and vowed to avenge his comrade's death no matter what it took. But this was not the stranger's last trick, after which he licked the remnants of Jade's blood from his hand as if it was supposed to tell him something. And at that very second, Psycho realized what had happened here. He saw and detected the killer of his deceased comrade with the help of a skill or gift he possessed. After that, he straightened up properly, stretched, and went hunting for the person who had killed his friend. His face showed a certain wildness and joy at the same time. For now, our focus is on the grueling training of the hero, namely, Hero's Killers. Training hardens her body and spirit for the challenges ahead. During her training, she listens to the news out of the corner of her ear, waiting for the summons about Jade's death. On the screen, a pair of hosts are talking about the heroic clan. Clan of Heroes is an organization that includes most of the heroes of our time. And it is this organization that has the authority to give orders to the heroes. A long time ago, after defeating the thieves, the heroes spent a lot of time strengthening their system of domination. However, many years have passed since then. Now we can say with certainty that the whole world has become controlled by this clan. After training, the hero killer takes a shower and thinks about certain topics. She is confused by a certain unclear and at the same time strange question. Almost a week has passed since Jade died, but there is absolutely no news about it in the media, as if nothing had happened. She thinks that maybe they don't want to show their weaknesses. However, the heroine also takes into account the fact that the clan probably doesn't care about their expendable material, just as they did not care about her ruthlessly murdered sister. But the girl comes to the conclusion that she doesn't care how the agency treats its heroes. She vowed to destroy all the clan's killer heroes who would get in her way, and then the clan will be forced to focus its attention on it. However, the killer of heroes did not care who came after her, because it is ready for any turn of events and any situation that awaits it in the future. Then the events take us to the everyday life of the big city where our heroine lives, namely to the institution where she works hard. Once at her workplace, at the bar, she is met by a foreman who was already working in the cafe at the time. In everyday life, the killer of heroes looks like a very bright, sophisticated and beautiful girl. The master noted that she was earlier than usual today. As she started working, she noticed that there hadn't been a visitor yet, although she didn't mind. The master, working at the counter, was surprised by the answer of the apprentice. While working in the facility, the employees were engaged in a dialogue about the guest's visit. After that, the man went to the warehouse and informed the girl who was working there. Staying at the bar, the killer of heroes noticed the only visitor in the room. It was the hunter who vowed to find the girl and avenge Jade's death. The girl behind the counter was watching his behavior closely and was excited by his presence. And yet, her suspicion proved correct. As the master was heading to the warehouse, the visitor pointed a firearm at his back. The offender's face showed an incomprehensible grimace of emotions, along with inappropriate behavior. At that moment, the girl seemed to be frozen by what she saw. But having reacted in time, she lunged toward the enemy and attacked him. And in a moment, she was next to her enemy, holding him with one hand and guiding the blade close to his neck with the other. Finding himself in an unfavorable situation, the enemy only let us know that he had come to meet us. At the same time, the guest himself did not show any signs of weakness and told the girl that she did not look like a person who could go against the whole clan. To which I immediately received a counter question. Is he himself a member of the clan he is talking about? And at this time, the thought flashed through his mind that the hero killer who was holding the blade near his throat was very discreet and also had the skills to assess the situation. He also realized the girl's gift as soon as she used Jade's gift, and came to the conclusion that she could use the gifts of others at will. The hunter calmed the girl down and asked her to remove the knife blade from his throat. He invited her to meet him at the appointed place at the appointed time. After passing on the information about the meeting place, he left the institution and advised me to come myself. Just then, the foreman was returning from the warehouse and asked if anything had happened during his absence. The girl replied that everything was fine and returned to work in the cafe, looking at the note the man had left her. The events take us to the ruins of the old city, which was destroyed as a result of the fighting. The girl was already on the forbidden territory of the broken city. Houses, streets, and the entire area were completely destroyed. Cautiously walking through the grey streets of the broken city, she went to the place appointed for the meeting. After that, the killer of the heroes stopped when she felt that someone was watching her. She looked around carefully, waiting for a reason. And she immediately managed to identify the location of her enemy, but she was already in the crosshairs. The hunter took a favorable position and waited impatiently for his opponent. With a good hunch, he chose the right moment to fire the first shot. And the moment came, the hunter prepared to shoot. The shot from the rifle echoed loudly through the shattered streets of the old city. The bullet was heading towards the hero killer with lightning speed and momentum. A moment before the bullet was about to reach its target, the girl reacted and dodged the shot. Having reloaded the bolt, the enemy prepared for the next shot, aiming further. At the time, the girl was changing her location by moving quickly down the street. She hid behind one of the ventilation shafts, waiting for the next shot. While moving down the street, she took a mirror to help her understand where she was being shot from. The killer of the heroes realized from which building she was being shot at. The sniper was about 1,800 meters away. While in the shelter, she continuously assessed the situation and considered options for her further actions. Having metal balls in her arsenal, the killer of heroes decided to use them in this situation. Having prepared her weapons, she was going to strike back at the enemy, who was hiding in the ruined houses. Having spun the metal balls to an incredible speed, the girl was ready to attack. A moment later, she threw a projectile with all her might in the direction of the offender. The balls were approaching the hunter at breakneck speed and smashed the concrete wall behind the enemy with incredible force. Psycho was very surprised by the strength of his opponent, and this only increased his enthusiasm. While the shooter was recovering from the attack with metal balls, our heroine was already preparing for a swift attack, approaching her target. The hunter was very pleased with the girl's desperate resistance, and he was ready to fire another shot back at her. The shooter was waiting for his prey, quickly moving his sights through the destroyed streets. Suddenly, he focused his attention on strange sounds coming from behind him. This strange sound came from the stairs leading to his floor. The shooter realized that this sound was coming from his opponent, and it surprised him. While the hero killer was rapidly climbing the stairs to the floor, she needed. With incredible speed, she appeared in front of the shooter, who was already preparing a weapon to hit his target. With a fervor in his eyes, he eagerly infects his weapon. And now he is ready to shed the first blood in this battle. But his opponent turned out to be much faster, and now the situation is changing dramatically. The fight started at close range, but the shooter, who was attacked by the girl, was also not weak and managed to dodge the devastating blow of the killer of heroes. The first shot in the fight misses the target and does not reach the opponent. However, the sniper had a supply of poison in his possession, which he wanted to use at the moment. But the girl managed to react to the enemy's actions and grabbed the weapon that was being prepared to kill her. With a quick movement, she neutralizes the opponent's gun. The shooter's eyes show both despair and wonder at what he has seen, because his weapon has just been disabled. The killer of heroes strikes the enemy directly in the face with his head, which throws him against one of the columns. After receiving a severe blow to the face, the man gets to his feet. Shaking the dust off his shoulders, he prepares to continue the fight. While the girl is determined to end the confrontation here and now, she offers him the road to hell. Sagittarius can't understand what her enemy means and asks her what exactly she meant by that. To which the hero killer replies again that the road to hell is open for her enemy and lunges in the hope of inflicting critical damage on the enemy. The target was just a few centimeters away, and the coveted victory was to be the killer of heroes. However, the situation changes dramatically again, and our heroine realizes this. The structure of the iron and concrete structure began to change, and someone's hands were visible. Immediately reacting, the girl stabbed the unknown man in the arms. However, the blow did not cause any damage to the new enemy, and now it was his turn to attack. The hero killer realizes that she is now being fought by a hero with a gift that allows him to pass through material objects. But in the course of the fight, she realized that his body was not amenable to passage. Realizing this, she performs a move and prepares to throw him over her shoulder to the floor. But the opponent also turned out to be quite fast and agile, and now they are standing opposite each other. The killer of heroes decisively attacks the enemy and inflicts damage with a kick to the body. Having taken the blow, the opponent maintained his balance and the battle is gaining momentum. From now on, she knew her new enemy by sight. His name was Viper. The embarrassed murderer of the heroes asked the shooter if he had offered to meet with her. But in response, she received only ridicule and a question as to why she did not use Jade's gift. The girl refused and was going to harm Viper. And now she is approaching the enemy, preparing another strike. However, Viper also meets the enemy and their blows miss each other. During the battle between Viper and the hero killer, the sniper wasted no time in noticing that he probably had limitations on the use of Jade's gift. The fight between the opponents continued, and Viper realized that his opponent had nothing to surprise him anymore. So he immediately launched a counterattack and delivered a heavy knee to the opponent's stomach. The girl could not cope with it and fell to the concrete floor. At the time, the bewildered Viper could not believe his eyes. The hero killer used her gift and mastered Viper's gift during the time she spent with him in the fight. As soon as she mastered the gift, she immediately reacted and used it by going down to the lower floor of the building. Once on the floor of the lower floor, the girl continued to move forward, and I left the building realizing that the ratio of power in this fight was far from equal. Viper was left alone with his partner, with whom he negotiated the terms of use of the hero killer gift. They had to make a decision about further actions, because if they stood still, they would lose track of the enemy. Continuing the conversation, the shooter said that he had a bad feeling about their further actions. Viper did not understand what his friend meant, but he did not want to continue the conversation. And they followed their prey. The hunt continues. Then the events develop at the same location, but in a different place. Namely, on the abandoned construction site of one of the buildings. It was here that our heroine hid, catching her breath after the fight. The girl was thinking about the last fight and came to the conclusion that she had been induced, and she could not believe that her opponent had deceived her. In addition, Viper was a very strong enemy, and it was not easy to get used to his gift type. In fact, it was the worst compatibility for her, and then she made the following decision: that she would first deal with the shooter Psycho, and then finish with Viper. Viper and Psycho continued to search for the victim in the old city. But at this time, Viper was startled by the sharp sound of breaking glass and immediately flashed in the direction where he heard the crack. Once there, he saw that it was just a window frame with cracked glass. Viper sat down next to the window and picked up a piece of glass for closer inspection. And on the window frame itself, he saw a gouge from the object that hit it. But it was a decoy set up by the hero killer, who was rapidly heading towards Psycho at the time. However, the opponent was on the alert and was already preparing to shoot the girl. After opening fire, the bullet was aimed at the killer of heroes. However, with a light swipe of the blade, the girl cut the bullets that were flying at her and continued to move forward. While preparing a response to the offender, the hero killer used her cold steel and threw the blade at Psycho with all her might. Nevertheless, the knife reached its target and hit the shooter directly in the right shoulder, causing critical damage. And in a moment, the killer of heroes was near her victim, preparing to deal with the first enemy. The knife blade was aimed at Psycho's neck, but the blade left only a shallow cut on the man's neck. But the girl was already preparing a second shot, which was sure to kill the sniper. However, Viper was one step ahead and kicked the hero killer in the face, from which she was thrown aside onto the road a few meters away. The Viper used the power of the gifting and had already attacked her from underground. He grabbed his victim by the throat and told her that this was her end. And now the killer of heroes is slowly losing consciousness from suffocation. However, the situation is changing once again, and a couple of people appeared on the roof of the building to observe the latest developments. A girl in a blue dress asks her friend if they really need to stop the murderers of this unfortunate woman now. The man replied that the more cards we could use, the better for us. And even before that, this boy will be a great thing to say to a man in black. At the time, the hero killer continued to fight for her life and managed to harm Viper by damaging his eye. With the last of her strength, the heroine breaks free from Viper's death grip. The girl changes her position as quickly as possible and prepares for a new attack towards the enemy. And now she is ready to fight again and strikes Viper, who is blinded in one eye. However, the guy dodges the blow by taking a step back. and a shot of shotgun pellets which was aimed at the killer of heroes is sent through him. Having partially wounded the target, most of the bullets fly by. This shot was made by Psycho, mocking his opponent. The battle between the hero killer and Viper continues, while Psycho takes up a position to fire. The wounded girl jumps back from her enemy. Meanwhile, Psycho is preparing a grenade for her final destruction. Shouting merrily, he throws a grenade at the wounded heroine, who reacts in time, and she manages to avoid the explosion by hiding behind the nearest boxes. The fight escalates and Viper attacks the hero killer again. When he gets as close as possible, he again inflicts damage on his opponent with a kick. This throws the heroine back to the other side of the road. Barely standing on his feet, the killer of heroes gathers all his strength into a fist. However, Viper observes the girl's rage and begins to realize her power. He understood how and why Jade lost to her in an equal confrontation. Regarding the girl as a strong opponent who will only grow in strength in the future, Viper holds her with both hands by the neck. However, today he has an incredible opportunity to get even with her here and now. But at this victorious moment for Viper, his attention is diverted by a stranger approaching him. He was a stout man in black clothes with metal rings on them. He immediately inflicts mortal harm on the girl's abuser and decapitates him with a single blow of his hand. Viper was defeated, and his lifeless body fell to his knees. The killer of heroes survived the fight, although she was unconscious from the injuries she had suffered. This huge man was also accompanied by a girl who asked with a smile who he was. Psycho was around the corner at the time and saw Viper's death, saw who did this to him. He was overcome with a sense of despair at the loss of the battle and the death of his comrade in arms. He came to the conclusion that the people who had defeated him and helped his opposition were a bunch of thieves. The events take us to one of the wards of the hospital where our heroine is staying. The killer of the heroes regained consciousness and realized that she was in a hospital bed. She looked around and saw a man in a white coat talking to someone about her injuries and her endurance. Distrusting her new friends, the girl at the same time reached out to the stand with the scalpels. And then the medical worker himself turned to her. However, the patient herself had already left the hospital bed and disappeared while the doctor was distracted. Now the girl has reappeared, but behind the doctor's back with a blade in her hands, which she pointed at his back. He jokingly told the girl that he preferred horizontal cuts. "And if you're not lucky, it can even hit you in the ribs," the masked man continued to joke. After calming down a bit, the hero killer stepped back and asked who the man was and where she was now. The doctor asked a counter question and asked the girl if she had ever heard of the Bezamenyi. The man continued to speak and said that once upon a time there was a war between clans of criminals and heroes. And the people who have saved it now are the same criminals who survived that terrible war, although they did not take a direct part in it. A man in a mask and hospital gown introduced himself as Vector, a doctor among the nameless. Vector's answer calmed the girl down, and she took the blade away from his back. Suddenly, I heard sounds coming from the door of the room. It was the same girl in a blue skirt who was in a hurry to visit the victim of the battle with the heroes. With a smile and joy on her face, the girl said that they were waiting for Angan, to which Vector immediately replied, "Let's all go together then." Walking through the grey corridors of the building, a group of people were on their way to meet with Angia. While driving to the appointed place, the doctor noticed that our heroine felt quite calm while eating an apple. Hearing Vector's words, the little girl also decided to support her colleague and joked that she could have put poison in the food the hero killer was eating. To which the hero killer replied that she was not afraid of poisons, because they do not work well on her. Suddenly, a little girl stopped and asked our heroine where she had put the tail of the apple. To which the hero killer said with a rather calm face that she had eaten him. This answer definitely surprised Mala, as she had never heard anything like it before. And again, with a smile on her lips, she replied that the killer of heroes was very witty. They continued along the long corridors to meet with Angia. While on the move, the hero killer thought that in order to use her gift, she needed to maintain a certain level of calories. With certain suspicions, she was thinking about her next steps, and where exactly are they headed now? Now she is focusing on Vector, the man who helped her recover. After familiarizing herself with the circumstances surrounding her, the hero killer came to the conclusion that Vector is not a fighter and she can subdue him without difficulty. Oddly enough, she saw the problem in the little girl herself, but would she be able to quickly neutralize it? Thinking about this, the hero killer did not notice that they had already arrived at the room where they were waiting. Mala was the first to come to the door of the room and report that she was already there and greeted the newcomer. The smiling girl pointed to the room with the poi and emphasized that this was the lair of the nameless. Since everyone was already there, the meeting began. The little girl pointed to herself and introduced herself as Rachel Sinclair. The black-clad man was John Nace. The killer of heroes listened to the people around her without a single emotion, while she was introduced to the leader of the group. And the leader of the nameless was a man with a scar on his face. His name was Angan, who looked quite calm, but at the same time very dangerous. The events take us to another place, namely the 17th branch of the heroes. Walking down the corridor of the building, they talked about the deceased Viper and Psycho, who was unable to help and save him. The shooter talked to a man in a suit and made it clear that he had no other choice, as his opponents were very strong. The man replied that he had high hopes for Viper and that the shooter would be held accountable for his actions. After saying that, Psycho asked his husband for help because he believed he could handle the task. He was told that the branch manager should not be involved in such matters, even though he used to like it. Continuing the conversation, the chief asked if Psycho knew the person who killed Viper, to which the man replied that it was Angan. The branch manager began to think about this familiar name. He let the cigarette fall out of his mouth in surprise or fear. He could not believe his own ears. Was it the same smiling guy? To which Psycho smiled and replied that yes, it was him. The boss was nervous and puzzled by this unexpected news. He walked away, scolding Psycho for not telling him about it right away, and went to settle the matter. The head of the branch appointed an emergency meeting at the same time, voicing the immediate need to convene all the heroes. After all, the smiling guy is back again and may pose a threat. Meanwhile, we return to the Nameless building, where Ange is talking to her charges and deciding who will go on the next mission. Sinclair was the first person to complete the task among all those present. She even started pulling out her weapon, announcing that she had been waiting for this for a long time, while the hero killer calmly watched the events unfold around her. But her peace was suddenly disturbed by little Sinclair, who had already lunged at our heroine and wanted to strike her with her weapon. Having reacted in time, the girl dodged Rachel's blow and was ready for the next attack. She kept attacking the killer of heroes over and over again without stopping for a second. Suddenly, she grabbed the handle of Sinclair's weapon, who was not paying enough attention in the battle, and that the force struck it with a corresponding blow, which made it fly back. The killer of heroes took a fighting stance and was ready to continue the fight. A moment later, the hero killer dealt another critical blow to little Rachel. But this time, it immediately followed the enemy's body after the strike. She rammed her knee right into the poor woman's face with all her might, causing her to be dented into the wall. Continuing the fight, the hero killer was puzzled by the laughter coming from the mouth of the child who should have been defeated. But this laughter symbolized the end of the fight, and Razumova extended her hand to her opponent and admitted defeat. Without a single emotion on her face, the hero killer extended her hand to little Rykal in return as a sign of reconciliation. At the same time, he helped Sinclair to get up from the floor to her feet, while Dr. Vector watched them. Observing the guest's behavior, he came to the conclusion that the killer of heroes was really good and deserved respect. Vector was just about to finish his introduction and move the conversation when he was interrupted by a newcomer who called them by the name of their own group. I asked them what the reason for her rescue was, what they wanted from her. Looking at Angier, she asked him what was their goal, to which the leader calmly replied that their main task was to completely destroy the Hunter clan. The eyes of the hero killer were wide open in surprise because it was the same clan that had killed her older sister. But the girl's surprise abruptly disappeared after she heard the words about the death of her family. She realized that Angie knew it. Next, we can see a country estate where the following events take place. Angan arrived at the estate, and as soon as he entered the house, he was immediately greeted. The man, moving to the back of the room, greeted his interlocutor in return. This interlocutor was an old man in a wheelchair with swords on it, staring into an empty room. Looking at the blade of the sword, the old man said that Angan was probably wondering why he was here. The man calmly, even dryly, replied that if he said no, it would be a lie. Angan was already standing close to the old man, and the conversation continued. A man in a wheelchair wanted to enlist Angan's help, asking him to help a child. To which Angan replied defiantly that the old man had become attached to the dog he had raised. However, the old man did not ignore this answer and noted that his interlocutor had become very bold during the time they had not seen each other. After the answer was given, the man took up arms and wanted to pull out a sword. As soon as the knife blade was exposed, the man's face was shrouded in black smoke, and he asked if Angan was ready to continue the conversation. Seeing the old man's reaction to his words, Angan remarked that an old tiger with loose teeth is still a tiger. Angan took a seat on the bench opposite the interlocutor and announced his readiness to listen to the request. The old man was just about to say the name, but changed his mind and said that the person who needed help was called the hero killer. The man in the wheelchair told Angan that the girl had incredible abilities in addition to her natural talent as a fighter. There is no doubt that she will become a very influential person in the future. However, this will not happen now, and certainly not in the near future. If it faces a really strong opponent, it will definitely die. Angie sat across from the man and smiled, and asked him if he was ready to entrust her life to him. The man knew that NJ had a clear plan to destroy the clan, so he was the perfect candidate to mentor her. But the man in the wheelchair also added that his interlocutor would have to face one girl, whom Angan was supposed to know. Continuing his speech, he noted that Angan would first need to resolve the issue with this woman. As Angier listened attentively to the man, he began to realize that it was the hero killer who had every chance of killing the woman in question. A man in a wheelchair said that this was true, but no one knew how soon it would happen. The boy accepted the man's offer, but said that if the girl did not meet the expectations placed on her, he had nothing to do with it. The old man, shrouded in the darkness that was in the room, asked the other man if he really thought that the killer of heroes would be broken. Angan was about to leave and told the man that he would be the person to teach the hero killer everything. Laughing, the old man encouraged Angan and told him to be careful not to let himself be torn to pieces. And we returned to the Bezamenek building to the same room where the meeting was held. The killer of heroes stood in front of Angier, who had just told her that he knew about her sister's death. The leader asked if the girl was ready to find the killer of her loved one and take revenge. However, the killer of heroes, not hearing a clear answer to his question, repeated his question again. How did he know about her sister's death? Suddenly, John, offended by the new girl's behavior, decided to teach her a lesson and was about to strike her with his hand. The girl noticed that John was quite fast for his size and was ready to block the big man's punch. Suddenly, she froze at what she saw, and the blow of the huge John no longer embarrassed her. Using his gift, Angie stopped John inches from his target. John looked back to see what had happened and why NJ had stopped him, to which NJ gave an unequivocal and short answer to the angry John. Standing in the room, the hero killer was thinking about the latest events in which she had participated. She was thinking about how such an organization could develop. The girl looked at John, who immediately told her that there would be no second time. For some reason, Doc was behaving very strangely, fussing like a child. At the time, Raikal herself was very amused by Vector's behavior, and she asked him not to disturb others. However, Vector stood his ground and asked others not to waste their emotions. But the killer of heroes had no time for that. She continued to think about the reasons for her rescue. She realized that she had what these people needed, but she didn't understand what it was. As she continued to think, she came to the conclusion that she could not refuse now, but she needed to figure out how to take the lead. Vector continued to behave like a child, while the hero killer said she knew exactly what they needed from her. She told us about the following arrangement and that the Nameless would use her forces to provide her with precious information. To which Anjay was surprised to say that the girl understood the situation quite quickly. The killer of heroes made a final decision and agreed to the terms that were offered to her. The girl then demanded to know what the Nameless ones were really up to. What were their real goals? Vector entered the conversation and told the girl that they were going to destroy the 17th branch of the heroes, which had recently been discussed. Vector also emphasized the fact that the 17th branch includes Psycho, whom she has already met. After assessing the situation, the hero killer did not share the optimism of her new comrades. In her opinion, going there alone was certain death. Angier immediately looked at the new girl, wondering what she was trying to say, what she meant. After all, if you count her as part of the team, there will be 5 of them, not 4. Then the events take us to a sandy desert near a canyon under the scorching sun, where we see the heroine Victoria and her ward, from whom the heroine herself asks what is next on the schedule for today. The girl is in a confused hurry to announce all her plans for the day, holding a notebook in her hands. After hearing all the information she needed, Victoria was amazed at the amount of work she was assigned. Despite her busy day, the heroine smilingly joked that it was all about her coolness. Being the face of the organization and representing all the heroes is not an easy task. At this time, the ward became nervous. Her face took on a frightened look, but Victoria realized that this was an attack on them and humbly waited. Far away from the couple's location in the depths of the desert, smoke could be seen rising and rising towards them. They were robbers who were heading to Victoria in cars and with weapons. The hooligans were making noise, exhaling flames and calling for the burning of everything they could touch. Suddenly, one of the bandits froze when he saw a woman in front of him. When the band of robbers saw her, they could not understand what the woman was doing in the middle of the desert and decided to simply run her over. However, she was by no means an ordinary woman, but a heroine who was waiting for her opponents to arrive. Victoria pulled her hand away, muttering the word "Myman," and storm clouds gathered over her. This was immediately followed by a bright bolt of lightning. However, it was not lightning, but Victoria's sword which she summoned. The heroine took a huge sword in her hands and prepared to attack the criminals. Before the battle started, Victoria realized that she was in a desert with only herself and her enemies, so there was no point in restraining herself. Realizing this, the woman began to swing the blade of her incredible sword, looking towards the opponent and preparing for a stunning attack. And so the flock of cars was getting closer and closer to the heroine, while I was ready to fight. She swung her sword with all her might in the direction of the robbers, thereby creating a destructive wave that was directed at the offenders. It was an incredibly bright wave that illuminated the entire desert and destroyed the enemy to the ground. Eventually, the stormy sky over the desert subsided and the sun came out. Smiling Victoria was satisfied with the work she had done and was about to leave for the 17th branch. We now return to the house of the Nameless, where Rachel and John are having a conversation about the hero killer, whom John does not trust. John was curious why Sinclair didn't use her gift in the fight with the girl and asked her, to which the girl replied that she would not want to kill the hero killer and noted that she liked her very much. She claimed that the girl was very beautiful and also straightforward, which inspires respect. Vector, who entered the conversation, had a different opinion and did not know how to respond to this dispute. Doc said that he was almost deceived by her. Her every action was calculated a couple of steps ahead. And most likely, even the moment when the killer of heroes got angry was also a game for the public. Surprised, Sinclair asked Vector how he had come to this conclusion and what grounds he had for believing so. Doc drew these conclusions based on the heartbeat of the hero killer, having watched her closely throughout the day. Vector had been monitoring her heartbeat since she was preparing the attack near the hospital bed she was in, until the moment she was in the room where the meeting of the Nameless was taking place. Doc concluded that she was the complete opposite of NJ. At the same time, Andre himself came into the room and said that enough talk. He also noted that he would not accept a different opinion, and he ordered to attack the 17th Heroic Corps as planned. Angan said that the hero killer would act together with the Nameless, as agreed. To which Reichel was very pleased, but Vector definitely did not like this order. The leader called out to John, wanting to add something to what he had said earlier. He repeatedly ordered him not to get into a fight without permission, and if he disobeys the order, Angan will be forced to kill him. These words struck a couple who were standing next to the men who were talking. However, Vector decided to immediately shift the attention of others and offered to eat. Now we are in the basement where the killer of heroes is currently training. While exercising, she thought about the recent events and reproached herself for being so carefree. For now, the hero killer continued her training by doing one-handed pull-ups on the bar. Steeling herself, she continued to think about everything that had happened to her recently. Now she was imagining the level of her strength, namely, comparing her strength level with Angier's. In her imagination, she occupied a much lower level of power than the leader of the Nameless himself. His level was too high for her, and she was very well aware of it. However, Viper, with whom she was competing in strength, was also a fairly high-level fighter. But still, Angan was a much higher level than Viper himself. Continuing the thought further, the hero killer knew that there would definitely be other heroes on her way, which will even be much stronger than Angier himself. The girl was racked with doubts about whether she would be able to be equal to them in everything. The killer of heroes continued to train with a stopwatch. She was developing her skills and using Jade's gift. By activating the freebie, the girl wanted to maximize the time of use. But it was quite difficult to develop such a skill, and over time it deactivated. This time, the hero killer managed to activate Jade's gift at 7:37, which was the maximum mark. Exhausted, the girl fell to the floor, although she realized that she was now able to hold the gyro longer than before. Of course, there is progress, but unfortunately it is still not enough. Suddenly, memories of that terrible night when she lost her sister came flooding back to her. Hugging her little sister, the woman told her to go on with her life without looking back. No matter what befalls her in her life, a little girl must be strong and must survive no matter what it takes. Returning to reality, the hero killer leaned on her arm as she got to her feet. As she was getting up, she realized that this was the beginning of her journey. By stealing other gifts, the hero killer's gift only grew stronger and stronger. Clenching a fist, the girl vowed to destroy all the heroes and take all the gifts for herself. Imagining the battles that would increase the power of her gift, the hero slayer saw a monster that grew with the power of her gift. Standing right in front of this huge monster with a sword in one hand, the girl dreamed of strength. Imagining your goals as shadows that surround it. It struck the target by cutting it in half. Having everything to win, the Vivitsia of heroes confidently walked toward the goal, not thinking about anything else. The girl realized that she would step over everything and everyone in order to obtain the cherished power. It will rise above everyone and stand in the same place where its enemies are now. The next episode takes us to the cafe restaurant where the hero killer works. Peering inside through the doorframe, the girl was preparing to enter the hall, where her supervisor was waiting for her, asking if she had fought with anyone today. Standing on the doorstep, the killer of heroes ambiguously answered yes and no. The man smiled uncertainly at the girl standing in front of him. As she approached the supervisor, she picked up the tools and got ready to work. After starting work, the killer of heroes went about her business in the restaurant hall. But at the same time, she looked back at the manager, as if wanting to convey something to him, but something prevented her from doing so. The man, while washing the windows, said that if the girl had something to say, she could talk to him about it, as if she was expecting something. The girl continued to do her work, mopping the floor and refraining from answering. At the same time, recalling the case of Psycho, who wanted to shoot a man when he was going to the pantry. Along the way, she imagines the consequences of Psycho's actions if she hadn't stopped her in time. After pausing for a while and thinking it over, the girl answered that yes, she would like to finish working at this institution. Hiding her face, she realized that her identity had been revealed, and she can no longer stay here, thus endangering her husband. The man understood the girl's request, although he was upset by her words. The manager said that he had suddenly offered her this job from the very beginning, and it would not be nice to keep her here. But looking back at the girl, the man added that no matter what happened next, she could always come back at any time. He continued his speech by pointing out that there are fewer and fewer visitors over time, so he suggested that they come to visit to relax. Looking at the girl, the man said that this issue was now closed for them. Suddenly, a man came to the window and pointed to the glass where Psycho was standing and asked the hero killer if it was her friend waiting for her. The girl was puzzled by this event and, worried about her boss, imagined the events that could now begin. Pushing the man away from the window, she said that she knew Psycho would come back here. Almost at the window, the killer of heroes vowed not to let her opponent achieve his goals. And in a split second, she struck the enemy a devastating blow right in the face, which Psycho clearly did not expect while standing by the window. A fight broke out in which the girl had the upper hand. But after she struck her opponent, the hero killer grabbed Psycho's leg. After that, she hooked the other leg, with the help of which the enemy was still on his feet. A moment later, Psycho lost his balance and was on the floor. The fight continued, and the hero killer decided to take decisive action and pulled out a sword that had been hidden. Pointing the blade at Psycho, she prepared to strike directly at the target. However, the blade missed the enemy's face and got stuck in the floor a few centimeters from Psycho's face. But these were just ideas about the situation that took place, and looking out the window, she saw Psycho calling her outside. Taking off her work clothes, she told the manager that she would be back in a minute, handing him her apron. As the man looked at the killer of heroes, he asked who would close the cafe, but the answer was delayed. Then the events take us to the night streets of the city. Waiting for a girl on the street, Psycho used a vending machine to get a drink. Next to a soda machine, Psycho waits for her lemonade. After getting what he wants, he immediately throws the can of drink to the hero killer, telling her to catch it. The girl, looking for suspicion in Psycho's actions, catches a can of soft drink, but does not fully understand the man's actions. It was a refreshing mint water that Psycho advertised as a delicious drink. With a face of suspicion, the hero killer said that this action made her think that Psycho was crossing all the permitted boundaries. The two men, who had recently been opponents in a fierce battle, were in a night park in a large city. Sitting down on one of the benches in the park, Psycho said that he did not expect the hero killer to leave with him like that. Looking back, she looked at the cafe where her employer worked, but Psycho reassured her by saying that her husband would be fine. The man continued to reassure the young girl, saying that the previous time he was just being naughty and that he was not even armed. However, the hero killer was still plagued by the thought that she did not quite understand Psycho, did not understand the reasons and motives that had brought him here now. Going through all the options, she realized that the reason for this was most likely Viper's death. While Psycho was savoring drinks from the vending machine, the girl continued to think and already had doubts about the reasons for the man's visit. Sitting down next to Psycho on a nearby bench, the girl asked her directly what she wanted. Psycho noticed that the hero killer looked like he was burning with curiosity, but Psycho himself was not going to drag out the conversation. After that, he immediately pointed his index finger at the girl and said directly that he wanted her, the girl herself. Psycho really wanted the hero killer to become his new partner, despite recent events. The girl was confused by Psycho's response, as she had not expected it from him. The killer of heroes replied that Psycho was talking nonsense, and the man laughed as he sat on the bench. The girl continued to speak and said that if Psycho continued to play with her, then, at this point, Psycho interrupted the girl's unfinished sentence and said that he was not joking and was now serious about it. For now, let's talk about the gifts that heroes have, some of which have a shape-shifting ability. Other characters have fire skills. Only a select few find these opportunities, so they have a gift. There are also people who have mastered the possession of mystical gifts. In addition, there are heroes who have incredible endurance. And then they are able to live much longer than ordinary people. However ironic it may sound, most of them live quite a long time. Too long to die of natural causes. Now we are moving to the hospital building, namely to the basement of the morgue. A woman who is a morgue worker asks Psycho about Viper being his partner for quite some time. To be precise, they worked side by side for about 10 years. The doctor confirmed the fact that it must be very painful to lose someone you know so well. A doctor named Yuna Song stood in front of Psycho and asked him if it was true. Examining the remains, Yuna emphasized that his mutilated body looked as if his head had been blown off in battle. Continuing her speech, she said that in the end, all dead people are the same and asked Psycho how his meeting with the hero killer went. Psycho shrugged and said that the girl refused him as soon as he proposed. At the same time, he recalls himself in the park on a bench, talking to a girl. However, the man emphasized the fact that the killer of heroes looked as if she had already met other heroes. Upon receiving the answer, the doctor smilingly noted that Psycho did not look at all confused by what he had heard. The dialogue continued, and Psycho said that despite her refusal, the girl promised to fulfill his one small request. The doctor, in turn, asked what kind of service she was talking about, while the interlocutor had already gotten out of the hospital bed and replied that it was a secret. Psycho was about to leave, but he took Viper's gloves with him, which were on the deceased's personal belongings. Smiling, he said that he had actually come here for the gloves he had been dreaming of for a long time. Psycho was already leaving and called out to Unisong to be careful, but the doctor gave her a suspicious look. Because, according to Psycho, some bad things were going to happen in the 17th department. For now we see Psycho talking about the hero killer he recently met. Psycho found her charming in every sense of the word, and he observed that she had become much stronger in a short period of time. And he thought that clan leaders didn't even need to think twice about it. However, Psycho realized that even a small fire, if given enough time, could spread. Over a certain period of time, it can turn into a burning fire. Realizing this, Psycho had only one question. What kind of monster could the hero killer become in the future? Now the killer of heroes is in front of the weapons arsenal, preparing for the next events. Choosing her favorite blade, the girl checks its sharpness while rubbing it. Then, she tested the strength of the ropes that were part of the device for throwing the metal layers. After preparing the weapon properly and making sure it was in good working order, she waited for the message she had just received. Looking back at her phone screen, the hero killer saw a text message asking if she was ready. It was followed by another message that called for killing them all. Now the events unfold in the nighttime metropolis where the hero killer lives. The girl is walking rapidly in a certain direction, leaving the house she was in. While on the roof of the building, she ended up on the edge of the roof, from which she then quickly jumped up and moved on. She fired the gun with a cable and a winch. The cable was hooked on one of the buildings next to it. The girl was rapidly heading to another building, practicing with the rope. And now she was already on the roof of a neighboring building using a gun. The killer of heroes assessed the situation. Her attention was focused on the building of the watchtower, which was not far away. Now the killer of heroes was standing in front of the gate to the tower, guarded by the employees of the same tower. The guards joked with each other and told witty stories to each other. Suddenly, one of the men became alert, and his attention was drawn to something not far from him. The guard did not hesitate to get into a combat position using his weapon and asked the stranger who was there. However, the street was surprisingly completely deserted and the men did not find anything suspicious. Looking around, the guards were confused, and one of them asked the other if something had happened. One of the guards calmed down, thinking that it was probably some animals that had set him off, but at that time, a shadow was already visible behind the man. It was the killer of heroes, who at the same time swiftly attacked the guards, immediately neutralizing one of them. The other, seeing the attacker, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the offender, about to make a shot. She reacted instantly and grabbed the gun with her hand and crushed it like a toy. Then she struck the guard in the stomach. The man in uniform immediately twisted from the pain in his body. Looking at the victim, the girl assured the guard that she would save his life if he followed all her instructions, the first of which was to get a radio. The man, holding back the pain with trembling hands, took the radio out of his jacket pocket, and the killer of heroes at the same time smashed it into small pieces with a single movement of his hand. After that, she struck the guard directly in the back of the head, causing his face to smash into the asphalt floor. The girl got up after being hit and kept walking. Leaving the neutralized guards at the gate guarding the tower, the killer of heroes headed for its territory. Now we are returning to the old, destroyed city. On the roof of one of the destroyed buildings, the Nameless were discussing a plan of further action. Discussing the topic of the attack, she asked whether the Bezimenyi had a plan to attack the 17th branch, to which Raikol cheerfully, and with a smile on her face, said that first there would be bang bang. But Vector had his own opinion on the matter and asked the allies if they would simply grind everyone into dust. Burly John, looking brutal, clenched his fist tightly and said he would kill everyone. The hero killer, who stood in front of this interesting team, was surprised by such a solid plan, to say the least. And hiding her expression, she covered her eyes with her palm and lowered her head down. Realizing the complexity of the attack on the 17th branch, she called the three idiots. Then her attention was drawn to Angan, who was propping up one of the walls of the building they were on, and she called out to him. Angan, observing the dialogue between his men, suggested that they first neutralize the guards who were guarding the perimeter of the building. He emphasized that security guards are actually security guards. That is, people who maintain public order under the banner of the Clan of Heroes. Angan noted that so-called security guards do not use gifts because they are often sent to less secure tasks. After hearing the leader's words, Raikol concluded that the guards were quite weak and asked whether they should worry about it at all. However, the hero killer interrupted the kid and said that AJ was right and that it was desirable to minimize the number of variables in the equation. Continuing her thought, the girl came to the conclusion that as soon as all the guards were neutralized, then the Clan of Heroes will be forced to shift their attention to something else. At the moment, they cannot know who is on the enemy's team. But she assured her allies that they would have to act regardless of the circumstances. Suddenly, Vector entered the conversation and mentioned that he had once heard that the head of security was in the 17th branch. And he is a retired hero, which can complicate their work. Therefore, it will be quite difficult if this same retired hero gets involved in the case. Having heard enough information, Angan concluded that in such a situation, it would be best to get rid of the head of security right away. After hearing Angie's words, Raikol was about to volunteer for the task, but was interrupted by the hero killer who decisively offered her candidacy. She said she was sure that the team did not trust her as much as she trusted the team. Therefore, making such a decision will be able to correct this difficult situation with trust on both sides at once. Standing in front of the Bezimenyi, the girl boldly asked if they liked this plan. Angan, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised by the hero killer's determination and smiled cautiously back at her. The leader gave the go-ahead to complete the task, but emphasized the fact that the deal was not very fair. As he approached the girl, he asked her what she wanted in return for her services, to which the hero killer boldly stretched out her hand to Angia and said that she wanted to receive the leader's gift of the Nameless in return. Now, let's return to the tower where the hero killer is neutralizing the guards. Having entered into combat contact with the guards, she overcame one guard after another. Mercilessly overcoming the guards, the girl gradually approached her goal. Having defeated all those who stood in her way, the killer of heroes moved on. When she reached the end of the corridor, she saw a large armored door behind which they were waiting for her. On the other side of the door, there was a man behind the equipment that was monitoring the events in the building. Who was thinking that things had gone too far and whether it meant that all his wards had been killed? Meanwhile, the killer of heroes was closing the door, entering the room and said that she did not know if everyone who had stood in her way was really dead. However, she was sure that the man she was heading for and who was now in front of her would definitely be dead. The man got up and said that he heard a noise coming from the first floors of the building. He concluded that it was the girl who was to blame for the noise and picked up a weapon that was nearby. A crimson man in a blue jumpsuit stood in front of the hero killer and asked her if she had killed Jade and Viper. Realizing that it was going to be a fight, the girl warmed up and said that if I did, so what? After receiving such a defiant response, Gman at the same time threw an axe at the girl in front of him. With great speed and whistling, the axe blade was heading to meet its target. However, the killer of heroes reacted in time to catch the blade of the weapon that was heading for her and stopped the axe. After that, she immediately pointed the weapon in the opposite direction, in the direction of Gman. And once again, the axe blade hit its target and flew centimeters away from the head of security and crashed into the surveillance monitors behind it. Standing in the room opposite each other, the killer of heroes asked her husband not to restrain himself, while the other scratched the back of his head. Taking a fighting position, the killer of heroes called on her enemy to fight her with all the strength he had. Gman, on the other hand, hearing such bold words, rolled up his sleeves on both arms and smiled and prepared to attack. In a split second, the man tensed his entire body, causing cracks in the concrete floor to appear under his feet. And with incredible fury, he flew to meet his opponent in the face of the hero killer, who ignited his excitement for the fight. The fight started, and Gman threw the first punch, which the girl easily dodged. Then the man struck another strong blow, which the hero killer repelled with some ease. Now it was the girl's turn to make her move, and she threw a direct punch at her opponent, but he dodged it. But the next 3 critical blows hit the target and caused some damage to the man. He followed it up with another impressive kick right in Gman's face. However, the head of security was also no slouch and blocked the blow with his hand by grabbing the girl's leg. And with incredible speed and strength, he spun the hero killer around like a toy, throwing the poor woman into the wall with such incredible speed that the ladder pierced her through. However, having reacted in time, the girl regrouped and found herself on her own 2 feet, sliding across the floor. Without giving his opponent a second to think and assess the situation, Gman was already approaching the target and preparing another blow. Nevertheless, the blow hit its target and the killer of heroes was punched in the face. But she managed to stop the next blow at a close distance from herself by grabbing the man's strong arms with both hands. The girl immediately switched to a painful technique, also hugging and kicking her opponent's arm. After that, she threw the giant to the floor with the intention of breaking his arm, thereby neutralizing him. However, Gman was not as easy an opponent as the hero killer would have liked and tore his arm from the enemy's grasp. And then he broke the lock completely, but also got a kick in the face, not noticing the blow that was coming his way in time. Being close to his opponent, the hero killer planned the course of the fight. And again, with a kick, she broke the distance by pushing away from Gman with her foot. The head of security got to his feet without showing any sign that the girl had somehow managed to seriously harm him. Seeing the look on his face, the killer of heroes continued the fight by kicking the floor, which sent a piece of concrete flying directly at her opponent. Gman noticed that the girl was quite smart and even somewhat resourceful, blocking the concrete fragments that were approaching him with her hands. Smiling, the burly man continued to say that his opponent had good physical fitness and relevant skills. But that's not all. Gman saw her as a great fighter. He realized that it was not just her talent that made her this way, but that training had also strengthened her physical condition. Most likely, she went through hell, tempering her body to make it the way it is now. However, it was not invincible, and Gman vowed to break it, smiling slyly. Gman was becoming more and more curious to know who she was, this girl, and he asked her right during the fight. The killer of heroes, in turn, was assessing the situation and realized that Gman had not yet fully realized his potential and was still holding back. However, she realized that this restraint was caused by a low opinion of her as an opponent. But Gman also did not understand who was controlling this battle. And if the killer of heroes wanted to, he would have already killed him several times after the fact. At the same time, she had restrained herself until now and realized the following things. The reason for its restraint was the fact that it had to wait for the enemy's gift to activate. And having made the final decision, she decided to take a chance and force her husband to do what she wanted. She will make him become the next step on her path. Gman, in turn, having received another blow to the face, was now standing in front of the girl, holding her head with his hand, protecting it from the damage. The Weroi killer did not stop for a second and continued to strike at the enemy. She tried to kick her opponent, but the kick missed the target and Gman dodged it. However, the next kick hit the target and the man received a strong blow to the stomach with the other foot. He was followed by 2 more blows directly to the face, which he was clearly not happy about. And again, another blow to the face. With such actions, the girl forced the enemy to activate the gift. The killer of heroes conducted a series of strikes against the enemy. The girl closely watched her opponent's behavior, thinking to herself that this giant was just an appetizer for her. And now another crushing blow from the hero killer reaches its target and Gman literally gets off the ground. The blow was so crushing that the opponent simply flew to the other side of the room, crashing into the wall. A burly man was coughing and sitting on the floor with a hole in the wall behind him. Such was the force of the blow. The girl stood in front of her target and wondered if she had taken enough action to make her opponent activate the gift. After the damage was done, Gman struggled to get up, gritting his teeth and seeming to be one step away from using a graft. Suddenly, the killer of heroes was hit by a blade thrown at her by her opponent. The girl reacted to this move in a timely manner and dodged the deadly blade that was addressed to her. Looking back at the place where she had just been, the girl found a cut that crossed the room. Suddenly, another blade, which was an extension of the man's arm, emerged from the darkness, and Gman said that the girl might not be able to tell him who she was. Still, the girl achieved her goal, and Gman used the gift, saying that he would make her speak when she was suffocating in agony. However, Gman did not realize that the hero killer was only waiting for this, so she was prepared for this turn of events. After that, her hand reached for the weapon that was next to her. She was walking toward her opponent with metal sticks and was ready to continue the fight. Standing in a fighting stance, the killer of heroes ordered the enemy to try to realize what he had said earlier. Now let's talk about gifting and the conditions of its use, because our body needs nutrients to maintain energy in it. And the users of the gift also have a certain energy resource called Ester. During a battle between gifting users, the one who uses their resource wisely wins. But some of those chosen from the very beginning do not have a large supply of esteem. Meanwhile, others use much less of this energy. However, there are heroes who use it much more. For example, the hero killer can use Jade's gift for more than 5 minutes. At the same time, Viper's gift can be used for only a few seconds. Therefore, if our heroine is not careful and uses her food and resources irrationally, it could end tragically for her, and she would be defeated and therefore dead. But now, we return to the previous events, where the hero killer confronts Gman, who has just activated the GIF. Assessing the situation, the girl came to the conclusion that she would have to dodge the most dangerous enemy attacks. And the killer of heroes acted according to the plan, so now she once again blocked a blade attack from a man with a metal stick, after which Gman decided to attack her with his bare fist. But the girl acted according to a plan in which she was supposed to take a blow of lesser force if necessary, which is what she was doing now. Especially if these blows allow the girl to counterattack in response and at the same time harm the opponent by hitting him in the side with a stick. The battle continued to gain momentum, and the hero killer continued to deliver heavy blows to its target. This made Gman himself fall into an incredible rage, which was reflected in his face. Already at this stage of the fight, she decided to use a GIF and at the same time was preparing to strike at the enemy. And immediately after, she delivered a devastating blow to the enemy's face with a metal stick with a gifting boost at the most opportune moment. After she struck, the hero killer paused in the moment and looked at Gman to assess the situation, while her opponent was recovering from the blows. At that moment, the room fell into a deathly silence, which led to an even more frantic continuation of the fight. At the moment of this lull, there was an upside-down bottle of water on the table, the last drop of which was dripping from the neck, the fall of which signaled the continuation of the fight. And the second, a drop of water reached the floor. The heroes continued the fight, crossing their weapons in the dust of battle. The killer of heroes stood in front of Gman, holding his attack and looking the enemy straight in the eye. The man continued to serially strike at the hero killer, blow after blow, which the girl blocked in a timely manner. Although Gman himself could barely keep up with the opponent, blocking the oncoming blows, at that moment an incomprehensible emotion and expression appeared on his face. He began to realize that the further the fight went, the more he was inferior to the girl, and she began to gain the upper hand in this duel. Squinting and looking for suspicion in his opponent's actions, Gman began to think that something was really wrong. While the killer of heroes did not hesitate to strike again and again at the man, who continued to think about the circumstances in which he found himself. Having missed another blow to the face, the man was thrown back. But the killer of heroes was already following in his footsteps and preparing a move against his opponent, preparing a metal stick for an attack. Suddenly, she ran past the man, but managed to catch his collar with a metal hook that was on her weapon. And with a quick movement, she made a full rotation around her target, thus spinning the enemy along its axis, which caused him to fall to the floor. At the time, however, Gman continued to be possessed by the thought that he had missed something very important. While the opponent of the hero killer was in a state of confusion, the girl was heading towards him, preparing the blade of a knife for an attack and approaching his hand. In a split second, the knife blade went through his palm, causing Gman to scream in terror. The man was at the girl's feet, bloody, and said that the girl had been... To which the hero killer, looking at her victim, interrupted him and continued his words that in fact she was stronger than Gman from the very beginning. The girl's enemy got up from the floor and took the knife blade out of his palm, saying that it was just incredible. A moment later, he screamed like a wild animal, saying just as loudly that he was Gman, and more knives and blades began to come out of his body. Dodging a large number of blades that Gman was pointing at her, the girl said that Jade was a rather weak opponent. But Angan's strength is much greater, she continued, dodging an incredible number of knives. The enemy was approaching his opponent with great speed, his body completely enveloped in blades. His dark eyes showed incredible rage and anger caused by the enemy. His opponent, however, was watching the man's actions closely. But in her eyes, unlike the enemy, we can only see ruthlessness and coldness. And so, the moment of denouement came and Gman was defeated, brought to this result by his own arrogance and rage that drove him. The hero killer used Jade's gift to pierce through Gman's body, which caused him to be defeated, and then took his arm out of his body. Gman himself, with a look of incomprehension and despair on his face, covered the wound with his hand, and it seemed that the burly man was about to fall from the damage. As it seemed, the man staggered and lost his balance, and his back rested against the wall behind him. After that, he crawled down the wall of his own accord and sat on the floor, looking at the bloody marks left on his body as a result of the fight. At that time, the hero killer was watching the poor man's torment, and it even seemed that she felt some pity for her opponent. However, Gman himself, on the contrary, became even more furious, shouting insults at the girl and angrily asking how she dared to go against the clan of heroes. The man wanted to know what motivated her to make this decision. Was it a sense of duty or revenge? Gman assured the enemy that it would be even worse for her than it is for him now, but the girl quietly watched her husband's agony and just kept silent. Suddenly, her silence ended with a lunge at her opponent, and in a split second, she was holding him by the throat, pulling his body out of the window. The killer of heroes said that his words might be true, but when she was dead, her opponent would be long gone. Holding the enemy by the throat, the girl looked into his tearful eyes, which begged her to take pity on them. But the girl was relentless and told Gman to look around, because the moment of his death had come. And loosening her hand, the killer of heroes let go of the enemy, thus forcing him to fall slowly down, where death awaited him. Everything happened as it was supposed to, and Gman was dead from the fall from that height and the wounds he sustained. He found himself on the roof of a van parked under the tower, all bloody, broken and mangled. After Gman's death, the hero slayer received a defeated enemy's gift, which she immediately tried out for herself. Then she looked back toward the courtyard, feeling a certain calmness as a result of the task. The girl left the building where she had been staying and was heading to her destination in the night city. Moving across the roof of another building, the killer of heroes quickly moved on. Suddenly, she felt a rather strange and inexplicable feeling of anxiety, which was also reflected on her face. Jumping from roof to roof between houses, she could not understand what caused that inexplicable feeling. Suddenly, as she jumped, she looked down the street, which was between houses. There, she saw an unknown suspicious person walking along the same street at that time of night. This person was a woman with blonde hair, but her face was covered by a headdress that was on her head. However, a moment later, the woman took off her cap. It was Victoria, looking up at the mountain in amazement, saying, "What is this?" Upon seeing and recognizing the heroine, the killer of heroes seemed to freeze, and her eyes were filled with surprise. And in a moment, a smiling Victoria was opposite the girl, who was moving forward on her own. Being at a minimum distance from the target, Victoria jokingly greeted the hero killer and pointed her hand at her, bending her middle finger. Then she used the same finger to strike the girl so hard, from which the killer of heroes, in the literal sense of the word, flew away at the speed of a bullet. Confused, the girl crashed into a neighboring house while recovering from the blow. The girl came to and looked toward Victoria, who was still on the roof of the house. The heroine stood on the roof of the house against the night sky and stared blankly at the hand she had just used to hurt her new enemy. Victoria, in turn, continued to stare at her hand as if she could not understand something. During this time of reflection, Victoria replayed in her mind the moment when she wanted to strike the girl. Recalling the moment in detail, the woman came to the conclusion that her opponent had managed to block it with her hands a moment before the blow. Having activated her power, she glowed like a star on the roof of the same building. She watched the girl get to her feet. Slowly going downstairs, Victoria noticed that she could feel someone's blood. Putting her hand to her face, as if sniffing for something, the woman voiced a question to herself, wanting to know whose blood was that. "Whom did you just kill?" To which the killer of heroes told the woman without a shred of hesitation that it was none of her business, and she was not obliged to answer her. A smiling Victoria noted that the girl had a very sweet voice, as if she was joking with her. However, in a moment, her face changed and caused some anxiety, continuing her words by saying that this voice makes her want to tear the girl apart. Moving closer to the enemy, the hero killer emphasized that she was facing a real monster, and she would not be able to defeat it. Certainly not now. However, the girl could create an opening that could harm the enemy, and by activating Jade's gift, she was preparing to lunge toward the enemy. The blow was heading for its target, but Victoria stopped the killer of heroes' blow with incredible ease with one hand, without showing a single emotion. At that moment, the thought flashed through the girl's mind that she could really stop her blow with her bare hand. Just like that? Victoria, on the other hand, could not understand what this girl was doing, while still maintaining an indifferent look on her face. After that, he immediately struck the opponent with such a crushing blow that she would not be able to block or dodge in any way. The girl's body weakened, and if not for Victoria's hand still holding her, she would have been on the floor. Continuing to hold the girl with the same hand, she mocked her clothes and told her that she did not like them. Raising her hand to her face, which was covered in blood, Victoria called out to the girl. Then I asked her in surprise why she was pretending to be dead. The killer of the heroes, being half-conscious, could barely whisper something incomprehensible. Victoria seemed to enjoy the mockery and again jokingly asked the girl if she had misunderstood her words. Now let's get back to the events that unfolded in the ruins of the old city, where the nameless are preparing for an attack. The hero killer told Angan that he shouldn't worry about his gift, because she can only steal the gift from the heroes she has killed. However, the leader himself was not worried about this, because he was actually concerned about something else. He added that it would be extremely difficult for the girl to use his gift and asked her to be very careful, especially at night. And let's go back to the fight between Victoria and the hero killer, who found the strength to put her hand on her opponent's shoulder. The girl left her trump card and now activated Angie's gift when Victoria was already sure of her victory and told her that she was caught. At the same moment, a black smoke, more like a tornado, rose over the night city with the heroines in its center. Suddenly, glimpses of incredible shining light began to break through the black swirl and envelop the night sky. The center of this heavenly radiance was Victoria herself, who was in the center of a dark storm. It was a deceptive move, with the help of which the girl disappeared without a trace, as Victoria herself said, adding that she reminded her of someone. Then the events unfold at the headquarters of the Nameless, where Vector once again wonders how the girl keeps coming back in a disfigured state. To which Rykol replied that the girl's opponent was probably stronger than expected, and suddenly she saw that the hero killer had opened her eyes. The first word the girl said when she got out of bed was, "Food," to which Vector and Rachel were very surprised. After that, the girl repeated the same word again, but this time she asked for something to eat. Next, the hero killer was waiting for a large table with many different dishes waiting for her. The girl started eating, while Vector watched her and noticed that she was eating quite well and had a good appetite. However, the hero killer did not hesitate and continued to eat. This time, she was savoring delicious chicken thighs. As Vector continued to observe, he changed his mind and noticed that the girl's appetite was not only good, but even very good. Vector's body could be seen from behind a pile of dirty dishes, and he jumped up and called out to the girl to wait. He asked her if her arm was broken, that she was already using it so freely. The killer of the heroes continued to eat without stopping for a moment, but when she rolled up her sleeve, she found nothing on her arm, only a small bruise. As she continued to eat, the heroine said that the bruise would go away as soon as she had some rest, but Vector was surprised by her words. After the girl was refreshed, Doc put a bandage on her arm and asked Rachel if the drugs were ready for the victim, to which he did not receive a clear answer. Rachel said that based on what Angan said, the characters of the 17th branch began to gradually unite. She went on to say that now that they are all under one roof, all they have to do is blow them all up together. However, Vector emphasized that since Gman was dead, the enemy had to strengthen security, and where would they get that much explosives? At that time, Angan came into the room and said that he had a plan on where exactly they could get this amount of explosive material. Now let's return to the old, broken city where a courier delivers 2 boxes of mint water that Psycho loved so much. A young man on the streets of the city could not understand who exactly needed such a large amount of sweet drink. Looking at the map on his phone, the courier realized that he was in the city he needed to be in. Standing in front of the old house, the young man could not think that such a building could be located in this place. Approaching the house, the courier rang the bell and waited for an answer. After that, he knocked on the door and called out that it was a delivery ordered by the owners of the house. It was the building of the Bezamenik, and after the door was opened, the young man saw a group of people he did not know. And for some reason, the first thing that came to this guy's mind was the thought that he might have screwed up somewhere. Leaving the boxes with the drink right on the porch, the young man immediately left the house. After seeing what he saw, the leader of the Bezameni ordered his men to detain and capture the courier. That's why John, Rachel, and the hero killer rushed after him, hoping to detain the young man. By the way, the courier seemed to be a well-built guy and quickly climbed to the roof of one of the buildings located next to the headquarters. Once on the roof, the young man looked back to see what was happening behind him and assessed the circumstances. Looking in that direction, the guy noticed that the space near the house began to distort and curve. He recognized this phenomenon, which, by the way, surprised him greatly judging by his face. But still he couldn't understand whether someone had activated the GIF or not. While the killer of heroes was already preparing a device for throwing weapons. Having taken proper aim and gained momentum with the metal balls, the girl was preparing to stop the courier with them. She threw the shell with all her might, destroying the ceiling of the building the boy was standing on, thus confusing him. However, one shot was not enough, and the girl prepared the next one, spinning the gun. The ceiling on which the young man was standing collapsed, and the boy fell down with the debris. The courier was heading to the lower floor of the building in free fall. Surprisingly, the boy skillfully landed on his feet and was about to move on. However, Huge John had a different opinion and ran as fast as he could in the direction of the young man with a rather angry face. But the sturdy guy in the rolling roll passed John, who did not have time to react to the guy's attack. But now the big man was going to strike the courier with a blow that would neutralize him, while the young man himself took out a golden coin, which he threw up with his thumb. But the boy's antics did not stop John, and he punched the place where the courier was. But surprisingly, the young man was already on the roof of the building and asked the puzzled John if it was really necessary to attack him. And in a moment, John jumped up with such force and speed that the young man did not even realize what had happened. Now the giant John was standing in front of the nosy courier. The hero killer was already behind the boy, preparing to capture the agile young man. At the moment, the boy was surrounded by 2 rather fast heroes who could stop him. However, the young man was no pushover and said that it was unlikely that his opponents would be able to stop him, as they lacked speed. To which the hero killer replied that he was a liar, because if he was really that fast, he would not be here anymore. After all, the boy's gift was to be invisible while the coin was in the air, to which the young man simply remained silent, hiding his shame. The guy realized that there was no point in hiding his abilities any longer and said that he could actually be invisible while the coin was in the air. And if he doesn't catch her in time, the skills will be unavailable for some time. But after that, the guy was surprised at the girl's attentiveness. But then the courier threw a lot of coins into the air and said with a laugh, "What will your answer be now?" At this time, the hero killer focused her attention on the coins flying in the air. The girl quickly counted the coins in order to calculate which coin would activate the freebie. She managed to do it and saw the boy, although he was in an invisible state. However, the young man himself realized that even when he was in an invisible state, the girl was able to detect and see him. Realizing this, he expected an attack from his opponents, and now the killer of heroes herself was approaching him. Immediately moving to decisive action, the girl kicked the boy in the face. This caused him to lose his footing and fly tumbling against the wall behind him. The killer of heroes noticed that the boy had an interesting gif, but it was not enough. And as she approached him, she continued to speak, asking if this was really all he had at the moment. However, the young man was not going to give up just like that, and with a smile on his lips, he happily replied that no, that was not all, and he had a trick up his sleeve. Tossing the coin again, the boy thought that the girl caught him quite quickly, and he would not be able to beat them in this way. In this case, he concluded that he would do what he wanted and only then think about the consequences. Then he quickly moved along the walls to the roof of another building. Once on the roof, the boy smilingly called out to the nameless men, saying that he hoped he would never meet them again. While fleeing, the guy complained that he had to use all the coins to save himself and thus was left without money. But around the corner, little Reichel was already waiting for him. When he saw her, the young man could not understand where he could have seen this lovely girl before. But there was no time for that now, and so Reichel uses his gift to detain the target. However, this only made the boy laugh, and he easily avoided the vine, which was controlled by the girl. But the vine continued to follow the boy, and the thought flashed through his mind that this vegetation was following him. And in a matter of seconds, these plants pierced through the guy, which puzzled him because it didn't even hurt, as the courier himself noticed. After some time, the boy found himself in the clearing of a green garden or forest, and he couldn't understand what had just happened, where he was even now. To which Sinclair replied that he was in her garden and asked him if he wasn't amazing. Continuing her speech, Reichel added that there were only two ways out of this garden: either wait for her to let him go or kill her. She immediately noticed that the boy did not look like a strong opponent, while smiling sweetly at him. The embarrassed young man looked at her with confused eyes, and Sinclair asked him if he would work with them, or maybe he will decide to play with her after all. At first glance, Chain's delivery service looks like an ordinary company, but there is a lot of gossip around it. They say that this service can deliver anything for a good price. They are also said to be among the top 10 in the industry, but the head of the same company, Chen, is shrouded in secrecy. The courier tapped his hand on the rusty old door that appeared in front of him. After that, the word piano was heard from behind the door, to which the boy immediately replied, partridge, which were most likely secret words for recognizing his workers. Immediately after that, a crack in the door opened, and a man who recognized the young man looked out and asked him that number 9 was you. What do you want? Smiling, the young man greeted the man and said that he needed to see his boss. As soon as the guard opened the door, the giant John stood in front of him, looking directly at him. And while he was neutralizing the man at the entrance, the others went down the corridor to their target. Walking down the corridor, Sinclair asked Ninth if he was trying to lead them into a trap, and the young man replied in a trembling voice that of course not. The company continued along a dark corridor with a light at the end. In a room at the end of the corridor were employees of the service, standing at a long table with their boss eating at the edge of it. Putting a piece of meat to his mouth, he asked, "What was that in the corridor?" All the workers looked back in the direction where someone was already giggling in embarrassment. It was the Ninth, who held his collar with his hand and said that the people who came with him were very eager to meet his boss. He continued to point to his collar as if he wanted to convey something to his boss in this way. The director himself, watching the young man, realized what he meant, and raising his hand with expensive jewelry to the mountain with a fork in it, he ordered all his employees to kill the strangers, and they immediately rushed to the opponents with weapons in hand. However, Angan, who was their new enemy, stood calmly and waited for them, activating his GIF. The black matter that came out of the floor went through each of the couriers who wanted to harm the nameless, and she went on to the main one, which was in the same place. And with the minimum distance to Chen's neck, she stopped in a circle near his neck. Angan sharply and directly told the head of the service that they had brought a large amount of explosives to level the 17th branch. As he got closer to the target, Angan began to suspect something, and standing right in front of the man, he said that he was not Cheney. To which the man in the role of Chen replied that he was just enjoying acting. Immediately after this was said, a thin man with dark eyes appeared on the horizon and asked the guests why they were threatening his ward. This was the real Chen, whom Angan was now staring at. As he got closer, his expression changed, and he contorted himself in anger as he recognized Angan. The man who until recently was thought to be Cheney threw himself at the feet of the real Cheney, shouting, "Boss!" In a few seconds, he was at the feet of his supervisor, laughing like a child. This clearly did not please Cheney himself, who, in response to the actions of his ward, kicked him with all his might with the same leg by which the crybaby was holding him. Then, looking at Angan, Chain shook off his outerwear and looked at him with a smiling look, saying his name. Continuing his speech, the leader asked the other what exactly he wanted. What brought him here? The hero killer watched the dialogue between the two from the sidelines, while the thought flashed through her mind that Chain did not look like she had imagined him. But she also couldn't figure out how he knew Angie. Seeing the interest in the girl's face, Reichel asked her smilingly what she was thinking about, to which the girl pretended not to understand what Sinclair was talking about and replied that she was not thinking about anything. However, Reichel went on to say that the two had once been on the same side during the war and said that Angan had even saved Chen's life. After announcing his plans to Chen, he asked his interlocutor if he had lost his mind and why he was obliged to help Angan in such a difficult task. Angan calmly objected to the interlocutor and said that he was not obliged to do anything or help, but simply had to give him the explosives. The request to provide explosives was actually a request for help in this situation. Chen began to talk about how he started building the entire company he now runs from scratch and asked the person he was talking to if he knew how difficult it was. This made him visibly nervous, thinking about the long way he had traveled to get here. Suddenly, the killer of heroes entered the conversation and said that it was enough to talk about the past. Thus, surprising Angier with her bluntness, she continued to say that everything had already been decided, so it was necessary to finish everything as soon as possible. Chain was confused by the girl's words and asked Angie who this girl was and why she was interfering with the conversation between the two adults. In response, Angan said that this girl was a hero killer, a dark horse of the nameless. Angan's words made Chain laugh, who continued to ridicule the girl standing next to him. But Angan seriously said that she had already killed 2 heroes. And with the same serious expression on her face, she added that Chen was next on her list, thus making him embarrassed. The killer of heroes rejoined the conversation and asked if the man was really the same Chen she had heard about and continued to speak, suggesting that there was no time to waste. Then she added in a commanding tone that he should give the explosives as if they already belonged to her. At the end of the unpleasant and tense conversation between the leaders, we moved to Chen's room where he is playing video games and reflecting on the latest events. Was the man thinking about whether he had done the right thing by making a deal with unknown buyers? But at the same time, he realized that if he hadn't gone to meet Angan, the latter would have killed them all. Continuing his thoughts, Chain continued to play the game, concluding that it was terrible. The ninth and the man who played the role of Chen were already standing behind Chen, and they asked their boss to distract them. The young man asked the leader if he was sure that the number indicated in the documents was correct, and added that in his opinion, it would not be enough to implement the plan. To which Chen replied that this was just a safety net, because when the bombs went off, the clan of heroes would do everything to find the perpetrators. But even with so many explosives, he doubted that the heroes would get even a single scratch. Continuing the conversation, Chain asked the wards if they really thought they could defeat the heroes, because from his point of view, it was impossible. At this time, Chen began to recall a conversation with Angan. His memories are imprinted with the horrific words he said to Cheney in that conversation. However, at this time, the ninth interrupted Chen's thoughts with a question, saying that if they really destroyed the 17th branch, what then? Cheney, standing in the same place, replied that if it came to that, he would. The men who stood behind him and waited for an answer picked up his joyful words, waiting for him to continue. But unfortunately, Cheney himself did not know what to do in this case, and he asked his subordinates a frightened question himself. What should they do in this case? Then the events take us to the hospital of the 17th branch, in which one of the patients reaches out with a trembling hand to the table with medicines. His attempt was unsuccessful, and the can jumped out of his hand and onto the floor. And she rolled on the floor to the feet of one of the doctors, who had already entered the room. It was Yuna who bent down to pick up the same medicine from the floor. And the patient in this situation was Saiko, who was sitting next to the hospital bed, and he asked when Yuna managed to get here. The doctor stood up, and holding the medicine in her hands, calmly replied that she had just come here to this room. The clock on the wall showed 13:47, while the two were in the hospital room. Saiko sipped water while Dr. Yuna prepared to examine the victim. At the same time, the doctor herself was looking at Psycho, preparing instruments for examination and treatment, while the man himself was already ready for the examination sitting on the floor. Now the doctor was gluing sensors on Psycho's body that were necessary for diagnostics, saying that there was no point in it anymore. As the doctor was doing her work, she continued to speak and asked Psycho how he felt about thinking about retiring. Upon hearing these words, the man abruptly jumped up from the place where he had just been sitting calmly, and he immediately rushed to the author of the words and pushed her against the wall of the room. As if hovering over the doctor, Psycho calmly replied that he was not ready for this now. However, the doctor herself calmly reacted to Psycho's reaction and looked him in the eye. A moment later, she looked in the other direction and asked her husband not to forget something. The two continued to talk, and Yuna said that she would increase the dosage of the drug, but it would be temporary, and added that Psycho's condition would worsen. As we continued to talk, the woman noted that Psycho had been fighting for quite some time, and if he is going to continue at the same pace, his condition will deteriorate significantly over time. However, the man had already packed his things and said that it didn't matter, because he was just curious how this particular war would end. But the doctor corrected Psycho and said that the war had ended long ago. The man himself approached the window glass, put his palm on it, and replied that the war was actually going on and had not stopped for a second. Psycho continued to look out the window, holding onto it, and invited the doctor to look out with him, as if to show the woman something. The doctor stood at the window next to the man, and Psycho said that it seemed like new recruits had arrived, looking out into the courtyard that was on the territory of the institution. And indeed, downstairs, in the hospital yard, there were 3 silhouettes standing in front of the entrance to the building. These were some of the heroes of the 17th branch, namely the swordsman, the Sagittarius, and the Stone Fist, who returned back against the backdrop of the events that were coming. The Stone Fist said they were here again and asked where were all the congratulations he had been waiting for, to which Strelitz replied that the agency had most likely asked everyone to leave the branch and added that she believed the enemy was close. She also added that Viper, Jade and Gman were killed, which earned her the favor of Mechnica, who said that he even liked Viper. Kameni hugged him with one arm and said that not everyone has the same talent as Mechnik, to which he replied that he did not mean it at all. At that time, the head of the 17th branch was standing next to the heroes, watching them, calling out to the newly arrived. The man who was the head of the 17th branch was called the Heavy Smoker. Now the events take us to a parking lot with a truck loaded with explosives, in which the 9th was now excited about the task he had been assigned. Clutching the steering wheel of the car, he recalled the words that said he was going to one of the enemy's bases, where he was now. The guy was surprised by the fact that he was able to get to the area he needed so easily, and was alarmed by the low level of security. But at the same time, he reassured himself with the thought that he no longer cared. So the delivery was completed on time, and we have interesting events ahead. The story takes place in the office of a heavy smoker who has called the heroes to discuss further actions. At the moment when the characters were already in the room, the man's attention was drawn to his phone, which received a certain notification, which is still unknown to us. But the manager put the phone down, turned his attention to the heroes who appeared before him, and, surprised by the number of heroes, asked them if these were all who were supposed to be there. The shooter calmly asked the man a counter question, asking how many people he expected to see now, noting that they were busy. After that, Kamiani joined the conversation, adding that the 17th branch was quite small and asking whether it was wrong to divide the others into branches. Continuing the conversation, the man said that they were in serious business now and that they were going to have fun. However, Sagittarius had a different opinion and asked Stone what he was talking about now, as it was just a small obstacle on their way. To which the man with glasses replied that if we are talking about a smiling boy, he was a rather serious enemy in the war, and now he has a chance to destroy it once and for all, asking if it's not cool. The conversation continued, and the female sniper calmly added that a smiling boy is indeed a good target. While Mechnik said that if it was really him, they should be on the alert. Stone didn't like that, so he gave Swordsman a scolding and asked him why he was scared if Jade was just a ghost of the past. The Stone man was in a good mood, so he asked the smoker to confirm his words and asked him if he had been to war. To which the man with the cigarette replied without making any sign that Kamiani was a complete shithole. Stunned by such a harsh response, Kamini stood in front of him, embarrassed. Afterwards, the head of the department turned to Yuna's doctor and asked her what condition Psycho was in. to which Yuna calmly replied that Psycho was in bad shape because he had been wounded and added that he would not be able to participate in this war. When the sniper heard what I said about Psycho, she said she wondered how he survived the fight in which Viper died. She added to her words that perhaps Psycho lacks something heroic, to which Yuna immediately gave a sharp reply and told the sniper to watch his language. Reacting to Yuna's words, Sniper immediately readied her weapon, as if she wanted to threaten the doctor for what she said. And in a moment, she was holding the weapon ready in front of Yuna's face, who did not react to the sniper's antics. At that time, Sniper herself asked the doctor if she wanted to quarrel with her about it. But at that moment, there was a loud crash that shook the entire building. The sniper woman immediately turned her gaze to the head of the branch and said that he had sent everyone away except for ordinary soldiers. She added that this was not an ordinary fight in the house, while the noise continued and even multiplied. Explosions began to be heard throughout the building of the 17th branch on each of the floors. The man who was the head of the branch, lighting another cigarette, said that he had expected this and asked the others to calm down and prepare for the battle. The heroes prepared to defend the branch and were confident that the 17th branch would defeat the Smiling Man. Now let's get back to Victoria, who was preparing to perform on stage. Victoria's ward was at a table in the restaurant where she was going to perform. Flipping through the pages of the menu, the girl who was looking at it came to the conclusion that everything in this place was quite expensive and closed the menu. Her table was located away from the stage, near the guests, near the windows, and from there she watched the event taking place in the hall. And now it was time for Victoria, who had already gone public, to go on stage. The heroine looked incredible, very beautiful and elegant, feminine in this evening dress. Receiving a lot of applause in her direction, the woman went to the piano, which was on the stage. Victoria gracefully sat down at the piano stool and put her hands on the keys of the musical instrument. The musical accompaniment began in the form of two musicians who were on the same stage as Victoria. The woman began to play an incredibly beautiful melody on the piano, giving it her all. Quickly moving her fingers over the keys, the heroine hit incredible notes that made the observer feel the whole range of frantic emotions. The ringing notes echoed throughout the hall where the performance took place. Even the musicians who accompanied Victoria could barely keep up with her, as evidenced by the sweat that broke out on their faces. The girl who was the heroine's assistant, watching her performance, thought that she was far from an expert when it came to music. However, one girl knew for sure that this performance was incredible. At that time, Victoria was finishing her performance, playing the last notes, and she got so much into the role and was so committed to the performance that the piano she used cracked under the keys. Victoria left the stage to a standing ovation and headed to the girl who was waiting for her at the same table. The heroine moved her chair and sat down at Hecate's table. The girl was pleasantly surprised that Victoria liked such activities, and even more so that the heroine was able to play musical instruments. The smiling woman, holding a menu in her hands, replied that this practice has a good effect on her control of her strength. She went on to add that if she did not pay attention to this, she would lose control of the force. Afterwards, she demonstrated this on the example of a paddle, which Victoria turned into one solid lump of metal. While the girls were talking, the waiters were already bringing the food they had ordered to their table. Later, the visitors began to try the food they were brought. Hecate, who was sitting across from Victoria, tasted the dishes and watched the heroine, who had just started talking, as if fascinated. Her words were in reference to Smoker and the fact that he did not answer her last calls, which undoubtedly confused Victoria. The girl kept the conversation going and asked the heroine if the Smoker was the man who was the manager of the 17th branch of the heroes. Victoria gave a positive answer to Hecate's question and added that something must have happened at the branch if the Smoker was not answering the phone. The heroine went on to say that the manager was used to making all the decisions on his own and that other departments were probably not aware of the situation either. As she continued to think, Victoria guessed that the culprit behind these events was the killer of heroes. And she added that she was sure that she had seen the gift of the Smiling Man in action when they met in the city. The heroine also realized that they were in great trouble and was confused by the question of whether they could withstand it. Sitting at the table, Victoria jokingly said that she hoped that if something did happen, it would preferably happen before her vacation was over. However, Hecate, looking out the window, disturbed Victoria's peace by calling her and asking her to pay attention to the yard where something was happening. Hecate continued to look out the window, embarrassed, and pointed her finger in the direction where something was happening, thus attracting Victoria to look there. In the same direction, a building could be seen that was partially enveloped in flames, and Hecate asked Victoria if it had always been like this. The heroine herself did not conceal her surprise as she looked in the direction of the 17th branch. However, after a moment, realizing the complexity of the situation, she smiled and leaned on her hand on the table as if she were about to celebrate. Now let's get back to the events that unfolded near the building of the 17th branch. The hero killer, who was watching the house in flames, came to the conclusion that Chain had set them up and asked Angier what they were going to do. The leader of the Bezimeni replied that they would only move forward, opening fire with all the weapons they had. He added that he wanted the clan of heroes to know that the nameless were coming for them. As Jade approached the branch building, he activated his gift and was ready to attack the clan of heroes. He was aiming directly at the house itself, which he wanted to destroy using the power of his gifting. This caused the building itself to crack and collapse more than the explosions. Angan kept pushing against the walls of the branch, which in turn were cracking like cookies. At this time, the embarrassed Kameni watched the actions of the nameless from the room of the house where the heroes were staying. But Sniper did not wait for the others and went straight to action, asking Kameni not to stand in her way while preparing her weapon. Approaching the window, the woman smashed it with her rifle butt, thus preparing a good position for observation and targeting. And with fire in her eyes as if possessed, Sniper was preparing to shoot. A moment later, the bright gun was pointed at the enemy, who were near the branch on the first floor. The swordsman also followed the sniper's example and began to draw his sword. Then, immediately following the sniper, he created blades with a sword swipe that split the projectile from the sniper's shot into 4 parts. However, the hero killer, who was downstairs at the time, blocked the guns launched at Angier. By blocking the attack, the girl seemed to be thinking about the enemy's move. Peering into the crater that had formed as a result of the attack, the hero killer came to the conclusion that the arrow fired at them was charged with Esther energy. While the sniper was also peering into the yard where the Bezimyani were located, she was also analyzing the enemy's movements. A smoker who was in the same room as the heroes said that their main target was the Smiling Man. He gave Mechnik and Kamiani an order to take care of the other members of the Bezimyani team, to which the men agreed without a single hesitation. Angan's gaze was directed to one of the building's floors, where the sniper was at the time, closely watching his actions. Pointing to the desired floor with his index finger, the leader of the Bezimyani gave the command to smoke out the sniper from there. And then he immediately called John, as if he had assigned him this task, and the stout man immediately rushed to fulfill the task. Big John rushes toward the house, which was still suffering in the arms of the flames and the Smiling Man's Gaia, at a great speed. The man, with amazing agility and strength, kicked at one of the walls of the house, causing his foot to get halfway stuck in the wall, just as John had wished. And at the same time, he rushed up the wall using this skill, if it could be called that, to meet his goal. At some point, however, John froze, staring at the upper floors in front of him, as if something had stopped him. The reason for his stop was that the heroes were already waiting for the big guy on the upper floors of the building, and they were on their way to meet John. Stone, with a smile on his face, attacked first and rushed to meet his target in free fall. And in a moment, John gets hit in the face with a rock. After that, the man falls to the lower floors near the building of the 17th branch at the speed of a cannon and hits the floor with critical damage. Meanwhile, Stone, staying in the same place where he had just attacked John, watched the enemy, assessing the damage he had done to his opponent. Carefully looking at the landing site, Kamini could not make out John's condition because the haze that formed as a result of the impact was in his way. However, the dust subsided and the silhouette of the giant John began to be seen through it as he was recovering from his fall. And in an incredibly short period of time, John found himself next to his opponent, who was grabbed by his hand by the head, which Kamini could not have expected. And so John made his first successful attack in this incident and harmed Kamini by throwing the latter several dozen meters. But there was no time to delay, as the swordsman was already hovering over John, preparing to attack him while he was busy with the stone. And now, Mechnik is already a few meters away from John's unprotected neck, which is a legitimate target for him in this fight. And a moment later, Reichel appears and blocks the attacker's lunge, thus ruining his plans for this fight, as Sinclair had a view of the situation. Now we're watching a fight between Rachel Sinclair and the swordsman of the hero clan. However, in a moment, the situation changes dramatically again, and the blade of the hero killer's sword is heading for the target in the face of the swordsman. Unfortunately for our heroine, it misses the target by a few centimeters, but hits the offender's face, leaving a shallow cut. Then the fight continues, and the hero killer goes at his opponent with incredible pressure, not giving him a chance to attack. However, Mechnik manages to find the right moment and manages to grab the girl by the collar of her outerwear. The hero killer herself did not expect this, and so the swordsman uses the technique to throw the girl over himself to further damage the enemy. In a moment, the girl makes a half-turn over Mechnik, who pushes her body upwards with his foot. While in free fall, the girl still focuses on what happened and evaluates further moves in the fight. A sniper who was watching the fight decided to take advantage of the opportunity and shot the killer of heroes while he was in free fall. Nevertheless, Sinclair still manages to come to the aid of her friend, closely following the events that unfolded around her. And the hero killer pushes away from the vine caused by Rachel's gifting and avoids the sniper's mean shot, which only hit the little Sinclair's plants. Looking back, the girl realized that it was Sinclair who helped her in this situation, while revealing to herself the new secret of Rachel's gift. The fight has just begun, and the hero killer and Rachel are ready to continue. However, the sniper and the swordsman were not going to give up and turned their gaze to the enemies, waiting for the battle to continue. A small, smiling Sinclair, addressing the hero killer named Yi Hua, asked her who she wanted to tame of these breaths that stood in their way. And Hua, with a calm expression on her face, said to Rachel that she would take over the swordsman. And then she immediately pulled a golden coin out of her pocket, looking forward and preparing to attack the enemy with her sword. The coin tossed by the hero killer fell to the floor, but Yi Hua herself was no longer visible, which immediately alerted her opponents. The confused swordsman stood as if dug in and looked around for the enemy, who had just mysteriously disappeared from sight. However, the reaction failed the young man with the sword, and now he was in the arms of a strong rope that was almost enveloping his entire body. And in an instant, the swordsman was flying with great speed in the direction Yi Hui had set, controlling the weapon at the other end of the cable. The killer of the heroes threw the enemy with all her might to the other side of her, causing him to crash into the houses in front of him. And Hui immediately followed with a metallic coldness in her eyes that could not help but instill fear in her opponent. But the swordsman himself had already gotten to his feet and was preparing to meet the hero killer while preparing his sword blade and activating his gift. The fight continued, and the opponents came together in a sword dance, using great pressure against each other. But in the moment, Yi Hua's sword itself began to melt, or rather crumble, in her hands. A moment later, the girl pulled out another weapon in the form of a pair of knives and continued the fight. The swordsman continued to strike a series of blows at his opponent, revealing the secrets of his gift, which could destroy metal by corrosion. Indeed, it was then that Yi Hui noticed her blades, which were already corroded and crumbling in her hands. And again, that cold, appraising look of the hero slayer, who has just come to the conclusion that she will not be able to use metal blades in this fight. Then the girl addressed Mechnik and said that in this case, she would have to use more than conventional weapons. And she activated her gift, which allowed her to use Victoria's gifting, and created a sword from the light that was already in her hands. The leader of the nameless, Angan, looked at the same floor of the building where Smoker was at the time. Both men stared at each other as if they realized the inevitability of their battle. At that moment, the head of the branch began to recall the recent events that brought death to his wards, and the first memory was of the murdered Jade. He was followed by the mutilated, headless body of Viper, who was also ruthlessly killed by John. Then there is Gman, the head of security, who was fatally wounded by the killer of heroes. These memories made the smoker go wild with the incredible anger and despair that the man felt. After that, the boss burst into tears like a wild animal, calling out to the smiling man. Standing on the same floor, a man asked Angier how he dared to come crawling back to them after he had run away with his tail between his legs. But the leader of the Nameless did not answer Smoker, but only covered his face with his hand as if he was tired of listening to his empty talk. The boss was in his office and called Angan to come up to him. He offered to meet him face to face, looking at the enemy from the window. Meanwhile, Angan stood in the same place, still holding his palm over his face, remembering something. He recalled the events when a woman held his face with her hand, as he was doing now, and asked him why the young man looked so sad. And then she immediately said, "Let me put a smile on your face." These events shed light on the fact of where this large scar on Angan's face came from, but now the man was looking up with a smile on his face. And as if possessed, the laughing leader of the Nameless answered the smoker's call and headed to meet him. For now, let's return to the events that unfold between the hero killer and the swordsman, who has just seen the world sword created by Yi Hui. The girl was holding the sword with the hilt up in one hand as if she was calling the enemy to fight. But now let's talk about Yi Hui's gifting, which has capabilities that are divided into two parts, the first of which is permanent and the other is temporary. The permanent allows you to use an enemy's gift, but only if they were killed by the hero killer itself, an unlimited number of times. The other temporary allows you to use the borrowed gifts of other heroes, but it has its own restrictions on use. And as long as the real owners of the gift are alive, Yi Hui will not be able to use their gifts in full, that is, on a permanent basis. And now the girl, the hero killer, purposefully chooses the gift she borrowed from Victoria when she touched her. In this case, the analogy is as if he were choosing a card from a deck in order to make his move. And so the battle continues, and Yi Hui, holding a shining sword, prepares to attack the swordsman. At the same time, the swordsman himself goes to meet the enemy, also bringing the blade to defeat his target. And now a couple of opponents are already facing each other, waving their weapons. Yi Hui deflects the attacker's attack by blocking his blow with his lightsaber and moving its blade to the side, while closely watching the enemy's actions. Moving the blade out of the way, the girl makes a sharp lunge to meet the swordsman, who for some reason looked away from his sword. However, he still blocks the blow of the hero killer, who is now standing as close as possible to the swordsman himself. The heroes crossed their swords over their heads, while partially holding each other's hands to avoid undesirable consequences. Yi Hui now grabbed one of the swordsman's hands, which was holding his sword, while her hand, which held the world sword, remained free. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the hero killer points his sword blade toward the abdomen of the swordsman, who missed this moment. However, the young man managed to react at the last moment and barely managed to block the enemy's blade with the handle of his own sword. In a moment, he launched his own counterattack, which unfortunately was not successful for him, as the agile Yi Hui managed to react in advance and managed to dodge. Immediately afterward, the hero killer stood in front of the enemy in a fighting stance, thus urging the enemy to continue the battle. Yi Hui did not wait for a lunge or a punch from the enemy and was the first to go into a head-on collision with Mechnik, who in turn again blocks her punch. And then he immediately manages to grab the hero killer's hands, which are holding the sword, and is about to knock the enemy over. The swordsman successfully throws his opponent, which causes Yi Hui to hit the back of his head with all his might into the concrete floor. This was the best moment to end the battle and kill Yi Hui and the swordsman, realizing this brings the sword blade over the enemy, preparing the final blow. While the girl reacts to the enemy's actions and manages to dodge the blade, which hits the spot where the hero killer was just now. At the same time, Yi Hui picks up sand in one of his palms, which he uses to disorient the enemy and take away his eyesight for a while. So it happens, and the girl throws the previously prepared earth, dust and sand in Mechnik's face. However, the boy, trained in combat, easily manages to read the enemy's actions and saves himself by covering his eyes with the blade. And in a moment, the hero killer manages to make a half turn around the swordsman and is already behind him. Blocking the enemy's next blow, the swordsman comes to the conclusion that the hero killer is now using Victoria's gift in his confrontation with him. Realizing the complexity of the situation, the swordsman stops for a moment and thinks about further actions that will lead him to victory. Meanwhile, the hero killer herself is also not wasting precious time and is closely watching her opponent's actions. The further, the more the tension in this fight grows, and the heroes realize this and are ready to move on to the final stage of this fight. And for the umpteenth time, the blade of the sword touches the blade of the enemy's sword, thus prolonging this spectacle of death. As we can see, the heroes decided to raise the stakes, and with them the strength that the swordsman and the hero killer put into each blow increased. The last blows were so strong that the opponents simply could not stay on their feet, and the participants of the fight were thrown back by the block of blows of such force. The swordsman, struck by the growing force of the fight, was also thrown back several meters and now braked his feet on the floor to keep his balance. Once again, the enemies were opposite each other, and the swordsman asked the hero killer the next question that confused him. He asked Yi Hui who taught her such techniques and such a high level of sword skills, to which the killer of heroes calmly replied that she was not sure, but today her teacher will be Mechnik himself, who is also her enemy. And having assumed a fighting position, they signaled the enemy to continue the fight. However, at the same time, events of incredible power began to unfold on the battlefield. And this immediately attracted the attention of the hero killer, and she turned her gaze towards those events. Not far from the location of Yihua, along the road, a black flame appeared, fluttering against the background of the 17th branch. It was Angan, and to be more precise, the activation of his GIF had now attracted the attention of John and Stone, who were busy fighting each other. After Yakima, Sniper also could not keep her interest and the feeling that arose from the activation of Angan's GIF. Only one Raikal was happy to see this phenomenon, and with her usual smile on her face, she turned her gaze toward the leader. However, everyone was struck to the core by the incredibly enormous power of Angan's est and his gifting. Angan was in his peak form and looked very impressive in this condition. The smiling man created steps in front of him out of the black material he owned, which stretched right up to the window. Angan, without showing any sign of emotion, slowly climbed the stairs at the end of which was his opponent Smoker. And so the man with the scar on his face reached the coveted floor, waiting for further events. A moment later, his boot touched the floor of the room, which was filled with thick smoke. The room where Angan was now was filled with grey smoke, as if there had been a fire on the lower floors. The room was so smoky. However, no matter how it may seem, the fire had nothing to do with it, as the smoker was the root cause of this phenomenon. In the smoke-shrouded room, a voice was heard claiming that the arrogant Angan had come on purpose to fall into the trap that was being prepared for him. After the words were spoken, silence reigned in the room, and someone's silhouette began to appear through the thick haze. It was Smoker, who was in the midst of his own gifting, and the latter said that Angan lost when the thieves were at their peak. Therefore, today he will also lose in a duel with such an opponent as a heavy smoker, the man said, now holding a cigarette in one hand and pointing at the leader of the Bezimyanya. To which Angier, walking through the smoky room, asked his opponent if he really thought he could beat him. And in preparation for the battle, he held out his hand, which was embraced by the black, like resin, fabric of the gifting. Then, in a split second, he directed a stream of matter at the enemy standing in front of him, thereby inflicting fatal damage on his opponent. Onion calmly examined the dead man's body, which had holes in it from the same black matter that the smiling man had possessed. The dead smoker's eyes reflected the fear he felt a moment before his imminent death. However, at the same time, the enemy's GIF should have disappeared with his death, but the thick haze continued to persist, which could not help but worry Angier. And creatures resembling fish formed from this thick smoke began to devour the black matter of Angan's gift. One by one, they continued to devour the food of the smiling man. And now, Angan realized that the smoker had not died from the fatal wounds he had inflicted on him, and asked him if this was the trap he had been talking about. And indeed, the smoker got to his feet, somehow managing to heal those holes in his body, and added that these strange creatures were feeding on the enemy's flesh. Thus, they become stronger when they absorb est, and added to this, his GIF is much stronger than Angan's GIF. Finally, he concluded that the smiling man was trapped in a situation from which he would never get out alive. After the smoker said this, all those creatures that resembled fish swiftly moved toward Angan, who was standing in the same place. However, Angan began to literally tear these creatures apart with the energy of his estu and asked the enemy if it was better. At that time, the man with the cigarette seemed to be frozen by what he saw. He simply could not believe his eyes. Angan, really being in the epicenter of the action of his own este, cut, dismembered, and threw these creatures aside. And then the smiling man said that these creatures are nothing compared to the power of his gift. In fact, the smoker made a complete fool of himself by inviting Angan to the room. At the same time, the matter that was swirling around Angier began to take on a distinct shape, in which we can see black hands that seemed to be reaching for the victim. At that time, the smiling man stood opposite his enemy, who was mentally broken by Angier's words and actions. Then, the leader of the Nameless said that here, in this room, the sun's rays would not reach them, and as if foreseeing the enemy's imminent defeat, he looked him in the eye. After Angan's words, we can observe from the outside how the same room where the opponents were now was enveloped in black matter in the form of a layer. But now let's return to the events that describe the battle between two strong men, namely Stone and Big John. Having caught a punch in the face, Kameni inadvertently saw the events that took place at the branch's building and said that the participants in that battle looked happy. Later he came to his senses and struck John in the face with a stone hand. Continuing to attack the enemy, Kamini urged the enemy to have fun like the two who were now confronting each other in the boss's office. And indeed, at least Kamini cheered up and continued to hit John with rocks with a smile on his face and his usual excitement, while the latter was taking his opponent's blows one by one with restraint. Meanwhile, the cheerful Rachel was busy doing her own thing, namely, fighting with Sniper. And so the little girl uses the power of her gift for the second time and tries to drag the enemy into her possession. But the female Sniper blocks every shot of the little Rachel like an impregnable fortress. Sinclair herself, observing the enemy's actions, came to the conclusion that the Sniper was indeed a very strong opponent. But as Rachel was thinking, the Sniper did not hesitate for a second to shoot at her opponent in response to her actions. However, Reichel did not hesitate and once again hid behind one of the shelters from a Sniper's devastating shot, realizing that he was unable to get close to her. Later, Rachel's eyes were drawn to the crater formed by the Sniper's shot, and she realized that the enemy's arrows were also quite powerful. Continuing to analyze the circumstances of the battle, Sinclair came to the conclusion that she was not able to dodge the Sniper's shots as Yi Hua did, which hindered her actions. Suddenly, the girl peeked out from behind the cover she was hiding behind and jokingly asked the Sniper if she would mind if Rachel struck her at least one blow. To which Snyder herself replied that she was worried about her manicure, to which Sinclair replied that her nails were not important and not important at all. After hearing this, Sniper seemed to be offended by the words of the little Reichel and asked her what she had just said. Sinclair knew what she wanted and continued to tease the Sniper by saying that her arrows hadn't hit the target even once, so maybe she wasn't so special after all? But the Sniper's wife was only amused by these irritations from Reichel, and she responded to the enemy with a smile on her lips. Rachel also noticed this fact of Sniper's smile looking at her at the time. And in a moment, Sniper swore that the girl would regret what she had said earlier, and her weapon glowed purple as if to portend something. After saying that, the Sniper made a strange shot up to the sky. Confused by the enemy's move, little Sinclair looked up to follow the enemy's shot. Suddenly, the arrow started moving in the opposite direction, in the direction of Reichel, who saw it at the time. Realizing the complexity of her situation, she decided not to avoid the shot, but to block it. But this was a mistake. The Sniper, satisfied with her shot, watched the girl, saying that it was her hit rate, meaning that every sixth shot hits the target anyway. However, after an arrow hits Sinclair's leg, she easily retrieves the same arrow with her characteristic optimism and a smile on her face. After removing the weapon from her body, Reichel held it in her palms, but in a moment, the arrow began to disappear. At that time, she was thinking about taking on the swordsman, and the reason for such thoughts was a difficult opponent, Sniper. As if mocking the circumstances, she thought to herself that she was unlikely to be able to change her opponent for nothing. While the girl was jokingly thinking about changing her opponent, the Sniper was already preparing another bolt for her weapon and was about to attack Sinclair for the umpteenth time. Reichel avoided enemy shots with some ease, moving from cover to cover. It seemed that the Sniper was using the tactic of heavy fire, as the minimum time interval between shots was calculated. However, Reichel coped with this pressure, and thinking to herself that she didn't have time, she began to think about options for shortening the distance with her opponent. While the Sniper wasted no time in pulling out something that looked like a remote control or something else, and Sinclair could see it clearly. Marla Reichel immediately looked around after what she saw and found explosives hiding in the broken asphalt next to her. Yes, it was definitely an explosive, which was very close to the Sinclair girl, who at that time again had a small laugh of hopelessness. A moment later, there was a large explosion which rumbled throughout the city. Reichel survived the explosion, but she also sustained some injuries. Recovering from the strong explosion, she could not understand how the explosives came from this fault. Sinla began to recall the moments of the fight and came to the conclusion that Sniper had managed to prepare explosives for her while she was hiding in the shelters. Thinking it over, the girl realized that the Sniper was deliberately pushing her to get closer to the explosives by firing shots at the right time. And during these very thoughts, the Sniper's sixth arrow again reaches its legitimate target and hits little Reichel in the shoulder. The bolt hit the target, but failed to break the girl's fighting spirit, and she pulled the enemy shell out of her body with a smile. The Sniper, observing the opponent's actions, concludes that Reichel has excellent combat skills. As the Sniper approached the enemy, She seemed to mock him and asked him why he had suddenly gone quiet. Perhaps something had happened? To which Rykal laughingly turns to face the enemy. She responds by saying that she was thinking a little bit and continues to attack the sniper, throwing a vine at the target. The sniper again quickly and with some ease dodged the attack, but still told the enemy that she was very tired of these tricks. At the same time, with a smile on her face that never seemed to leave, Rykal asked her opponent if she was serious about this. But in fact, at that moment, Rykal was thinking about further actions and came to the conclusion that Sniper was very fast and it would be a problem to get her. Sinclair also realized that conventional bolt attacks have much greater explosive power than others. And every sixth shot that Sniper used to wound the girl several times could not be controlled by the opponent. Otherwise, she would have killed her with the first shot. After thinking it over, Rykal comes to the final conclusion that he has no other option but to move closer to the enemy. Sinclair continued to attack her opponent while having a clear implementation plan that would lead her to victory over the enemy. The girl purposefully moved toward the enemy gradually, step by step, realizing that the enemy would attack her with gunfire. As expected, the sniper prepares the first shot at his legitimate target. The first bolt partially reaches its target, hitting Rook in the arm, leaving a shallow wound. The second shot misses the target and hits one of the columns of a neighboring building, leaving a large hole in it. This is followed by a third shot, which also misses her opponent and blows one of the shelters Sinclair was using to smithereens. The fourth shot passes centimeters from Rykal's face, who continues to rapidly close in on the enemy. The fifth one was also unsuccessful, as the girl tilted her head forward at the moment, thus avoiding the bolt shot. But unfortunately for Sinclair, the sixth shot still reached its enemy and hit the girl's arm. However, the sweet Rykal was only amused, as if she was playing children's games now and not fighting for her life, and smiling, she continued the attack. And Sniper was about to fall into a trap set for her by the little Sinclair. It seems that the moment of the culmination of this battle is coming. A moment later, one of the opponents reveals the trump card she had just used and explains to Rachel that the sixth shot was a bolt, and therefore does not count. And now the sixth shot really came, preparing to hit its target. The sniper seemed to foresee her imminent victory, pointing the weapon loaded with earst on the enemy. While Rachel Sinclair stood in front of a loaded weapon and realized that the enemy had managed to beat her after all. In an instant, a sniper's shot hits Rykal directly in the body, just centimeters from her heart. However, even in this condition, Sinclair still has hope and attacks the enemy. But unfortunately for Rachel, the sniper quickly dodges him once again. After the injury, little Sinclair slowly lost her strength and is now barely able to stand. And in a moment, unfortunately, she falls exhausted to the floor. Exhausted and wounded, Rachel fights against the dizziness from blood loss as she looks toward the sniper, who is now approaching her. Will she exhaust herself? The girl asks herself, thinking that this is it, the end? But as you know, hope dies last, and Sinclair is now thinking about how many cases she still has to do and refuses to accept this end. However, now let's talk about the 55th region, namely Grey's Castle, and the times when homeless people were everywhere. Children born at that time did not know the word happiness. The poor children were wrapped in poverty from head to toe, and so they were forced to constantly steal or beg. There were not many places to survive in that area, but the children hid in the castle of the Greys, although it was not a cozy place. It was the time of the long civil war, and after facing cold winds and sharp sword blades, the inhabitants of the castle became stronger and tougher. And those who were not careful in their actions, namely theft, they were caught by the same residents and ruthlessly punished, losing their limbs at best. However, on one of the days when the sun's merciless rays pierced the cold soil under the residents' feet, a man with an old cart appeared in the city, breaking the tense silence of those days. Behind him was something that looked like a child's body, and this same melon, caught in the old cart, was little Sinclair, who was thinking about how she could have gotten into this situation. Dragging herself through the cold snow, the girl remembered the house where she grew up and the garden, how she took care of the plants that grew in it, trimming them. For some reason, Sinclair's memories are imprinted with the moment when she had to reach out, standing on a chair, to one of the branches that had grown incorrectly. And at the same time, the girl was called by her mother, and the chair on which Rykal was standing swayed. As a result, the child could not keep his balance and fell to the snowy ground. But the little girl's mother was already nearby, who saw her fall and rushed to her aid, to which Rykal assured her that everything was fine. After examining the child, the mother exhaled a sigh of relief as she sat next to Sinclair. The woman suggested that Reichel go inside because her uncle would be arriving soon, while Sinclair's attention was drawn to a bush branch lying on the ground. Now let's move to the cozy house of the Reichel family, outside the windows of which the weather is raging. The door of the house opened, and a man in glasses, a hat and a cloak that he used to save on frosty days appeared on the threshold. The kids immediately turned their attention to the front door, and when they saw their uncle there, they called out loudly with joy and a smile on their lips. She immediately went to meet a family member who greeted her and asked how she was doing. After her, her mother, who was preparing dinner, greeted her brother, who had just arrived at their estate, adding that the guest had made it through the journey quite quickly. Dinner was ready and waiting on the table in the dining room. The family members were at the table, and Reichel's mother asked her brother how he was doing at work, to which he replied, as usual, that there was nothing new. However, he added that the owner of the castle has not been in a good mood lately, as he hanged 5 people last Sunday. The angry Reichel hit the table with the hand holding the fork. At that time, my mother asked Uncle Reichel not to say such things in her presence because she knew her daughter's character well. The man was even a little embarrassed, and looking at the girl who continued to eat the delicious food, he apologized for his earlier words. But little Sinclair continued to eat her food without answering her uncle, looking at him sweetly and attentively. A moment later, she remembered that she had cut a flower from a bush and couldn't remember its name. These words stirred up her mother, and she asked if she wanted to ask the owner of the garden about it, because she knew better, and then immediately asked what they looked like. The girl described the flower with joy on her face and added that the petals were white and the stem was dotted with thorns. The girl's mother, as if playing with her daughter, asked her if it was a wild rose, to which the girl replied that it was not, because the flower was completely white. Later, the mother really thought about the girl's question because she couldn't remember what kind of flower it was. As she continued to think, the mother found this situation quite mysterious, as she was sure that she knew her garden thoroughly. While her mother was busy thinking about the mysterious plant, the girl was able to activate her gift for the first time and grew the same flower in her small palms. And here was a little girl holding this plant in her hands, calling to the elders, saying that this is how it was. To which the child's uncle and mother responded very ambiguously, as if this fact could harm her in some way. And so the elders began to discuss how to proceed. And in this case, my uncle asked Reichel's mother if she was going to take him to the girl's father. To which Signa's mother sharply replied to her brother, "Was he joking now? Or was he just trying to ruin her child?" To which the man replied that there were no other options, as it was only a matter of time before the castle owners would find out about the girl's gift. And yet, as it turned out, the elders were not only surprised by Reichel's gift, but also concerned, because it was forbidden to use the power of the gifting in this place. Small and anxious Reichel, watching the adults, went to her mother and asked the elders not to quarrel over it. After hearing these words, the mother took decisive action. Immediately, she took out her suitcase and started packing, planning to leave this place with her daughter. However, the brother did not support his sister's views, and later asked her where she was going, to which he received an unequivocal answer that she was leaving with her child. He was very outraged by this answer, because the man knew the rules that forbade the inhabitants of the castle to leave its territory. But, as we have already said, the serious-minded woman replied that if her brother was not going to help them, then it was better to let him get out of their way. When the man heard this, he could not find the words to respond to his sister, looking at the child at the time. Poor Reichel stood watching the elders quarrel with her hands clasped close to her face. Uncle Sinclair continued to be tormented by doubts and could not choose the right path for himself at this crossroads. Later, anger replaced the man's doubts, and he shrank back from the complexity of the situation. While the woman herself was packing her things, she asked him to meet them on the outskirts of the castle in 3 hours without waiting for an answer. She turned to her brother with tears in her eyes and asked him if he would help them. The man, without giving a clear answer, put on his hat and said that he needed to prepare properly for the safety of further actions. However, this answer was enough to make it clear that he would help them, and the girl's mother didn't hold back her emotions and rushed to hug her brother as a sign of gratitude. Marla Reichel seemed to hold her breath at this significant moment. But a moment later, she rejoiced with her mother, realizing that hope for salvation had not left them. As the events continued to gain momentum, our heroes had a long way to go from the Grey's castle, and the cold weather was raging outside. The mother and Reichel were on their way to meet their uncle, who was supposed to be waiting for them at a certain place. But when they got there, the girls fainted from what they saw. The body of their savior was lying on the frozen ground, with crows already circling over it. The moment she saw it, she felt someone lurking behind them. With fear in her eyes, Reichel's mother turned in the direction where she thought the stranger was. He was a tall man in black armor, like the knight itself, and with a huge scythe in his hands. It was as if he was bringing the blade of his black scythe behind the throat of his poor mother Reichel, who at that time seemed to be frozen with fear, realizing the consequences of her actions. They were representatives of the royal guard, including the man with the braid. The mother and little Reichel stood in front of the guards, wary and frightened, not knowing what to do next. However, in a moment, two of the guards quickly moved in the direction of the poor people, as if they were dogs off the chain. Then they attacked a little girl and her mother, who had nothing to oppose them. One of the men was holding Reichel, who was struggling to get out of the offender's hands, while the girl's mother was screaming her name. Another was holding the girl's mother by the hair, and was now being approached by the leader of the guards, who claimed that there are always those who will break the rules. The woman resisted the perpetrators to the last, shouting loudly that they should not even dare to touch her daughter, because she is the daughter of Regan Sinclair, Lord of Grey Castle, which shocked the man in black. After that, the latter redirected his gaze toward a little girl who was being held by one of his subordinates. After assessing the situation, the leader of the guards came to the conclusion that it was most likely a misunderstanding. But what the woman said had no effect on the circumstances, and one of the guardsmen asked the girl's mother if she really thought that these words would change anything. Later, one of the soldiers approached Reichel's mother, holding the baby in her arms, and asked her if she knew how many illegitimate children there were in the castle. He continued to speak and added that he did not even know the exact number of them, but there were definitely more than 100 people. The man also claimed that the woman had no evidence that little Rachel was really the daughter of the Lord of Grey Castle. Moreover, Lord Sickler puts justice first, even when it comes to his daughter. The woman and the girl were kneeling on the cold ground, and later asked the guardsman what he would do with them, to which the gloomy guardsman replied, looking at the blade of his scythe, that the answer was obvious. The man went on to add that he would act according to their customs, and that the Grey Castle was a place not controlled by the clan of heroes. But this is only on condition that the inhabitants of the castle will not be able to leave its territory and escape from this backward civilization. Therefore, according to the law of these lands, violators will be punished by tying their feet to a cart and dragging them around the castle's neighborhood. The guardsman emphasized that most do not survive even one day of severe weather and exhaustion, and as a result, poor people die from such actions. We then follow Rachel's thoughts as she is dragged through the local streets, making her laugh. As Rachel herself explains, this laughter was not caused by funny events in her life, but simply by all she could do. The life as Rachel Sinclair knew it before. It was completely destroyed to the ground in an instant when the royal guard stood in their way. The girl wondered who was the person who was called her father, and what happened to her mother. Reichel realized that she was supposed to die in the snow, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Whether she was just thinking that way in her predicament, she no longer understood. Still, fate decided differently than the enslaved Reichel thought at the time. A man appeared on her way and stood in the way of the guardsmen who were driving the cart and watching the execution of the little girl's punishment. When he saw a stranger blocking the soldier's path, one of them got up from the cart and went to meet the stranger. Based on the fact that this stranger had a scar on his face that was already familiar to us, we can conclude that this man was Angan. One of the guardsmen, heading toward the unknown, exposed the blade of his sword. However, a moment later, the soldier regretted his careless behavior, and the smiling man used force to inflict a fatal wound on the man. At that time, I was a small, exhausted Reichel, watching the events unfolding near the cart with tears in my eyes. The first wounded guardsman covered Sinclair's face with his warm blood, but the girl did not even move, watching the events closely. After the first blood was shed on the battlefield, 3 more guardsmen entered the fray, surrounding Angier as if to squeeze him from all sides. The smiling man stood with his head proudly raised in front of his rivals, with his gifting raging around him. And after a certain period of time, his enemies, represented by the guards, were killed, and their mutilated bodies lay on the frozen ground, gradually covered with snow. Angan went to little Rachel and used his gift to quickly cut the rope that bound the girl. Afterwards, the man extended his hand to the destitute little girl as a sign of help, while I was kneeling on the snowy ground. The man did not ask or say anything to Reichel at that moment. The girl did not hear any questions about how or why she left the Grey Castle or why she looked like she wanted to die. But the only question the kids were interested in was why this man appeared here now and what were his goals. To which the smiling man replied that he had tried to join the clan twice before, but had failed both times. And so now he was preparing to try to get there for the third time and bring it to an end. As little Reichel recalls, the fact that her husband looked so happy made her feel envious. She was also thinking that it would be good for her to have the kind of strong hopes and aspirations that Angan had shown in that moment. But then she saw the castle where the man who took everything from little Reichel lived. And at that time, Sinclair realized that she had given up her life only because she had given up revenge. Perhaps the reason for this decision was the fact that the girl's enemies were too strong for her. However, these were just excuses of a broken and destitute girl. Little Sinclair was overcome by a whirlwind of emotions such as sadness, fear, guilt, and rage. However, it was these emotions that became the source of Reichel's gift, and she realized it at the time. Since then, Rachel Sinclair has left that unfortunate place, but she has vowed to herself that someday she would return here, to the Castle of the Greys. And when this happens, she will kill the elder of this castle, the man who was called her father, and put his severed head on top of the tower. However, let's return to the events that are currently taking place near the 17th branch of the heroes, namely the fight between Rachel and Sniper. Sinclair is trying her best to get back on her feet after being injured, and Sniper was surprised by her opponent's mental toughness. Laughing at Rachel, Sniper added that she should not waste her energy and stay in the same place, preparing a control shot at her target. Reichel herself did not give up hope of getting up and continuing the fight, telling the enemy that she was sorry, but she was not going to die here. With her finger on the trigger, the Sniper considered Sinclair's words as words of mercy and emphasized that it was a pathetic sight. Later, Reichel rolled over and looked up at the sky. And she said that even though she may indeed be living a miserable life, she is still living, and that is the main thing. While John was busy fighting with Stone, he heard Sinclair shouting his name and at the same time looked in the girl's direction. Realizing what Reichel wanted, the giant flew at Stone and hit him in the stomach with all his might. Kameni, unable to withstand such a strong impact, flew over his colleague Sniper, while Sniper herself was watching this phenomenon in surprise. And so Kameni, with the help of John, who played along with his colleague in time, found himself trapped by Rachel, who was about to introduce the enemy to her beautiful garden. After activating her gift, the girl vowed never to lose like that again, never to anyone. Just as Reichel wished, it happened, and now her enemy was on the territory of her property, in her blooming garden. Frightened by such a dramatic change in events, Kameni began to shout that the girl had just lost, and that this simply could not be. To which Reichel replied that she seemed to be in a bad mood today and assured her husband that she would do everything quickly and it would be over. However, Kameni looked as if he still could not understand what had just happened and looked at Reichel with his usual incomprehension. At first, his eyes were drawn to the girl's shoulders, where the wounds from the sniper's shot should have been located. After that, the imprisoned man looked at Reichel's legs, on which he did not see even a single injury. Having properly assessed the enemy's appearance, Kameni concluded that Sinclair had completely healed once she got to the territory of her own garden. However, Kameni began to recall in detail the last events before he got to that place and definitely saw the wounded Reichel on the floor of the road. Then the man thought that maybe it was just an illusion and looked around the area in disbelief. But no, the terrain was quite realistic, and Kameni realized that the girl had dragged him into another dimension in which she was the hostess. Looking around, Kameni completely forgot about his enemy, and at that moment he heard a rustle behind him. This rustle was caused by the jump of the little Reichel, who was already in the air and was preparing her toothy sword to attack the Stone. The sword blade was moving at high speed to meet the enemy, but Stone reacted in time to the lunge in his direction and managed to activate his GIF, thereby blocking the blade of Reichel's sword with his stone hand. After an unsuccessful attack on the enemy, Sinclair bounced away from him to a safe distance. However, after the attack, Kameni also realized that the girl had become much stronger when she was on her territory, not just healed her wounds. While Reichel herself, with a smile on her lips, cheerfully waved her giant sword to meet the enemy. and now the girl again delivers a heavy blow to her opponent, which is successfully blocked by the stone blocks that have formed on his hands. As a result of the attack, Stone is thrown back from his opponent by the force of the blow. A split second later, she throws another punch, which is again blocked. But this time, unable to find support, Reichel slides in the opposite direction from the enemy. Without stopping to analyze the enemy for a moment, Kamini thought that Rachel had chosen him as her enemy instead of Sniper for a reason. He thought that the girl considered him a weak opponent and, on his way to her, emphasized that Sinclair had a good shot. But how long would this fight last, and whether the girl would be able to hold out longer than Kameni? The man asked at the time. Growing stones on himself to protect the man, Kamiani knew that he could withstand most metal alloys and decided to take the enemy by attrition. However, the lovely Reichel stood in front of her opponent and smiled in his face, asking him to forgive her. Forgive her for the fact that right now everything will be over. Kamini was once again surprised by Sikla's antics, as she had now put away her weapon altogether, which confused the man. At that time, the girl began to tell the enemy that there was an unusual flower in her native land while approaching Kamiana. This flower was beautiful, especially in its persistent desire to live, and if you're not careful, it will fill the entire garden. And then it will have to be cut off one by one. Reichel recalled her mother's words when she taught her about plants. Stone did not understand at all what the young girl was talking about, and Sinclair continued to say that this flower is called a purple rose. This flower sprouts in the cracks of rocks, blooming into a beautiful purple rosebud, said Reichel. Then, pointing to the man's stone blocks, she said something just like this. Indeed, at that time, Kamini saw a small purple sprout on his protective stones that had just sprouted. The very next moment, the sprout sprouted, causing critical damage to Kamini. The man's screams rang through the blooming garden, and the green grass was covered with crimson blood. The man fell to his knees in the same place where he had been standing, his face showing the incredible pain the purple rose was causing him. At that time, Reichel watched, with a smile on her lips, Kamiani's agony, saying that she had warned him that she would do it quickly. Kamini did not find a better way out of the situation than to run away from the young Reichel, who began to gain the upper hand in this fight. The man was running as fast as he could through the dense, dark forest away from the girl, while swearing loudly. Recalling the moment of his attack, Kamini could not come to a definite conclusion as to what exactly happened to him. Nevertheless, the man eventually came to a decision and realized why Sniper was so careful not to let Rachel near her, and he will use this example as his own now. The stone man was running through the dark forest, plucking off a plant, while constantly repeating to himself that he must not let the enemy's sword reach him. Tired of running for hours, the man stopped and leaned on one of the trees in the forest that surrounded him. At that moment, a dark, unknown figure appeared from behind a tree, looking more like a living shadow, and greeted Kamiani as if jokingly. The frightened man did not hesitate for a second and hit the spot where the stranger's voice had come from with a stone fist. But what the man saw afterwards put him in an even more terrified state. A strange figure fell next to his feet, as if it were wrapped in a wooden, dry vine. Later, the man heard no less strange sounds coming from the same wooden figure. When Kameni looked closely, he saw part of the man's face, which was completely wrapped in dried plants. After that, the man begged in a barely audible voice to have mercy on him and kill him so that his suffering would end as soon as possible. Seeing such a picture, Kameni was struck with utter fear to the very marrow of his bones, and he screamed with all his might as he fell backward. However, while the frightened man was walking away from what he saw, he caught his foot on one of the plants lying on the ground. And then the same plant enveloped the offender Reichel and half-heartedly forced Stone upside down. When the man woke up in the arms of the plant, he saw a girl in front of him who asked him if he liked her garden. Sinclair came closer to her new prisoner, who asked her what would happen to him, to which Reichel assured the man not to worry, as she leaves only her sworn enemies in her garden for all to see. Having received a calming answer, the stone man would have liked to exhale with ease, but at the same moment, various plants crawled out of his mouth, thus foreshadowing his inevitable death in the ever-blooming garden of Rachel Sinclair. The young girl emerged victorious from this long and difficult battle while asking herself if this was the fight. And then, sitting down under one of the trees, Reichel decided to take a break before she returned to the world filled with pain. The poor and tired girl, as if hugging herself, finally said that she missed her mother infinitely. However, for now, our attention will be focused on the battle between the swordsman and the hero killer, who continued to confront each other on the streets of the city. Yi Hui struck after strike at her opponent, holding the same lightsaber, whose blows were successfully blocked by the swordsman. In the dust of battle, the hero killer came to the conclusion that the swordsman belongs to the same class of heroes as Viper. Although the heroes had strong destructive power, they could not use it directly during the fight. Even if this were not the case, it is much more important to have the ability to defeat your opponents on your own strength. However, the fact that these guys were able to become heroes only confirms the following fact, that they are still strong enough even without using their own gifts. Therefore, Yi Hua came to the conclusion that she would use the tactics she was used to, even though they would take up a lot of her time. However, this did not mean that the girl would not succeed in this case, and she took a fighting position and prepared another blow to her target. And in a moment, the hero killer lunges toward the enemy, waving a shining light katana. The swordsman sees this and closely follows the further actions of his opponent. While blocking the blow, the swordsman noticed that Yi Hui was deliberately resting his katana against his sword, as if he wanted to disarm him. Everything happened as expected, and the hero killer releases his katana and grabs the swordsman's sword, which is still holding onto it. However, the very next moment, the boy's two-handed sword is in Yi Hua's hands. The killer of heroes holds the enemy's sword in his hands and prepares to continue the fight, while the swordsman, not really understanding why the girl decided to take his sword, said that he could fight her with a katana if necessary. And so the hero killer attacks the enemy again, while asking the swordsman if he is really so confident in his new weapon. The swordsman, preparing to block the enemy's blow once again, draws attention to the katana, which gradually slips from his hands. Realizing that Yi Hua has wrapped him around her finger like a teenager, he angrily calls the hero killer an unflattering word. To which the girl replies that she will take his words as a compliment, bringing the blade of her sword over his head. The blade of the swordsman's sword is heading in the direction of his own master, who is now defenseless and unarmed. For now, our attention will be focused on the evening when Psycho visited the establishment where the hero killer used to work. Psycho was saying that the clan had reached unprecedented proportions and still turned a blind eye to the misdeeds of the heroes, and Yi Hua couldn't understand why he was talking about it. He went on to say that even if this was true, Angan's methods were still too harsh for her. The man realized that Angan would do anything to destroy the clan, even if he had to sacrifice himself or someone else. But the killer of heroes, in his opinion, was not like that. Despite the fact that she worked with him against his will, she was still very different from him. Looking at the girl intently, Psycho wanted to say that he understood what had always been her main goal, but Yi Hua interrupted him and changed the conversation. And wary of Psycho's actions, she activated Jade's GIF, adding that Viper's death was not the reason he was here now. But the killer of heroes ordered her husband not to interfere in her affairs because otherwise she would... However, Psycho interrupted her, and with a smile on his face asked the girl to calm down, and at the same time reached into his pocket, adding that he had something for her. Taking out the plastic card, Psycho held the object up in his hand. But the wary Yi Hui immediately grabbed Psycho's hand and asked him what it was. Answering that it was an ID card, he added that he had not heard of a hero named Cash. But with this card, the girl could access the hero database. And later, Psycho offered the hero killer a deal with him, exactly the same as with Angia. But then he immediately added that she shouldn't even think about doing anything, because a card without a password is just a piece of plastic. Psycho assured Yi Hua that this ID card would allow them to get into the building quickly, because why take the long way when you can take the short way? Yi Hui listened to Psycho, and after agreeing to cooperate, she asked her to outline a plan for further action, while her husband was very pleased with this decision. Immediately afterward, the man began to tell the hero killer that she would meet 3 heroes on her way if she did break into the building of the 17th branch. The first of these 3 will be a man named Stone. His missions were constantly associated with a large number of victims, as he never cared about others when he used his gift. He's as dangerous as Jade or Gman, whom the girl had already gotten rid of, and he added that he didn't care if she killed him. Her next opponent will be a woman named Sniper. The man did not know how good or evil the latter was, but Psycho was only sure that her interest was in her own popularity. Finally, he added that Sniper was one of his students in the past, but it was not so important at the moment. The last of them was a swordsman named Claymore. In Psycho's opinion, he did not fit into the realities of the present-day clan of heroes. Psycho emphasized that Claymore is a fairly just hero, but also too old-fashioned at the time. Therefore, relying on this, Psycho asked Yihua not to kill him and to spare him accordingly. And now we can see the confirmation of Psycho's request when the hero killer delivered the final blow to the swordsman, but only neutralized him. At the end of the dialogue in the park, Psycho asked to hear him out and asked Yihua if she had heard of the saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend?" And then, leaning down from the bench he was sitting on, he added that you never know who might come to your aid. The girl listened to Psycho's words, looking carefully at the map, and he wanted to give the hero killer one last piece of advice. If Yihua continued to act so recklessly, she would die much sooner than he did, and so she should listen to her instinct for self-preservation. Of course, provided that she wanted to survive, or in other words, I recommended that she choose her target wisely. And just as Psycho had asked, the swordsman was defeated, but survived the duel with the hero killer. Yi Hui watched Claymore in the reflection of the sword blade, and he asked her, barely conscious, why she had saved his life. The girl replied, looking at the man's sword, that she had made a deal that had saved his life. Claymore, not expecting to hear this, asked Yi Hua again, and only later came to the conclusion that she had made this deal with Psycho. The girl asked the swordsman that he was a member of the clan of heroes, but why didn't he just leave it? Raising himself up on one arm, the man did not take Yi Hui's words seriously and only replied that of course. The swordsman also realized that the clan of heroes continued to save many lives, but at the same time did not pay attention to the innocent people killed by their actions. To which Yi Hui replied, so it turns out that even the patron saint of evil is able to understand this. But Claymore replied that he didn't care what the hero killer was thinking as he looked at her. However, Yi Hui did not seem to hear Claymore's words and said that now, in any case, his sword belonged to her. And now we are again transported to the floor of the 17th branch, where the smoker and his opponent, represented by the smiling man, are located. The fight continued to gain momentum, and Smoker, dodging Angan's attacks, came to the conclusion that he was much stronger than the man expected. And he immediately decided to launch his own attack with his hands in front of him, as if directing his shikigami toward the smiling man. But these creatures were completely safe for Angan, and he used his gift to easily repel them, while the smoker was surprised at his strength. After that, the leader of the Nameless struck the enemy with an esteem in response to his actions, and now the blades of black matter are heading towards the enemy. However, the smoker puts his palms together again, but in a different position. And that deadly stream, black as pitch, of S2 hits the wall of smoke that neutralized Angan's attack in this way. But one of the pieces of the S2, which was directed at the enemy by Angan, pierced the smoke screen and went through Smoker's leg, wounding him. A smiling man stood in front of his opponent and calmly said that he would like to see his enemy fight against him with one hand. After hearing this, fear appeared in the smoker's eyes, and the man seemed to see something next to him and quickly turned his gaze in that direction. However, before the branch manager could even look up, his left arm was being hugged by a black shadow, a creature that resembled a human in its silhouette. In a moment, the man's arm was torn from his body and fell to the floor of the boss's room, staining it with blood. And now we can see this very moment when the severed hand has already fallen in front of its owner. Thus, she plunged the man into a state of incredible rage, which was confirmed by the grin that appeared on his bloody face. At the same moment, the man raised his hand in Angan's direction and pointed at him with his index finger, directing his shikigami to attack the target. After these actions, a giant shikigami in the form of a shark appears in front of Angan, which opens its strong jaws and flies to meet the enemy. However, the smiling man easily repelled this attack with his gift and said that it did not matter how proud the smoker was of the manager's position. Because in fact, he is just the head of a snake, while the man was holding on to the place where his hand used to be and listening to the enemy's speech. And now it seems that the moment of the culmination of this duel is coming, and Angan is standing in front of his opponent. Looking directly into the enemy's eyes, Angan said that everything would be over for Smoker here and now, while the man stood hiding behind his wounded shoulder. However, the branch manager himself realized that this was the end for him, and thought that if he had known that this would happen, he would have left the corporation. The man reflected on the fact that he was called a hero, even though he had done nothing to justify his title. He realized that his life could not be called worthy, and perhaps he was not much different from the thieves. But even if this is true, this guy is much more dangerous than he is, because the smoker has never seen a man so turned around. So, it was as if the head of the 17th branch decided to concentrate as much as possible for the last time, which is why he furrowed his brow in preparation for the final attack. The man thought that if this was his end, he would proudly accept it, because it was a worthy death for a nobody like him. And indeed, at the same time, the smoker used the GIF to create a new arm, from which he blew grey smoke. And the man swore that if he was going to die, he would gladly take the smiling man, whom he was preparing to attack, with him. With a blurred, exhausted look, the smoker looked strictly at his target and said that it was time for Angier to die. Immediately after he said that, the concrete rubble that covered the floor shook under the smiling man's feet. The next moment, a shikigami in the shape of a whale emerged from the same place, opening its mouth more and more and swallowing everything in its path. A moment later, the shikigami soared high into the sky, with Aang's body in freefall next to it. The smoker floated in the air on the back of the creature he had summoned. Angan stood unharmed in front of his opponent, who at the time could not believe his eyes because there was not a scratch on his enemy's body. In addition, the smoker was surprised that Angan could fly. And after what I saw, I started comparing Angan's GIF with Victoria's GIF, trying to fully understand its essence. Therefore, based on what he understood, the smoker concluded that now Angan was standing on an artificially created ground. And then he shouted loudly that time was running out and directed the shikigami, whom he called Moby Dick, to the target. When Angan himself saw what the smoker was planning, he created a sphere around him, consisting of his dark Este. In a moment, a giant shikigami named Moby Dick crashed into Angan with enormous force and mass, thereby destroying the enemy's barrier. And now the smiling man was falling rapidly downward. At high speed, Angan falls on one of the city's buildings, literally crashing into it, causing a cloud of dust to rise on the spot. But Angan was surprisingly unharmed, and now slowing down the building, he stopped to continue the fight. The man stopped and looked at the enemy, as if he was assessing the situation and his further actions. And now the enemies stand opposite each other, waiting for the fight to continue. On one side is the smiling man. On the other side is the smoker on his giant shikigami, who is coming at Angan. In the next moment, the shikigami attacks its master's enemy and swallows him into its huge mouth. After that, he immediately took to the sky, releasing smoke from the breathers on his back. But the condition of the heavy smoker left much to be desired, as the man had already started coughing up blood in addition to the wounds he had already received. Accepting his imminent demise, the smoker bled to death as he looked at his mangled hands, but realized that he had to hold out just a little longer. However, at this moment of the man's reflection, the tongues of the Esther Angan began to poke out of the mouth of his own shikigami, as if wanting to get out. Looking at the creature in more detail, one could see many black hands peeking out of its mouth. And the very next moment, an incredibly large hand of unprecedented size came out of the whale's mouth. Immediately after its appearance, the hand grabbed the upper jaws of the shikigami, opening the mouth of the whale, which contained the smiling man. But what followed this hand did not fit in my head. Behind her appeared a monster with a human-like body shape and long, black hair, like the deepest night itself. But one thing was clear. The owner of this incredibly terrifying shikigami was Angan, who was actually standing in the monster's mouth at the time. At the time, the smoker was reflecting on his mistakes and realized that he should have warned other branches about the threat. Angan approached his opponent with his hand on his face, while the other had already seen the events that would follow his death. The smoker has already seen the mountains of corpses that will be created by the actions of the smiling man. And in the next moment, the smoker's body was weakened by the attack of Angan, who ended the duel with his victory and dealt a fatal blow to the enemy. The lifeless body was rapidly flying down from a bird's eye view. A few moments later, it hit the ground with a loud bang. Now we are watching the memoirs of the smoker during the terrible war of that time. He reflected on the concept of justice, and we can see in his memoirs an exhausted Psycho kneeling on the ground. The smoker grabbed Psycho by the collar and shouted, asking him what he didn't understand. The man looked into the young soldier's eyes and explained that she was at war. He continued to tell Psycho that the dead bodies scattered on the street were coalition soldiers, while one of their enemies was sneaking up behind them. And even if a child had shot Psycho with a gun, he would have died anyway, so there was no difference, even if it was an adult or a child. But as they were having a tense conversation, one of the coalition members sneaking up behind them planned to attack the soldiers while they were arguing. Psycho saw a coalition soldier and was scared and wanted to dodge, or at least try to block the enemy's attack. However, it was too late, and the offender's blade hit the young man's body. The smoker shouted angrily and punched the enemy in the face, causing him to lose his footing. Later, the irritated smoker said that there were still a few left and struck the girl who had just attacked Psycho to death. However, at that moment, the man heard a shot that inevitably caught his attention. The shot was fired by a bloody young man who was holding onto a wound on his stomach. This action enraged the smoker even more, and he rushed to Psycho, shouting at him to stop playing the fool, because this is a battle between good and evil, because they are all evil. The man explained that the world before the emergence of heroes and villains was pure chaos, and compared to those times, they are now in a much better position. However, Psycho asked Smoker at the time that he could turn a blind eye to the killings and even kill small children, to which the man gave the young man an unequivocal answer that yes, he was going to continue to do so if these actions would bring him to the top. And then there will be nothing you can't do, and you will become a cog in the mechanism called the Clan of Heroes, said Smoker Psycho. The smoker continued to explain that if he couldn't understand it, he would go crazy, but Psycho continued to help the victim anyway. And now let's move on to Psycho himself, who has just woken up as if from a dream. He was in one of the cars, dressed in an iron suit, and he asked Yuna if they had finished a certain procedure. The doctor asked her not to rush her because they were really almost done with their work. Tilting one of the levers, the woman turned to Psycho and asked him if he was aware of the fact that he had almost no time left. The lowered lever removed all the tubes that were attached to Psycho's suit, and Yuna added that he would be able to fight at full strength. However, he had to take into account the fact that he would only have a few minutes. After freeing himself from the wires, Psycho approached a certain installation and told Yuna that he remembered everything well. This unit charged Psycho's weapon with est, which would come in handy in future events. Psycho took out a loaded weapon and then placed it on his suit. The gate to the van in the middle of the shattered city opened and Psycho stepped out. The man's gaze immediately turned to the sky where he was looking at something. His attention was drawn to the huge Shikigami Moby Dick, and Psycho concluded that the smoker had fallen in the battle. However, at this time, Yuna appeared behind the man, holding the dead viper's belongings, namely the gloves that Psycho wanted to take away. Psycho looked at these gloves and memories of their owner still alive came back to him. He recalled the events when they were partners and performed a certain task on the streets of the city, and Viper asked him why he didn't wear a hero costume. Viper wanted to know why because, according to the gossip, Psycho's costume was very cool. But Psycho said, laughing, that it was a little too heavy for him. However, now he stood with the same smile on his face and recalled those events and said that in fact, those words were a lie. Putting on his comrade's mittens, Psycho realized for himself that the suit was not the problem, because the real problem was the burden of responsibility. And when he covered his eyes with his palms, he realized that he was tired of avoiding her. At that moment, Yuna took him by the coat with one hand and said that perhaps these words came too late, but she did not want Psycho to leave. Holding Psycho's coat behind her, the doctor assured him that he did not have to throw his life away. Then I asked him directly whether he really needed to take part in such a hopeless battle, to which the man replied that the justice he had been guided by and believed in had been destroyed long ago. It gradually dissolved until there was nothing left of it. Therefore, this battle is not for the sake of the same glorious justice. Yuna let go of Psycho's cloak as he walked forward, but added that as long as he wore it, he is still a hero of the present, and having prepared for the battle, Psycho rushed forward. Meanwhile, the sniper saw the silhouette of Moby Dick the whale, who was Smoker's Shikigami, gradually disappearing in the sky. She realized that the creature had been summoned by the head of the 17th branch. Realizing that things had not gone his way, Sniper rushed into action, concluding that she knew he was overconfident. However, at this time she could not help him, because her main task now was John, whom she could not even hurt. After being shot right in the forehead, John did not even react to it, and the sniper could not understand what kind of grip the burly man had. John didn't seem to have a good grasp of combat tactics, so she concluded that he was a typical fighter. But the sniper was not lagging behind either, as she managed to launch attacks, even though John did not feel them, and move away from him to a safe distance. Subsequently, Sniper's attention quickly shifted to Rachel Sinclair. The woman realized that the Stone Fist had lost the fight to a girl who was on the verge of death. However, as we know, hope dies last, and Sniper hoped that at least Mechnik would remain in the ranks. But a moment later, she saw the hero killer walking with Claymore's two-handed sword in her hands and realized that the battle was lost. The woman realized that things were looking very bad for her and her team, and she made the final decision that she had nothing more to do here and reached into the bag that was on her belt. The sniper pulled out a stunning grenade, which she threw in John's direction, realizing at the time that she had to get out of here herself. The grenade touched the ground and began to emit a bright light, as if signaling others about its imminent explosion. The next moment, the bright light of the grenade lit up the streets of the city and stunned the giant John, while Sniper herself, taking the opportunity, quickly left the battlefield and quickly disappeared around the corner of one of the houses. Once on the other side of the building, the woman climbed up the broken walls, getting higher. And as soon as she got to one of the floors, Vector was waiting for her, propping up one of the walls with his hand on the other. When Sniper looked at him, she suspected something was wrong. However, a moment later, Doc pulled out a medical pistol with a needle filled with some green liquid and pointed it at Sniper. The woman wanted to knock it out of his hands with her weapon, but Vector used his gift to open a portal behind her opponent's back, from which a gun was peeking out. In a moment, the needle was piercing Sniper's skin, for which Vector apologized and said that it was work and nothing personal. The next moment, the woman fell unconscious to the floor. Looking at Sniper, Vector added that he had been ordered to take her alive, as she would be useful to them in the future. Doc said how far Angan was willing to go to destroy the clan of heroes. Meanwhile, the smiling man himself was closely watching the events unfolding between Sniper and Doc. Vector realized that he was being watched and raised his hand to the mountain as a sign of the work he had done. However, in another part of the city, a loud crash has now been heard. A huge piece of concrete, all kinds of scrap that used to be part of the city's information structure, rose up and hung over the body of the smoker. In a moment, this pile of scrap that hung over the dead head of the 17th branch collapsed on the body of the smoker. These actions were led by the leader of the Nameless, who immediately went down to the ground. But at that time, Psycho was already waiting for him, aiming at the enemy with his new weapon charged with estimated. However, Angan drew attention to it in a timely manner, outpacing the enemy's actions. And the very next moment, Psycho fired a shot on target. However, the smiling man easily blocked this shot with the power of his Este. Psycho was approaching Angan, saying that he thought he could escape so easily. After destroying the 17th branch, the hero finished his speech and stared at his enemy with fire in his eyes. The head of the Bezameni stood in front of his new opponent with his head slightly tilted to the side, as if he did not understand what he was talking about, while Psycho looked quite serious in his new shining armor. Immediately afterward, the hero rushed toward Angan, who was standing in the same place. And in a moment, Psycho was next to the smiling man, preparing to shoot him in the face, just below the level of his head. But Angan easily moved his face out of the shot's path, avoiding harm. Later, he prepared his own attack on Psycho by activating his gift. However, the hero also easily dodged the crushing blow of the Esther. The battle continued, and Psycho used his suit to fly to meet Angan, who was coming to meet him. Anticipating the enemy's actions, the smiling man activates his gift and directs the black matter of his S2 at the hero. But Psycho closely monitors the enemy's every move and action. And in the moment of contact with the esteem of Angina, Psycho activated one of the suit's secret abilities. After that, the hero, with the speed of light, avoided all the attacks of the Enganest and rapidly approached his goal. In the next moment, he attacked his opponent with a weapon, which the smiling man blocked with an esteem of his gift. And later, Angan himself attacked the hero in response, directing murderous energy at him. Psycho reacted quickly to this attack and jumped back. But at this time, John was waiting for him, who was already behind him. John was preparing to strike, and his fist was already on target. But Psycho realized that there was an enemy behind him and pointed his weapon at him. But the hero changed his course and simply dodged the attack of the burly John, who then cut him with the blade on his weapon. Immediately afterward, he struck John with incredible speed and delivered a series of punches and shots, which caused him critical damage, even for him. After that, Psycho threw a pair of pistols into the air, as if he wanted to free his hands for further action. And at that time, he immediately struck the giant John in the body with his hand, while he was recovering from the previous series of blows, thus completely neutralizing him. Catching the pair of weapons again, Psycho stood over John, pointing the weapon at him, saying that the time for payback had come. And he began to fire with pistols charged with S2 energy at his enemy. The hero, with an indifferent look, fired shot after shot at the exhausted and mutilated John, and he could not oppose him. After firing an exorbitant number of shots, Psycho finally stopped looking directly at his target. But only parts of John's body remained on the site, and Psycho said to Angier that he had changed quite a bit. At the time, Angan himself did not understand what the hero was talking about and asked him if he now had the gift of predicting the future. Later, Psycho pointed his weapon at the leader of the Nameless. Angan came closer to the hero and said that he didn't think they had ever met and called Psycho by the name of Jeremy Bernstein. Psycho replied that he had reason to believe that Angan had done his homework and prepared for the meeting if he knew his real name. But then he immediately apologized to the enemy and added that he knew much more than the leader of the Nameless himself. After that, Psycho asked the enemy if he wanted to hear another soothsaying and immediately replied by saying that Angan would lose this battle. Later, with a smile on his lips, he added that he would again beg for mercy by falling at her feet. But Angan did not react to the words of the enemy, who wanted to make him angry with such words, but only activated the GIF, which made the food fly into the sky. This was no ordinary GIF activation, because this time the EST began to eclipse the sun itself, somewhat reminiscent of a solar eclipse. Shadow and gloom began to cover all the streets of the city where the battle took place. The smiling man looked at his opponent with an angry look while speaking unflatteringly of him. Psycho, having prepared for the fight, ordered his opponent to talk less, adding a couple of nice words about Angan himself. And now, it's time for the final battle between the Smiling Man and Psycho, the last living representative of the clan of heroes. The hero made his first move by throwing a knife blade at the enemy. The blade sliced through everything in its path with incredible speed, leaving a blue trail of Estu. But Angan blocked Psycho's attack by summoning a giant black Shikigami again, from whose body smaller creatures came out. Creepy creatures began to appear on Angan's side, embodying the Smiling Man's essence, and they seemed to be rushing into battle. This happened because in a moment, all this black cloud of creatures was heading towards Psycho. But the hero easily smashes a huge pile of creatures that wanted him dead with one shot. Without stopping, the hero fires a barrage of twin weapons at the enemy, while Angan laughs at Psycho's words about the gift of forgiveness. In the dust of battle, Angan emphasizes that the gift of foreseeing the future is an incredibly rare gift. That's why the Smiling Man was not surprised that the clan of heroes wanted to get this rare gift. But there is reason to believe that this same gift is insanely exhausting for its possessor, Angan continued. Exhaustion is the price you pay for using it, the man added, while Psycho turned her gaze sharply to him. Psycho looked around and saw this creepy creature with black long hair standing on its hands and looking in his direction. On the back of this monster was Angan himself, who asked the hero what kind of future he saw now, while his dark Shikigami prepared to attack Psycho by raising his hand in the air for further damage. In the next moment, the big, heavy hand of the creepy creature slammed into the spot where Psycho was, causing the asphalt beneath him to crack. But Psycho was easily able to dodge such a slow, for him, blow, and asked the Smiling Man again, saying, "The future?" Already moving along the arm of the giant Shikigami, Psycho said that Angan had not guessed anything. Continuing to move up the creature's arm, the hero added to what he had already said that he didn't have such a rare gift of looking into the future. Psycho continued to avoid the creature's clumsy movements, saying that he could only see the past. He noticed Angier's hands and said that he was good at tracking small habits. Psycho also had the skill to track minor changes in facial expressions while looking at Angie. Continuing his speech, the hero added that he never loses sight of even the smallest details. By memorizing, he could predict the future, the hero continued. At the same time, he was attacked again and again by the enemy. He dodged them every time because he memorized every move of his opponent. And so Psycho prepared his blade for another attack on Angan. In a moment, the hero struck the enemy, leaving him with a deep wound on his body, while saying that his skills still allow him to see the future. However, the Smiling Man just smiled calmly at the wound and the words he heard. And looking at the enemy, he said that now he understands what it was. Psycho was alarmed by Angan's words after he said them. The hero began to realize that his opponent had read his movements and began to change the direction of the attack. The opponents revealed each other's secrets and the battle continued. And now Angan strikes the hero again with a dark este, which he could not dodge or block. Psycho, having received a strong blow from the enemy, sat in the same place with his head bowed. The hero couldn't believe that his opponent was able to figure him out and adapt to him so quickly. It was for this reason that Psycho hated fast-responding and intelligent enemies so much. And now the rivals were standing opposite each other again, and Angan said that Psycho made a good attempt, considering the miserable state of his body. But at that moment, it seemed that Psycho had gone mad, given the look on his face, and he asked the enemy why he thought the battle was over. At the same moment, Psycho again opened fire on his enemy. The hero thought that gifts are often a reflection of people's inner world. In other words, those Angia creatures were not real evil spirits. And so, Psycho once again gets to his feet and goes to meet his opponent, thereby continuing the fierce fight. Fighting off the dark creatures, he continued his thought about the GIF and the inner world of its owner. Psycho realized that many lives would be lost if Angan remained alive and continued to roam the world. And it was for this reason that the hero was obliged to do so, obliged to kill the smiling man. However, Psycho's armor was already quite badly damaged, as could be seen by the sparks that were falling from his suit. And the man's body was also quite badly damaged and exhausted. But still, Psycho still had work to do, and that was more important than anything else. The exhausted hero had to continue fighting and fulfill his task. Psycho didn't care whether he survived or died, and the hero gathered his strength and went to the enemy, ready to give it his all. The battle continued, but now the speed of the enemies reached an incredible level, so it was difficult to make out who was where. But in the next moment, the dark ace of the smiling man reaches its target and pierces through the hero's armor and shoulder. It was followed by another black matter strike, which also hits the target. And now the leader of the Nameless is standing in front of the exhausted hero, and behind him is a black, giant Shikigami. However, Psycho finds the strength to take a swing at the smiling man with clenched teeth, wanting to harm him. And once again, the blade is headed toward Angan, who at the time seems to see it coming and is supposed to block it. But unfortunately for the smiling man, the blade hits the target, and Psycho tells Angan that the smoker's death was not in vain after all. And immediately afterward, the hero ruthlessly inflicts repeated damage on the enemy by driving a blade into his body. Now the tide of the battle has turned, and Psycho has a weapon at the ready to defeat her enemy. While the smiling man is looking straight at the enemy, and his face is full of fear of the upcoming events. But at that moment, the hero's armor malfunctions, and Psycho realizes this while holding the weapon that was supposed to end this fight. The bloodied, exhausted hero loses his last hope for victory, which was almost in his hands. And in the next moment, we can see crimson blood flowing down Angan's black este. Angan inflicted mortal wounds on the hero, which left him with no strength, thinking that the world was not fair because he had given his best and still lost. At the time, the smiling man told Psycho that this would not have happened if the hero clan had not forced him to work so hard. However, this was just a guess, but Angan still respected his enemy's persistence, even if this perseverance cost nothing in this fight. After saying that, the smiling man began to collect the dark est, which was now everywhere. As a result, a sword appeared in his hands, and Angan said that all the freaks from all over the world had gathered in this city. At this time, the bloody Psycho looked at his opponent, and the latter added to what he had said that the hero should understand that all good deeds. He is brutally punished and brings his sword down on the barely alive Jeremy Burstein, the hero of the clan. And now let's return to other events that unfolded in the same city, but with different people. The killer of heroes walked through the broken streets, bringing all her deeds to a logical conclusion. However, something caught her attention, and she turned her gaze in that direction. It was little Rachel Sinclair, waving cheerfully at Yi Hui against the backdrop of a fight between Psycho and the smiling man. Reichel said with a smile on her face that she could see the killer of heroes still intact. Yi Hui approached the girl and said yes, but added that Reichel was in a pretty bad state, to which she said it was nothing. But then, after hearing what he had said, the hero killer seemed to be thinking about something, looking at the girl carefully. She recalled the moments of the battle that had already passed, where Reichel used the power of her gift. Then she remembered the moment when Sinclair covered her from an enemy sniper's shot, and then she moved her hand to her pocket, looking for something in it. Yi Hui pulled a bar out of her pocket and handed it to Reichel, offering her a taste, while the girl looked embarrassed. Sinclair held a bar in her hands and asked Yi Hui what it was. The killer of heroes replied that it was a protein bar, while the battle between their leader and the hero of the 17th branch continued in the background. The girls stood next to each other, not even paying attention to the incredible volume of food that was boiling next to them. A joyful Raikal stood with a bar in her hand, holding her hair, which was being blown around by the raging aesthetic. But Yi Hui asked, pointing to the ongoing match. Mala Raikal wondered if the hero killer would be able to reach the level of Psycho, who was opposing Angan at the time. The fierce battle continued, dotting everything with the colors of the rival's estu, while the girls calmly watched it as if it were meant to be. The hero killer was in no hurry to answer, slowly tasting a delicious protein bar. And then, after taking a bite of the treat, she replied that yes, she could be just as strong and it wouldn't take her long. Suddenly, their calm conversation was broken by Vector, who was dragging Sniper, who was unconscious, and told them to help him. However, the girls were in no hurry to help him, and Yi Hui asked Rachel what the strange man's name was, to which Sickler said, laughing, that she had forgotten. Vector even seemed to cry at what he heard, but the girls immediately apologized and said they were just joking with him. After that, the hero killer came up and took the unconscious Sniper, taking her hand by the collar and looking at her carefully. Once again, Yi Hua's memories of his last battles, namely the battle with the Sniper, came flooding back. She remembered the moments when the Sniper attacked her, pointing a weapon with arrows at her. After remembering everything properly, Yi Hui immediately threw the offender into one of the concrete walls that were not far from her without hesitation. The girl immediately added that she was angry with Sniper, to which Vector closed his eyes, but asked if it was necessary to throw the woman into the wall like that. After that, the hero killer asked Vector if he knew where John was, to which he replied that the giant was probably dead, since he hadn't shown up yet. The team couldn't believe it, but at that time, an unknown grey puddle appeared at the site of John's remains, gathering around the body. The Nameless suggested that it looked like he did not live up to his name, but part of John's face was collected from the same puddle at the time. Yi Hua then asked Doc why he didn't kill Sniper's wife. Vector replied that it was Angier's order to save her life, but assured the girl not to worry because Sniper would not wake up for the next 20 hours. After saying that, Doc scratched his head and said that he thought the fight between Ong Li and Psycho should be over anyway. And so maybe it's time to pack up, Vector added. Hearing these words, Rachel exclaimed with her usual joy. She was eager to go home and shower, asking Doc if his gift was ready. However, at this time, something startled the hero killer quite a bit, causing her eyes to open wide. Then she asked the others to wait, as if something was about to happen. But for now, let's get back to the fight between the smiling man and the hero Psycho, who was kneeling on the ground, pierced through by the enemy's esteem. The hero tried his best to get to his feet, but Angan stood over him with a sword in his hands, looking ruthlessly at his victim. Psycho was not going to give up hope of getting up again and again, while the smiling man had already pointed his blade at the broken hero. But unfortunately for Psycho, he could not even move a finger. Even when the sword's blade almost reached the hero's body, he still had hope and claimed that his mission was not yet complete. But Angan didn't care about any thoughts or hesitations about his opponent, and he again struck a critical blow with his blade into the hero's body. Psycho, barely alive, was sitting on the floor with a cut on his shoulder that covered almost a quarter of his body. A smiling man stood over the barely alive Psycho and said that he wanted to end this case quickly and painlessly. Continuing to watch the poor hero's torment, Angan asked him why he was holding on to life so tightly. Psycho looked blankly at the floor and was in no hurry to answer the smiling man's questions. Then he slowly took off the gloves of the deceased Viper. Taking off his comrade's glove and putting his hand on his chest, Psycho told Angan that he was the one who did not intend to survive the fight. And at that moment, a hologram appeared in front of the hero's face with the words, "Self-destruct mechanism activated. Dance of Death." At the time, Psycho thought to himself that if he activated the self-destruct mechanism now, the smiling man would not be able to survive it. The hero was supposed to destroy his enemy right now, but the alert system at that moment turned on a red light signaling a failure. Psycho couldn't believe it, and his eyes were wide open. Oddly enough, a smile was also present on his lips, and the hero could not understand why the rejection came. Was it caused by damage to the suit? Based on the recent events, Psycho decided that his luck had run out, while the smiling man once again thrust his sword blade into the hero. The sword blade was approaching Psycho with lightning speed. Despairing and shaking his head, Psycho said to himself that unfortunately this was the end. But at this time, we can see the reason why the hero could not blow himself up, because it was Yuna who blocked the access to the suit's explosion. Standing at the control panel of the suit, Yuna said that she could not accept his death in this way. The woman leaned over the panel with her arms crossed over her head as if calling for help. And at the same time, a pink light appears on the battlefield, in which the silhouette of a girl is visible. Saiko, holding on with the last of his strength, turned his eyes toward this pink glow. The stranger came out and stood next to the hero, who was looking in her direction. However, this stranger turned out to be a girl named Hecate, whom we had seen earlier next to Victoria, who appeared very timely. Angan was not surprised by her appearance and asked the girl if she was the butcher. But the girl replied that she now used the name Hecate. The determined Angan brought his sword back to him with a slight movement of his hand, keeping his eyes on the girl. But at the same moment, the smiling man stopped, as if he was thinking about something. Angan thought that if Hecate was here, then Victoria herself must be somewhere nearby. His guesses were correct, and Victoria was indeed nearby. At the same time Victoria appeared, the dark SD that covered the sun began to crack. And in the next moment, the dark matter shattered, and the sun's rays reached the earth again. Victoria said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but unfortunately, it was time to say goodbye. Smiling, Victoria promised Angan to create a dream. But later, she added that it would be an eternal and beautiful dream. The guy just looked up with a smile, watching Victoria use some technique. At one point, Victoria turns to Angan and asks if his girlfriend hasn't told him anything. With a smile, the guy began to think about what kind of friend Victoria could be talking about, and only the killer of Jers came to mind. However, in the moment, the guy with the gun tells Victoria that he doesn't care about this anymore and throws the weapon back. Throwing back, the sword turned and began to fly towards Victoria, creating an aura of energy that was directed at her. However, Victoria was clearly not weak and smart enough to notice this attack and also attack back. Victoria stood pathetically and in an instant simply repelled all the guy's attacks with a smile, saying that he could not defeat her even at night. And then Victoria adds that does the guy with the smile really expect to beat her in daylight? However, he just stands there and listens attentively to her stories, holding the energy of the weapon. Victoria then shouts that this can't go on, and that it's time to introduce the concept of hierarchy into this guy's head. Immediately after that, Victoria lets go of the huge sword from her hands, which flies straight down. The sword lands on the ground and creates a bright flash, followed by an equally bright explosion. Dozens of stones, from the smallest to the largest, are falling down on the city from top to bottom at a tremendous speed. At that moment, among all these stones, our heroine, the hero killer, appears and crawls out from under one of them. Following her, a flower, an ever-joyful girl, also appears from under the stones, and she is happy with something again. The killer of the heroes carefully climbs out from under the stones, and behind her, the masked doctor also climbs out. However, before they have time to enjoy their freedom after they get out, a sharp aura of light reaches them immediately. The eternal joyful girl screams again with laughter and rejoices at something while the jeer killer grabs her shoulder. Along with her, she also grabs the masked doctor, who is clearly very unhappy with everything that is happening now. The ever-joyful girl drags the girl with red hair with her, who is shocked by the calmness of the hero killer. However, at the moment the hero killer stops running and starts digging through the rocks as if looking for something, the doctor asks her about it. Then the killer of heroes points to a man's leg, saying that it is there and asks where his sword is. In the moment, the ever-joyful girl jumps up with the sword of the hero killer in her hands and says that she has found it. The killer of heroes dusts off her sword, examines it, and thinks that she was sorry to use Victoria's gift here. The hero killer thinks that it would be best for her to just take the sword, kill Victoria and escape, but the doctor stops her. The killer Gerov and the doctor begin to discuss some things, but the ever-joyful girl notices something at this moment. The ever-cheerful girl shouts the doctor's name, Vector, and asks him to leave immediately, saying that they need to hurry. Then she shouts that they urgently need to pick up the guy with the smile, Angan, who is now standing on his hands covered in blood. Most likely, Victoria's force and blows hit him very hard because he is spitting blood and is on all fours. And at the same time, Victoria herself appears above him, gently descending to him on energy. She stands right in front of him and humiliatingly tells him that he is more suited to the role of an ordinary insect and nothing more. Victoria asks him why he came if his end was known, and he says that it's clear why. Then Angier says that he came here to crush the clan and kill the woman, and his words surprise Victoria. Victoria grabs him by his clothes, pulls him up, and tells him that she has heard everything right from him. In response to her words, he shouts out, covered in blood, that he does not understand why Victoria is trying to stop him from this goal. He recalls a certain woman with blue energy and says that he and Victoria share a common goal. He looks directly into Victoria's eyes and says that she knows that as long as that woman lives, Victoria will not become stronger. However, in response to his words, Victoria says with displeasure that the Witch of Steel simply ran away after all. Angie says that she's just laid low, and Victoria replies that she'll figure it all out herself. Angan says that last time he failed, but this time he played it safe and tells Victoria whose territory it is. The events of the story show us a certain man sitting in a chair. Angan says that the last piece of the puzzle has arrived. This man sits in a wheelchair and looks off into the distance, while Angan talks about how he was the one who raised the hero killer. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the hero killer standing and stretching after everything. In the moment, she slowly bends down and begins to do something carefully near her toes. In the moment, the hero killer starts looking at Victoria and Angan, thinking that she is probably not going to kill him. The killer of heroes remembers that Angan must not be allowed to die now because he promised to tell her something important. The killer of heroes tells the Vencho and Vector that he will take Victoria's attention, and they need to take Angier away at that moment. However, Vector says that it is not necessary to do this because his gift works at such a distance. But the hero killer recalls his fight with Victoria and says that she will easily spot Vector's gift and kill everyone. Vector looks after the hero killer and doesn't understand how she has so much knowledge about Victoria if they have only recently seen each other. However, at the moment of thought, Vector is interrupted by a girl who is always happy. She hits him on the back with a flower. It clearly hits Vector's back, and the doctor turns around and asks her what she is doing. The always happy girl says that, judging by Vector's reaction, the hero killer is right, and it's better for them to just run away. Dr. Vector turns away in displeasure, but says that he agrees to their plan. He holds out his hand and asks the hero killer and the ever-pretty girl to get ready, because he is about to open a portal. However, in the moment, something from the side attracts the attention of the always happy girl, and she asks, "What are you doing?" It turned out to be the hero killer, and she attracted the attention of the ever-cheerful one by the fact that her gift began to spread over her body. At this point, the hero killer turns around and sees a girl with blue hair coming at her from right behind her. Immediately afterwards, this girl strikes right at the spot where the killer of heroes was standing at that moment. And of course, the killer of heroes dodges such an attack, but this girl stops and says sweetly, "Hello." Next, a girl with blue hair says that she is very sorry that everything happened this way, but she was ordered to catch the killer of heroes. The killer of heroes immediately realizes where things are headed and jumps up to attack her, and the girl does the same. In the moment, they both begin to use different strokes and accumulations of techniques and their energies in battle. At one point, the killer of heroes turns his head and notices a man in a wheelchair sitting in the distance. He was her teacher, and with his sword, he created a slit of red energy and stopped their fight, saying that they had not needed his help for a long time. The killer of heroes is certainly surprised to see the old teacher here, but he tells her that she has to get on with her work and they will talk after the fight. With his energy and strength, the hero killer feels that the eternally happy girl and Dr. Vector are standing behind him, watching everything. The killer of heroes abruptly jumps up, runs at them, grabs them, and tells them to get out. The girl with blue hair is also very surprised to see the old man alive and immediately turns her attention to his legs. The old man asks the girl if she has decided to join the clan, and she says yes. The old man understands her reasons. At this point, the old teacher starts raising his hand, addressing her and telling her to hurry up and solve everything. In response, she says that she does not understand what he is talking about. The old man says that he has lost his legs and his skills are not the same. And then the old man says, "I can do it now," and asks her if she has thought about it, and she starts to tremble. She throws the weapon out of her hands and begins to pretend that she wasn't thinking about anything like that. She recalls her old teacher when she was young and says that she is not stupid enough to fight him. Then the old teacher suddenly covers everything with his red aura and asks the girl to bring him to Victoria. Meanwhile, the quiz is still holding Angie, and someone turns to her and asks if she has fun playing the hero. It turned out to be an old teacher who, immediately after it happened, launched his attack at her. As expected, Victoria accepted her with great ease and did not let her pass. At the same moment, the killer of heroes appeared here and began to take Angier away from this place. Immediately afterward, the hero killer used Gift's ability and disappeared from the scene right with Angel. Fixing her hair, Victoria immediately turns to the old man and asks him if he is responsible for the whole circus. The old teacher says that it was originally Angan's idea, and he only helped them a little. Victoria then asks for an end to the idle chatter and asks the old man to talk about what he came here for. Slowly and quietly, the old man turns to Victoria and asks her why all this was arranged. He begins to ask Victoria why Angier attacked in such a public and noisy manner, but she asks him to get to the point. The old man starts talking about how Angan is a very smart and strong guy, and this whole attack is not to destroy the heroes. The old man says that Angan is trying to say that he can become a follower of the Alliance. The old man says that from now on the world's game board is getting bigger, and we are shown a guy climbing a block. They also show a girl on a ship with a backpack on her back, whom the old man introduces as a wanderer. And then a tall black-haired guy with a book in his hand, whom the old man introduced as waiting. Then we are also shown a little girl with a huge wolf by her side, and the old man says that many more will appear. The old man is saying that there is a huge mass of elders who are now simply hiding. Then the old man says that sooner or later they will go on stage, but in the center will be two people, Angan and the hero killer. He tells Victoria that there will be a lot of victims, because those who step on the stage will not be able to return. However, the old man then smiles and says that none of this matters, because it is none of their business. At this point, Miss Victoria also jumps out of her seat, starts laughing and saying that everything is correct. Next, Victoria picks up a gun and says that it's going to be fun, because the old man should pay for interfering with her. Lowering her sword, Victoria says that the girl in blue could have handled the current old man, but she was afraid of him. Victoria turns to him and asks him if he is ready, and the old man replies that of course he is ready for anything. At this point, the old teacher begins to cut his hand and say that he has nothing to regret, and continues. He then bleeds a lot of blood, which turns into a weapon, and says that his retribution will be through the killer of heroes. His blood became much larger, and all these weapons turned into swords of blood, which began to fly at Victoria. She, of course, would not tolerate this, and began to use her powers against the old man. In an instant, the old man turned his wheelchair 100 degrees and began to attack with a volley from the other side. His attacks were frighteningly powerful and strong, but Victoria managed to fend them off in the moment. Although the old teacher's attacks were powerful even for Victoria, which is very rare, the downside was that he lost a lot of blood in them. To create such a huge amount of blood, let alone weapons from it, the old man cut himself and made new weapons. And Victoria, in turn, only cut and cut again and again at the old man's new attacks in her direction. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the house of the Nameless, where Dr. Vector is lying on the table asleep. The girl, who was always happy with everything, also went to bed, and even in her sleep, she was happy with everything. Everyone is asleep except for the hero killer, who is preparing to eat and thinking about the battle between Victoria and the old man, because now Victoria is the strongest hero. Eating delicious noodles from the stove, the hero killer wonders if the old man will have the strength to defeat her now. However, as he continues to eat his noodles, the hero killer comforts himself with the thought that everything will be great. However, at that moment she hears someone's voice saying only, "I'll kill you," and starts looking around. In the moment, very quietly and deftly, the hero killer starts looking around and at the table to see where the voice is coming from. In the moment, she notices her partner, also unnamed, who has a scar on his eye. When she notices the hero killer, she is surprised and starts looking at him, and he, in turn, leaves offended. Some time passes, everyone wakes up. Dr. Vector examines everyone and says that Sinclair and the Gore killer are in good health. However, he also added that there is one strange moment that haunts him. The killer of the heroes asks him what it is about. At this point, Angan enters the room, addresses the hero killer, and tells her that he would like to talk to her. She follows him and tells him that she sees that he is on a roll today, asking if it is because of all the cases. However, Angan, in turn, does not answer her questions and just goes ahead, saying maybe. In the moment, the killer of heroes turns to him abruptly and says that she did not know that Angan knew the old man. Angier turns around and says that he didn't know she was secretly seeing Victoria either, and his words sadden her. Next, Angie holds up a hand and tells her to consider them tickets and that it's time to tell her about her older sister. Angie opens the door to some room and tells the hero killer what she knows about the fact that there are many organizations in the clan. Showing the emblem of an organization, he says that there are those known to the general public as the Guardians of the Zone. He goes on to say that there are others that no one knows about, like the Black Hand, and his words surprise her. Angan says that the Black Hand is the clan's executive body in intelligence matters now. Angan says that they have a lot of secrets, but mostly they are engaged in silent contract killings. He goes on to say that these people also do other dirty work that they are given. Then Angier says that if the hero killer's sister was really a strong hero, he would know her. Angan goes on to say that there is a high probability that she was a Black Ops agent. After that, Angan abruptly approaches the hero killer and says that he would like to make a new deal with her as a result. Then he begins to talk about how his group of nameless people are only a small boat at the moment. He also tells us that they are weak and few in number, and any strong man against them is a very high danger. He goes on to say that if the heroes who are in hiding find out about them, they will come out. He adds that among those who will be published there will be those who know about them and those who do not want to know anything. Then Angan says that he is going to bring them all to their knees, and the hero killer says that this was probably his goal from the beginning. Angier goes on to say that after meeting Victoria, he realized that she had no personal interest in the clan at all. Angie goes on to say that Victoria is likely to pretend that she knows nothing about what happened recently. Then, pulling out some papers, he says that if the killer of heroes is discovered, she will be in danger. Then he says that until she is discovered, only one of them will be able to handle one of the tasks, and hands her the papers. The paper says that the clan will soon start recruiting new members, and Angan asks the hero killer to become a hero for a while. In response, she just looks at him in shock and asks what kind of nonsense he just said. Though the hero killer wanted to protest strongly, she realized in the moment that she now had everything she needed to infiltrate them. In the moment, the hero killer realizes that this might be a great chance, and so she solves two problems at once. However, the hero killer is quite brazen, and she began to ask Angie what he would give her in return for completing the task. Angan says that this is a very dangerous task, imagining the hero killer going into the tiger's den alone. That's why he says that in return, he will be ready to fight on the side of the killer of heroes if necessary. She agrees to these terms, but says that it would be nice to give her something else. The killer of heroes snaps her fingers and says that, of course, she will need money for all this. And then she rudely says that he should just send her money for all this and spend it on her needs. Some time passes, and our heroine, in the guise of the hero killer, boards the Victoria train, which is leaving. However, as it turns out, the train has been taken over. A guy has killed the staff and wished everyone a good trip into the microphone. Meanwhile, our heroine killer of heroes realized that she was hungry and began to eat the food she had brought with her. She begins to recall how, not long before she left, instead of money, Angier gave her a whole bar of gold to take with her. Then he said that their hideout would also soon go to the 17th zone, and the killer of heroes would be the first to go there. She put her gold bar on the table and began to sort through the rest of the things she had brought with her. And strangely enough, among her belongings, she found a huge bee costume, which was obviously bigger than she was. She began to recall how, before she left, the eternally happy girl ran up to her, but this time she was crying. On that day, this girl handed the hero killer a package and said that they might not see each other soon, and this was her gift. In addition to the gold bar, the bee costume, and his belongings, the hero killer also discovers a box. It was a gift from the doctor. He gave it to the killer of heroes before she left, saying that she might get hungry on the road. When she opened it, she was very surprised because the secret dish from him turned out to be fish-shaped buns, which was amazing. However, the hero killer was very happy with this meal because these fish-shaped buns must be delicious. As expected, the hero killer immediately begins to eat them without thinking, because they look as good as they can be. However, her meal is interrupted by the sound of a door opening. The door is slightly ajar, but no one is standing on the other side. A black cat enters the room of the carriage where the killer of heroes was kept and walks slowly along the floor. The killer of heroes immediately pays attention to him. She turns her head and scrutinizes him. And as it turns out, the hero killer paid attention for a reason, because the very next moment, a cat runs by at high speed. The cat stops on the windowsill and starts looking directly at the hero killer, as if to suggest that she should look at him. For some time, the cat still stands there looking at her, not understanding what she is thinking about. The next moment, he jumps right up to the hero killer and starts clawing at her, as if trying to cut her. However, he is shocked to find that all his attempts have been futile and just stands there in shock. Meanwhile, the killer of heroes just looks at him, and the cat, in turn, becomes wildly angry and terrified. The cat starts to jump right at the hero killer, but someone's powerful hand grabs the cat by the skin from behind. It turns out to be a man. He calls the cat Catherine and puts it in a carrier, asking if it is hurt. The hero killer replies that she is fine, and the man laughs and says that she is a very nice girl. Then the man walks further along the carriage and sits down in the room opposite the hero killer. He hands her a piece of paper and tells her that he is this kind of person, and she shouldn't worry. He has his business card on the paper. His name is Philip Neville, and he's a reporter. He asks me to call him Phil. He asks the hero killer if she is from the City of Dust, and since they have met, maybe they can chat for a while. However, the killer of heroes sweetly replies that it is not good to talk on an empty stomach. Phil began to tell her about this train, saying that it looked very old on the outside, but was very cool on the inside. However, the hero killer's thoughts were elsewhere as she sat and ate everything they brought to the table. She responds by telling him that the strawberry cake was a 5, and he says that's not what he's asking. The killer of heroes then turns to him, saying that he already has a lot of information and clearly more than she does. He says that he doesn't know if she's serious, and then adds that he's wasted his time. The reporter began to talk about how one day a huge hole just appeared in the world, and everyone said they didn't know what it was. The killer of the heroes begins to tell us that she also does not know anything. She was scared and did not go there. The reporter says that he was hoping to find out something because his instincts usually do not fail him, but this is a false trail. However, at that moment, the reporter Phil began to smile and say that it looked like there would be a new catch after all. The killer of the heroes asks him what it's about, and he says that they just passed a bus stop. He goes on to say that if they passed the stop, it means that something happened in the engine room with the crew. Then he looks at the entire restaurant car and says that it is clearly not for nothing, and it looks like he will have a new article. Many people who were outraged by the fact that the stop had been skipped began to go to the train administration. They knocked on the door of the engine room and demanded that the door be opened immediately and everything explained to them right away. The largest man began to threaten that if they didn't want to see the place turned upside down, they should open up. The door opens, a guy with glasses comes out, his jacket is covered in blood, and he asks the man what he wants. The man points a finger at him and asks if he is a driver and what is wrong with him. However, before the man can get an answer to his question, the guy's hand grabs his head. This guy starts squeezing the man's head hard and talking about what if he doesn't. In the next moment, the guy presses his hand down and thus tears the man's head apart. All this is seen by frightened people whose clothes are stained with traces of blood from the explosion of the head, and they start running away in panic. This guy turns around and tells someone that he got rid of this guy because he was very vocal. Another guy shows up with purple eyes, and he tells the first guy that they'll have to start early. Next, this guy with purple eyes leans over to the microphone and asks everyone how good they are having a good time. He informs everyone that unfortunately this train is now changing hands, and people around him are pulling out weapons, shocking others. Several men with guns are walking around the train, and he informs us that this train is now a vendetta train. They tell everyone on the train that they want to see a hero named Naked Fist and ask him to bring them to the engine room. He also informs them that they have only an hour, and if they make it, they will all survive. But then he adds that otherwise, if they fail, he will send them all to the next world. Some people are walking around the car and telling everyone to get down on the floor, saying that this is a vendetta train. People in the cars begin to obey their orders, and so does the reporter Phil. He turns to the killer of heroes and asks her what she is doing and why she is not hiding downstairs as well. Meanwhile, she realizes that she won't be able to use her favorite gifts for some time, as she may be discovered. However, as she stretches her arms, she says that although it is a chance, she does not mind warming up. She gets up and starts walking, thinking that if these people have gone to such madness, they clearly have a couple of aces up their sleeve. At one point, a girl who is on the side of those guys notices the hero killer, points a gun at her, and asks who she is. Our heroine starts to introduce herself, but stops in the moment because she almost introduced herself as the killer of heroes. She recalls that one of the tasks of her mission is not to be discovered because no one knows her yet. She puts her hand on herself and answers this girl, saying that she is the new future hero. However, in response, this girl just starts shooting at our heroine, saying that she is crazy. However, of course, this does not frighten the hero killer at all, as she can easily see the bullet flying at her. Her skill, strength and speed allow her to dodge all of the woman's bullets in a second. Immediately afterwards, the hero killer grabs the chair with his foot and turns it over so that all the bullets hit him. And then she jumps out of her seat and runs at the girl with a kick right into her body with great force. The next action after that, the hero killer grabs this girl sharply by the clothes and squeezes. And after she has squeezed it enough, she swings and throws it at the floor with great speed. This blow obviously hit her very well, because she began to lie unconscious on the field. This whole situation was seen by other people in the car, who were surprised to see one frail girl laying down another with an assault rifle. Phil, the reporter, was looking at her in shock, and the other guys in the car were saying that it was just amazing. People started running up to the killer of heroes and asking her about her strength and whether they could be safe with her. Only the reporter Phil did not do this. He noticed that our heroine's reaction to the bullet was blank, and this is not normal. Phil, the reporter, began to say that his intuition told him that there was something about this girl. Philip tells himself that he feels unsafe and that he should use his brain and not think about her appearance. Philip also tells himself that until he solves the mystery, he should not act rashly. Philip approaches her and asks what she's going to do next now. Our heroine replies that there is nothing to think about. She will simply wipe out all the villains on this train. She says that the head of this gang is clearly in the driver's cab, because only from there can they control everything. She says that it's a piece of cake for her to do this. She will climb on the train and run to the front of it. And then she plans to simply blow his head off, and without it, his whole body will shut down, says the hero killer. Philippe asks about the passengers, and she wants to say that it's not her problem anymore, but stops abruptly. She abruptly says something else, telling Philip that he has made a good point, and Philip clearly notices the discrepancy. She sweetly asks Philip if he has any ideas because she thinks he has already found a solution. She turns out to be completely right. Philip asks her to look to the side and shows her a diagram of the train. Philip begins to explain the train's layout to our heroine, saying that they are closer to the end than the center. He also says that there are only 3 passenger cars behind them. The rest of the compartment is for luggage. He says that the smartest thing to do is to move forward, get rid of everyone along the way, and transfer people back. Our heroine says that this method is much more expensive, but she doesn't mind. But then the hostages will be in danger. However, the reporter Philip asks her not to worry about it and says that he has everything under control. He pulls out a cat carrier and says that his cat, Catherine, will solve the hostage issue. Immediately afterwards, the events of our story take us to one of the train cars, where everything is turned upside down. Apparently, there are hostages in this carriage, because a whole group of people are sitting on the floor tied up and shivering. The person who is holding them back says that they are not surprisingly very calm. There is usually always some violent type. However, behind this guy, the same killer guy with green hair appears at the moment and asks him what he is doing. The guy who was holding the hostages started calling him the boss and saying that he remembered the order not to kill anyone for an hour. The guy with the green hair says he doesn't remember it, but it doesn't matter, and asks the other guy to do something. The next moment after he said that, the guy who was holding the hostages changed dramatically in appearance. The guy with the green hair says that he has always been surprised by his GIF, and the guy says that there is nothing so unusual. A little time passes. A guy with green hair named Scar leaves, and the guy with the GIF complains to himself about him. However, as he walks down the corridor, this guy notices that it is very quiet, and then he looks at something. The cat caught his attention, and he began to watch it scratch the walls and look at him as well. In the next moment, our heroine, the killer of heroes, appeared right above the guy's head. She easily grabbed him by the neck and then did a somersault, which broke his neck. She landed with a sharp, pompous flourish, and the guy remained hanging in the air with his neck now broken. A reporter, Philip, appears behind our heroine and says that he has a request, and Ikva asks what kind of request. Philip began to say that although her abilities allowed her to handle everyone easily, she should not underestimate her opponents. Philip begins to talk about how they are dealing with Windit's group, and although their pawns are weak, they still have 2 splinters. Philip tells our heroine that the first leader of the vendetta escaped from prison and has a hostile relationship with the Naked Fist. He goes on to say that the Naked Fist never forgot the offense and put the first leader behind bars. Philip also tells us that there is a second leader, Scar, who is not weaker than the Doctor and has hundreds of murders. Philip says that rumor has it that there are heroes among his victims, as Scar has an explosive temper. However, our heroine answers Philip, saying that she doesn't care about that. All she cares about is their gifts. However, at that moment, something very powerful starts to come from behind the hero killer. Someone is quickly approaching. It turned out to be Scar, who, with a huge red monster on his shoulder, asks what they did with his toy. Immediately after these words, The monster behind Scar's back began to head straight for our heroine and attack her with might and main. However, when he saw that she easily dodged the blows, he was puzzled, because she was not Naked Fist. Our heroine, killer of heroes, is thinking about changing the location of the battle, as there are still hostages here. However, Scar attacks her again and asks her if she thinks she should answer his questions. However, she jumps on him and talks about answering to people, but he's just a vile star in his own right. Immediately afterward, she straightens up sharply in the air and launches a powerful kick right at him. At one point, the hero killer refers to him as Scar, but later corrects himself and calls him Scar. She says that she knows that he was nicknamed that way because of his habit of leaving scars on his victims, and her words stress him out. Then, our heroine offers to make a couple of scars on Scar's face and asks him to come upstairs with her. Immediately afterwards, she jumps through the window, grabs it, and leaps up onto the roof of the building. Then she sees him climbing up to the roof and realizes that he is very susceptible to provocation, which is what she thought. Then, using his monster, he climbs all the way up and stands right in front of her. Without saying anything to her, he simply starts to strike her with sharp blows, some of which are successful. With one of his blows, Scar managed to throw the hero killer aside on the train, but she lingered on. At that moment, Scar himself was just standing there looking at her with a horrified look and a monster by his side. Immediately afterward, Scar charged the enormous strength, power, and energy of his monster and directed it directly at her, creating an explosion. Immediately after he launched this attack and created the explosion, he began to leave and say that it was just insignificant. However, as he's about to leave, Scar is horrified to see that his monster is missing a body part. The events of the story show us the moment when Dr. Vector told our heroine that she has one strangeness. She left abruptly that day, and before the doctor could tell her, he noticed that her body strength and Esther's strength had increased significantly. At the time, the doctor thought that she had achieved this through training, but this was impossible because the difference was so great for such a short period of time. That day, Dr. Vector came up with a theory in his head that the hero killer could steal not only the GIF, but the physical strength of the enemy. Dr. Vector began to analyze the data obtained earlier to find out whether she had previously experienced the same strength surges. Then he remembered the old man from the City of Dust and the information that he had a student. The events of the story take us to the ever-joyful girl Rachel, who says that if everyone is ready, it's time to go. Dr. Vector waves his head as he removes Rachel's flowers and says that he hopes the hero killer is doing well. Meanwhile, our heroine, the hero killer Ikva, is just eating the piece of monster she got in the battle with Scar. She simply lies on a dent in the train and analyzes what this monster tastes like, calling it a starfish. Meanwhile, Scar comes to her, and she realizes that even though she has damaged the tentacles, the main body is not affected. Scar tilts her head at the moment and asks the hero killer if she is alone here. However, she apparently does not understand the essence of the question and asks him, "What's the big deal?" Standing on the train, Scar wonders if she was the only one who cleaned up 10 cars at once. She tells Scar that if he doesn't want to, he can disbelieve, and Scar says he doesn't care about the scum inside. Scar turns to her again and says that he could tell from her eyes that she was the same species as them. He asks our heroine if he is right, and she in turn wipes her skirt, asking if he wants to know. In the moment, she sharply attacks him in a second and says that if he wants to know, he should make an effort to do so. Immediately afterwards, she strikes again, right at his body, throwing Scar aside with ease. Scar is obviously not going to stand for it. He begins to strike back with a volley of different blows, and she, in turn, dodges them all. Our heroine is stumped, doesn't know how to fight the tentacles, and thinks that she can just steal a couple from Scar and fight him off that way. However, she realizes that this is not a good idea and decides to play a card up her sleeve and jumps right on Scar's body. Scar instantly raises his head and looks directly at her. Something dazzles him and mesmerizes him. He stands still. Meanwhile, our heroine realizes that this is just a great chance for her and her attack, and of course strikes. And immediately after she struck, she jumped down onto the train while Scar was recovering. However, she also realized that her opponent might not be so easy and began to attack him again. She did not stop there and began to jump around Scar, attacking him again and again, harder and harder. All of her attacks were exhausting Scar's body. He looked severely beaten and weak, and there was some blood on his face. In the moment, our heroine decides that it's time to end Scar and gathers her strength in her fist to strike him in the face. However, in the moment, Someone's very powerful and strong hand grabs her arm and begins to squeeze and hold her in place. It turns out to be Scar's hand. His face has grown older, and he tells our heroine that she has finally been caught. However, she just calmly looks him in the eye and says that no, it was not her who was caught, but him. Immediately afterwards, something surprising and unexpected happens to Scar. His body is split in half. She turns to the bloody Scar and says that he now realizes that they are clearly not of the same species as him. She shows off her huge knife from under her sleeve and says that villains also have their own level. However, at that moment, someone's voice is heard. They say a beautiful phrase, and the hand of the person who said it grabs Scar's shoulder. It turns out to be the first owner of the vendetta, the doctor, who says that he wants our heroine to check him out as well. Our heroine begins to look at him and immediately realizes that this is the very Dr. Philip was talking about. The doctor holds Scar's head and asks him how it happened if Scar let his guard down. Scar begins to address the doctor and says that this girl, the hero killer, is much stronger than she seems. Scar then tells the doctor not to dare to relax in the battle with her, and he only replies, "Oh, how?" Scar informs the doctor that Dave and the others are already dead, which causes the doctor to break down in tears. Then he begins to energize his legs and say that this simply cannot be. The doctor begins to aggressively attack our heroine and says that he is shocked that she dared to touch his family. Immediately after his words, the doctor comes very close to our heroine and makes a volley of attacks, but she dodges. Immediately afterwards, she runs sharply by, and after that, you can see that the doctor's hand has bloody scars. She sharply tells the doctor that he has a very good gift, but he uses it ineptly and asks him to give it to her. However, such a proposal certainly does not arouse much interest in the doctor, and he energizes his attack. However, Ichwa clearly won't be patient. She makes a leap and flies by him with her attack. With her attacks, she begins to cut the tentacles of the half-living Scar, who is also trying to intervene in the battle. However, after all that, Scar's attempts to intervene in the battle are not successful, as the hero killer easily cuts through all his attacks. Only the first creator of the vendetta, the Doctor, who also attacks, prevents the final victory. At one point, our heroine notices that the Doctor is doing something strange and creating a sphere with his energy. He then launched this sphere as an attack at our heroine, but she easily dodged it by jumping up. This fight began to remind her of the fight with those guys from the city, who were very strong together. However, she then looked at Scar and the Doctor and realized that she had no problems as such. She began to pull out the blade from behind her and convince herself that Scar and the Doctor were clearly much weaker than she was. At one point, Philip climbs on top of the train, shouting "Stop!" and then adds to himself, saying that the battle is over. After Philip, another guy climbs out of the window and Philip introduces him as the manager of the Naked Fist. Philip says that their meeting happened by chance, while he was evacuating passengers. Philip recognized him immediately and stopped him because he remembered him from the moment he was gathering material for the article. The surprisingly shocked doctor asks Philip how this manager is connected to what is happening now. Philip turns to the frightened manager and tells him that he should tell him everything, and then he will most likely stay alive. At first, this manager is silent. He doesn't say a word, and then he shouts sharply that Goloi Kulak has escaped. Philippe is very surprised by what he says and asks how this is possible, and the manager says that it is true. The manager says that they heard the doctor ask him to bring Naked Fist, and the manager started asking what to do. However, instead of answering, Naked Fist told his assistant that he was going to the bathroom for a couple of seconds. After a while, the manager heard gunshots and requests from Windetta's men for Naked Fist to appear. Realizing that they were very close, the manager began pounding on the door and telling Naked Fist that he would open it. Without waiting for an answer, he opens the door in shock and notices that part of the wall is missing from the toilet. It has been knocked out. The doctor listens to all of this and at the end asks if it means that the Naked Fist is not here, and the manager says yes. However, Scar was not going to stop the fight. He says that he will only calm down when he also wounds the hero killer. Meanwhile, our heroine laughingly declares that he obviously won't be able to do it. The Scar is starting to get its tentacles out again and saying that it also has no desire to negotiate. Philip notices that the situation is clearly getting very heated and pulls the manager aside, asking him to wait. Philip tells the doctor that he understands why he gave him only an hour, because in that time, people from the clan will arrive. Philip asks the doctor to start thinking logically, but our heroine, meanwhile, thinks only about meat and how to eat. Philippe says that he knows that vendetta never forgets a grudge, but he also adds that there is no point in taking revenge now. The doctor reaches into his pocket for his watch, and Philip says that the doctor has only recently been released from prison, and he should hide. Scar enters the dialogue, addressing the doctor and asking him who he is and what he is saying. The doctor turns to Scar and tells him that it is really time for them to leave, because they have been stalling for time. The doctor tells Scar not to worry, and meanwhile some cars pass right next to the train. The doctor and the wounded Scar jump from the train sideways right onto these cars. At the end, the doctor turns to our heroine, saying that she probably wants to end the battle too, and asks her to tell him her name. And our heroine stands up and declares with pathos that her name for them all is Vector. The doctor angrily says that he has memorized this name and will one day tear our heroine apart. However, his words do not attract our heroine's attention at all. In her mind, she already imagines killing him. And right after that, he imagines how he will use his gift with cool energy abilities. However, when she comes back to reality, she is disappointed by the fact that she cannot do this right now. Philip turns to our heroine and asks her how she managed to hold out against the two of them alone. Immediately, Philip begins to say that he is not going to talk about her from right to left. Then, Philip suggests that they go to the driver's cab and stop the trains, and Ikva says that he knows a way. After a while, Philip finds the brakes, looks at them, and shockedly tells our heroine that those guys cut the brakes. After that, Philip loudly informs everyone about it, saying that the train will soon derail, but our heroine does not care. Meanwhile, the train itself is really rushing at high speed, barely standing on the rails toward the city. Meanwhile, the events of our story move forward and show a guy sleeping on a bed, and then a dark-skinned girl with blue hair asking a certain Mrs. Fullman not to do something. However, this Miss Fullman tells her to open the door immediately before the problems start. Immediately after this girl snaps her fingers, traces of energy appear and the door opens abruptly. Behind this door is the room of the same sleeping guy, and he turns to Fullman and asks her what's wrong. This Mrs. Fullman turns to the boy and says that she has never seen him sitting at a desk with letters. The woman gets angry and says that the paper on the table is long overdue. However, this guy tells her that he has a favorite phrase. What can be done tomorrow can be done the day after tomorrow. This guy named Bishop gets dressed and says that since the lady came in person, it must be an urgent matter. She, in turn, takes all the papers from the table and says that they need to leave immediately. She reports that the Victoria train has been hijacked and Bishop and the girl with the blue hair are walking to the car. However, the lady asks the girl with blue hair to stay and says that she will drive the car herself. Bishop says that apparently, since she changed drivers herself, she clearly has something to say. The lady asks Bishop if it is really that noticeable, and he tells her that she often rubs her ring. Bishop says that this is one of her habits when she is nervous, and then asks if it is an uncomfortable question. The lady pulls herself together and asks Bishop what he is doing here in Zone 16. He says that he was demoted against his will, but this answer only makes the lady angry. She recalls that Bishop was a very cunning snake, and at meetings he easily parried all the words and jokes of the old men. The lady thinks that all this is just part of Bishop's cunning plan and nothing more. However, she is clearly annoyed that even someone like her cannot understand what is on his mind at the moment. She says that since he doesn't want to answer this question, she will ask another one, and Bishop doesn't stop her. She turns to Bishop and asks why the clan leadership is leaving all the villains alone now. She says that although they may lose a little blood, they have every opportunity to get rid of the villains. Instead of answering the question, Bishop sips something and says that Fullman is still so straightforward. However, he then puts down the glass and coolly says that she is also very naive. He suggests that the hidden power of the villains is much greater than they can imagine, but Fullman is also right. He talks about how they can start a new war and exhaust all the villains, but Fullman herself knows one problem. He says that even in the event of such a war, new villains will immediately take the place of these villains. Bishop goes on to say that many heroes are now going beyond their powers by getting new weapons. He asks Fullman what would happen if all the heroes who have opponents and are happy to fight suddenly lost it. The lady asks Bishop if he is referring to forced evil and the nature of villains now. Bishop says that it is much more logical to contain all the villains and thus create a balance than to exterminate them. However, she turns sharply and angrily wants to say something, but Bishop declares that she will not understand. He says that if she had understood everything, she would be having fun with the clan's leadership right now. He turns to her and says that it is better for her to stay in the shadows. He would like to see at least some justice. However, in the moment, Miss Fullman abruptly twists the steering wheel to the side, causing the car to turn around. Bishop is startled by this action on the part of Mrs. Fullman, and she asks him to leave the car. She informs us that they have arrived, and the train with our heroine is meanwhile speeding away at high speed. Meanwhile, on the train, the reporter Philip asks everyone to hold on tight because it is too late to stop the train. However, in the moment, our heroine is overwhelmed by a sharp feeling. She tells herself that now is clearly not the time. Immediately afterwards, she turns around and starts running somewhere in the carriage, and Philip asks her where she is going. She tells herself that something very important has slipped her mind, and she cannot lose it. She tells herself that she really wants it to be there, runs up to a room in the carriage and abruptly opens it. She stops in horror and starts looking straight ahead, as if realizing that a tragedy has occurred. She began to examine the things in her room and noticed that the sword was missing. Immediately after she realized it was missing, she started running around all the cars looking for her sword, turning everything over. Meanwhile, Miss Fullman asks Bishop if he will take the case now. He says that yes, he will take over the case, because the lady only knows how to destroy everything around her. She starts shaking his neck and asking him about what he just said, and he starts saying that he's joking. Then he starts walking to the rails and says that there is no point in wasting time. It's time to get down to business. Meanwhile, not far away, the very same train was rushing along the rails at high speed and without brakes. He came into Bishop's field of vision, and he decided to take something out of his pocket that looked like a small staff. Immediately afterwards, he says, "Welcome, everyone," and creates a huge charge of blue energy around him. And then he says with a smile and an aura behind him that he is glad to see everyone in his cloud garden. Meanwhile, the reporter Philip seemed to have accepted his inevitable death and simply grabbed onto an iron beam. His cat and his manager noticed this, and together they began to poke at him and laugh, thinking what a coward he was. Meanwhile, the lady watched Bishop's actions, thinking that it was immediately obvious that he was not weak at all. After a couple of moments, Bishop's aura covered the train and some distance around it, and then the aura seemed to turn into ice. Meanwhile, Bishop himself was moving his hands to control the aura, creating more and more of it around the train. And shortly before the train was about to hit Bishop, it abruptly stopped right in front of him. All the surviving people and hostages were in wild shock. They did not expect that everything would end well for them. The lady tells Bishop that he needs to check the train for villains and asks Bishop what he will do. Bishop turns his head and says that he wants to know exactly what happened here. Then Bishop says that he wants to find out everything from someone who always knows everything, and he sees the reporter Philip. The reporter Philip gets off the train, wringing out his shirt and wondering where the killer of heroes has gone. Bishop stands behind Philip and shouts at his back, "Long time no see, my famous reporter." Bishop then walks over to the reporter and starts asking him nicely how he is doing. The reporter Philip turns around and is shocked to see Bishop, who calls out his name and stands there looking surprised. Meanwhile, our heroine killer of heroes slowly leaves the train from another door and sees them both. She leaves the train, looks into the distance, and thinks that these are the next fields of play. Meanwhile, the story moves forward and shows us how the naked heroine takes her sword and runs with it across the field. However, at some point in this field, scary hands appear from the sky and start reaching right for the sword and trying to take it away. These hands sharply grab the sword and push our heroine away, dragging the sword behind them into the unknown. These hands are screaming that they are taking away the blade of the Claymore and beginning to disappear into the unknown. And at that moment, our heroine wakes up, and to her great fortune, it was all just a dream. She also hears her phone making noises and decides to check it out. It was a call. She sits down on the bed in her bee costume and picks up the phone saying, "Hello." A familiar voice comes out of the phone, and our heroine is surprised to hear it. "Hello, killer of heroes." She immediately asks if it's Psycho and gets a bullseye answer, and it is indeed the same guy, Psycho. She asks him how he survived, and Psycho says that he was just lucky to have a cool doctor by his side. Psycho asks the hero killer if by any chance she's in the Cloud Garden right now. She asks him how he knew. He talks about how it's not a forgotten place like Dust City, but it's not a metropolis, so it's a good place to hide. Our heroine asks if Psycho called to lead the conflict, and he says that no, he called because of the contract. Psycho informs her that she kept her promise that time, hence now he will tell her the password of the ID card. Psycho tells her the password and some other information, and says that's all for now. He talks about how they will see each other again, but But not soon. The call ends. The girl near Saiko asks him if he is done. She talks about how since he's done, they can get out of here then, and points to her bike. This girl hugs Saiko sitting on his bike and asks him if he regrets not being able to fight anymore. However, Saiko turns around and confidently says with a smile that he doesn't regret it one bit. This girl turns her head away, also smiles and talks about how it's fine since it's like this. She's not worried. She also talks about how excited she is about the whole thing and quietly tosses something aside, something ironclad. However, even though Saiko responded this way, in his thoughts he realizes that there is a lot he wanted to say, and most importantly, he passed on the spark. He also realizes that even though he didn't manage to kill Angan, he was at least able to prove himself. He goes on to say that perhaps because of all these events, he will be able to reach much greater heights. Meanwhile, our heroine learns all the information from Saiko, sits down, and tells herself that all the puzzles have come together. Trailing off, she throws herself back on the bed, lies down, and talks about how she has one goal now, to get her hero's license. She pulls her hand up and tells herself that it will take time, but she believes she can do it. Our heroine recalls the words of Angan, who asked her if she wanted to fight for her sister or die for her. She also brings up the fact that so many things have happened recently that she used to think were impossible. However, as she closes her eyes and lies on the bed, she realizes that she clearly needs training to proceed. She remembers Victoria and realizes that in order to achieve her goals, she will need to become many times stronger than Victoria. In the moment, she looks at her watch and realizes that in 2 hours she needs to arrive at the venue for her exam. And here our heroine realizes that things are already going badly, because now she is late for this whole affair. The events of the story move forward and take us to the indoor stadium where the exam will apparently take place. All the people who are there look very strange and incomprehensible. One of the guys in general has iron pipes out of his body. Another equally strange girl nearby turns to him and tells him to fuck off home, calling him a redneck. Another swarthy guy with nails in his hands turns to her and talks about how she doesn't really want to fly out of here before the exam. Other people watch this, seeing the fight start even earlier than the examiner. Luckily, the examiner hasn't shown up yet. One of the girls with a huge cyber hand addresses everyone and asks them to stop, saying that you can't fight now. In the moment, the door to the exam building opens abruptly. 2 huge iron doors open at once in a second, revealing one girl. All those people who had been arguing with each other not long ago all turned their attention to her alone. It turns out to be our heroine, Ihwa. She walks by everyone and asks them what they are staring at her for. The swarthy guy with the nails turns his attention to our heroine and asks her who she is. In the moment, she walks next to everyone, pushes one of the girls a little, and asks no one to pay attention to her. One of the girls noticed how carefree our heroine was in such a crowd of people and concluded that she was an examiner. Hero Killer notices that there is a vacant seat right on the stage that is unoccupied. She decides to go up and sit right there. All the people in the crowd mistook our heroine for an examiner. When they saw her sitting on the stage, she started watching the time. Our heroine replied that the exam should have already started, and that girl took that as a signal that the exam had begun. Everyone around them also began to think that the exam had already started, and their main task would be to eliminate each other. Our heroine, meanwhile, sitting on a chair on stage, regrets that she didn't manage to destroy the doctor then. However, she also remembers that she did eliminate a few people yesterday and got her hands on a couple of useful gifts. Following this, she decides to use one of them, namely the one that gives her the ability to change her appearance. She only changed her hair color and a bit of makeup, realizing that this protection was enough for her right now. She began to look down from the stage and didn't understand why the people below began fighting amongst themselves. And apparently everyone started fighting because even that girl with the cyber arm started shooting. The guy with the bandages and the girl with the toy were the first to come under her fire. They began to defend themselves with the bandages and the toy. However, in the moment, the girl with the toy also decided to act and struck her toy right at the guy with the bandages. Our heroine decides that it can't go on like this and she'd better go and find out from them what's going on. She walked to the edge of the stage and saw one guy who was clearly lying in a very horrible state on the floor. She began to turn to him and talk about how she had one question for him. However, the boy looked up and in his imagination, our heroine looked like an angry examiner. This guy started gathering all his strength, grabbing his weapon and talking about how he could still fight. Trailing off, he yells for our heroine to look at him, and swinging his weapon, he leaps and flies forward. However, our heroine only looks at it all with incomprehension, thinking that all heroes are shitsticks like this. However, the events of our story move on and take us to a road where some black-tinted car is driving. One of the guys in this car is talking about how it's just stupid to be late for important meetings like this. He turns to another guy in the car and asks him to drive even faster. The guy says he'll do anything. Another guy with blue hair appears from the back seat. He talks about how he doesn't see any strong problem. He also talks about how he doesn't understand at all why the train incident should be their responsibility. The first guy up front suggests that the incident is not as simple as it seems, as it involves members of the Vendetta. The guy with blue hair talks about how even though it all looks delusional, even Mrs. Fullman paid attention to the whole thing. The guy sitting in front says that he is, and that's what bothers him a lot as well. This guy recalls coming into Fullman's office a while back, and they're asking her what he had been summoned for. She addressed this guy as Dan and asked about whether he realistically didn't know the reason or had turned on a fool. The lady began to tell me that the exam that would soon take place would be very different. Only strength would matter. She also tells us that their city alone will have 7 venues, and if you take other cities, the numbers will be in the triple digits. She talks about how the people in these exams can be both helpful and harmful, comparing them to insects. The mistress gave him the task of injecting new blood into the clan and getting rid of the flies that were unnecessary and would get in the way. Dan stooped to pick up a leaf, and mistress spoke of how if they missed this chance too, the clan would simply rot. Dan tearing a leaf suggests that all people become one and the same when they become heroes. Mistress asks Dan who he's so cynical about, saying she'd smack him upside the head like that. Following the events of the story, show us the silhouette of a guy with tubes in his body, and the mistress tells us that the exam will be monitored from above. Dan only lowers his gaze and grudgingly says that it's all just a bunch of problems on his head. Mrs. Fullman picks up the energy and tells Dan that whatever it is, it needs to be done. Dan goes back to what is happening now and ponders her words about the clan potentially rotting. Dan talks about doing as much as Fullman did for him once, but admits they're already too late. The guy with the blue hair gets in Dan's face again and asks him what he's thinking about. The events of the story show us a girl with short pink hair who says, "Trust me on this." And the guy with the blue hair tells Dan about her, adding that he sent her there already beforehand. In the moment, the car stops abruptly, and the guy who was behind the wheel announces that they've arrived. However, before they could even get out of the car, they heard a sharp explosion, part of the building flying off. As it turned out, there was another group of people in the same uniform as Dan sitting in their car, and they were immediately displeased with these events. Dan and the others get out of the car and are immediately approached by Ram, who says she's happy to see them. Dan approaches Ran and starts asking her what's going on here. She informs him that she's having a hard time making it on her own. Dan goes to the door of the building, starts to open it, and asks everyone to follow inside as well. And there's everyone inside fighting. The guy with blue hair immediately notices that it's very noisy and pretty rough. He asks Dan what they should do. Dan gives orders to catch and nail a few people and to do until it's quiet. The guys immediately start following Dan's orders, with the guy in the construction mask being the first to get hit. The guy with blue hair laughs them all off, asking who they are, future heroes or some back alley goons. However, here he notices an attack from a bunch of different needles being directed at him. He realizes that the skills seem to be good from the guys here. It was the same girl with the needles. The guy with the blue hair suggests that there is a glimpse of hope in her. The girl from Dana's squad also grabbed someone and talks about how Fullman was right. There's a lot of bullshit here. In a moment, his ability was robbed of manifestation, and Dan, he sucked in air and followed with a tremendous amount of force began to scream. His scream and the air pressure was so strong that they shattered dozens of panes of glass around and in the building. The people in the building began to take notice. They were greatly surprised by such a sharp sound. Dan informs everyone in the building that he is from the clan and he is now in charge of everything here. And meanwhile, not long before Dinah's sharp scream, our heroine was being served by everyone around her, thinking she was the most important. However, that shout of Dan's was so powerful that it simply blew away all those who had served the hero killer. Dan started talking about how if anyone here disobeyed orders, it would mean they were challenging the entire clan. Rana stood next to Dan and was shocked at how coolly in the moment he had resolved the whole issue. However, Rana's attention drifted away from Dan when she noticed some person sitting in a chair on the podium. After Dan stopped talking, he also went to the stage and saw our heroine sitting there. Our heroine hero killer also saw him. She started to classically look him in the eye and just stay silent. Dan didn't do anything about it yet. He just sat there and watched the whole thing. However, after a second our heroine stood up and jumped into the crowd. People were shocked because they thought she was an examiner. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Bishop, who talks to Philip and asks what he should call the one. Philip tells Bishop that he can call him anything he wants. It makes no difference to him. Trailing off, Philip tells Bishop that he feels like he's already said everything for today and has nothing to add. Bishop asks if Philip talked about the train situation and the girl who was able to exercise vendetta. Philip remembers her and says all the right things, but realizes in his mind that Ihwa has not revealed her true identity. Trailing off, Bishop looks at Philip and talks about how he's not really interested in all of this. He just wanted to have a conversation with Philip. Bishop goes off to the side and talks about how, other than Philip, hardly anyone writes that much criticism of the clan anymore. Trailing off, Bishop finds himself behind Philip's back, grabs him by the shoulder and asks him why he's shaking so much. Trailing Bishop back out again, Philip asks if he's really going to get killed, but Bishop says he was really just worried. Though Bishop tries to add an aura of prostate and fun to this encounter, Philip realizes he feels very uncomfortable. Philip reminds himself that if he relaxes even a little bit, this guy will consume him. We can't forget that. In the moment, Bishop turns to Philip, asking the man if he wants to ask what Bishop is thinking. Bishop talks about not even knowing where to start, and later says he has an idea after all. Bishop speaks sharply about the incident in Branch 17 being behind the hands of the unnamed. Philip shockingly stands up. Philip is wildly surprised. He can't understand where this information about Bishop comes from. Perhaps he has his own agents. Bishop pours tea and asks Philip if he knows why they are called nameless specifically. Philip says he doesn't know. Philip talks about how long ago, back in the day, they also had their own name, Nera. Trace Bishop also talks about how it was previously a villain alliance that also had its own flag. However, the victorious clan was forbidden to use the word, and over time all its bearers disappeared. To put it another way, the villains' alliance was destroyed, and all that was left were the records, Bishop says. Philip makes the point that this is very valuable information, and you obviously can't find it in history books. Philip asks Bishop if the smiling guy is really going to unite all the villains. Bishop says he doesn't know, but it's possible. Bishop looks into his tea and talks about how he feels like the winds of change are blowing, and he wants Philip to know that, because he loves his articles. Bishop talks about how his view of the world is already corrupted, and through Bishop's articles, he manages to see the world differently. Trailing off, Bishop turns to Philip and asks him how the world shines and is seen in his eyes. Some time passes. Philip leaves, and on the way he ponders Bishop's words that something big is coming. Walking out of Bishop's house, Philip stops near a wall, leans against it, and talks about how he thought he was going to shit his pants. Looking up at the sky, Philip concludes that Bishop is a very unpleasant man, and it is best to avoid him from now on. However, Philip also realizes that fortunately he was able to get all sorts of useful information for himself. At the moment, he notices an announcement near him that a hero's exam is going on, and begins to suspect what event Bishop was referring to. Dan immediately points out that the girl with the needles is worthy of attention. She hid her power and only revealed herself in battle. Also noteworthy is the girl with the cyber arm. Although it's not a gift, she clearly uses it very well. And also the guy with implants in his body that Mistress was talking about, who wouldn't even engage everyone. Dan suspects that many were simply wary of him, seeing his powerful appearance. However, Dan immediately realizes that the main problem is our heroine, who is pestering everyone and asking for food at the moment. Dan keeps trying to get a better look at her to see what her power level is. She's stealing food from others in the meantime. Dan is well aware that she won't be able to hide her power for long, or she'll just fail the exam. All that's left is to wait. Dan starts broadcasting to the whole room again and talking about how if anyone here feels sorry for their life, they should leave. Dan's men, meanwhile, watch with a smile as their leader skillfully intimidates these new recruits. Dan also reports that there has never been a year in which no one has died during an exam. Next, Dan wants to explain how to leave the exam, but at the point he's interrupted, someone asks him to finish his speech faster. It turns out to be the same girl. She asks to finish quickly and start the exam as soon as possible. Dan begins to look down directly at her, smiling, and telling himself in his mind that this is the kind of courage that is needed. Next, Dan yells out that the exam can begin and there will only be 3 phases to this exam. The girl with the toy turns around and interjects with surprise about the 3 stages. She clearly wasn't expecting this. Dan pulls out some kind of diamond and talks about the first step being a treasure hunt for this exam. Some time passes and the participants of our exam are sent somewhere on buses with their eyes closed. Dan approaches our heroine and talks about how her turn has come. Now it's time for her to get off the bus. As it happens, our heroine hero killer leaves the bus with her eyes closed. Apparently, everyone was dropped off in different areas. She begins to lift her mask and look at the area, seeing a forest and a small stream. However, judging by the creek and the fact that the terrain is very strange, our heroine immediately concludes that she is in the mountains. She also immediately begins to examine her body, noticing that there is some sort of bracelet on her wrist. She begins to remember Dan's words about the area being near a cloud garden, and the main objective is to find a diamond like this. At the time, Dan also said that contestants can go beyond and use any means to defeat their opponents. Then the girl with the tattoos and needles talked about how it sounds very simple, and the explanation is simple. Then Dan also talked about everyone wearing bracelets like the examiners so they could see their location. At that time, the examiners of Dana's people began to put bracelets on the hands of all the participants and asked them not to lose their bracelets. Dan also announced that they would be expelled immediately without explanation for going outside the area. That's when Dan finished his speech, wished everyone good luck, and asked to proceed to the buses to begin the exam. As soon as she does, our heroine notices that her bracelet makes a sudden sound and a timer appears on one of its screens. She is well aware that this means the start of the exam and also realizes that she should be quiet. A second after that, however, she abruptly sits down near the grass and holds something mechanical in her hands. It's some iron block wrapped in wires. She realizes it's surveillance and throws it away. As she follows, she notices a camera above and begins to realize what to do. She picks up some rocks and throws them directly at the camera. These flying drones with cameras are not only noticed by the hero killer, but also by a girl with long purple hair. She sees that there are 7 of them. She turns to Dan, since she's from his squad, and talks about how these drones are a useless idea. He talks about how unnecessary they will be, and she replies to him that alcohol is best not drunk in the workplace. Trailing off, she remembers that it's just a drink. Since Dan always plays by the rules, she says he's very boring. Dan tells her to stop idly chattering and asks her to focus more on the exam. She talks about understanding everything and also informs Dan that there are already a couple people who have found the stone. She also talks about how it's best not to be too quick to call them lucky, and we are shown one of those. Right after one of the guys found the rock, a girl appeared near him with a bat and hit him in the head. She sent it straight into the tree with one single blow with her entire body, clearly making it clear that the stone was now hers. Dana's purple-haired squad assistant says it's far more important who gets to keep the stone. Next, she talks about how Dan picked a very strange assignment for them, but he says it was an order from above. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to our heroine, the hero killer, who also realizes that the main task is to take away the stone. She is well aware of what she should do in such a situation, as the main goal of the game is to capture, not search. She tears off the sheet and talks about how if she starts looking for the stone now, only to make trouble for herself that way. Our heroine decides that now is the best time to go to bed, because what could be better now, and you can start tomorrow. She goes to bed covered in leaves and reflects on the fact that stealing is her thing, so it's easy to pull off. However, after a couple minutes, she gets up again and tells herself that she wants to eat and sits sadly. Our heroine is well aware that sleeping on an empty stomach will not work for her and decides to find something while looking at the forest. In a moment, a white mushroom that was growing near one tree near her came into her field of vision. As she looked at it, she saw this mushroom calling to her to eat it, and it was a fly agaric. However, our heroine didn't care about anything anymore. She started reaching for the fly swatter, and in a moment, someone sharp knocked it down with a needle. It turned out to be the same girl with the tattoo, with a guy and some unknown person next to her. Trailing off, this girl started pointing at our heroine hero killer and talking about what's the point of all this. Now she's dead. The mushroom situation makes hero killer very angry, and she talks about how she had planned to be quiet today. But apparently, it's not going to work. Meanwhile, events take us to Dr. Vector. He is telling someone about the peculiarities of Zone 16 and the Cloud Garden. It's all Vector telling Reichel, talking about how all people used to think of these clouds as falling from the ground. However, at one point, Rachel interrupts Vector and asks him what he's already done, but Vector doesn't understand her question. Rachel turns around, looks into Vector's eyes, and cheerfully tells him that he's being followed. A second after it happened, some uniformed men appeared from behind and asked Vector and Rachel to stop. The chief among these men turns to Vector and asks if his name is Vector. Vector replies, "Why? This guy started looking right through Vector's glasses and talking about how he thought that by putting on glasses and changing his hair, no one would recognize him. This guy talks about Vendetta not forgetting grudges and asks Vector to follow them. In the moment, a bunch of people surround them. Trailing off, one of the guys turns to Vector and talks about how their boss is now looking for them. Vector is very surprised by this. However, these people do not dare to continue dialoguing with Vector and simply take him under their arms. Some time passes and Vector, along with Rachel, find themselves in some sort of cage. Vector doesn't dare tolerate this attitude. He's pounding the cage and screaming about how they have him confused with someone else. The chief among them talks about shutting Vector up and just waiting for their boss, because catching Vector was an order. In the moment, all of Vector's attention is distracted by Rachel. She quietly calls out to him from behind, tugging at his clothes. She tells Vector that this is their chance after all, and reminds him that does he remember about Angan's orders? Trailing off, Rachel starts talking about how it will be much easier for them to get information from those who work here. However, the Vector starts screaming about how it's all dishonest and it's all a conspiracy because he didn't actually do anything. The guy following Vector pulls out a knife, starts yelling and threatening, saying he asked Vector to be quiet. However, in the very next instant, Rachel uses her GIF, creating a rope from the plant, encircling the tracer's arm. Immediately afterward, Rachel abruptly starts pulling her rope from the plant and thus slams it against the camera. By the time this guy comes to his senses and realizes what's going on, he notices that Vector has left the cell. This guy starts asking about Vector leaving the cell, at which point Rachel appears behind him. Abruptly, a few more Vendetta guys and some man chief among them walk into this room with a cage. Events go forward a bit, showing us some guy tied up sitting in the middle of a building on a chair. Rachel's plants are coming from his mouth and his body is also wrapped in them. He talks about some kind of exam. Vector turns to Rachel and talks about how no matter how strong Vendetta is, it's unlikely they would go alone against the clan. They clearly have support. The doctor begins to tie all the thoughts together and think about everything that is going on in order to pick a better outcome. In the moment, Dr. Vector realizes that it may be Angan who is responsible for everything and asks Rachel what he said. Rachel talks about how Angan said that if the nameless are touched, it's already war and no other way. Meanwhile, the events of the story bring us back to our heroine, who realizes she's already using a gift and can't use two at once. She looks at her opponent and tells herself that this is a great chance to test her abilities. The girl with the tattoo asks our heroine if she really decided to fight and if she'd better apologize. Our heroine, Killer Garyov, began to notice that other people began to surround her, realizing that they are all for one with this girl. Hero Killer realizes that this girl is acting smart because with so many people, she will always be superior. Our heroine also starts looking around the area and trying to figure out how many of them are here. 7 in appearance, she says. Meanwhile, this girl is scratching her ear and talking about how her patience is about to burst, asking for the Hero Killer's answer. As expected of a Hero Killer, she crouches down sharply, gathers her energy, and tells her that her answer is no. Trailing off, our heroine decides that it would be best to start the attack with whoever is closest, getting on his foot. She energizes her leg, gathers all her strength, and kicks right at the guy next to her. This girl screams about how she knew this would happen and starts launching needles right at our heroine. However, her attacks don't scare or hurt our heroine at all. She simply fends them off with one hand in flight. Seeing this, the girl with tattoos and needles is shocked and confused. She didn't expect this at all. After all, she was planning to kill the Hero Killer. However, besides her, others started to act at that moment. One of the guys took a bat and swung it behind our heroine. The bat began to fly from behind at high speed into Hero Killer's head. However, she saw it and began to intercept it. And she did it successfully. She didn't just intercept the bat, she sent it so that it hit another girl in the head. And right after that, she decided to give fire to this guy as well, and immediately attacked him in the face from the elbow. She had already gotten rid of several people this way, and by her calculations, she had 4 more to take out. She attacks the large man next to her and notices that he has a physical enhancement gift, which is very popular. However, she follows up by finding a vulnerable point in his knee and strikes right at it, thus sending the man to the floor. Following that, she also decides to deal with that strange guy in a robe standing near the girl. She jumps on him with an attack, hitting him sideways as well. Time comes to attack the girl next to them with blonde hair. Getting rid of it too makes for an interesting picture. There is no one left to defend the girl with the tattoo. Realizing that with all the pawns she has dealt with, our heroine becomes in a special pose and prepared to attack. The girl with the tattoo understands everything and does the same, telling our heroine that she's not a finger. A fight breaks out between them. The girl with the tattoo attacks Hero Killer in the legs, however the latter stops the attack. Following this girl changes her position and starts attacking again. Our heroine is only defending herself for now. However, apparently standing in defense became too boring, and our heroine sharply attacks her opponent in the stomach. Right after which she decides she needs to finish it off some more and begins to direct a leg attack to her head. Seeing that her rival can't do anything, the Hero Killer asks her, "Is the end here?" However, in response, the girl with tattoos and needles only lowers her gaze and interjects a phrase about the end. This girl starts wiggling her fingers and talking about how she didn't save her gift for her. Immediately afterward, dozens of needles rise into the air and become large in size and fly downward. Our heroine is good at noticing and realizing the full extent of her attack and begins to dodge them all little by little. She starts to run a little forward through them, dodging them, but a feeling bothers her. She starts to stop and examine all the needles, realizing that something is not right here. The needle threads turn purple, and that girl with the tattoo tells us that it's gotten to our heroine very late. In a moment, our heroine begins to notice that this girl is holding these threads in her hands. Trailing off, she also realizes that dozens of these purple threads are enveloping her from all sides now. The girl with the tattoos and needles suggests that it's too late, and Hero Killer has already fallen into her thread trap. Our heroine is not particularly frightened by all that is going on. She touches the web and asks, "Is she from Esther?" Trailing off, our heroine tells herself that if she concentrates, she can see her. So she does. Gathering all the energy in her vision, she realizes that this girl is holding all the threads with her hand. Realizing all this, our heroine decides to act and begins to slowly make her way through the cobwebs below. Her tattooed opponent realizes that Hero Killer was able to dodge and decides to act now to be the first to attack. She decides she's going to attack right in the chest area of our heroine and does so with a kick of her foot. However, no matter how fast and strong she is, our heroine easily dodges her attack. However, upon turning around, our heroine notices something terrible that scares her badly in the moment. She notices that she's practically touched all of her threads, and the thread tells her that there's not much left. And in the very next instant after she said this, our heroine's leg began to rise threads upward. Immediately after, this girl grabbed the Hero Killer by her clothes when she realized she had nowhere to run. And right after she grabbed her, she sent our heroine flying upwards into the air with a swing. Having flown upwards, our heroine fell right into the threads, which began to envelop her in a circle from all sides. This girl began to turn to her and said that although it was a game without rules, the examiner's trust should not be lost. Trailing off, this girl points to her needles and says that they contain deadly poison, and our heroine is still very lucky. She hurts our heroine a little with the needle, and talks about how if it weren't for the exam, our heroine would have been dead long ago. Trailing off, this girl in a tattoo starts laughing and talking about how no matter what, the Hero Killer will come to his senses by the end of the exam. Our heroine abruptly starts talking about how their thoughts are similar, and she too feels sorry for them being in the exam, and our heroine's hair comes back. Our heroine begins to envelope everything around her in a blue aura and tear those threads that hold her back. The girl with the tattoo starts to turn around, and our heroine tells her that this is how she would have gotten her gift a long time ago. And in the next instant after her words, our heroine found herself behind this girl's back. Our heroine affectionately straddled her body from behind and began to say, "Well now, bye-bye." After which, the Hero Killer turned her body upside down and began to cover everything around her with blue energy. In just a second, this girl in tattoos and needles was already lying on the ground unconscious and with blood on her face. Our heroine began to look at her and talk about how if she hadn't been so careless, she could have been a good opponent. Our heroine regains her other hair and talks about how fighting it is like carrying a load and it's a good workout for her. Trailing off, our heroine remembers what started it all and begins to examine her body for something tasty. However, at the moment her search is interrupted, for it began to drip rain, to which she was rather surprised. Taking a huge leaf from the floor, she raised it above her head and began to walk forward directly under it. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us to the very girl with purple hair. She notices something. Some guy in a raincoat also with their squad logo walking through the woods caught her attention. She starts to look closely at his raincoat and realizes something that is very strange, because it's like this guy was already prepared for rain. At the point someone calls her earpiece, Informing her that they have an urgent message, she says she's ready to listen. But right after that, the rain intensifies and the connection starts to fail, causing her to not hear anything she's being told. She decides to follow the guy alone and jumps out of a tree, the drop in communication falling out at a very bad time. Meanwhile, this guy is still walking steady through the woods, and you can spot some sort of blade on his belt. In a moment, this guy in a cloak stops, crouches down, and as if preparing to use his blade now. And so it is with a sudden movement of her hand, she reaches for it and begins to place it in front of her. This is because the girl with purple hair also decided to act and attacked him. The girl with purple hair is wildly surprised. She is shocked that this guy noticed her from such a distance and started attacking her. She began to look at him and realized that in all likelihood she was originally his target. She tells herself that she's now pretty sure he's not from the squad, turns to him and asks who he is. This guy quietly and rudely addresses her and talks about how he doesn't communicate with the dead. This girl is only momentarily looking ahead at him and can't figure out what he means or who's dead here. In the next instant after that, the guy began to twirl and fill his blade with energy and then rushed forward. In just a second, his blade was already completely covered in blood, and he himself was using the invisible blade technique. His victim turned out to be a girl with purple hair. He cut her open, and she only had time to say at the end, "Need to report." This guy, with obviously long hair and eyes red as blood, began to just walk onward in the rain. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Ram from the exam squad. She is standing in the rain with shock. Dan looks at Ram with a stern face and asks her to come to her senses now and stop losing touch with reality. She's clearly having a hard time doing so, however, as she, Dan, and a few others are now standing near the corpse of the squad girl. Dan talks about how there's nothing more they can do now, and all they can do is try to make sense of what happened. Meanwhile, some guy also wearing a squad cape starts going into some kind of tent. There he meets Dan and the others. They ask him how things are now. It turns out to be a guy with blue hair from the squad. He's talking about how the terrain is vast, and he hasn't found anything yet. He talks about how, although he has found tracks in several places, it's still hard to make a connection. He turns to Dan and asks about how long has Ram been standing there in the rain silently alone. Dan says that the girl with the purple hair and Ram were close, and she needs time to accept the fact of death. Dan begins to analyze the footprints and says that apparently the fight was short-lived, and it was the girl from the squad who attacked first. He also suspects that the fight ended in a single attack, for the enemy was very strong. Dan continues to look at the site of the squad girl's murder, and with his side vision, he notices a stone with an inscription. Dan notices that the cut stone has blood written on it. "Stop, die all." And he doesn't understand what it means. The squad girl reports that she was able to make a connection and contact the branch now. However, she follows up by disappointedly passing orders that she was told to continue with the exam. Another guy in the squad is wildly angry. He's pounding his hands on the table and talking about how outrageous this is. The guy with the blue hair says that at least this way they can find the guy who killed the girl in their squad. Trailing off, everyone in the squad began to look at Dan and ask him as the man in charge what he thought about it. Dan says the situation is dire and Fullman would not have given such an order. However, they can't go anymore either. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us a guy in a robe and cloak who is rapidly chasing someone. That guy being chased by the man in the robe screams, save with tears in his eyes, and sees someone ahead of him. He jumps to this man's feet and starts talking about how he is giving up everything and doesn't want any exam. However, upon raising his head, this guy sees a man with green hair who is clearly looking at him unkindly. The very next second, this man with green hair and glasses kills this guy who came running towards him. The man in the robe who was chasing the guy turns to the guy with green hair. "Is that you, Scar?" He replies that yes. It turns out to be the same Scar from Vendetta. The first masked guy asks Scar to follow him. Together with this masked guy, Scar goes somewhere through the woods. After a while, they come out to some house. Walking in, you can see that the first leader of the Vendetta, the doctor, is there. He asks Scar if he's okay. Scar says it's okay and starts to look ahead to where 3 more people are sitting. The first one is this girl with swarthy appearance, and she has an emerald in her forehead. She sits with her eyes closed. Also standing in the house is some guy with green eyes, a cyber arm, and a large build. One of these guys turns to Scar and the doctor, asking them if they're really the ringleaders of the Vendetta. The dark-haired girl raises her hand and talks about how if she touches them, they will die immediately. Scar starts to get angry with them, but the doctor stops him and tells these people that maybe from their point of view it is. However, holding something in his hands, the doctor says that he is confident that cooperation will benefit both parties. The guy who was sitting on the couch the whole time with a huge blade slams it sharply on the ground, creating an aura. He turns to the doctor and tells him not to open his mouth until he allows it. He throws off some bloody clothes and tells Scar and the doctor to prove their usefulness with actions, not language. The man with the blade says that he has destroyed all the camera drones, so there is no more surveillance. The man starts to leave the house and talks about how there is a glorious breeze outside that will cover up the smell of blood. He pulls down his hood and says, "Let's start the massacre." And behind the hood was a guy about 25 years old with red eyes. A night had passed since that moment. It all came back to our heroine, who sat chopping a stick with a knife. She had chopped the stick to make a spear out of it, and in her head she had already imagined how she would use it to catch fish. However, in an instant, she turns her head and her gaze around, realizing that there are sounds of battle coming from outside. She crouches down and begins to listen to what's going on, contemplating what it could be out there. The first thing she notices is the same little girl with a huge cyber arm running somewhere. In a moment, this girl abruptly turns around and starts with her cyber hand to shoot someone powerfully. Someone's aura sweeps near her shot, but her shots are pretty strong too. They break even rocks in the way. In the next moment, it turns out to be the aura of some man in a cloak, which in a moment pierces that arm of hers. Our heroine does not decide to get involved in this fight because it does not affect her in any way. She decides to focus on getting fish. However, at one point, she does draw attention to the weapon that is in the hands of the guy who is attacking the girl. She begins to wonder if maybe she should spend some time and get him. Her inner demon is screaming for an urgent need to take this weapon for herself, as it is very useful. That inner demon in her head says what she's wasting her time on because it's beneficial to her. The inner demon reminds her of what Instructor Dan said about there being no rules anymore and everyone acting however they want. Demon screams about killer heroes bludgeoning and doesn't realize what a chance this is, especially since her sword was also recently stolen. Our heroine's inner demon asks her to imagine how cool she would look with this weapon in her hands. However, at one point, our heroine and her inner demon begin to notice something coming down from the heavens below. It turns out to be a beautiful inner angel to our heroine who speaks to her, and even her beautiful, sweet, and kind inner angel informs her that it's worth taking away that weapon. After the words of the inner angel, our heroine finally decides she should act and storms off, angel and demon satisfied. Meanwhile, that girl who was attacked by the guy with the cool gun stands in shock because her cyber arm was cut open. This person with a cool weapon resembles a girl. She is in a mask and swings for a punch. And at the very last moment, right before impact, our heroine throws her spear and flies into the fray. She picks up and uses 2 small knives she found on the ground and uses them to hold up the man's weapon. Trailing off, she stops, her knives breaking, and she stands right in front of her new opponent. She addresses this man, saying that he is good because of his weapons, so she offers to fight fair, without them. Apparently, the man approves of her suggestion to fight with her hands and tosses his weapon back into the stone. Immediately afterward, both he and Hero Killer get into standoffs. He's the first to get off and run at our heroine. In just a second, they collide and battle, and their energies intertwine, attacking each other. The fight turns out to be tough for both of them. They both hold back a bit, but they also lash out pretty well so. Our heroine uses only 2 small broken knives, and her opponent also some kind of iron. In the moment, Hero Killer's opponent attacks powerfully at her, but she clearly finds her strength and fends off his attack in a second. Immediately after, the enemy began to change positions, and our heroine at that moment rushed to his weapon to grab it. And she had successfully done so. 1 sharpened blade out of 2 she had already gotten her hands on. The second, unfortunately at the moment, is still in the hands of the enemy to our heroine. Meanwhile, the girl with the cyberarm watches this fight, realizing that she had better leave, for their attack level is very high. In the moment, the girl with the cyberarm notices that the hero killer is being pushed out little by little, and some of the blows to her do go through. The girl with the cyberarm energizes her second weapon and decides she should step into the fray and help her savior. With her energy, she also brought her electro fist back to life in an instant and was already ready to fight. In the moment, she sets it up near her body, points it forward, and using its power creates a huge net. With this net, she grabs the hero killer's opponent by a body part, thus confusing him. Immediately afterward, the girl with the cyberarm yells out that his stance is finally open. And right after this girl runs to our heroine and sharply grabs her, the weapon that she obtained falls out of her hands. followed by this girl putting her fist down and asking our heroine to hold on tight and energizing her fist. Immediately after, she fires a shot of energy with her fist, and the wave from the explosion throws them upwards. The power of her fist runs out, and she and our heroine simply fall down from a high height. Our heroine quickly retrieves the black fishing line, wraps it around a tree in flight, and lands normally. But the girl with the cyber arm obviously didn't hit it so well because she landed body down and also hit her face. A little time passes. Our heroine and this girl go to the cave, the girl with the cyber hand forever thanking Ihwa. The one says that she has already understood everything. Our heroine begins to build herself kind and nice, saying that the one who passed by at such a moment has no right to call himself a hero. The girl with the cyber hand says that this is the right mindset and also asks to talk about it later. A girl with a cyber hand creates a fire and lights a bonfire, asking our heroine if she knows what's going on in the forest right now. The girl with the cyber hand says that she has no information other than the fact that there have been assassination attempts on exam takers. The girl with the cyber arm says that that stranger first offers her to walk with him, but she refuses. Right after she turned him down, he started attacking, and if it wasn't for the hero killer, she would have died there. The girl with the cyber arm asks our heroine's opinion on the matter, whether she thinks the examiners will make up their own minds. However, our heroine is not much interested in all this. She talks about how she doesn't even know what to say. She thinks back to her recent opponent and talks about how he could likely be stronger than the examiners. The girl with the cyber arm is greatly surprised by this girl's words and talks about how there is simply no such thing. Our heroine talks about how even if the connection is broken, there are tons of other ways to pass on information, but they don't do that. Hero Killer also talks about how you can just put est in your voice and yell, which would already be a signal, but they don't do that like Dan did. Next, our heroine talks about how the instructors haven't given up on this place and are still walking here, but they're too low on energy. She also talks about how although she didn't fight at full strength, that guy didn't fight hard either. Trailing off, she also talks about how if there are more minions of this guy, then the exam can be forgotten. She also talks about how everyone could just die. But at this point, their dialogue is interrupted. Someone abruptly running nearby. Our heroine looks into the bushes and asks, "Who is there?" From there a voice is heard, "It's me, Fejin." Our heroine lowers her head and sees only one head of Fejin there, who talks about having an infa and asks for help finding his body. Some time passes, the girl with the cyber arm carries Fejin's head, and he points out to them where the rest of his body parts are. The hero killer walks through the bushes and talks about how it looks like she found what they were looking for. Fejin asks to get his head close to these things. The girl with the cyber arm does so. Fejin's neck blurs. Immediately after that, those mountains of grey mixture nearby began to seem to be attracted to Fejin, forming parts of his body. And after only about 10 seconds after that, Fejin's body became what it should be. Our heroine realizes it's not magic and asks Fejin if it's his GIF, though she knows the answer since she's already seen it. The girl with the cyber arm yawns, brushing her hand and talking about whether Hero Killer thinks Fejin will tell her so. Fejin at one point creates dolls out of clay, saying it's his ability, but to make more he has to disassemble his body. Trailing off, Fejin asks them not to regard his words as suspicious. He feels that if they're going to act together, they need to know it. Fejin continues talking, adding that the people who are hunting them are strong, so the matter of life is now more important than the exam. In the moment, the girl with the cyber arm asks Fejin how he knows her name since he addressed her. Fejin talks about putting everyone on the spot even before the exam and knows she's more interested in being a commander than a hero. Trailing off, Fejin points out the gear killer and says that he's much more interested in her, since with her skills, nothing is known about her. He pokes his finger at her again, looks straight into her eyes and asks her sharply, "Who is she?" Our heroine decides that dodging basic questions all the time won't work, so she comes up with a name for herself, Katya. Following, a little time passes. Our heroine, who is now Katya, the girl with the big hand, and Fejin are off somewhere. Along the way, they clung to trees and stopped briefly, our heroine asking for details about that guy in the raincoat. Fejin was describing the person who attacked him, and this person was clearly different from the one our heroine encountered. However, following abruptly, she hears an interesting note from this Fejin. He says that the attacker had an unusual sword. At first, our heroine's thoughts are clogged with delirium, and she imagines the sword as a spoonful of honey. However, the next thing she knows, she begins to seriously consider what kind of sword it could be. During their journey, the girl with the cyber arm approaches Feijin and asks him to describe this sword, for perhaps she will realize what kind of weapon it is. However, Feijin only slightly recalls the silhouettes of the weapon in his head and talks about not seeing it normally. However, Feijin talks about what he clearly noticed, especially the blade of the weapon was completely transparent. The girl with the big cyber hand lowers her gaze and says something about the fact that in all likelihood it was Shard. It was our heroine who took notice of her words. She began to interject to the girl with the cyber hand about Shard. She talks about how users of gifts happen to learn special techniques that allow them to pass through the body in clothing. She continues, pointing out that it's different for Shard as he has the GIF in the item itself. She also explains that it can be used by ordinary people depending on the case, but it is very rare. She continues again and talks about how the sword Feijin was attacked with is either the white sword or the sword of glass. The girl with the cyber arm says at one point that everyone would want a sword like that and then starts to wonder. She stops abruptly, Feijin and our heroine as well. The hero killer asks her what happened. In the moment, the girl with the cyber arm started talking about how she remembered who the sword belonged to now. The events of the story take us somewhere in the past, to some place. The plaques there say it is the Temple of the Living Sword. A certain old man in a robe sits there and asks someone if they want to get their hands on that sword and betray their bloodline. A guy with red eyes stands in front of the old man and tells the old man, as a teacher, that he himself has not yet gotten rid of the sword. Trailing off, he addresses this old man again, calls him teacher, and asks if it's greed. This old man teacher looks at this guy and talks about how he knows where all the students are that didn't share this guy's principles. He realizes that all of them are already dead and lying around, and the only ones left are those who share this guy's principles. Trailing off, this guy starts pulling out his regular sword and telling the old man teacher that everything is right. Trailing off, he talks about how he's about to destroy the teacher as well, and that's how they'll decide whose sword it will be. Everyone around them is lying dead, and this guy is talking about how only the owner of the sword will come down from this mountain today. The old man teacher asks to come out at least, saying that he would like to die under the moonlight. The guy starts to turn around and walk, doing the old man's bidding and saying, "Whatever you say." However, the old man turns out to be not as simple as he might have thought. He abruptly opens the bolt from his sword. A second after the old man opened the bolt from that sword, everything around him began to plunge into chaos and flames. Everyone around him except the guy who is going to take the sword is dead. The teacher started to turn to him. The teacher releases this sword attack and tells this guy if he wants to wait another 10 years. However, the apprentice proves to be not so simple. His sword and strength is enough to repel this powerful attack on himself. The teacher starts telling this guy what he's already told him, that his arrogance breeds anger in him. The teacher asks this guy if he was serious about owning glass since he was making such a statement. The teacher talks about how the sword of glass belongs to him, and if that guy wants to take it away so badly, let him try. The teacher also says that so that his road to the other world won't be so boring, he's going to pass something on to his student. However, the very next second after this sentence, the old man was right on this guy's sword. The guy asks him, "Are you dead?" The old man started touching this guy on the aftermath and saying, "Soon you will surpass me, and thus prove the greatness of this sword." A second after that sentence, the old man, dead and powerless, fell to the floor covered in blood with his sword in his hands. And from the blood he released from his body before he died went a small stream that poured right under this guy's feet. The events of the story go back to real time. This guy with a sword is sitting on a rock. Someone on the side tells him, "Found." It turns out to be a guy with blue hair from the squad. He asks this guy if he killed their partner. Past the guy with blue hair, there's also Rana standing behind a few trees and a couple other people on top of a tree. This guy with a sword turns his head in cold blood and declares that yes, he is the one who killed their partner. Hearing this, the guy with blue hair decides to act, and to act very quickly and radically. The guy with the blue hair and the guy with the sword clash in battle. The guy with the blue hair sees his opponent openly showing himself. Dan appears from behind and says that the enemy Shard and also has allies. It's worth being careful. At one point, this general fight against one guy with a sword is met with Rama using the combat mode. Immediately afterward, she uses energy to create a menu with a choice of weapons and picks up some sort of assault rifle. Without any words or warning, she starts launching attacks directly at the guy with the sword with energy. Realizing that the attacks aren't going as well as they should, she decides to go a little more radical and creates a rifle out of energy. Immediately after that, without hesitation, she of course shoots. But again in vain, this guy stopped her attack. That guy with the sword is still standing there. It's like nothing has changed for him. He's not the least bit surprised. Right after that, another one starts heading at this guy, now from a guy with blue hair. Our guy with the sword glass immediately reflects her and still stands still holding his sword. In the moment, another masked guy who is on the squad side asks the guy with the sword where he's going and gets into a stance. Meanwhile, the guy with the glass sword who was standing next to the guy with blue hair does a jump up. Immediately afterward, the guy with the sword of glass stood on a tree and began to distance himself from the squad. However, in the very next instant, this guy had already made a leap down from the other side and chopped the tree into 2 pieces with his sword energy. Then very slowly, pathologically and clearly landed on one of its parts, becoming on it like a warrior. Apparently Dan decides to join the fight. He puts on an iron mask and clearly sees that things are not going well. The guy with blue hair notices these actions on Dan's part and starts yelling at everyone to cover their ears. Immediately after that, Dan looks at the guy with the sword, charges his voice with est, and starts creating an attack that tears everything down. Trailing off, Dan fixes his mask and says he remembers whose sword it is, and also says he seems to realize who this guy is. Immediately afterward, Dan looks at this guy and talks about how if the sword wielder hasn't changed, he's the Jinn. Jean turns to Dan and talks about how he is looking for a torch, an object that will burn away dementia and start a new era. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us to Hero Killer, who notices a bird lying in the grass. The girl with the huge cyber hand asks what that just was. She's probably referring to the attack created by Dan. Feijin tells her that he doesn't know, but he can clearly pick up on the fact that the sound was quite far away. Trailing off, Feijin addresses the girl with his fist and our heroine, saying he's more interested in the corpses around them. Killer Geryov puts his hand down to one of the corpses, touches its neck, and talks about how they are still warm, meaning they were recently killed. Trace examining the place around the battle, our heroine notices strange traces of battle, as if the weapons were such that cut everything around. Thinking about this, our heroine thinks about the fact that maybe it was the guy she fought with again. Feijin talks about how they'd better split up. There could be survivors left in the neighborhood, but our heroine disagrees. She says there's no need. In the moment, our heroine holds her attention on one spot and notices that there are purple threads in the space. She pulls one of those, and at that moment some guy appears behind her with a blue thing in his hands. This is noticed by the girl with the cyber arm. She decides to help our heroine and covers her from the blow. Our heroine looks into the face of this guy who attacked her and recognizes her as the same guy who is making a cool appearance at the beginning of the exam. Our heroine approaches him, trying to find out if it's him, but this guy only pretends it's not him at all. At the same moment, the same girl with a huge toy in her hands and green hair announces herself from the other side. Apparently she decides to attack, however, Feijin notices this and creates little people out of clay that stop her. A girl with a huge cyber hand tries to stop everyone and asks around what they all started doing now. A girl with green hair and a toy in the back asks our guys if they are accomplices of the guy in the mask. The girl with the huge cyber arm talks about how no, they are not accomplices of anyone and tries to stop the fight. However, the same girl with the needles and thread can be seen in the back yelling that our guys can't be trusted, they might be lying. However, in a moment, the girl with tattoos, needles and threads notices that there is our heroine in the company and immediately realizes everything. Our heroine does not change her habits. She immediately turns to her and asks her if she wants to stick her nose in the ground one more time. Some time passes. The girl with the toy sits down and talks about how they are also out of touch with the exam in the forest. Feijin is trying to be critical the whole time, asking if he and the masked guy were fighting. The same guy in the blue sweatshirt talks about how the point is that they just couldn't even leave. Feijin asks what this is about. The girl with the tattoo says that they were trying to get out of the exam, for life is one and exams are many. However, next she tells of some obscure plant blocking all avenues of escape. She also talks about how no matter how much they try to cut them up, it does zero good. Followed by the girl with the tattoo talking about how, to put it simply, this place is just completely isolated. In the moment, our heroine, a character assassin, talks about what that means, which is just great news. However, the girl with tattoos and needles can't understand at all what our heroine found so good about it. Hero Killer talks about how she originally planned to fight the squad, but didn't know how to convince others to do it as well. The girl with the tattoos and needles revisits our heroine and asks her about whether she thinks she is the strongest. The girl with the tattoo says that if they attack as a group, it won't work, but our heroine interrupts her and points her finger somewhere. She points up and calmly says that he is standing there already. And indeed, the masked man appears at the top. The girl with the toy, the guy in the blue sweatshirt, and Fajin in the back come to a wild horror at seeing him. The girl with the cyber arm is immediately aimed at him, but our heroine puts her hand on her iron hand and stops him. Our heroine says that if he wanted to attack, he would have attacked long ago, but here it is immediately obvious that he is on another case. This masked guy introduces himself as Condor and talks about being tasked with taking the students. Then he says that he needs students with great potential, but while he was looking for them, he killed many. Trailing off, he sweetly stretches his arms forward and invites all of our guys to play a game with him. The girl with the tattoos and needles interrogates him about the game and what kind of nonsense he started talking. However, instead of answering the question put to him, this guy dramatically crosses his arms, and all around him the ground begins to rise. It doesn't just start to rise, but piece by piece gather at one point and create as if it were an object. After about 10 seconds of this, the whole place turned into some kind of wasteland with old speakers. The girl with the cyberarm asks everyone what happened, because it was earlier morning in the forest not long ago, and now there is desert all around. Our heroine also realizes that the space that is around them is completely different from the forest. Our heroine begins to ponder what it could be, and comes to the conclusion that it could be a gift similar to Sinclair's. Trailing off, this guy starts walking toward our group and talking about how this is where his god's temple was located, and our guys are great candidates. Next thing you know, this guy talks about wanting to sacrifice our guys and leave only one alive. Trailing off, Condor tells us that our group has 2 choices left. But there's a but. He informs them that their participation in his game is an established fact and will not change anything. Hearing this, the girl with the toy and green hair is horrified and asks him how dare he. Condor reports that as soon as the hourglass makes one circle, one of the participants dies. Trace also adds that this rule will be in place until only one person remains. Trace also adds that it is impossible to break these rules because the ability of this watch is his gift. Thus, he has put all the boys in a choice between murder and death, from which they become terrified. Our heroine, meanwhile, is trying to figure out if it's a ruse or not, but also leaning towards the fact that it probably isn't. She looks at Condor and also comes to the conclusion that obviously he thinks he's stronger than everyone else here. The girl with the tattoos and needles talks about not even thinking here and starts launching an attack at Condor. However, no sooner does her attack even touch Condor than 2 huge clay dolls grab this girl's hands. A third doll slaps her on the back and pins her to the floor. She turns to Feijin and asks what he's doing. Feijin, in turn, pathetically corrects his glasses and announces that he has accepted the rules of this game for what they are. The girl with the cyberarm talks about how he could do that. Feijin talks about how he's not going to die here. Trailing off, he looks at the girl with the tattoo and talks about Condor wanting to test what they're all capable of. Trailing off, Feijin looks at Condor and talks about how he realizes he's weaker than him, so he decides to submit. Trailing off, Feijin looks straight into Condor's face and promises to show him the spectacle, but adds that he needs time. In the moment, Feijin turns to our guys and talks about earning some time. Our heroine thanks him, but adds that no matter how strong she is, victory also depends on more than just her. The girl with the toy says that they've had a good performance, but they have time to prepare now. However, in the moment, the girl with the cyber hand addresses everyone and tells them that they should not dance to the tune of this villain. The girl with the tattoo starts laughing and talking about how the girl with the cyberarm is stupid and didn't realize right away that they were bullying Condor. Feijin looks at the hourglass and reports that, judging by it, all the sand will reach the bottom in less than an hour. However, in the moment, our heroine abruptly takes a breath, addresses everyone, and shocks everyone with her phrase. She puts her hand on her chest and tells everyone to take it easy and trust everything to her. She'll handle it. The hero killer gets up, starts walking, and realizes that she hasn't been in a life and death battle in a very long time. Our heroine realizes that she has just agreed to a deadly fight and her body is sounding the alarm. Yet, trailing off, she feels in her head that if she doesn't do this now, she will never be able to do it again. So our heroine decides that she will now put her life on the line and either win or lose everything. Condor turns to our heroine and asks her if they have decided who will stay alive and who will die. Our heroine sheds her hair color, covers everything around her with energy, and says that they've come to the conclusion that the one who should die is Condor. Condor starts creating weapons out of sand and telling our heroine that they just made the stupidest choice ever. Immediately afterward, a battle breaks out between our heroine and Condor, and he flies through her. Meanwhile, we learn, a couple minutes ago, our heroine informed the guys that she found a place for the battle and asked them to take their seats there. Our heroine has asked the boys to go to this place until she returns, for it is a good place to hide. Then Feijin turned to our heroine and asked her if she had a good way to get rid of the Condor. She said yes. It was then that the hero killer turned to everyone and said that only their will mattered at this moment. However, the girl with the toy then raised her hand and said that our heroine speaks very well, but there is a problem in her plan. The girl with green hair said that trust is important in this strategy and asked why our heroine was sure that no one would betray her. The girl with the toy started talking about how the hero killer could just wait until everyone was dead and be the winner. However, instead of an understandable answer, our heroine only stuck her hand in her pocket and pulled out a purple ball. The girl with the tattoo and needles was immediately horrified as soon as she saw it. She started talking about how it was her thing. The girl with the tattoo and needles talks about how she thought she just dropped it somewhere and didn't realize it was our heroine who picked it up. The girl with the cyberarm started asking what it was, and the girl with the tattoo replied that it was a special berry-shaped bomb. She began to explain that when you press the little button inside, this thing explodes, and our heroine at that moment began to pull it into her mouth. In just a second, without listening to the tattoo girl's story, she put it in her mouth and swallowed it immediately. Such a prank on her part shocked absolutely everyone there. They had not expected such a thing. Next, our heroine throws the remote with the button from this bomb into the hands of the girl with the tattoo and asks, "Question solved." The girl with the tattoo started to ask the hero killer if she went head-to-head, but our heroine replied that this way she showed trust. The events of the story are brought back, with the girl with the cyberarm and Feijin keeping an eye on the situation. In the moment they notice Condor running very fast right behind the hero killer, she in turn runs away. In the moment, you can see that the spot where she runs away under her feet has those same purple threads. The next moment after that, the very girl with the tattoo starts pulling on those strings. She manages to do it at just the right moment, and this guy named Condor hits them. He clearly didn't expect this outcome of the event, so he began to immediately shield himself from them and try to get out. The girl with the tattoo began to report that it was urgent to act, because she would not be able to hold him back for very long. That's when the guy with the blue sweatshirt comes into play. He energizes his stick and jumps on top of Condor. However, his attack fails, as Condor easily stops it with his weapon. The guy in the blue sweatshirt decides to throw a punch, however. While he does so, Condor also throws a punch and hits the guy in the leg. Next, he hits some more body parts with his weapon, and this guy's clothes start to get covered in blood. Trailing off, Condor also notices that while he was doing so, the threads loosened and he snaps forward. Immediately after that, he cuts off a few rocks and, creating an attack from them, launches it straight at this tattooed girl. The girl with the tattoo lands and tries to figure out what's going on, but that's when she notices the same Condor looming over her from above. However, at a point a girl with a toy flies into the fight. She puts her toy under Condor's attack and saves the girl with the tattoo that way. This girl starts to look behind her toy, talk about how as expected he is very strong. This girl continues to defend the girl with the tattoo, and in the moment realizes that they have the advantage because Condor doesn't know their gifts. And this begins to be put into practice, because after so many blows, this girl's toy turns into a giant. Immediately afterward, the toy opens its giant mouth, and huge energy attacks begin to emanate from it. The energy attacks of this toy are very powerful and massive, as it burns everything around it with its flames. However, immediately afterward, the toy is exhausted and falls to the ground, for that was its main strength. Condor talks about how he figured out how this gift works, and now she's going to be in a lot of pain. Immediately after that happened, he charged his weapon with an attack and inflicted it directly into that girl's arm. And unsurprisingly, the blow came very hard on her. She began to scream and clench in pain. This was noticed by the girl with the cyberarm. She was shocked. She is very sensitive, so she immediately ran to help. However, no sooner does she help than this masked guy immediately flies at her and strikes at her as well. The blow came to the blood in her body very hard. She was thrown back, and then the clay dolls appeared and rushed at Condor. However, the Condor had no problems with them either, as he immediately began to repel their attacks and slash at them. The guy in the blue sweatshirt and Feijin were standing next to each other and discussing how Condor was just an incredible monster. Condor abruptly gets into a fighting stance, turns to everyone and asks them if they are just stalling. Immediately afterward, he creates an oodles of empty vortices, passes quickly through all of them, and inflicts more wounds on the guys. The girl with the cyber hand remarks that Condor is just playing with them, since the wounds aren't fatal, and he responds by calling them all suckers. Trailing off, he turns to them pathetically and asks if such wounds are also part of their plan. In a moment in the distance, our heroine appears. She turns to him and tells him that everything is right and she is alone. Trailing off, she asks to be spared, but then says that's what she would have said if it weren't for one promise she left behind. Immediately after her words, snow began to fall from the sky all around. This surprised Condor very much, for he had not expected such a thing. After a couple seconds, everything around is covered in snow. Our heroine turns to Condor and talks about how she quickly realized the principle of his hi-fi. The hero killer looks at him and reminds him of the rules of his own game, and follows up by asking him which one of them is the leader. In a moment, the events of the story take us to the countryside, from which in all probability we can see the place where our boys are now. Here is Rachel, who starts talking about how this all looks very interesting. Following the events of the story show us a smiling guy, Angan. Rachel asks him if he agrees with her. And following the events of our story brings us back to our guys. The hero killer stands in front of the Condor. Condor is the first to get off and fly at our heroine with a punch, but she successfully dodges his attack. Immediately afterward, she turns sharply and deals damage on him right into his body, bringing him to blood. Condor reflects all her attacks, but notices something very strange. She uses her GIF in different ways. Watching our heroine, he wonders if it's possible to own multiple properties of different gifts at once. However, while he's thinking it over, our heroine wastes no time and starts launching attacks on him. One of her attacks hits him right on the head and shatters his mask, knocking pieces of it off. Following this, our heroine decides to act further and launches another attack, throwing this guy backwards. Trailing the Condor's eye reddening, he stops in place and grabs his mask, saying that our heroine has taken an interest in him. All around, as if covered by a terrible aura of red-black color, our heroine stands still and watches. In the next instant, a bright light appears and the Condor's mask slowly falls straight to the ground. Our heroine begins to feel some strange and powerful force. It gives her a strong shock. Trailing off, she notices that she herself is frozen in place and her body is slightly wounded. She grasps at the wound. She starts to look at Condor, who is still wearing the mask. Only the weapon has changed, he says. The setting has changed. Our heroine puts her hand down and starts to feel some sort of aura around her. Condor says it looks like she's figured it out. He started talking about how nothing here was on her side and started asking her to show everything she could do. Our heroine thinks things over and realizes that she needs to understand the Condor's complicated gift to the end, as she once did with Rachel. Our heroine realizes that there will be no turning back because she got close to Condor when she attacked him. She is also well aware that she cannot let down the guys who risked their lives to buy time. However, our hero killer heroine is well pleased with the fact that she can use different gifts in this space. In the moment, the attacks fly at her again, and then she realizes that everything is going well, and all she has to do is prove herself. In the moment, she also attacks Condor with a charge of purple energy directly into his weapon. He defends himself well. Trailing Condor gets into a running stance and prepares to run with the offense. Our heroine does the same. The Condor jumps up and starts attacking, at which point she starts blasting energy attacks at him. Condor also attacks her pretty well. However, she manages to parry the attacks. She tries to take him in a trap. At one point, blood gets on our heroine's face and she realizes that the body is wounded somewhere and finds a wound near her leg. While she was considering her wound and thinking of next steps, Corden began to run at her again with an attack. She had no time to prepare for this attack, and within a second, her body had already counted dozens of wounds. Immediately after that, Condor stops and our heroine stretches out her hands, calls for energy. The ground begins to glow. The next instant after that, there is a sudden explosion right between them, throwing everything upwards. From the place where the explosion occurred, clay dolls began to come out, which clearly belonged to Feijin's giftee. Such an attack clearly surprises Corden. At first, he stands nearby and just freezes in place. The hero killer is glad that she was able to buy some time. However, she realizes that her body is all wounded. Corden starts laughing the very next second and abruptly runs right near the blast site, appearing from behind. Immediately after his appearance, he of course began to attack, and with his attack, he knocks our heroine off her feet. And in the next instant, he makes a high and fast jump, and in a second, he is right above our heroine. However, at that moment, a toy appears between them, the same toy that belongs to the gift of the girl with green hair. Our heroine is on all fours on the ground. Corden turns to her and tells her that it looks like he made a mistake. He starts going to her and talking about how, as it turns out, far more important she is than her gift as he thought. Corden, for example, says that if a sword has super strength, but the sword wielder is weak, it won't have the strength. Corden approaches her. You can see he's hurt. He turns to the hero killer and says she's the real treasure they've been looking for. Immediately after these words, Corden makes a curt suggestion to her that she become his apprentice. Slowly, our heroine gets to her feet, turns to Corden to ask if he's ballroom and what kind of offer he's making. Our heroine says, "I refuse," but no sooner does she finish the word than she gets a punch in the face with the phrase, "It's not a sentence." Corden glares at her angrily and talks about wrapping her in hellish pain to easily force her to come with him. Corden starts walking towards the killer of heroes, who is lying on the ground, and talks in parallel about his own gift holding him back. He walks closer to her, looks her in the eye, and talks about how she doesn't really want him to just kill her. In the moment, he creates a weapon from the sand that was left under the snow and swings it at our heroine. Our heroine begins to remember the words of her teacher. He said that sometimes, in order to survive, it is worth it to be on the verge of death. Then he told me that there were people who had the power of gods and would be very hard to deal with. Trailing off, the teacher told me that even without strength, a person was capable of killing another even with his teeth. Then the teacher said that if the man was still alive, then he could win, but he would have to endure pain. In the moment, our heroine remembers her teacher's words, jumps up from her seat, and breaks all the ice around her. Her opponent, Corden, begins to realize she's losing upwards because it looks like she was originally waiting for a moment like this. Immediately afterward, our heroine took a leap and drove her head and attack right into Corden's body. Next, our heroine started pulling out a blade and talking about how the people who died at her hands were just so miscalculated. Our heroine asks Corden again about the offer to become an apprentice and follows up by abruptly grabbing him and wrapping him in threads. Trace puts his head on her shoulder and talks about how he's about to show him what death means. Trailing off, our heroine brings the battered blade without the knife to his body, and energy begins to appear around that blade. Our heroine used a technique that returned the knife to its usual state, and it immediately stabbed straight into Corden. He flew right into it with great force and power inward, causing a lot of blood to pour out. Our heroine continues to hold the knife right in Corden's body, turns to him, and asks what the last words will be. Barely breathing and talking, covered in blood, Corden says only one word back to her. Astonishing. Corden turns to our heroine and asks what her name is. She replies, "Katya," and he starts repeating her name. Next, he repeats Katya's name a few more times, but then talks about Katya being dead. Our heroine is shocked and horrified by his words. Her body begins to shake violently and she says, "What did you just say?" However, after a moment our heroine's eyes began to darken, she began to lose touch with reality. It was a moment after her eyes became cloudy that she simply collapsed next to Corden's corpse on the floor. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some man. He is standing and touching blue flowers. It turns out to be a girl with orange hair. After she touches the flowers, she dramatically fires her gun. And right after that shot at the flowers, she raises her gun up and blows the steam from the shot off of it. However, next thing she hears some sound behind her back and turns around sharply with her gun pointed forward. However, the next thing she knows, she relaxes, puts her gun down with her fingers and says, "What took you so long?" In front of her is a huge wolf dozens of times bigger than her with a bloody aura. She addresses him, "Fullman," after which this wolf seems to transform. A certain woman gets out of it. The girl asks her, "How is the situation in the city?" It turns out to be the same Mrs. Fullman. She reports that the situation is not good and there is still a battle going on in the city. Trailing off, this girl with orange hair points to a thicket of flowers off to the side and asks what those are, saying they're unbreakable. Mrs. Fullman says the easiest way to solve this is to get Bishop here, but he's not likely to come. The girl happily reports that the most fun at the moment is being able to summon a fortress from the ashes. Fullman holds up a piece of flower and says that users of plant-related gift are very rare. Fullman talks about how it's more like some kind of delusion, because the whole mountain is covered by this climb. The girl with the orange hair laughs and talks about how it's all like a gif of Sinclair's family. Next, she talks about how none of them owns the castle gif, but the vegetation does, and kinda like some of them are in the clan now. Mrs. Fullman says that they can discuss it later as well, but right now they'd better deal with the main problem. In the moment, the girl with the orange hair stops and starts listening, saying there are some vibrations coming. Mrs. Fullman returns to the wolf form, grabs this girl, and talks about how they don't have time to stand listening. In the moment, racing through the woods looking for an entrance, a girl with orange hair talks about someone turning down their work. She says this because, together with Mrs. Fullmoon, they found a slit in this manhole. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us right back to our heroine, who is lying on the shoulder of a girl with a tattoo. In the moment, our heroine comes to her senses and abruptly bites the girl with the tattoo on the shoulder. The girl with the tattoo is sharply frightened by such actions of our heroine and throws her straight into a tree. Immediately afterward, our heroine flew straight into a tree and began spitting blood from such a hard blow. The girl with the cyberarm starts running toward our heroine, screaming her name, Katya. But the hero killer stops her. Our heroine stands to her feet and talks about how she's back to normal now and asks if she's out of anything. All of our guys are shocked by this because it's her first word after all. They're shocked by the greed of the hero killer. Fei-jin starts pulling a certain pouch out of his pocket, holds it out and says, "Here." Our heroine pulls from this pouch the very stone she needs to pass the exam. Fei-jin looks at the bracelet and talks about how it looks like they were going to reveal the location of this stone at the end, judging by the map. The girl in the toy suggests that it was partially obvious because it was bound to happen sooner or later. The girl with the cyberarm holds out the weapon of the very same condor and talks about how it would probably be of interest to our heroine. Our heroine starts picking them up and remembering all about the battle with Condor and the end of it. She thinks back to his last words and wonders if it was true or just a delusion before he died. However, the next thing she knows, she's gripping his weapon in her hands and realizes it's best not to think about it right now. Trailing off, the girl with the tattoo and needles starts talking about how they better get out of here now. However, in the moment, Fei-jin talks about not being in a hurry because, judging by the map, someone is approaching here. Everyone starts talking about what it could be. The girl with the toy talks about how it might be someone who is also trying to escape. Meanwhile, this person shows up, and it's a guy in a cloak and blood with a sword, the same one, Jin. In the moment, Jin stops where he is, raises his head and his gaze, and looks at everyone with his own eye. In the moment, Jin looks at our heroine as well, noticing with shock that she has Kandor's weapon in her hands. Jin starts pulling out his sword, turning to our heroine and asking her what they did to Condor. Everyone around them began to wonder what was happening. A terrifying and dark aura immediately appeared around them. Our guys are beginning to suspect that this man may be at one with Condor. He also has a terrible aura. However, as they look at him, they dispel their thoughts, for they notice that there is something wrong with him. Fei-jin starts talking about how he started to realize what the problem is. The aura of terror isn't coming from his side. And right after that, his words were confirmed that aura was coming from behind. From there came a huge flame that Jin had created. However, in a moment, our heroes began to realize that there is another dark aura here that is overhead. Immediately after, a huge black paw hits the floor. Jin recoils from it. It turns out to be Angan, and he speaks directly to Jin and asks him to stop everything right now and leave the place. However, in response, Jin wipes his lips with his finger and tells Angan what will happen if he says no now. Angan coldly replies that then Jin will dig his own grave with his own sword here. Angan comes downstairs, but Jin doesn't pay much attention to him and follows right behind our heroine. However, in a moment right out of the ground, hands began to appear everywhere from the ground and began to cover Jin's path. Jin decides that these strange hands from the ground won't be a strong barrier for him and decides to shatter them with his sword of glass. Angan at this point notices Jin trying to get away, and he decides to cover everything around him with his power. As this happens, Angan's attacks and energy begin to haunt Jin and at moments reach his body. In the moment, several of Angan's attacks do get through on Jin, but he also successfully dodges and stands to his feet. Trailing around Jin, the effects of some sort of green aura began to appear around him, healing his auras. In the moment, Angan turns to Jin and talks about apparently having a healing gift, which is a very rare thing. Jin talks about how he never thought he'd see a famous personality like the smiling guy in such a place. However, he turns to Angan next and recalls his recent action and talks about it as if it was an attempt to protect someone. He turns to Angan again and talks about how he has a grudge against the clan and wants to take the future hero. Jin, referring to the hero killer team, says that there seems to be a wolf lost in the flock of sheep. Jin talks about how he deeply doesn't care about Angan's plan, but he will act if his men killed a comrade of his. Angan abruptly turns to Jin with a smile and says what if it is, and in addition calls him a sucker. Immediately after Jin heard this, he snapped out of his seat and ran straight at Angan, but the latter stopped him. Jin decides not to stop there, and grabbing his sword begins to make more attacks. However, what Jin notices in the next moment is that a huge dark girl appears beside him. Immediately after that, this girl's tremendous energy makes a powerful punch that throws this guy aside. Immediately afterward, a sharp stream of energy in the form of someone's arm wrapped around Jin, who flew into the cave. Immediately after its arm wraps around Jin, it begins to squeeze him. He bleeds out. Jin falls down, and Angan says he heard that Jin is the strongest among those who weren't in the Great War. Angan becomes pathos and smiles and talks about giving Jin a chance and letting him try to sort himself out. Apparently, Jin decides to take such an interesting challenge to his address, for he pulls out his blade. Jin immediately recalls the lessons of his teacher, who taught him one sword retraction technique. Then, Jin's teacher told him that the name of the sword of glass did not fully fit him, for the actual ability of this sword was different. It was then that the teacher revealed that his true ability was to take any form the wielder commanded, and all you have to do is pull that sword out of its sheath in an unusual way. Back then, the teacher also told him that it was an ancient technique of their clan, and now Jin decides to try it out. Right now in the fight against Angan, he does this by deliberately pulling out his sword in such a way to shape it. And the first thing he does right after that is activate the waterfall section form, cutting everything around it randomly. However, just a couple seconds after he did so, Angan grabbed the blade of his sword with his bare hands. Immediately afterward, with his other hand, Angie also grabbed Jin by the throat and nailed him to the ground, saying that he had surprised him. However, a shout was heard from above. Smiling guy, and after that, some huge black foot stepped on the scene of their battle. It turns out to be Mrs. Fullman in wolf form, and that girl with the orange hair, she reports that they have decided to intervene. However, they turned their attention to Jin next, and announced that as it turned out, he wasn't on their team. Fullman in wolf form says that their first task now is to ensure the safety of the group of examinees and the examiners. She turns to Jin and Angie to talk about how she doesn't know which one of them set it all up, but their allies are about to be crushed. She also adds that the moment when all the villains are eliminated is only a matter of time. The girl with the orange hair gets cute angry hearing this and talks about how they were going to stall, right? Jin gets to his feet and starts smiling and talking about how they don't really think it's that easy in reality. Jin starts talking about how the people he brought with him here can't be defeated so easily. In a way, it turns out to be true, because while Jin is saying this, these guys are really fighting hard on the battlefield. The girl with the orange hair realizes that the culprit behind everything is Jin and says he's already out of line. She also talks about how Bishop isn't going to watch this all go down, and Angie turns to her asking if Bishop has arrived yet. She starts pulling out her gun and asking Angie if he's not even afraid of his elders, adding that she has a couple questions. She pulls out her guns and asks Angie with an angry aura if he's seen her little brothers by any chance. Meanwhile, the girl with the tattoo tries to bring our heroine to her senses, but at the moment notices that she has a fever. The girl with the toy and Fajin run ahead, the girl with the toy talking about how they are almost there. However, at one point the girl with the toy just freezes in place, stares ahead, and wonders wildly at something. She notices with horror that as soon as they run out towards the city, they notice that the city is simply on fire. She looks on with shock at what is happening. Meanwhile, there are people running in the streets screaming for help. And they're screaming for help for a reason, because some other people are chasing them with guns and trying to kill them. However, in the moment one of these victims manages to be saved, someone hits one of these people in the head with energy. He falls to the floor in blood right beside his eventual victim, who just a moment ago was running away from him. The unidentified man talks about how he didn't want to get involved, but it's hard for him to watch what's happening to his home region. That man turns out to be Bishop. He appeared in the moment and started saying he was coming to help. Bishop began to act indiscriminately at once. He raised his staff upward and began to make a turn out of the water. One of the masked and hooded men on the street abruptly starts paying attention to something. He puts up his palm and abruptly notices that there are some drops coming from the sky, and it has clearly started to rain. However, the very next moment, one could already notice that the drops had become very heavy and strong. They pierced through this man's entire body in an instant. One of the girls with a scar on her face immediately started yelling about how this technique clearly meant that Bishop was here. The girl's harsh words are also noticed by the huge guy who showed up for the exam with Jin. The mere mention of Bishop clearly pisses this guy off, but someone puts a hand sharply on his shoulder. This someone turns out to be his swarthy partner with an emerald in her forehead. She tells them that their goals are accomplished and they can leave. The events of the story show us Rachel also standing in the rain. She doesn't much like the fact that they should leave either. In the moment, Dr. Vector creates some sort of portal with Gift and asks Rachel to leave sooner rather than later. Rachel pretty much agrees with Vector, saying that they've already figured out everything they needed to know. However, in a moment Rachel's attention is interrupted, she sees some person standing on the roof of a building looking up. Vector notices that Rachel's gaze has somehow humbled forward and not moved away. He also takes notice. However, Vector sees nothing there. He asks Rachel what's wrong. She says everything is fine. Meanwhile, the events of the story shift once again to Bishop, who says it rains for those who wish it. Some man appears behind Bishop and says that the rain was a success, but he doubts that this is the ending Bishop wanted. Bishop jumps abruptly and turns around. He turns to this guy and asks about him surrounding the exam site with plants. And Bishop addresses this guy named Laxer. The guy himself with the short hair and blue eyes looks at Bishop. From that moment on, the events of our story take us to our heroine, who is slowly opening her eyes somewhere. In the moment, our heroine jumps up from the bed in an instant, which scares the girl with the cyber arm that was near her. The girl with the cyber arm turns to our heroine, and the hero killer in turn asks loudly, "Where am I?" The girl with the cyber arm talks about being very happy that the hero killer named Katya is for them, has come to her senses, and says they're in the Reiki house. The events of the story take us back to when our group was in the woods. Then they started discussing that apparently it wasn't just the exam that was attacked. Then the girl with the tattoos started talking about how there was nothing to be done then and offered to go to her house. And so the events of the story take us back to the house of the girl with the tattoo, which in turn looks very rich. The tattooed girl herself is standing in the yard of this house, dressed in regular clothes and nicely crossed arms. Our heroine looking at the photos in her house is surprised because she thought that this girl is just a gangster from the back alley. In the moment, our heroine turns to the girl with the cyber arm and asks what the things are on it. The girl says they are the things of the girl with the tattoo. The girl with the cyber arm also reports that Fajin and the guy in the blue sweatshirt have gone to buy some new clothes and scout out the situation. The girl with the cyber hand suggests that things have already quieted down underneath, but the clan still hasn't given official information as of this moment. A girl with a cyber arm notices our heroine chewing on something strange. She turns to her and asks about it. Our heroine replies that it was an ordinary starfish, but when asked where she got it from, she doesn't give an answer. Our heroine begins to contemplate the fact that the clan is a mess right now, and the second stage of the exam is unknown. Isn't this the best time to start? Our heroine is also well aware that she should get close to Angie to pass on information, but that's not possible right now. Our heroine ponders that the best thing to do now would be to infiltrate Branch 16 and find the information terminal. Our heroine also thinks about the fact that because all the staff has gone outside, the security inside is clearly lax. Our heroine also decides that her plan is far more important than Angan's, for she has become a hero killer for her goal. However, in a moment, our heroine feels feverish again, falls on the bed, and everything is blurred in her eyes again. The girl with the cyber arm starts to say that our heroine has worn herself out a lot, and she should obviously rest for a while. Our heroine finds this all very strange. She clings to the bed and thinks over the fact that maybe she's just hungry. In the moment immediately following this thought, our heroine began to smell a very delicious odor from somewhere. And just a second after she smelled him, she started running right on his trail to somewhere. She obviously wanted to eat very badly, and the smell motivated her a lot. Yes, so much so that she drove down the stairs instead of walking. A mere second after that, she landed pathetically on the ground and searched further for the source of the food smell. The girl with the cyber arm bombs at her and talks about how she feels so awful but still rides the railing. In the moment, our heroine is standing and looking for the room where the smell is coming from, and in the moment, she does hear sounds from the kitchen. And at the time, right in the kitchen, is the same girl with the tattoo standing near a tray with some buns that are clearly burnt. The girl with the tattoo notices that our heroine is already here. She is very surprised and asks how she got here. The girl with the green hair and the toy talks about how they kept trying to cook something, but it comes out obviously badly. However, our heroine apparently wanted to eat very badly, and she began to grab these buns. She takes a bite of one of them and talks about how it's not bad at all, and her words greatly surprise the girls around her. Taking a couple more of those buns, she says that while it's not bad, it's clearly not enough. Right after which she heads over to the refrigerator, looks it over, and talks about how is it really a major fridge. Having examined all that is in it, our heroine goes to the table, grabs an apron and begins to broadcast. First, she turns around and starts to throw the apron over herself, tying it in the back. Trailing off, she grabs a knife, turns around abruptly, and declares pathetically that she's taking over dinner tonight. Right after that, she goes to the refrigerator and starts pulling out piles of different vegetables, laying them out on the table. Immediately afterward, she slaps the table with one hand so that the vegetables fly up, and with the other, she unwinds the knife in her hands. Followed by her jumping at breakneck speed and right in the jump cutting all those vegetables apart in a very cool way. And already in seconds 10 after she did it, our heroine stood near the stove and began to fry them on the fire. After some more time, she had the dough ready, which she was pathetically unwinding in her hands. Afterward, she prepared the meat as well, and like a famous Italian cook began to pour salt over the meat through her hand. Afterward, she turned away again pathetically, but turned her head and boldly announced that everything was ready. All three girls, cyber-armed, tattooed and toyed, stood in wild shock at what they saw. After all, after a short period of time, they saw very tasty dishes on their table. The girl with the tattoo was the first to eat. She swirled the food around her fork and immediately put it in her mouth. Immediately after the girl with the tattoo lost to our heroine even in cooking, for it came out delicious, she fell into sadness. Meanwhile, while the girls were eating and cooking together, Feijin and the guy in the blue sweatshirt returned home. However, upon entering the house, they are clearly very surprised by something and even go into a bit of shock. And they are surprised obviously at how much food they got in that time and how the girl with hair is lying sad on the floor. Meanwhile, the events of the story move forward a bit and all of our guys sit down to eat at the table. The girl with the tattoo was the first to gobble after the girl with the cyberarm. She is clearly quite surprised at how good everything tasted. The girl with green hair and a toy also tastes and is greatly pleased. She did not know that our heroine cooks so deliciously. However, our heroine at the moment is clearly not up to compliments because she eats her delicious soup right out of the bowl. Eating an entire bowl of soup at one time, our heroine coldly says she's just in love with it. This causes a lot of laughter in the girl with the tattoo. She says that such phrases to our heroine clearly do not fit. The next moment after that, our heroine gets into an even more pathos pose and says she's in love with food. The girl with the tattoo says right off the bat that it clears up a lot of things, and our heroine is pretty standoffish. The girl with green hair turns to Feijin and asks how the situation outside is. Feijin says there are quite a few casualties among the exam instructors, but things are still more or less calm at the other exam sites. He also talks about how despite the magnitude of the problem, the instructors handled everything pretty quickly. He also says that Bishop's arrival played a big role in solving a lot of problems. Our heroine, leaning back in her chair, listening intently to everything, she remembers the name, Bishop. He's one of the older ones. However, the girl with the cyber hand says that it's rather odd that things were resolved so quickly, since they almost died. She says that the battle with Corden was a horror, and though they managed to survive, a little more, and they would all die. She also talks about how even though things were settled, figures like Jin weren't caught all the same. Also, the girl with the cyberarm talks about how no one cared about the examiners. It's like they were explicitly told that. The girl with the toy puts a hand on her shoulder. The girl with the cyber hand says that she apologizes and didn't mean to spoil things. The girl with the green hair says that the girl with the cyberarm has nothing to apologize for, and everyone here thinks the same. Feijin confirms her words, saying that everyone here realizes how dangerous and extreme it all is. They all start discussing things together, and the girl with the tattoo in the moment suggests they all celebrate their survival. She starts drinking and suggests that everyone else should also celebrate and enjoy dinner. However, the next moment when she wants to reach for her drink and food, she notices that all the plates are empty. As she follows, she also notices that everything is empty at our heroine's place as well, and immediately addresses her as Katya. However, our heroine does not stop surprising and runs away as planned somewhere away from everyone. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us to Dan, who tells us that it was an idiotic decision to continue with the exam. A girl with orange hair answers him, She is surprised that he protests and asks him to rein in his subordinates. Mrs. Fullman turns to Dan. She asks him to calm down and tells him that she was not the one who gave that instruction. Dan, standing in the huge room, says that if it wasn't Mrs. Fullman, who could it even be then? This is where the very guy, Laxa, appears in the moment, waving happily and smilingly answering, "That's me." The girl with orange hair stands up abruptly and starts walking in his direction, saying that apparently she was right. She approaches him, calls Laxa a puppet of the uppers, and asks about the grass in the woods, saying if it's his doing. Laxa talks about whether or not he here thinks he has that right, but he confirms that the exam was told to continue with the superlatives. Laxa suggests that much of this was to train high-end heroes. Laxa is talking about the fact that streamer humanity is evolving and gift users are not getting more powerful. Therefore, the top of the clan decided that only real battle experience could be the impetus for development. What Fullman is saying is, did they purposely take the position of observers and watch her subordinates die there? Laxa talks about the fact that in addition to this, the top also became aware that the villains had their eye on the torch. Upon hearing this, Dan is surprised, but adds that he heard the same information from Jean. Trailing off, Laxa talks about how everything will soon be figured out and fall into place as it should be. All the time it was about the torch of great evil that the villains worship. It is believed that even the darkness escaped from this place. A single shard of this mighty torch gives such power, which allows you to fulfill wishes. However, the problem is that if the torch is used incorrectly, it consumes the user. It was because of the torch of eternal evil during the Great War that the villains were able to achieve power with the balance from the heroes. However, according to the official version and information, the torch of eternal power was destroyed at the end of this Great War. Laxa speaks sharply about how that may not be the case, turning to Fullman snidely asking her about it. However, the events of our story take us to our guys. The girl with the cyber arm is asleep, and near her, Fejin and the girl with the toy are also asleep. The girl with the tattoo also fell asleep on the table in the kitchen, right with a glass in her hands, and the guy in the blue sweatshirt beside her. Only our heroine is awake. She walks down the hallway and complains that the girl with the tattoo has no comfortable clothes at all. Buttoning her shoes and fixing her silver hair, she tells herself that the time has come. Coming out of the tattooed girl's house, our heroine tells herself that she's been watching for a long time and it's time to prove herself. However, right behind her, a voice is heard addressing her. "Hey, I mean you." Our heroine turns around and sees some strange guy in a suit and with green hair in front of her. She replies, "Chain?" Our heroine looks right at him and realizes that we're anywhere but here. She clearly didn't expect to see him. Our heroine tells him that he doesn't happen to be the wrong person because there's only one person here who misses Chain. When Chain hears these words, he realizes it's about Angan. He shakes and asks, "He's not here, is he?" Our heroine makes a slightly surprised face, pokes her finger forward and says loudly, "Oh, Angan." This guy named Chain was startled at the mere mention and abruptly turned around quickly, followed by our heroine talking about how it's a joke, of course, but it makes Chain very angry. Chain talks about how Hero Killer is very cocky, and if things were the way they were, he wouldn't even mess with her. However, our heroine turns to him and asks to speak on business, adding that she's busy right now. Chain turns to her and asks if it's true that she's going to infiltrate Branch 16. Hearing his words, our heroine only moves her foot and says, "What does that mean?" Chain talks about what he hasn't said yet, but our heroine interrupts him and talks about how she's already figured it out in general terms. Our heroine tells this guy that after he launched a nameless attack in the back, Angan put a locator on him. Next, our heroine says that Angan probably won't kill Chain, but will make him pay a price. Trailing off, she also adds that Chain is weak and anxious, so ignoring Angan has no power. She starts to say that in light of all these events, an idea popped into Chain's head. She continues by saying that Chain's idea is to pay the debts in some way, but not to meet with Angan. Trailing off, she finishes her thought, turns to Chain and asks him about how he feels about her theory on all of this. However, in response, Chain only stands silently looking at her. He is well aware that he has just been completely exposed taken. Trailing off, Chain raises his finger and says that it is safe to assume that our heroine's answer is correct, but only half true. Chain talks about how even though everyone around him calls him an idiot, he is first and foremost a businessman after all. Holding some sort of black device in his hand, Chain talks about how he saw fit to invest in the development of the Hero Killer. He talks about what he wants to do, as well as the evil Dust City spirit and the smiling guy who hooked up with her. Chain yells about also wanting to plug in and tosses this metal object to our heroine. She catches it with ease, holds it in her hands and looks further at Chain, waiting for something as if. Trailing off, she presses one of the buttons by the thing and a hologram of a map of Area 16 appears. Chain asks our heroine to be on her guard, for she is now alone here, and Fullman is a very complicated and clever mistress. Chain leaves and asks our heroine to count it all as a bribe, adding that the rest will be taken care of later. Chain talks about how he doesn't want to end up going full zero and walks away, our heroine looking after him. Chain comes around the corner. Some guy meets him there. He asks Chain if he's done. Chain talks about how that went well. This guy exhales and talks about how he's gotten even stronger. Chain talks about how he's determined to be stronger than her. Chain adds that's complete nonsense because she's interested in strong tops. Chain tells this guy that there are devils in a quiet pool, and one day this girl is going to pop up big time. Explaining to his partner, Chain recalls the words of Angan, who said that the hero killer would be the sword that would kill the Steel Witch. However, all these thoughts are clearly not to Chain's liking. He shakes his head and tries to convince himself that this is nonsense. This guy along with Chain are going somewhere. He asks where to now. Chain says the first thing to do is get some refreshments. However, as it turns out all this time, someone has been watching Chain and his actions from above. And that someone turns out to be a girl who clearly looks very powerful. She's sitting in a tree with a gun in her hands. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us to our heroine, who jumps the fence under the cover of night. After jumping over the fence, our heroine begins to look around and realize that she has passed the first defense. The trail is worth breaking into a huge house, but she immediately notices two security men at the entrance. In the moment, our heroine is contemplating the best way to get inside and notices a box lying near the entrance. Just as our gal was lambasted by our hero killer, she immediately got under that box. Being under the box, she is well aware that she has already learned the territory well. She was lucky enough to meet Chain. Our heroine begins to inspect the inside of the building, realizing that it is much newer than the outside. The first thing our heroine immediately notices is the security system, which tells her that going in through the main entrance is not an option. Our heroine realizes that this time, Psycho will not be able to help her disable the cameras and will have to move very quietly. Our heroine pulled out a bag, and in a moment, the security guard who was sitting on the cameras noticed the change. He noticed the fact that the camera had become covered with a bag, which was generally expected. It pissed him off that it was happening on his shift. Rana is also in the control room. She says they're having bad luck again and decides to head there to see what's going on. Meanwhile, things are going relatively smoothly for our heroine. She's climbing this building straight up. What is surprising is that our heroine hero killer is very agile and brave. Holding on with just her fingers, she climbs higher and higher. In the moment she almost falls, however she manages to grab onto a rack in the building. She thanks Claymore for such a gift, followed by her altering the structure of this rack and getting right inside the building through this thing in the building. In the moment our heroine rustles through her pockets and finds the flashlight she took with her, she immediately turns it on. Glancing at the floor, she realizes that the way she just used it won't work forever, and she needs to act fast. Our heroine starts walking around the corridor and different compartments, and at one point notices some strange room. Our heroine realizes that this is the terminal door. She immediately walks over to it and stands in front of it. She gets flashbacks from her childhood when she stood in front of a similar door with someone through the mirror. In a moment, she realizes that by entering this room, everything will be clearer for her now, and she holds up the map. Right after she put the card down, the door squeaked a little, letting her know it was going well and began to open. However, as soon as the door opened out of it, immediately came out a guy, the same, Laxa. He began to look at our heroine. Our heroine looks at him with absolute shock and in a moment says only one phrase, "I don't get it." Our heroine stands across from him and just thinks in her head calmly what she should do in such a situation. She is well aware that the most trivial and simple option right now is to attack. However, if one were to do that, it would have to be right now. Our heroine immediately starts imagining a battle with Laxa and realizes there's a problem. She doesn't know how strong he is. Our heroine realizes that a fight is not the best solution right now, so she says right away, "Get out of the way of this guy." This all greatly stresses and surprises Laxa. However, in a moment he notices that our heroine has a pass in her hand. Laxa thinks over the fact that it's probably okay for her to get in here and starts apologizing and giving way. Laxa turns around and talks about how he doesn't know the local heroes well, and immediately asks our heroine who she is. Our heroine turns around as well and coldly answers him, and you, adding that he is the hero of this branch. Laxa at one point starts scratching his head and saying he feels like he's losing. Immediately afterward, he extends his hand, smiles, and says his name is Laxa Sinclair. Our heroine begins to shake his hand, however, in the moment she notices his last name, Sinclair. Right after our heroine shook his hands, she began to inexplicably blush in the moment for some reason. Already after a moment, our heroine began not just to blush, but as if fainting, her eyes began to pool. She starts to get the same feeling she had back then at the tattoo girl's house, and it scares her. She can't explain the feelings. Laxa notices that she is not feeling well and is falling. He decides to help her, however she fights his arm off. Our heroine talks about how she doesn't need help at all, and follows up by asking Laxa to go his way and she'll go hers. Laxa laughs and doesn't understand why she took the help so strangely, but then says, "See you again," and waves at her. Our heroine starts to bring the card directly to the terminal, but the terminal tells her that the access is denied to her. Laxa is in the moment walking away, hears about the terminal denying our heroine access, and pays attention. Our heroine begins to try again and again to attach the card, but each time she is told that access has been denied. In the moment, Laxa stops, stands still, and listens to that sound over and over again, realizing what might actually be happening. He turns around to look, but luckily our heroine has had her access renewed by this point. She goes inside, starts pulling off her mask, and realizes how much luck she just had. She almost got in trouble. Our heroine recalls the heat and maelstrom that hits her periodically, and she realizes that the decision not to fight him was a good one. Our heroine heads straight for the terminal and realizes that once she gets out of here, it's urgent to find out what's wrong with her. In the moment our heroine makes her way to the terminal and begins to enter data, the terminal greets her. Immediately after that, our heroine uses the search in the terminal and starts looking for information on the word Katya. However, in the next instant, the terminal tells her that nothing was found for her request. In the moment, our heroine recalls the words of the very guy who said he pumped up the map a bit, and there might be some information there. However, then he also asked our heroine not to overdo it, because very important information will not be there anyway. In a moment, the system changed dramatically and began to produce queries based on a search for the word Katya. Our heroine began to look at the photos of different Katyas that were entered into the terminal's database. In the moment, she finds her sister Katya and immediately clicks on the terminal to get the details. That's when our heroine begins to remember her childhood, a time when she just sat on the grass with a flower and a butterfly. Back then, her life was simple and straightforward, and the main problem was not to mess up. She even almost ate a butterfly. That day, her sister came to see her, and she immediately took notice of her, for she loved her very much. Our heroine's sister was clearly hurt. She asked Ichwa to call her Katya when she was in this form. Our then little heroine immediately took her sister's hand and began to ask if she had hurt herself again. Butterflies flew around, and little Iwa asked her sister why she hurt herself so often. She said it was part of her job. Immediately after, one of the butterflies exploded to pieces, and our heroine's sister told our heroine that her work was needed so that Iwa would live in a good world. However, our heroine's memories follow, and she remembers her sister lying almost dead in a room of the apartment. Then, with red eyes and blood all around, our heroine's sister was lying on the floor, and her last words were, "Keep your promise." Our heroine comes back to reality and realizes that she should not go into emotions and indulge in memories. Looking at the photos of her sister, our heroine notices that they were made by Tail, and made obviously for a long time, because during the photo, her sister's images changed. Our heroine is trying to find out who did all this, but there is very little information, not even his characteristics. Our heroine realizes that it feels like someone has erased all the data, and in the moment she's paying attention to something. In the moment, she points out that there is a caption at the bottom, "Sunset Surgery." Seeing this inscription, she immediately realizes that she has not heard anything about this information before, and starts trying to find it in the terminal. However, the system issues a warning that this is information of the highest necessity. The system specifies if our heroine wants to open it. Our heroine asks herself, would she leave if she were me? And immediately afterward, she presses her finger on the screen. Immediately afterward, the events of our story take us to another location, revealing that someone is getting a phone call. It turns out to be a phone call to Mrs. Fullman. She picks up the phone and asks, "What's up?" She gets a call from the center informing her that there is an emergency. Some person is trying to gain access to the higher information in the terminal. Mrs. Fullman calmly replies that unless she's mistaken, that's where the sucker from the Fortress of Ashes went. However, the cameraman then informs her that the person who is trying to do this is not Laxer at all, much to Mrs. Fullman's dismay. The operator starts looking up information on who is doing this, saying it's a man from Dust City. The cameraman says the man who's trying to do this is named Jeremy Weinstein. This comes as a shock to the girl with the orange hair. Immediately after his words, the entire building in which our heroine is covered in red, report code, red, find, intruder. Mrs. Fullman goes to the balcony and reports that there is a high probability that this man is connected to the invasion of Sector 17. Trailing off, Mrs. Fullman, raising an ominous aura, informs everyone to make sure they don't miss more than one rat. The guards who are in this building immediately went to the terminal with weapons and began to surround it. Meanwhile, in the terminal, our heroine takes off her cap and very coldly says, "This is a sunset operation." She presses her hand sharply against her hair and speaks in snippets about the hero clan. Immediately afterward, she fixes her hair, her eye turning very red, and informs that she will not forgive the hero clan. Immediately after her words, our heroine walks to the terminal entrance door and begins to listen to what is going on behind the door. She hears the people there whispering and discussing that they will start entering the terminal in 3 seconds. They open the terminal and start counting, and our heroine at that moment covers her fist with lightning energy. No sooner do they count to 3 than the wall next to the door explodes and our heroine flies out of there. One of the guards immediately notices this and throws a knife right towards our heroine. Immediately after, our heroine uses the hair change gift, dodges, and realizes she can't take any other gifts now. She realizes that she can't fall foul of other people again. She already did that once before when she killed Condor. In the next second, our heroine kicks one of the guards in the neck with great force. She realizes that she needs to maintain this image as well as possible and starts using more of her attacks. Right after that, she starts attacking other people who are around and hitting them. She also realizes that she should keep her stamina, and she grabs one girl hostage by threatening her with a knife. However, 4 guards with machine guns are already standing in front of her. She asks them to leave and threatens to kill the hostage. The 4 guards diverge slightly, but still have our heroine in their sights. Our heroine puts this girl under her feet and stands on the window as if preparing to jump. Immediately after which it does just that, right off her back, she takes a confident leap straight down. At the moment of jumping down from the building, our heroine decides it would be a good idea for her to grab onto something, and that's exactly what she does. However, much to the dismay of our hero-killer heroine, the plan doesn't work. The iron thing rips in his hands. Realizing that holding onto her obviously won't work, she abruptly makes a push from the wall and flies down already. And just moments after her jump, our heroine landed down on her own too. Immediately after landing without thinking about anything, she rushed forward running for everything. Some guy with a gun stands tall and looks at it all. He is amazed at the courage of our heroine, the way she single-handedly infiltrated such a place. There's another guy standing next to this guy. He's heavily pumped and very huge, and he's got a helmet on his head. A man with a bow weapon turns to him and asks him to shut up, on the pretext that he is keeping him from concentrating. A second after that, a shot is fired from his weapon, but luckily our heroine manages to intercept his arrow. Seeing all this, the guy in the helmet looks at our heroine and talks about how she looks really interesting. However, the guy with the loco gun doesn't share his opinion of standing around and chatting. He jumps down and says, "Let's go down." In just a couple of seconds they were already on the ground. Our heroine spotted them and immediately said, "A warrior and an archer?" She immediately gets into a stance and realizes that the archer will try to keep her distance in order to land a shot. However, the guesses of our heroine are not so correct, because after a second, the archer himself began to reduce the distance between them. The guy in the helmet started yelling to our heroine about how the point of the archer's gif is that the closer it is equal sign, the higher the damage. The guy with the bar starts insulting the guy with the hat, for he is pissed off that the essence of the ability was revealed before the fight even started. Our heroine hears these words and decides to strike with her foot, but the archer dodges and is underneath. He fires a zero-range technique shot, shocking our heroine and tearing half of her cloak, herself dodged. However, such a blow did not morally frighten her at all, as this archer thought, though she realizes that the blow was not weak. She abruptly runs beside the archer, taking his arrows from his belt and telling him that he obviously can't shoot that way. The archer realizes that our heroine is pretty fast. She runs towards the guy with the helmet. The guy is already ready to fight. However, Just a second after that, an explosion of red color appeared right between them, preventing them from coming together in battle. The guy with the bow was wildly surprised. He wrapped his head around and immediately began to guess what the gift was. It turns out to be a sniper. She says the explosive collar around her neck gives her no choice. Trailing off, she violently and loudly starts yelling at the archer and the guy in the helmet, asking them to just let the hero killer go. Our heroine reacts calmly to it all. She realizes that the sniper has her back first and foremost. Our heroine scoots behind the wall and quietly begins to peer out, realizing that the sniper's appearance has helped a lot. However, at a point, our heroine begins to notice some plants appearing on the side that remind her so much of Rachel. However, next thing you know, they start exploding and attacking our heroine, and she realizes that they are clearly not Rachel. At one point, some guy shows up and tells our heroine that they've finally run into each other again. This guy turns out to be Laxa. He takes off his gloves and addresses the hero killer as Cheeky Girl. We are transported to Dr. Vector. He looks at it all and says it's going to be hard to deal with the hero killer. She's strong and brainy. Sitting beside him is Rachel, who chimes in and talks about how the hero killer is just adorable. She says she's willing to help our heroine, and then turns to Vector asking why he's standing still and not applying his gift. Vector raises his hand with a small portal in his hand and says that he needs exact coordinates to apply. Rachel sweetly turns to Vector, asking him if a large-scale attack would help him in such a case. Vector asks Rachel if she's really suggesting she use it, since they'll both be just laying around for 2 weeks afterward. Rachel starts to create a plant and talks about how Angan asked to have a lot of fun and asks Vector to do it. Dr. Vector laughs, starts to create a portal, and talks about not letting Rachel leave without him afterwards. The events of the story take us to the very same assistant Fullman with orange hair. She complains that she is bored at her post. However, in a moment, she looks up and begins to notice a huge number of different spheres of blue in the sky. Fullman immediately appears beside her and addresses her. But Fullman talks about how she sees it as well. Fullman looks up at the sky with shock and talks about how is this really the gift of creating space. Meanwhile, Dr. Vector, long known to us, is standing there twirling some blue spheres in his hands. And near him and Rachel, who is already in full swing covering her arms with beautiful green and white blooms. Immediately after that, Vector's spheres in the sky became larger, and from them began to come huge Rachel flowers. This was their combo weapon. They nicknamed this weapon the Cosmic Horror. Dozens of spheres in the air blowing hundreds of powerful plants. The girl with the orange hair is surprised by everything, she says. Was it really not Laxa? Fullman talks about how it doesn't matter right now, and immediately this girl turns to her, saying it's coming at them. It does, however, it's not just on them, as a couple seconds later, these powerful attacks started hitting the Zone 16 building. Rachel decides to act in a very clever and funny way. She directs her attacks into the floor, creating holes and plunging them underground. And it happens right under the feet of the very guy with the bow. He immediately tries to dodge all these attacks. This guy with the bow can't understand what's going on now. He turns to the swordsman and asks if he's alive. The guy in the helmet walks by the pit and says such questions offend him just, of course he's alive. This guy in a helmet starts grabbing Rachel's plant and trying to rip them up, saying he's totally fine. The sniper looks at it all and concludes that since everything is going so well, it's time for her to get out. However, as she walks away, the voice of a guy in a helmet is heard from behind asking, "You'll be back, won't you?" By this point, Rachel's plant is consuming him. He asks her to come back, saying there is a time for everything. The sniper looks at him and does not understand what he forgot in this quiet zone, because among the newcomers he is very strong. He has the highest class. Sniper decides to answer him in a not-so-friendly way. She asks him when it was that they saw each other and adds that this guy is just a pervert. The events of the story, meanwhile, take us to a more interesting point, to Laxa and our heroine, who are facing each other. Our heroine looks up. She sees all the things that are happening and has no idea how they use their gifts so powerfully. Our heroine is well aware that using such power they cannot last long, and she needs to find a way to get away from here. In the moment, Laxa raises her hand and weapon, saying that it looks like she's brought company with her here. Immediately after which Laxa talks about how it's not going to be that simple, he creates an oodles of blossoms of his own in all sides. He begins to surround our heroine with his blue flowers and says that she will not leave this place so easily. Right after which he starts launching attacks at our heroine, she talks about facing a big dilemma right now. She starts dodging attacks and realizes that she can't go back because those two are there. Trailing off, she also realizes that if she starts fighting here now, she might as well forget about the hero exam. She realizes that she might be setting up Angan. However, in the moment, she and Laxer begin to sense someone close by together. Right after this happens, a bright white beam strikes from the sky and becomes right between them. Immediately after, a familiar face begins to emerge from that beam, a guy in armor and with a scar on his face. Our heroine looks at him and immediately recognizes who it is. She says it's Strong John. This strongman John in turn does not dare to just stand still. He immediately attacks Laxer sharply. He launches his first very powerful attack, but unfortunately it only destroys the floor because Laxer managed to dodge it. Immediately afterward, Strongman John decides that this isn't enough and begins preparing another attack on Laxer. However, this attack was also unsuccessful, as Laxer simply applied his hand with energy directing John's punch away. Right off the bat, Laxer decides to not only defend all the time, but also attack and throws punches. He's proving to be a very strong opponent even for John, as he proves right now in action-packed combat. After a few more of these blows, John was back to his weak small form and just lying on the ground. Our heroine began to turn to John and ask why he was even here, reminding him that he was a wimp. Our heroine begins to dodge Laxer's attacks and talk about the far more important question of where John was brought from. He starts pointing upward with his little finger and talking about being brought from the sky. In the moment, our heroine turns her head and begins to look up, realizing that this is the real thing. Our heroine starts running at Laxer, and here he starts asking her if she has decided to play seriously. She still runs forward and tells him, on point, and runs onward on her back with little John. Trailing off, she makes a leap upward and turning to Laxer asks, "Did he really think she would say exactly that?" Our heroine begins to unwind on the plants and realizes that there is now an attack from above from Rykel and Vector's GIF. Laxer abruptly lifts his head and begins to look up in shock, realizing that our heroine is walking away from him. Our heroine starts running away from Laxer through the plants and realizes that she has no need to hide. In the moment, Laxer tries to catch up to her. However, he begins to realize perfectly well where this is going. Our heroine turns to little John and starts asking him to do something about this situation. John can do almost nothing, and our heroine realizes that there's not much to do anymore, since Rachel and Vector's gifts are all around, and thinks our heroine so not in vain, because in a second, Rachel falls from the sky with a weapon and attack. She takes a swing of energy with this weapon and points it directly at the plants that Laxer was throwing at our heroine. In addition to that, she also tore the bundles of plants he was holding onto in the same way. Rachel watches Laxer fall and afterward holds out her hand to our heroine and says, "Come ihwa." Our heroine trusts Rachel, takes a small leap and grabs her hand right in the air. After a small amount of time, a satisfied Rachel, a strong ihwa, and a savior John are already heading into the Vector portal. They start to climb out of the portal, and immediately Vector asks them if everyone is already gathered. They say yes. However, at the moment, a gun appears at the Vector's head, and the phrase is heard, "Then say goodbye to each other." It turns out to be the same girl with orange hair, Fullman's assistant. She says it's time for the final party. Immediately after those words, that girl abruptly turned to Vector and kicked him in the legs, knocking the energy away. She put the gun again to his neck and told him to stand still if he didn't want to lose his power. So she took Vector hostage right in front of our heroine and Rachel and little John. The girl with the orange hair is clearly not stupid. She looks at Rachel and John, realizing that they are in no condition to fight. However, she also pays attention to our heroine, realizing that she is the only one to worry about here. In the moment, this girl decides that the company needs to be reduced after all and starts moving her gun, and in the moment, she hears her name. She hears the name Rebecca, but in the moment isn't paying attention and takes a shot at Vector's leg. She is so named by our heroine, Rebecca points a gun at her and asks how she knows the name and who she is. Our heroine reports that she is a very close friend of Psycho, so close that he even asked her to become an accomplice. In the moment, this information clearly surprises Rebecca, however not shockingly. Vector meanwhile has gone downhill. Vector looks at his wound and realizes that the muscles have been punctured. However, the wound is not fatal. The help he needs is to keep the blood from contaminating it. Rachel looks at Vector, and it's like he's asking him to be savvy. At one point he says, "Rachel, save me." At the same moment, our heroine turns to Rebecca and tells her that Psycho is alive and shows her his card. This information is already much more surprising Rebecca. She looks at our heroine with surprise and asks how to believe her. Meanwhile, Rachel happily shouts to Vector that they will avenge Z for him, John sits nearby in shock. In the moment, Rebecca raises a horribly evil aura and asks our heroine what happened that day in the City of Dust. In the moment, the events of the story move on, taking us to a guy in a helmet. He's yelling to someone, "Are you okay?" Immediately afterward, he runs near the silhouette of some girl and turns to ask, "What about those types?" That girl turns out to be Rebecca. She turns to him and talks about apologizing, but she lost them. Meanwhile, the events of the story bring us back to Nameless, Vector lying on the floor with John and Rachel beside him. Our heroine is also next to them, quietly looking out of the window and asking Vector if he can use his gift. Vector, meanwhile, screams no and lies on the floor crying, our heroine pleading not to make this a mortal wound. Vector yells that he's actually hit by a bullet, and our heroine starts running around the room and showing him how to duck. However, seeing Vector's wound, our heroine begins to remember that there are so many different firearms in the world of heroes. She's also well aware that you can load est into such attacks, and it costs a lot less than a cold weapon. Our heroine also remembers that it is very hard to do this. However, there are people whose gift allows you to do it. Our heroine asks Vector how his condition is. He says that his bone is also broken. He won't be able to walk for a while. Followed by Vector trying to sit down and talking about forgetting about it, he's concerned about one strange thing. Vector talks about that strange moment in the clan, as he feels as if they know their location. Our heroine's point is that even so, they don't have anything that could give a trail for them to follow. However, at one point, Rachel starts yelling loudly and turns to our heroine and tells her something. Rachel brings it to the attention of our hero-killer heroine that there might be a problem in that wound. Rachel asks our heroine to give her the knife for a while. Our heroine trusts and gives her the knife. In the moment, Rachel begins to gently apply the knife to our heroine's wound and follows up by stabbing the knife through her skin. After only a couple seconds, Rachel has already pulled some black seed out of our heroine's body and says that could be the whole problem. Rachel reminds our heroine that she fought a guy who controls a plant like Rachel, and he could deliver a special blow. Our heroine begins to consider this seed in her hand and realizes that this may indeed be the case. Our heroine turns to Rachel and talks about this guy referring to himself as Sinclair's Luxor. Upon hearing his name, Rachel immediately covers her eyes with her hands, laughs a little and says, "So that's it." Rachel removes her hands and reveals that Regina Sinclair's second son is named Regina Sinclair, but she'll talk about that later. Our heroes decide they should get out of here and our heroine throws the seed down on the floor. A little time passes, and just near that spot, the very same Luxor walks by and notices something. He notices his seed on the floor that he gave our heroine in his body, and realizes that he has been tricked twice today. Some time passes, our team goes somewhere, and Killer Garyov is carrying Vector's wounded arm on his arms. He says it's clear. At the point our heroine stops, throws Vector down on the floor and says loudly, "Angan, come out." In the moment, Angan himself also comes out from behind the wall, talking about how it's been a while since they've seen Hero Killer normally. He tells her that she can exhale calmly, because it's safe here, and she immediately takes out a gift that changes appearances. Some time passes, our guys are the first to help Vector and bandage his wound now. Rachel and John are very tired. Rachel takes little John in her arms and falls asleep with them on the crates. Our heroine sits down on the steps beside Angan and says she has learned how her sister died, but at whose hands? No. Our heroine sits down and starts telling Angan everything she's learned, and especially about the surgical disc. Our heroine tells us that at one point there was an organization called XXX that covered up the hero's crimes. There were some very powerful villains in this organization, and most likely they, or equally powerful ones, covered up the traces of this organization. At the moment, the Evnelnex government decided that the organization could be turned against undesirable people in the clan. Angan begins to realize all that is going on and talks about how one word can be used to conclude that Ichwa's sister betrayed. Our heroine talks about how her sister was used all the time just as a hunting dog, and eventually she died. Our heroine turns to Angan and talks about how much she wanted to get back to her core business. Our heroine tells us that if it were her will, she would immediately destroy everyone there. So our heroine demands something in return for restraint, like money or some bling. Angan turns to our heroine and talks about how she hasn't changed at all, still the same hero killer. However, in the moment, Angan turns away and talks about something that needs to be resolved first. Angan turns to our heroine, asking if she has felt any abnormalities lately, much to her surprise. She immediately recalls all the problems she's had recently and asks Angan, "How does he know?" Hearing our heroine question Angan in her head projecting the beam, realizes that our heroine knows nothing about gifts. He begins to move forward and realize that the time has come and our heroine needs to be made into a blade that will not break and become a sword. Angan turns around, his eyes energized. He talks about having our heroine follow him. He will make her become stronger. Our heroine doesn't argue with such a suggestion and goes somewhere behind Angan. They walk down the street. In the moment, Angan steps forward and turning to our heroine asks what is in her understanding of gift. Our heroine stands still and only coldly replies to Angan that she doesn't know about it. She talks about how it's just a mysterious force, but Angan turns around and talks about how most people think the same thing. Angan talks about the fact that the gift existed in history with the man, but little is known about it. Glancing at our heroine, he adds that by his assumption, they know nothing because of people like our heroine. Angan starts talking about how there are tons of time periods and manifestations of high FTs. Angan also talks about how there are tons of gifts that are similar in appearance, but different in principle and activation altogether. However, trailing off by creating a bit of energy, he talks about how he found common ground between the two. And next, he reports that the strong part that connects it all is the strong anger and her feelings. Angan recalls the moment when someone put their hand to his face and used the energy and talks about feeling angry and afraid. When he recalls Victoria, he also recalls a passionate feeling for something and says that all of these feelings both give the gift and help develop it. With a strong wind blowing, Angan stops in place and talks about how it could be described in other ways. Raising his energy and head, he talks about how even mental stimulation is enough to improve the hift. Looking now at Angan and his energy, she feels how strong he is and realizes that he is many times stronger than even Condor. Our heroine also feels the fact that now it's as if she can feel his energy and can sense his immense power. All these thoughts and Angan's words put our heroine in her mind, where she sees many corpses of those she killed. However, she trails off into a battle stance and turns to Angan and asks, "Is he offering to fight?" However, before anything could even begin, our heroine fell to the ground and began to lie in place alone. Trailing off, she began to come to her senses and realized that she had blacked out from a sharp blow she hadn't even noticed. Immediately after, our heroine rises to her feet and starts running straight at Angan, realizing that their fight has begun. She leaps at Angan directly with an attack. However, still at a far distance, an aura in the form of a human hand appears and grabs her arm. Immediately afterward, dark hands from the ground began to appear under our heroine's feet and take her with them. Immediately afterward, a huge black hand with energy appears out of thin air and strikes directly at our heroine. Our heroine blacks out again and falls, and Angan turns to her, says she'll give her a clue, asking what's the gift's main thing. Our heroine immediately picks herself up off the ground, sits down, and talks about how the most important thing is, of course, food. However, Angan starts to say that not at all. The most important thing at the GIF is imagination and focus. Angan talks about how when he uses the GIF, in his mind's eye he imagines a huge sword in his hands. Angan points a sword at our heroine and talks about how sometimes it comes out to materialize her imagination with a gifter. He talks about how when concentration is lost, the GIF is destroyed and lost, and that's how our heroine's main GIF works. Our heroine gets into a fighting stance, and Angan says that along with a sense of combat, our heroine lacks that. Immediately afterward, our heroine snaps out of her seat and runs at him, and he creates hundreds of skulls with his energy. And at this point, our heroine begins to go through them and try to get to Angan, destroying them in her way. Our heroine realizes that she just managed to get through the skulls closer to Angan, so she decides to power up her hand and strike. Right after which our heroine directs her attack right into Angan. However, he in turn grabs her simply by the arm. Immediately after that, our heroine falls to the ground again, which frustrates her quite well, because not a single attack did not reach Angan. Angan starts to say that the easiest thing for our heroine to understand would be by example, and he says that if he wanted to shroud the world in darkness, he couldn't. Next, he turns to our heroine and says that she has the same thing. She couldn't make more than one gift completely her own. At this point, the events of our story take us to Vector, who is being blown upon by a huge aura of energy from above. Sensing her, Dr. Vector even wakes up. He sits up and screams, "What's going on anyway?" Sitting by the window, Rachel sweetly and thoughtfully replies to Vector that the two of them are out there fighting right now, and rather stiffly. Our heroine, meanwhile, is still fending off attack after attack from Angan. He tells her that maybe he just overestimated her. In the moment, she looks directly at him, and he talks about how he seems to have realized why he's feeling uncomfortable right now. In the moment, Angan energizes herself, turns her head to the side, and asks our heroine why she's sure she won't kill her. Immediately afterward, Angan begins reminding our heroine of Jade, saying that she and he are of the same generation. However, he was much stronger. However, he also adds that our heroine also has a little bit left, just one step to a really strong fighter. Trace Angan says that in his experience, he has seen many blades that have broken at this very moment. He then turns to our heroine and asks her what about her, and is she ready to take the next step into the future? Our heroine looks at him and realizes he's not the type to bullshit. He clearly said it with some intent. Our heroine begins to think about all of this. She thinks about what's going on and why and where the clue is in those words. In a moment in her head, our heroine begins to remember all the fights that have happened to her recently. In that moment, she realizes that this is all a real fight, and Angan's fickleness could actually kill her if anything. In moments, she begins to realize the fact that when she attacked, realistically expected to kill Angan. However, trailing off in her head, she also considers the fact that since when did she ever think about losing to anyone? In a moment in her head, she remembers some man's hand and her very first gift she received. She recalls her opponent of the first one with a strong gift and realizes that it is possible to level up in the long run. In the moment, she realizes that with practice after practice, she is creating an image of herself that is 10 times better than the past. In the moment, our heroine decides that in her imagination, she will visualize herself as the one who will kill any enemy in her path. Our heroine decides what in her imagination will be a flash beam that will destroy everything she needs. She decides that she will be the one to absorb even the darkness itself if it gets in her way now. Immediately, our heroine is off the ground. She runs through the dark skulls straight to Angan. However, darkness appears in her path and grabs her, but in the next instant, a beam of energy shatters her. Right after that, our heroine, full of energy, jumps right onto the huge monster from the darkness and starts charging it with beams of energy. Everything around them began to dip into the hero killer's energy, and Angan notices this with great surprise. And the surprise is prolonged, for in the next instant, she is right beside him with a tremendous charge of strength. Our heroine develops all the darkness, and reaching out her fist to Angan, she starts shooting energy at him. Of course, such an attack doesn't kill Angan, but it surprises him greatly. In the next second, he sees that our heroine starts to fall. Immediately after, Angan decides to grab her, realizing that she has shown enough he doesn't let her fall. Our heroine apparently passes out, and Angan looks back and realizes that it looks like she's going to have to change places. For all that was behind their beret was now reduced to rubble and huge lightning bolts and beams of energy all around. After a while, our heroine wakes up somewhere and immediately notices a ceiling that is unfamiliar to her. Rachel appears right beside her. She looks at her cheerfully and asks if she's awake. Our heroine sits down and looks at Rachel, at which point Rachel herself holds out a basket of fruit to her. In just a minute after that, the fruit basket becomes empty. Our heroine easily finishes everything. Rachel sits down next to her on the bed and talks about how she is now reminded of the moment when they first saw each other only. Rachel recalls the first time she saw our heroine so closely for the first time in the hospital. Our heroine also examines the place and realizes that she seems to have survived thanks to these guys. Our heroine stands up abruptly and talks about how she can still note some change from that time. Our heroine begins to move forward and talk about the fact that they are already, even if a little, but closer to the goal. Trailing off, she turns, strokes a surprised Rachel, and talks about how it's not just her, but Rachel who has gotten closer to her goal. Rachel makes a point that while we're on the subject, could our heroine tell her how strong Laxa was? The hero killer talks about how Laxa is now beyond Rachel. She in turn doesn't get upset, saying she knew it. However, Rachel follows up by asking if she's a long way from him, since she's been working out a lot. Our heroine grabs the candles and starts waving and says it doesn't matter. One day they'll all attack together and defeat him. Rachel laughs. At the moment their dialogue is interrupted, it turns out to be Angan who abruptly enters the room. Upon entering the room, he immediately turns to our heroine, asking if she has found access to overcome the wall. Our heroine begins to raise her power and aura, creating red lightning bolts. She talks about how she has already overcome the wall. Trailing off, our heroine says she's glad Angan came by, for she has a question: why is she even now feeling feverish? Angan talks about our heroine putting in gifts that she herself has a hard time getting over. But now it may be getting there. In the next moment, our heroine asks Angan what he means by, "Will it work?" Angan says get rid of it, because some Ichwa gifts are not compatible, some for defense and some for attack. Trailing off, he talks about how if you take the gift that our heroine got in the exam, it only looks like a load of normal. Angan explains to our heroine that sometimes it's worth giving up something. In this case, it will help her strengthen her past gifts. Angan tells our heroine to concentrate on the power she already has, but in response she says sharply, "I can't." She imagines hugging all of her gifts and talks about whether or not Angan knows what it cost her to get them all. Trailing off, she feels as if they are leaving her. She screams that they are all hers and she won't give them to anyone. Angan stands listening to our heroine for a while longer and then abruptly says that this is simply plain greed. Our heroine interjects his words about greed and adds that it is also a strong feeling after all. However, their dialogue is interrupted by a notification on the hero killer's phone. There comes a notification of the beginning of the second stage of the exam. From this point on, some time passes and the events of our story take us to the building where the exam takes place. Our heroine comes. That day, upon learning about the second step of the exam, Angan said he would find out about the surgical disc and asked her to continue with the exam. Leaving the room that day, Angan said that priorities had changed, and if Jin was telling the truth, the nameless would steal the torch of evil. Coming to the exam, our heroine remembers all his words and their dialogue, but in the moment, someone distracts her by calling out. It turns out to be the same girl with tattoos and needles. Rika, our heroine, immediately recognizes her. The tattoo girl immediately asks where Ihwa disappeared to that night. She immediately replies that she went to Cowardice Branch 16. The girl with the tattoo shoves her in a friendly way and talks about how when she talks about it with that face, it gets really funny. Trailing off, the girl with the tattoo turns to our heroine, asking why her hair changes color so often. However, our heroine does not answer this question, but only asks, "And where are the guys?" The girl with the tattoo talks about how they all scattered to different gathering places and only she alone came here. The girl with the tattoo also notices that the atmosphere is different because it would be strange if everyone here was drunk. It tells me that everyone here right now is either very confident in their skills or just very strong. Trace, also the girl with the tattoo, realizes that our heroine here is the fiercest and perhaps the strongest among them. In the moment, our heroine hears a familiar voice say, "Everyone is gathered," and immediately pays attention. It turns out to be the guy in the helmet with the huge body. He greets everyone at the exam. The first thing he does is start thanking everyone who came for their bravery for not backing down. Then, he begins to say that the second stage will be unusual and difficult because everyone will be divided into two groups. He offers to play everyone on the rock, scissors, and paper. Our heroine turns around and sees that the girl with the tattoo is not around. As it turned out, she stepped back and started talking about how they were rivals after all and suggested they meet up a little later. Our heroine, watching this girl leave, realizes that to compete with her is to make things worse for herself. In the next instant, our heroine is approached by a huge guy of very tall stature who offers to play rock, paper, scissors. Immediately after which our heroine starts a game with him. However, he immediately quickly loses to her. She wins. Everyone else also plays this game. And afterward, the man in the helmet shouts for the winners to go to the right and whoever won to the left. Immediately after, the man in the helmet starts talking about the fact that a special hunt with rewards awaits our heroes at this point. Immediately after, this man starts showing flyers of all sorts of criminals and saying that our groups will hunt them down. Many of those who were at the exam were greatly surprised. They began to look over and talk over each other, for their opponents are the real villains. One of the guys starts yelling rudely at the man in the helmet and asking him if he knows how many people died in the first stage. However, without even listening to him to the end, the man in the helmet disappeared, and the next moment was behind this guy's back. The one who saw the examiner behind his back immediately shouted sharply and ran away in fear upon seeing him. This guy was shocked to bits that the examiner moved so quickly in the moment the examiner grabs the guy. The examiner sniffs the guy, exhales and yells that he smells like a fresh rookie, followed by a guy in a helmet starting pointing at the door and yelling that if anyone doesn't like something and doesn't want it, they can leave. All the guys stand there and just stare at the examiner in shock. He at one point starts yelling loudly and asking what is a hero. Trace himself answers that a hero is someone who is willing to sacrifice himself and take risks to save someone. Next, he cries out that a hero is someone who lives a grand life for the sake of others and risks dying every day. He declares that there are those who have become heroes for ponce and daring looks, but adds that he will not allow such people in this exam. However, the moment he says this, someone else's voice comes out and says, "You were awesome today too, teacher." Immediately afterward, a girl appears behind him wearing a helmet and an outfit as if she had escaped from the Middle Ages. The guy in the helmet starts to get up and asks her if he was being too pathetic about everything just now. He talks about how he realizes deep down that the villain's recent attack is their problem and mistake, and he should make amends for it. However, this helmeted girl only looks at the helmeted man, calls him a teacher, and talks about how he's doing everything right. The man in the helmet turns to her, laughing and thanking her for being grateful that she feels that way. Trailing off, he asks her if the exam prep is finished. She says it's done. She reports that they have placed fighters everywhere who will tear the examiners to shreds just in case. A helmeted man approaches the drum with a stick, quietly saying that he is very much looking forward to the moment when the examinees realize the true meaning of the stage. Immediately afterward, the man in the helmet stops abruptly, turns around, picks up speed and hits the drum. Right after the drum sounded, some kind of container opened up and a guy with a big smile on his face came out of there. Our heroine began to pull up her backpack and talk about how apparently it had already started and it was worth going. Our heroine goes to realize that in fact, the rules of the exam are very simple. It only costs to catch the criminal alive or dead. Trailing off, she also recalls the words that there are only 6 of them, and the numbers on the mask denote the level of strength. Understanding the nature of such a system, our heroine realizes that the longer the procrastination, the more disadvantageous her position. Also, our heroine recalls that it was possible to pass the first part of the exam without fighting, especially in areas where there were no villains. But now she realizes that this stage of the exam will be impossible to pass if you don't fight anyone. Our heroine finally realizes the fact that at this stage will not pass cheap tricks. Here you need to show real strength. Our heroine also realizes, and that after the incident in the first stage, many examinees feel pressured. Analyzing all this, our heroine realizes that the real tasks of heroes are much more difficult because there is no protection in case of anything. She is aware of the fact that plunging everyone into such despair is also part of the exam, so being sad is not allowed. As she opens her backpack, she realizes that this is not a bad thing for her, and at this point, there is a task for her to complete. Meanwhile, one of the participants in this second stage of the exam is already discovering the target in front of him. The guy who spotted her also saw the number and realized that she was pretty weak and a stage he could pass without straining. Immediately after that, this guy decides to act, because such prey cannot be missed, and with an attack jumps on it. However, right after he jumped, his opponent became on all fours with her huge tail and repelled the attack. The hand of the guy who attacked her began to tremble. He was surprised at her strength and how skillfully she parried his attack. The opposing girl prisoner number 6 with the huge tail says she hasn't met people outside in a long time. Trailing off, she abruptly turns her head to the side and tells this guy that she'll color him red in no time. The guy gets into a fighting stance and holds his weapon, but she is already beside him in the next moment. Immediately after that, it makes another high jump upwards and starts attacking with its tail. The guy dodges. The guy starts to get angry. He realizes he's losing now, but he was in the lead at the first stage. The guy starts thinking about the examiner's words, and in a moment, he realizes that he has lost his concentration gift. And this leads him into total error. For the very next instant, a large blow strikes him, knocking his weapon out of his hands. Realizing that he clearly can't last much longer without a weapon, he jumps to retrieve it, but someone's hand takes the first one. And oddly enough, it turns out to be our heroine. She looks at this guy with a question, and he looks at her. He genuinely doesn't understand what's going on and why she interfered. He tries to ask her back, but our heroine runs away. The guy starts to turn around. However, no sooner does he fully turn around than a huge punch flies into him. This guy stays in the wall, and our heroine, taking the weapon, starts to run away, realizing that shopping is a lot of fun. Followed by our heroine runs behind some alley, hides there and starts testing the weapon she got. However, while she takes great joy in taking the guns away, she also realizes there's a problem. And her problem is that that girl at number 6 with the ponytail looked really strong. Our heroine understands why many people complained, because no matter how strong the guy in the hat is, it's hard for him to control everyone at once. Our heroine begins to get up, and in parallel thinks that it is also possible that he originally did not have such thoughts. Our heroine remembers and all that she has learned about the hero clan and realizes that such actions on their part are possible. Trailing off, our heroine stands and realizes that no one in this clan is righteous because what were they doing when her sister was dying? The events of our story take us to the girl with the tattoo. She is thinking about what would be best for her to act with our heroine. However, thinking about such an idea, the girl with the tattoo also realizes that she doesn't understand our heroine at all and what's in her head. However, following in a moment, all thoughts of the girl with the tattoo are interrupted by the fact that she sees some sort of explosion, hence the fight. The first thing she notices is a cute girl in a suit who's always gobbling and puffing gum. She realizes that this girl is Han Fei, her weapon is a bat, she's seen her a lot, and she's having a fight with someone right now. As she follows, she notices that the fight is with one of the prisoners, number 5, second from the end. The girl with the tattoo, though, is very worried, but she thinks about the fact that in case of anything, it will be possible to rush in and give the final blow. However, the moment their fight stops, the girl with the bat asks this guy, seeing the bracelet around his neck, "Is he really living dead?" Hearing these words, the girl with the tattoo clearly comes to a great surprise at what she has just heard. The girl with the tattoo begins to remember that there are a total of 3 main organizations in the hero clan. However, in addition to them, there are other organizations, but much smaller and weaker than the main ones. And the weirdest of these organizations is the Living Dead, and their logo has a skull on it. Our heroine also immediately thinks of prisoners with very heavy sentences who are put in jail forever. However, sometimes people in these prisons are given a chance to join a criminal squad, changing their sentence in return for obedience. The girl with the tattoo realizes that roughly speaking, such people are just clan dogs who do whatever they are told. These are the kind of people who wear explosive bracelets around their necks, and their main job is to just do everything. Guy number 5 tells her that she's savvy and asks if she'll fight further knowing that. This guy starts talking about how people like him are very scary people who don't act in normal situations. However, this girl with the club suggests that she didn't come here to run away and brought the club to kill this guy. Right after that, this guy makes an attack, the girl reflects it and also makes an attack. The perpetrator manages to dodge a bit. However, after a few more attacks, the girl takes the upper hand, striking right at his body with a question. "Underestimating me?" Immediately afterward, this girl begins to raise the energy around him, asking him about how long will he fight so weakly. In the moment, she creates a huge bat with her energy and talks about getting angry at this rate. Immediately after that, all that huge attack and battle the girl directed straight at this guy, knocking down everything around him. Immediately after this attack, the energy clearly dropped. It went into a normal pattern and began to stand still. Her enemy criminal stands unharmed and says that he apologizes, he hasn't fought in a long time, and forgot which method is better to kill her. Right after that, this criminal also uses some kind of weapon, but this girl decides to stop his attack with a bat. However, you can see in the moment that there is no success with this, as this guy's weapon changes and the blade goes over the bat. Already in the next instant after that, wounds remain on this girl's leg. The guy walked right through it with his blade. She turns around and looks at him, but she's still left with a strange feeling like she's all beaten up just now. She starts looking at her bloody hand, and the guy with the blade says that judging by her reaction, it's touch. Next, this guy talks about how after each of his attacks, a person loses one of their 5 hostile senses. Immediately afterward, he abruptly flies near her again, strikes, and talks about how random decides which sense goes missing. After 2 of his successful attacks, this girl decides it's time for her to act and grabs the bat in her hands. However, the guy is very calm. He looks at the girl and sees that this time she has lost her sight. He walks right up to her, but she still can't see him. He says she's obviously very unlucky. The girl realizes that her eyesight is gradually getting worse and decides to do something about it by throwing random punches. However, she has no ideas in her head as to what can be done, for she is left alone with complete darkness and gloom. A fellow criminal with a gun starts walking towards her, talking about how it looks like she's going to die, followed by this guy talking this girl up, telling different information about deaths, and taking more blows to her body. In the moment, she just falls to the floor, and this guy talks about how death is just as fascinating as she is now. Trailing off, he brings the blade up to her neck, indicating that he's ready to tell her something useful. He starts to tell her that a big part of Living Dead doesn't care about the deadline, but then the question of what they put the collars on for comes up. He leaves this girl on the floor, walks away, and talks about how they did it to put out even more light. In the moment, the girl with the tattoo starts hiding behind the stoves and rampantly just worrying about something. In a moment, someone's shadow appears directly above her, addressing her as redhead. It turns out to be this guy number 5. He immediately asks if she liked the play he made. The girl with the tattoo starts to look at him. However, she doesn't say a word. In fact, she just cries and looks at him with fright. Meanwhile, our heroine hero killer who was just walking along abruptly begins to notice some crying. She starts walking down the stairs somewhere and talking to herself about how she obviously heard the voice of the girl with the tattoo. However, our heroine decides that the tattoo girl's skills are clearly pretty good and she's probably doing fine on her own. However, at one point our heroine stops, puts her fingers to her chin, and wonders if she's definitely coping there. Meanwhile, a scared, trembling and in tears, Rika tries to dodge this guy's attacks. Meanwhile, our heroine walks down the stairs thinking that this stage of the exam is very strange, compared to others. She compares the strength of examiners and criminals, and the difference is almost the same as a child to an adult. Our heroine, walking on the roof of some building, thinks about the fact that there may be traps lurking somewhere. Our heroine starts climbing up some small dome on the roof of a building, reaching its highest point. At one point, she pulls some kind of harpoon out of her backpack, says she wants to catch a big fish, and throws it down. The events of our story show us some guy. He's sitting in a t-shirt with the characters, and he says, "At what point did it all go wrong?" This guy standing at the feet of the enemy remembers how he used to be a big fan of the heroes and even hung up posters of them at home. This guy has known since he was a kid that a hero is someone who wants to crush everyone else in his path, becoming the strongest. He also recalls that once when he was a child, he was in a terrible situation, but a hero came to his rescue and protected him. This was the girl heroine in the blue suit who had saved this kid back in the day from being killed. Then, after the rescue, he started telling her that he too would like to be a hero. She asked him, "What would he like to be?" This guy looked at her posters, and every time he talked about wanting to be just like her, he talked about how she wasn't just a hero to him like Victoria, because Victoria is a hero to a large number of people. And this girl is a hero just for him, and he would want to look up to her and become just as strong. Then she told him, little one, that he would probably do well. However, already now the guy is sitting all beat up. He looks at his criminal opponent standing beside him and realizes that this threshold is too huge for him. Meanwhile, this criminal started looking at the guy, noticing that he had a very pumped-up body and had obviously been preparing hard. However, looking at this guy, the offender immediately began to point out that even so, he doesn't have a gift. The criminal realizes that now the second stage is just a strong guy with no gift in front of him. He asks how the guy got through the first stage. However, this guy smiles from the last of his strength and talks about how he did it through sheer fortitude. However, apparently the perpetrator was expecting a different answer, because immediately afterwards he hits the guy with great force. He looks at this guy and talks about how he's now, with his fist, tearing down everything he's built his whole life. The criminal starts asking this guy why he went into heroics in the first place, but the guy only grabs the criminal's leg. This guy is lying at the feet of a criminal, but out of his last strength, he still talks about wanting to be a hero. However, the culprit only lifts his foot and says that such weak people without gifts will not bring any help to the world. However, in a moment, some shining body at high speed appears from behind and shouts, "Stop!" This turns out to be the girl in the helmet. She says this guy is unconscious already but still alive. He can be saved. In response, the perpetrator only talks about how the girl in the helmet isn't even an examiner. So why is she suddenly interfering, he asks. However, she only says that she doesn't want to hear anything from the criminal. Now he is obliged to obey her. Turning to him, she also talks about how he was warned not to cross the line. He in turn addresses her sweetly, saying that she looks very cocky with her weapon. The girl in the helmet with shining eyes replies that they are not friends at all to talk like that. After that, the perpetrator apparently has no desire to obey. He gets into a fighting stance. Meanwhile, our heroine tells herself that the target has been located and launches the spear straight down. And oddly enough, its target is the number 1 criminal, the one this spear is now flying at. She launched the spear with wild speed, so much so that it began to blow the face off the criminal on impact. And this makes him very angry. His eyes turn red, his smile turns bloodthirsty, and he stands still, raising an aura of anger. He tells the girl in the helmet that he'd like to put their conversation on hold for later, and gets out of his seat, running off to the side. The girl in the helmet begins to remember in her head the words of her teacher, who told her to keep her eyes on number 1. However, she also realizes that if she leaves it like this here, the guy will just be left to die on the spot. With tears in her eyes, she mentally apologizes to the teacher for all of this, grabs the guy, and starts to walk out of here. Meanwhile, the events of our story are coming to our heroine, who notices number 1 running towards her. The one in turn is already arriving at the place where our heroine is and preparing for battle. Without any words or explanation, he takes a leap and heads towards our heroine at speed. Our heroine notices that he has arrived close by and is delighted that he has very easily fallen for her ruse. Our heroine thinks about testing her new system, right after which a huge beam of energy upwards appears on the tower where they are. Such a huge beam of energy and power is hard not to notice. The first to see it is, of course, the examiner, the man in the helmet. Immediately after him, such an influx of energy is felt by his student, who turns around and sees this ray in the sky. Apparently, the force created our heroine is very powerful because everyone on the exam began to pay attention to her. The first thing the criminal wants to ask our heroine for the change of hair color, but next he asks sharply, "What kind of power is this?" Our heroine wants to pathetically answer, but then realizes that she herself does not know to the end what she is doing. Followed, though very tentatively, she pretends to understand and says it's her energy, and she's easily in control of it. However, in response to her words, the perpetrator only stood and continued to stare at her as if she hadn't said anything. Our heroine thinks back to the last time she used the energy, realizing that at least this time she's managing to keep control. However, all this does not interest the criminal at all. He silently snaps out of his seat and attacks our heroine. Our heroine realizes that her situation is clearly not good and tries to dodge his blows. She managed to dodge the first blow, but the criminal's second blow went straight into her body. Immediately after that, she makes a jump up and then lands, but even here from above there is a blow to her. The blow from her criminal opponent clearly hits hard. She starts to fall through the ground from the aura of the attack. Meanwhile, the aura of her technique and the perpetrator's power create such conditions that the entire roof of the building cracks. From afar, the guy in the helmet is still watching it all. He can only guess what's going on. He immediately begins to suspect that it's all created by our heroine, the same girl with no experience. However, the guy in the helmet cheers himself up thinking that there's no need to worry, because his student would have told him if there was anything there. The next second after he thought about it, she showed up and turned to him, which startled him. Out of fright at her sudden appearance, he decides to punish her a little and starts pulling her cheeks. She says it hurts. He asks her what she's doing here. She says something slurred at first and then explains the whole situation. She finishes her story and adds that she had to disobey her teacher because of this situation. However, the teacher sweetly responds by saying that he wanted to send her there from the beginning because he realized something like this could happen. As they follow, they notice together that our heroine's energy light is out. The girl in the helmet asks if she should go there. Meanwhile, the events of the story bring us back to this guy and our heroine. He asks her about her impeccable strength. He looks at our heroine, who is lying among the rocks, and says that he has seen people many times before who also could not control the gift. Next, he talked about how they all ended up getting eaten up by their own hive because they wanted too much. He gets a leg up on our heroine and talks about how if she wants, he can give her a chance to catch herself. In return, he asks for help in wiping out ordinary people in order to leave only GIF users in the world. However, our heroine raises her finger at one point and talks about realizing something when this guy beat her up. A dark energy began to rise up all around, and our heroine began to say that the criminal should have used the full force in the first strike. Immediately after, a bloody eye appears behind the criminal and some dark effects around. He thinks it's an illusion. However, in the next instant, he notices that he is very far away, and our heroine is standing in front of him at a great distance. Our heroine recreates her energy and talks about how the distance between them is equal to this guy's fear level. In response, this guy just laughs, holds out his hand and starts blowing some chains and blue energy out of it. He asks our heroine who else is a coward in this situation and covers her hand with his chain. Our heroine calmly looks at the chain that covers her arm, and this guy says he hasn't revealed all his cards yet. In the moment, he starts pulling the chain with great force, pulling our heroine and saying that this chain is helping him. He lets the energy flow down the chain and talks about how as long as they are connected by the chain, he gets even stronger time after time. Immediately after that, this guy starts to untwist the chain our heroine is on and twist it in different directions. In the next instant after that, this guy's eyes would be coated with even more power and energy in the moment. Our heroine, meanwhile, looks on in amazement at it all. She hits the wall time after time. At the moment, she stops with her feet against the wall, covers her feet with energy, and says that the information he told her will be very useful to her. Immediately afterward, our heroine grabs the chain with her bare hands and starts pulling on it. This guy is clearly in wild shock from what's going on right now. He's trying to hold back and also pull the chain. However, in the next moment, our heroine abruptly releases the chain and is immediately beside him with a jolt of energy. The perpetrator becomes well aware that things are not going well at all and simply tries to evade the attacks. However, this no longer greatly embarrasses our heroine because blow after blow she directly hits the criminal without misses. In the moment, she very powerfully energizes her leg and strikes right at his leg with great force and energy. Immediately after, the hero killer takes his foot back and begins to energize his arm now as well. She begins to think where better to strike. To the head maybe, however it closes and she strikes from the side. However, in the moment, this culprit begins to absorb his chain backwards, taking energy into himself. Our heroine begins to be attracted to him, and she asks him in amazement about whether he can even do that. However, she is clearly not much surprised by this. She covers her body even more with energy and makes her way to his body from behind from below with an attack. Immediately after, she throws a couple lightning bolts of energy at him and encompasses his body with her body, grabbing him literally in her hands. Our heroine rolls him to the floor, energizes her hand and brings it up to his neck, asking him if he's had enough crying. This criminal begins to press pity and talk about how she needs him alive to pass the exam. At the point our heroine stops, she begins to look at her chain and realizes that she is quite uncomfortable in it. This guy starts telling our heroine that he has had time to evaluate her skills and all the steps of the exam. Our heroine looks at him and reminds him that it takes someone to die to break the chain, and she's not going to die. The criminal looks at our heroine with great shock. He does not understand what to do and how to escape from her. Immediately afterward, our heroine delivers a critical blow directly to his head, causing his head to explode into pieces. Right after killing him, she starts to hear the sound of drums and walks to the edge of this building, which is almost destroyed. She looks up, covering the rays of the sun with her hand, and tells herself that she would do well to practice some more. The events of the story show someone's conversation. Someone on the phone informing a man that the torch is here and calling him father. This guy turns out to be Laksa, and he informs his father. His father asks him why he's so sure. He says he saw him. The events of our story show us the moment when Laksa stands and stares at something in the air. He remembers talking to his father. They were discussing the fact that he had already succeeded in becoming a military advisor, and he was standing near the maid at that moment. In the moment, Laksa turned this maid into a dead person from whom flowers began to come. Then, holding on to his bloody hand, Laksa's father asked him why he had become so interested in so many things. It was then that his father began to remind Laksa that he should remember to keep his responsibility to plant future roots. That's when Laksa remembers some dark cell in a dark room, from which came phrases, bro. Walking on the roof now, he's trying to forget all the things that are going through his head that he is now remembering. He still remembers his sister and how she told him that if you grow a plant upside down, they will have more roots. Then, Laksa's sister told him many things about flowers, and that many people like the flowers that grow on top. Then, Laksa's sister told him that flowers that grew in dirt were always prettier, and gave analogies to humans. She was telling him about the fact that many gift users with a strong will to live had developed a death bud. The events of the story bring us back to our heroine, who, having wrapped up the corpse of the criminal, goes somewhere with all her belongings. She sees a bar in front of her and remembers to go to it. So she goes in with everyone else. She walks around looking around, but it's empty inside, and she can already imagine how surprised everyone will be to see her. She opens the closet and puts the weapons in there, and in a moment, a girl with a tattoo appears behind her and greets her. Our heroine asks her if she passed the exam, and she says she is surprised by it. The girl with the tattoo is as surprised as she is at herself. The girl with the tattoo says she didn't expect the perpetrator's attacks to be so strong. She was relaxed. The girl with the tattoo talks about how she doesn't know how it would have ended if she hadn't realized the essence of the second stage of the exam. The girl with the tattoo starts pulling our heroine to the table and informing her that it's time to go there. Everyone is gathered. Going into the hall, our heroine is surprised. She does not understand why there is such a pleasant atmosphere in the hall. There could not be so many people to pass the exam. At one point, our heroine is noticed by the very guy she stole the sword from. He calls her names and points his finger at her. Our heroine turns around and looks at him, and this guy talks about how he doesn't understand where she gets so much nerve. Right after that, another girl starts complaining about our heroine, asking where and her weapon that was stolen. And another guy shows up in the crowd. He yells at our heroine, saying she stole his weapon too. All together, they start shouting at the whole hall and demand their weapons back. Our heroine covers her ears not to hear them. At the point our heroine gets tired of putting up with it, she asks them to shut their mouths, takes the bottle in her hands, and asks, where is their proof? At the moment, the same guy with the helmet on his head walks into the banquet hall and talks about how he sees the guys still have plenty of energy. The man with the helmet on his head starts talking about how happy he is to see everyone because they are the future of the clan. In the moment, some guy in a helmet appears from behind a man in a helmet, puts his hand on his shoulder, and talks about whether it's time to introduce them. The guy in the helmet sweetly replies to him about how the bare fist hasn't come yet, but this criminal says it doesn't matter. Immediately afterward, the two criminals remove their masks and the man in the helmet introduces them as secret examiners. One of them approaches a girl with a gifty dragon tail and asks to let her try her tail. She is embarrassed by this. Trailing off, the man in the helmet starts laughing and then talking about how the number on the mask actually has nothing to do with the Force. Followed by this man in a helmet talking about how all the people here are actually heroes, not criminals. At the moment this news is heard by our heroine, who is sitting down to eat, she is very much surprised by what she hears. One of the secret examiners says that the real members of the living dead have a rule: always act in a team of 3. One of the secret examiners says that they probably should have told the truth for nothing because that's how they broke the whole mystery. Followed by another of the secret examiners talking about how this stage was actually testing courage. Trace explains that not everyone agrees to go into battle against an enemy when they feel invincible. He adds that such action is one of the important qualities of a hero, especially when fighting bounty hunters. The girl with the tattoo closing her eyes and lowering her head says that if you think about it that way, there were a lot of clues. She recalls the man in the helmet saying only to catch them, but was not conditioned that this fact would grant passage onward. The tattooed girl adds that she noticed that after the battle with the prisoner, the girl stayed alive. She wasn't killed. Toward the end, she also adds that initially this stage was impossible to win in favor of the examinees. The guy in the helmet shines and says that all those who went into battle with the prisoners successfully passed the second stage of the exam. Everyone around them starts cheering and drinking to it. The girl with the tattoo talks about how incredible it is. However, next she turns her head, sees our heroine, and realizes that she is very worried. She asks what's wrong. In the moment, near the corpse that our heroine rewound brought, a hand fell out, and everyone in the moment realized what was hiding under the bandages. Everyone around began to look at our heroine with horror, and she in turn sharply declared that it was not her. From that moment, some time goes by. All the examiners stand around discussing what to do. They disagree. The examiner with glasses says he doesn't understand how they can be divided in opinion, but others say that a clan member was killed. The girl examiner talks about how she can't be found in the cell system and therefore is not a recognized villain. The girl also talks about how it still remains a big problem and it's better to rule it out now. The dark-skinned guy with the dreadlocks raises his hand and says that, as he said, he's against this decision. This guy recalls his fight and says that one of the participants in the exam was also as strong as himself. Trailing off, he adds, saying that even if he were defeated, he would still want this guy to pass the exam. Followed by this guy talking about our heroine, saying that she could easily take the place of a bare fist, if not even higher. The dragon-tailed examiner talks about how it's not Ihua's fault. She was given the task of defeating the criminal, and she won. The dragon-tailed girl also adds that the bare fist always pissed her off and wasn't really the type. However, one of the other examiners tells her to watch her language because they are discussing important things. It pisses her off. Immediately afterward, the same man approaches an examiner named Havester, asking for his opinion on the situation. He turns around, puts his finger up and talks about being punished, but he won't tell the reason. However, he also adds in a trace that his words are meaningless because the decision is still up to the man in the helmet. Meanwhile, the events of our story transition to Hero Killer. She sits quietly on the couch watching TV. In the moment, she notices a very interesting advertisement there with discounts on guns and decides it's pretty useful. However, in a moment, a guy in a helmet bursts through the door of the room and addresses her as Examiner Katya. He informs her cheerfully that she has successfully passed the second stage. She is shocked at such news. Trace pulls out her pouch and asks what about her weapons, but he replies that they have been returned to their owners. She gets really upset about it, and this guy bends over to her in a moment, looks into her eyes and asks if they've met somewhere else before. Our heroine averts her gaze and talks about how she's not sure about it and says she may or may not. Trailing off, he gives her a friendly but forceful pat on the back and apologizes for them keeping her here. She's clearly in shock. She starts to walk away a little angry, and the man in the helmet behind her waves at her and says that he'll be glad to see her in the final exam. Another examiner appears behind him, asking if the guy in the helmet is sure they got it right after all. This examiner suggests that the bare fist gif is good for a one-on-one fight. However, their fight was very short judging by the scars. This examiner also remembers our heroine talking about how she could disarm him without killing him. She quietly eavesdrops. Then the man in the helmet says it's stupid to press her based on that argument alone. He covers his face with his hand and admits that he reacted to it all pretty harshly too. This examiner says that the bare fist has had various rumors, and it is possible that Iwa has the same sense of duty strong. This examiner also says that lately he has been feeling the winds of war closing in on them. Also, the events of the story show us a journalist, Phil, taking pictures of something, and that examiner tells us that war is near for the clan. Next, this examiner says that the second stage of the exam is in 2 districts, and there are 3 heroes for each of them. He also asks to take into account the fact that there are 10 other sites like this one. He starts talking about how, if you do the math, there are several dozen heroes in Area 16 right now. Trailing off, this examiner, remembering John Swordsman and all his men, says something might happen. And then, remembering the whole nameless team with the smiling guy at the head, says that anything can happen. This examiner also suggests that management did not communicate anything to the man in the helmet and Miss Fullman. He puts his hand on the man's shoulder and talks about not forgetting that there was a lot of bloodshed every time at times like this. The man in the helmet turns around and asks this guy if he's really decided to retire. He took an oath, didn't he? However, he responds by saying that he no longer has any reason to raise his weapon, as the clan has come too far for a couple people to change. Meanwhile, the events of our story move on and take us to the swordsman Jin, who is sitting somewhere. He turns to his partner Sapphire to ask what's up with the clan. She tells him that it's just as Jin suspected. Sapphire says that the attack on the Cloud Garden was successful since they show such high alertness. Sapphire looks forward with eyes charged with energy and says that this all denotes that the clan has something to hide. Jin, turning to her and another guy nearby, talks about possibly having forces sent to carry the torch. The first leader of the vendetta, the doctor, appears nearby and asks John if he's exaggerating his arguments. However, John's response to his words is that they are most likely using the examiners as soldiers simply. Jin talks about how, since their plan has been revealed, they will do anything to move the torch to a place with more power. The doctor says let's say Jin is right, and immediately asks how they're going to handle such a huge number of heroes then. He says that all the villains who participated in the attack either died or escaped, and there weren't many heroes at the time. In the moment, the demon from Jin's team says that if the vendetta are scared, they can get out of here. The very second leader of the vendetta, with a fiery temper, tells the demon that he is simply fed up. In the moment, Jin turns to the demon and stops him, saying that vendetta has proven his worth in their operation. A girl named Sapphire agrees, saying that thanks to vendetta's skills, things obviously went much faster. Jin starts talking about how even if the clan scatters the heroes into small groups, blocking all the paths at once isn't going to work. Jin talks about how that's why he made the decision to invite someone they all know well here. The second founder of the vendetta suggests that it is unlikely that this man will show up, knowing Jin's reputation in the community. The second vendetta founder talks about how the man was probably just chickening out, but in a moment, a huge silhouette appears behind him. This renders Angan. He looks down on the second founder of the vendetta and interjects about cowardice. Trailing off, Angan looks at him, who has already awakened his gift, and says he's shaking like a sheep. The first founder of the vendetta turns to the second, Scar, and asks him to stop, as he realizes how things could end here. The doctor stops Scar in a moment, and with horror and trembling begins to look directly at Angan. Looking at Angan and his sinister aura, the doctor immediately realizes that he fits the description of the smiling boy everyone says he is. The smiling guy asks Jin if he's going to keep his mouth shut until he destroys everyone here. However, in response, Jin stabs his sword into the ground and says that he has no reason to start a feud right now. However, in response to his words, Endayan interrupts him and asks him to get to the point already. Jin turns to Angan and talks about wanting to borrow his name, but Angan is greatly surprised by such words, he interjects. Jin talks about how they intend to take out a lot of heroes, and he thought, what happens if Angan gets involved? Jin talks about how this should be beneficial to the smiling guy. He'll be a strong ally against the clan. Jin talks about how if Angan comes back as the king of the underworld and represents the criminal underworld of the past generation, that would be cool. Jin talks about how this is all going to come out as a cool link that will connect them to past generations. In the moment, Angan turns to Jin and talks about how he doesn't think a sucker like Jin could say that. Angan turns to Jin and asks if he really decided to slip him such a deal now. However, in response to Angan, Jin only smiles and in a moment just says something in another language. Hearing this, Angan covers her face with her hand in surprised horror and says the phrase, "This is it." Meanwhile, the events of the story are coming to our heroine. She is standing in the market, eating and waiting for someone reading something on her phone. On her phone, she reads the nameless chat and realizes those are late. But in the moment, someone turns to her. A girl. It turns out to be some little girl with a backpack, wearing glasses and a mustache. She offers our heroine to read the stars. However, our heroine continues to nibble on her delicious food and talks about saying no because she's busy right now. However, our heroine's attention is drawn to the sword that is in the backpack of this girl next to her. Our heroine begins to remember the fact that this is the same sword she was carrying on the train back then. Realizing this, our heroine approaches this girl and talks about what she wants to see what the girl can do in turn. Trailing off, our heroine points upward, showing the daytime sky, and asks if fortune-telling is not done at night by the stars. However, this girl abruptly corrects herself by saying that she meant to pay off the crystal, followed by this girl making a huge smartass look like she's raising her aura and telling our heroine, "Your mom." However, our heroine abruptly interrupts her and says, "I don't have a mom." Hearing this, the girl with the balloon is surprised. Trailing off, this girl starts putting her hand on herself and telling our heroine, "Your big sister?" Our heroine interrupts again, saying there is a sister, and then the girl says she meant your older sister who is like a mom to you. But next, our heroine says that her older sister died long ago, and then the girl jumps up, throws down her robe with anger. She starts to cry a little and yell at our heroine, asking if it was so hard for her to play a little at least. In the moment, our heroine starts pointing to her sword backpack and talking about how she got a sword like that. This girl starts looking at her backpack and sword, realizing what it's about and pretending she doesn't understand anything. At the point, she starts picking up this sword and backpack, putting it in a huge black bag and silently tying it up. Our heroine watches. At one point, this girl starts to run away, but our heroine stops her and asks her what she's doing. At one point, she starts to fall, and immediately our heroine puts a chain with some kind of crystal around her neck to sleep. Immediately after this crystal comes off this girl's neck, our heroine notices that everything around her seems to freeze. This girl is starting to get covered in some sort of sunny aura. She's glowing like she just came down from heaven just now. She is covered in aura and talks about the sun going below the horizon as if committing suicide. Immediately afterward, she begins to reach for our heroine with her shining hand, as if she wants to stroke her face. This girl starts disappearing and says that our heroine will either become ash forever or disappear. However, she adds, either become a huge lightning bolt that blows everything away, but the events of our story move to a dark place. This is where Angan is, with Jin and Sapphire standing behind him. Angan says to go this way. In the moment, Jin looks at Angan ahead of him and remembers how his teachers once stood ahead of him. Jin begins to remember how he once threw punches from behind just like that, punches that killed in a second. Now he stands behind him and contemplates what he can do, whether it is possible for him to strike Angan now. Jin stares back at Angan with bloodshot eyes with energy and considers whether he can handle one punch. However, in a moment, Sapphire walks up behind Gin and takes his hand, as if noticing that he is highly tense. Trailing off, Sapphire points out to Jin that you can see someone's eyes in the bushes and behind the trees, which are there. The wind is blowing, and so it goes. It's immediately obvious that Angan's men are standing there, and it's obvious that Vector is among them. Angan tells Jin that all those villains he wanted to collect, he has long since collected, and they are all here. He turns around and looks at Jin and Vendetta and starts talking about how they were the final ones. Jin puts his head down, and Angan starts to talk about Jin being late. However, Angan appreciates his efforts. Trailing off, Angan turns around, lowers her head, and covers part of her face with her hand, saying that the Dark King is only one. Standing in front of a dozen villains, Angan declares that there is only one Dark King and ruler here. In the meantime, the events of our story go back, our heroine standing and looking up. Apparently the girl who had our heroine's sword is missing. But suddenly, another girl runs to meet our heroine. It turns out to be everyone knows, Rachel, who screams with joy seeing our heroine and runs to her. Rachel calmly apologizes for being late and runs to hug our heroine. Hero Killer says it's no big deal. In the moment, our heroine is hugging Rachel, but still thinking about what recently happened and where the sword is now. At one point, our heroine drops her hand into her pocket and finds an egg there, to which she is greatly surprised, as is Rachel. Rachel turns to our heroine and talks about how there are a lot of extra eyes here and it's best for them to go elsewhere. Together with Rachel, our heroine walks into the cafe. But Ihwa says she is very busy today, so they will only order 80 pancakes. Some time passes, our heroine sits eating pancakes and asks Rachel, what is Angan talking about? Rachel asks our heroine if she's heard about the final round of the exam, and she says that all that's left is to bide her time. Our heroine talks about how it's unlikely the people at the exam will be soldiers for the clan. Rachel says Vector said the same thing. Rachel also reveals that she and Vector agree that a lot of the villains that came to Angan did it for information, just for the sake of information. Our heroine turns to Rachel and says that in other words, Angan could be bait for her own villains. Our heroine sips a coffee and talks about how no matter what, Angan isn't going to let it go. He knows what he's doing. Rachel tells our heroine that she agrees. Coming out Ichwa's role will be to steal the torch before it moves elsewhere. However, our heroine and Rachel's dialogue is interrupted because our heroine receives a notification on her phone about the streamer. This came to everyone who was at the second stage. The stream is hosted by Bishop. He says he'll be in place of Fullman now. Bishop addresses everyone and says that this stream is made to explain about the final stage of the exam. Trailing off, Bishop declares that it's time to get down to business and the final step will be to transport the cargo. Bishop states that 2 heroes will be added to the 4 participants in the exam, thus making a group of 6. In the moment, Bishop says everyone will go in cars from one point to another carrying different cargo, followed by Bishop stating that once all trucks reach the right point or fail equal sign, the stage will be over. Trailing off, Bishop declares that there will be a hero initiation immediately afterward and that will be the end of it. Bishop tells everyone on the broadcast that he'll be happy to see everyone and hopes the new people become strong heroes. Followed by a girl with blue hair putting the camera away and saying they're done, Bishop thanks her. In the moment, Bishop turns his gaze sideways and says that apparently he has company. At the moment, the same girl who stole our heroine's gun flies in through his window and says it's been a while since they've seen each other. Bishop turns to her and asks if she was able to find the route, but she says it's cut through again. At one point, she starts jumping on her backpack like a little kid and screaming that Bishop has changed a little. Trailing off, she asks Bishop if it's true that there was a fight between Victoria and Shields. A flashback comes over her. However, Bishop smiles and says that he doesn't know about it, but Victoria is very strong. Bishop adds that Old Man Shin has yet to recover from his past injuries, so he wouldn't be surprised if Victoria wins. Upon hearing this girl became upset. She says she wants to ask him something and she doesn't want him dead. In the moment, this girl jumps right on Bishop and talks about how she met an interesting girl on the way here. She tells us that it was our Ihwa, and this girl immediately realized from her eyes that this girl was connected to some business. Trailing off, this girl adds that she left our heroine an egg in her pocket for interest, so that it would be more fun to watch. Trailing off, she starts to walk away, waving to Bishop, and he waves to her and says they'll see each other again. As he leaves, he adds that if all goes well, there will be 3 horses on Bishop's chessboard. We are transported to an exam preparation area. A guy with a bow asks a man in a helmet about the feeling of tension. This guy is talking about how the top of the clan abruptly changed the 3rd stage and suspended Fullman as if they were trying to get her out of the way. The man in the helmet is warming up and asks if it bothers the guy with the bow so much that he scares everyone with it. The guy with the bow says that it's better to get tense now because they can save more lives that way. Immediately afterward, the man with the hat and the guy with the bow make a vow to each other that they will not die here. Meanwhile, the story takes us to Sapphire, one of Jin's men, who reports that the cars have started to move out. Jin, closing his eyes, starts talking about how they didn't come here to be dishonored by the older generation, followed by Jin talking about how their goal is also to hunt the smiling guy's wolf because they need to repay their debt for Corden. Trailing off, Jin informs us that this place is now, this sea of killers, where a whole new game begins. The history of events takes us back to 10 minutes before the start of the exam for this competition. The people around see that our heroine has arrived for the exam. They discuss her, saying that she is the one who killed the naked fist with her hands. Meanwhile, the helmeted guy's partner and Foreman's assistant are discussing the fact that they're about to enter the car. The partner of the guy in the helmet is very afraid to enter the car, however it is clearly worth it to her will. Our heroine realizes that she needs to get in the car with them, and realizes that she'd really rather not. However, there is no other option. She climbs into the car and tries her best to hide her face from that girl with the orange hair. Some time passes and all groups begin to move out to the task of the last stage of the exam. Our heroine rides as well. Several familiar people can be spotted beside her, among them Fujin. Our heroine notices that the girl who is afraid to drive normally, and it's even a little sad, because it's not interesting. Our heroine is approached by Fujin, who says that the machine is also controlled by nerves, and it would be strange if the heroes were badgering her. Fujin closes the book, addresses our heroine as Katya, and talks about how happy he is to see her. Fujin follows up by saying that he already knows our heroine, as he knows Katya, and turns to the other guys, asking what their names are. One of the guys turns his attention sharply, apologizes, saying he was thinking, and introduces himself as Goal. Immediately afterward, everyone looks silently at another guy with iron all over his body. He's silent in response. However, following without even turning his head says his name is Zoran, Fujin realizes that the man is clearly not a friendly person. One of the examiners turns to the one behind the wheel and says that the guys in the back seem to be hitting it off, judging by the noise coming from there. This examiner quietly turns to the one driving and asks why she let Goal pass the second stage. The examiner who is driving is talking about this guy saying the same things that Bare Fist did back in the day. However, as we already know, the red-haired examiner is pissed off with a very bare fist in her lifetime, so even now she's pissed off. However, the next thing she knows, she stops being angry, leans back in her seat and talks about how even so, she still feels bad. The examiner in the helmet remembers talking to Gel in the hospital. She warned him about the last step of the exam. Then the examiner in the helmet turned to this guy and talked about having to defend himself in the last stage. Then this guy Gel got up all sweaty and out of breath and talked about just asking to be given a chance at this opportunity. This examiner told the red-haired woman that the sword of one whose soul is broken is not terrible, and began to look to the side. Trailing off, the red-haired woman turns to everyone and says she forgot to inform them that their destination is Area 21. Fujin realizes that Area 21 is in Shi Harbor, which means the drive to get there is quite a bit. The examiner agrees, saying that it's still a day's drive for them to get there, and there could be many attacks in that time. She points to the car next to them and talks about how they should keep that car for the duration. The red-haired examiner turns around and talks about being honest. They were told the car was far more important than the students. She adds that it can be said that the clan has taken the students as fighters and in return will give them the opportunity to become heroes. She adds that she herself does not know what is being transported in the vehicles and asks if the examinees have any questions for her. Our heroine gets a question, apparently a very important one, for she even interrupted from her meal to ask. Next, our heroine, scratching her cheek, sweetly asks if she can touch the examiner's ponytail. All this comedy is interrupted by the fact that the two examiners heard some sound coming from above. In the moment, the examiners yell out that they are scavengers, and it turns out to be several cars and black motorcycles. The girl with the red hair suggests that these are small-time bandits, and she was already waiting for them to come here. The red-haired examiner jumps on the car and says that these thugs are meddling with the clan's work, and if they don't leave, she'll attack. At one point, one of the bandits asks her what the hell she's talking about and says he's going to roast her and her tail. At the point, the examiner realizes that dialogue is useless and starts pulling in oodles of air into herself. Immediately after that, her dragon wings appear at her back, she exhales and creates a huge stream of fire. Her energy flow turns out to be very strong and powerful. Yes, so much so that it simply demolishes everything in its path of scorching. She in turn turns away, wipes her hands and makes a sound. Pfft, watching her opponents burn. Fullman's assistant in the next car is watching all this. She asks about how it's really going to be so boring until the very end. The guy in the helmet behind the wheel talks about how she's fumbled the trouble just now and informs her that there's a distress call ahead. Deputy Fullman picks up a radio signal saying the noon squad is listening. They are told help is needed up ahead. Some girl from another squad gets in touch and says it's over and they were just bait here. Trailing off, she starts to talk about something lying in the car, but doesn't have time to finish and dies. Fullman's assistant is in a state of shock. She doesn't know what to do or what to say. The person who asked for help died without giving any information. At the moment, the helmeted examiner rips open the bus door and asks Fullman's assistant to hold the wheel. He informs her that there are guests ahead. This turns out to be true. There is some woman standing in front, completely in dark coloring, looking ahead. A man in a helmet jumps off the bus, rushes towards her and tries to grab her right as she's running. In a way he succeeds. He strikes at her, throwing her aside with great force. Immediately after, he makes a leap upwards and kicks with his foot right into her face, smashing everything in his path with his power. From such loud blows on, it all becomes hard not to pay attention. Our heroine observes everything. The helmeted man's partner realizes that she must also step in and help him fight against these guests. However, the second examiner says she is against it, because you have to wait and wait for the decree first. The red-haired examiner talks about how she has a suspicion that this same woman is the shadow of the smiling guy. Fullman's assistant also notices and sees this. She calls her the Abyss Dancer, for she is reportedly very dangerous. Judging by the fact that the dancer let the blow hit her, she probably doesn't realize who the opponent is. Such is the conclusion Fullman's assistant makes. Trailing off, she also informs the girl with the tail that she's the fastest and asks her to check the surroundings. Fullman's orange-haired assistant asks her to fly as high as she can and check out the whole situation. She in turn says that she has understood everything and begins to press herself firmly to the ground in order to take off. Immediately after that, she abruptly makes a jump upwards and takes off, thereby beginning to survey the entire neighborhood around her. Trailing off, Fullman's assistant begins signaling everyone else to protect the car while she's out scouting. Trailing off, she reminds everyone rather cold-bloodedly that people's deaths don't matter. The important thing is to keep the car. All the guys are confused. They start walking around the car. Someone gets out and looks around. Our heroine looks through the glass. In a moment of calm, her attention is interrupted by seeing someone's silhouette in the distance. She strains her vision, looks ahead and sees some guy walking there with a white logo on his forehead. Looking at his face, she immediately remembers the guy she saw in the second stage. He was the one she stole the weapon from back then. As she follows, she sees this guy spot their bus and immediately afterwards starts running at them like a zombie. He runs up very close and begins to swing his fist straight up, preparing to deliver a powerful attack. However, nothing works out. Fujin's clay dolls easily stop this guy and his attack. Fujin is surprised at the sight of him. However, the moment our heroine gets involved in all this, she throws her spear straight ahead at high speed. And apparently for good reason, for with her spear, she stops an attack from the side that was coming straight at Fujin. Our heroine looks out the window directly at Fujin and asks him to be careful, for he was almost killed by such a primitive attack. At the moment, a guy named Zoran jumps out of the bus window and immediately abruptly unleashes a huge energy forward attack. However, a guy named Gel stops his attack, holds up his hand, and asks him what he's doing now. Gel starts telling Zoran that they could have just been brainwashed by these guys. No need to kill them right away. However, Zoran disagrees. He says they're not in training and there's a real fight going on right now and it's worth being serious. Zoran talks about not fully knowing the abilities of them all, so he decided to act immediately and drastically. Immediately afterwards, Zoran tells Gel that if he is unable to respond, he should not interfere, because he must act seriously. A helmeted examiner enters their dialogue. She agrees with Zoran, but adds that the situation is not so obvious yet. Zoran tells the examiner that he doesn't agree with her, but he doesn't argue and silently turns around and walks away. Our heroine came out and stood next to her. She says Zoran is a bore, but Fujin next to her says our heroine isn't much better. Our heroine is looking at a girl called Noon, Fullman's assistant. She's on a roll using those guys like zombies. Our heroine also gets rid of a couple more of these guys and says they clearly look weaker than they were in their serious form. Meanwhile, while our guys are fighting a little trouble, the man in the helmet is still in battle with the dancer. Our heroine watches their fight and realizes that things are much worse there and they have a really serious and powerful fight. In the moment the dancer says something incomprehensible to the man in the helmet, he agrees but says he has a big weight on his shoulders. The man in the helmet realizes that the dancer is pressuring him mentally to make their fight go faster and stronger. However, apparently the man in the helmet has very different plans. At one point he yells loudly, "Noon! Noon!" Fullman's assistant replies that she's been waiting all this time for him to call her already, and smiles. Right after that, she opens the luggage compartment of the bus and starts pulling something out sharply. She pulls out some huge iron thing, swings it around and throws it to the guy in the helmet, yelling accept. However, her plan to get that huge weapon to him fails. As he falls after only a meter, she is surprised. But right at that moment, the amulet that weighs on the necks of the men in the helmet begins to shake and twitch. Immediately afterward, this weapon and another one abruptly take off and start flying straight towards him at high speed. And just a moment after that, two huge weapons slammed into the ground beside him with wild speed. In the moment, he turns to the dancer and talks about how he did as she wanted him to do, pick up a gun. Immediately after which the dancer flies upwards, however right after which she is hit with a hard punch right to the body. Our heroine looks up with shock. She loves watching such powerful and epic fights. Meanwhile, some huge dark silhouette starts to appear in the sky. The dancer's body starts to turn into a monster. The guy in the helmet looks up and starts talking about how she's killed a lot of people who have seen this look, for she doesn't like it herself. But then the man in the helmet grabs the weapon and says that as long as he lives, no one here will die before he does. Holding up his weapon, the guy in the helmet asks her to fight at full strength, saying there's no place in this world for a sword that pierces its master's back. Meanwhile, our heroine recalls her dialogue with Angan, who once asked her if she would stop or go on. Then looking at her, he spoke of the long road ahead of her. Now she had only taken her first steps. He started to talk then about how every day there are fighters in the world who want to be the strongest and are now going for it too. Angan told our heroine that the one who once overthrew the elder was just a nameless swordsman. That's when he talked about how many seniors purposely pushed themselves into a corner, even Victoria, in order to discover new powers. That's when Angan started talking about how he can't sit around and wait for our heroine to get stronger either. We need to act. After looking at the moon, he moved closer to our heroine and began to talk about something else he wanted to say. He began to say that every branch has at least one odd personality, like Psycho in Dust City. Angan mentioned that they are used often, and such an individual in the Cloud Garden is an armored warrior, a man in a helmet. Meanwhile, he himself was already in a powerful fight with the dancer who was flying at him in the form of a monster. He in turn tried to dodge an attack using his weapons and his physical abilities. In a moment, he was even able to hold back her attack with his hands, but here he decided to get serious and drew his sword. Immediately after that, he launched a sharp and powerful attack directly at the dancer, which pinned her body to the floor and even dealt heavy damage. However, the very next moment she flew high up and began to gain momentum, and he launched his attack at her again. A strong confrontation continued between them, where no one was losing yet and everyone was only watching. This battle has come to remind many of legends and fairy tales where one knight marched against a huge monster. Watching such a fight, our heroine was shocked, although she saw them in the media, but to see in reality is quite different. Many people who saw this fight perceived it as a wall they would never overcome in their lives. And for others, like our heroine, such fights were an indicator of how one should and what one should strive for in life. Though our heroine watched intently, she didn't always fully understand what was going on in their battle, but she was eager to join in. In her head, she drew pictures of how it would be her, not this dancer, who would go up against the man in the helmet. Such thoughts pleased our heroine. She saw it as a plus, for only opponents of this level could show what she had accomplished. Our heroine was also thinking about the option of waiting until their powers were gone and picking up two at once. However, in a moment all her thoughts were interrupted. She began to notice how the very egg in her hands began to glow purple. Meanwhile, because of the powerful fight between the helmeted man and the dancer, even the ground began to burst and shake. The girl with the call sign Noon reported to move the cars aside so as not to interfere with the man in the helmet fighting. Together, they all began to drive the cars away and cover the rear, while the dancer threw blow after blow in an attempt to hit the cars. In a moment, the armored warrior launched an attack at her, with words to keep her focused on the machines from her fight. He raised the evil force, grabbed his weapon, and spoke about how she was dancing with him now, so there was no need to be distracted. Some time passes from that fight. Someone approaches the man in the helmet and asks if he is in one piece. He says he is and covers himself with a bush. It turns out to be his helmeted student. She talks about how she's glad he's in one piece and starts laughing. In response, he turns to her and asks about why she is laughing so strangely now. She is startled by the question. As she sits there crying at such a question, Midday runs up to meet Warrior, who screams so, "Warrior!" Noon jumps right on the warrior's back and starts laughing and asking him what's up with the dancer. In the moment, the man in the helmet turns to Noon and asks how Kite is doing, and she hesitantly begins to speak. Noon reports that no one survived there. The dragon girl is still crying in the background of this, for she, along with Kate, was entering the heroes. Followed by Noon starting to talk about how there were a lot of zombie puppets, and maybe there's a strong gift behind them all. Next, the girl with the orange hair takes off her hat and talks about how there was something odd about Kite's report. She reported that while defending the car, their team discovered that the car itself was empty and had no cargo in it. And then, when our men arrived there, they saw that there were dead people lying around who had died after the Kate. Noon, turning to the man in the helmet, asks him to take his time to think it all over in order to make an important and correct decision. As she abruptly puts on her hat and begins to walk away, he turns to her and asks where she is going. She turns around and says with a smile that she is to one person, she recently had a case. Meanwhile, our heroine is sitting in her tent examining an egg she found in her pocket, which has been shining recently. In a moment, our heroine decides it's not worth getting so steamy and puts that egg back in her sweater pocket. In the moment, Noon abruptly approaches our heroine with a knife, and our heroine reacted and put the knife to her neck as well. Immediately after which Noon says to our heroine, "Let's talk, Katya," though no, it is more accurate to say hero killer. Our heroine begins to bat her hand away with her own and asks, "Do we have anything to talk to you about?" Our heroine starts talking about how back then when they met in Area 16, she told everything she knows. Abruptly, our heroine and Noon step back. Noon agrees and says they haven't touched each other all this time, followed by Noon starting to twist arms and talking about how, judging by who they met today, her brother might have been wrong about our heroine. Then she says that no one has been able to catch the dancer for a long time and that it pisses off the whole clan. But here you can see how much Angan appreciates our heroine. Followed by Noon talking about how Psycho sees Ihwa as the spark that will cleanse the clan. But Noon suggests that our heroine will only burn everything down. However, our heroine at one point only wrestles her gun away with her hand and bluntly asks her, "What is she carrying?" Our heroine starts talking about Noon doing strange things, and the character is more like her than Psycho. Trailing off, our heroine energizes her eyes, raises her head, and asks Noon, "Is she really going to be that monster?" Polden laughs sharply in response and says, "Look at her," and then adds that our heroine has brains. Followed by Noon talking about wanting to know Smiling Guy's purpose and saying that he destroyed a lot of cities earlier. She asks our heroine, "Is Angan really going to take the clan back to a time when the zones were ruled by lords standing on ash?" However, our heroine apologizes and says that she doesn't know anything much about Angan and the dancer even less so. Next, Polden talks about how apparently the hero killer really isn't on that close of a relationship with him. Followed by Noon asking our heroine what would happen if one day a Smiling Guy decided to interfere with her. This question perplexes our heroine, and Noon says that Angan can put a knife in each way's back too. Slalom Noon moves closer to Ihwa and talks about how that one is right. They are very similar, however there is something. She says they are similar in that they live their entire lives as if they are walking one very thin line into the unknown. And then she adds that the moment such people get derailed, they become the monsters they were coming from in this thread. Followed by Noon abruptly turning around, misty-eyed, and saying she's wildly curious about something in the future. She talks about how Hero Killer and Angan are now walking the same road, however, at some point that road will drastically split. Trailing off, she speaks in a thin, quiet voice to our heroine about what she will do then. Will she be able to cross the line? And then adds, or will our heroine decide to stay completely true to herself and continue on her journey? This question makes our heroine hesitate. She looks at the knife and says that she has no intentions of such. She exists as herself. Meanwhile, right in the pocket of her sweatshirt lying next to her, that same testicle is starting to still quiver, but not as much. The events of our story take us to reporter Phil. He is standing and photographing something on the ground. The next moment, he gets to his feet, straightens his back, and talks about how he's been feeling like an investigator lately already. At one point, he turns around and addressing someone as Catherine asks him not to follow a certain weirdo. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us to Angan, who is standing somewhere in a field looking straight ahead. He walks forward a bit, and seeing as if some large city in the distance, a portal appears behind Angan. Angan notices the portal appearing and immediately speaks in a cold-blooded voice. "How's the situation?" Vector comes out of this portal. He informs Angan that the situation is 50-50ths. His gift doesn't allow him to see straight through everything, Rachel runs next to her and Vector continues, adding that there aren't many teams that have been completely overrun right now. Vector reports that from what he has seen, many are now resenting Angan, as they have suffered heavy damage from the heroes. After listening to Vector, Angan says in a moment that with the exception of some humans, everyone else was just a hunting dog. Angan talks about the hostesses waiting for them in a safe place, waiting for their dogs to bring information for them. Vector reports that there are tons of casualties on our alliance's side, as well as the clans. He adds that if this continues, many people will die. However, Angan turns around and coldly says that does Vector remember the moment when the villains disappeared completely? Angan talks about this fight being the resident, even if losing all the other times, but winning now will solve everything. Vector talks about how he needs to change the question then. He asks Angan, why is he here at such an important moment? Angan responds to Vector's claims by raising her hand, creating various small particles and saying that the weak-willed die early. Angan creates a weapon out of energy and asks Vector, why take a roundabout way when there is a shortcut? However, in the moment, Vector asks Angan to stop, saying that he's knitting people uninvolved in all of this. Angan is about to attack Vector a bit. He in turn yells, stop, I said stop, and creates a portal of his own. At that moment, some kind of rift appears right above Angan's head, with something flowing out of it like magma. Angan turns to Vector and tells him not to forget that he's just an observer in this whole story. Angan gives Vector a flashback to some flasks filled with green water with people inside and says, what then? And then reminds them how Vector was watching them and writing everything down just in a notebook, says, what now? All these memories reflect badly on Vector, and everything around becomes as if in a dark energy. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us two security guards patrolling something and having a nice conversation. However, in a moment right above their heads, there is a huge burst of blue and black energy all around. Also in the moment, another energy began to appear near the building they were patrolling from below. And this turquoise energy from below rose sharply upward and cut the huge energy above. Immediately afterward, the energy competition in the battle began, accompanied by violent bursts of power. The events of the story show us some guy. He's holding a staff and pushing it, and there's blue energy all around. That guy turns out to be Bishop, who at one point says simply, I've been waiting for you, smiley guy. Immediately after that, a sludge appeared from the sky, right where there were bursts of energy going down, and the whole sky was covered with clouds. Right out of that sludge came Bishop, who began to turn sharply to the smiling guy, Angan. Immediately afterward, Bishop began to create wings out of energy, flying to meet Angan and asking how in the world did he end up here. Angan, standing with gun in hand, began to address Bishop, saying that he had come to reclaim what was rightfully his. Bishop started laughing and talking about how Angan just has the wild self-confidence to do that. Trailing off, Bishop turns to Angan, saying that such self-assurance is unusual for someone who was a mere commander of lowlifes. But, in the moment, Angan just silently strikes, their energies converge in battle, and Bishop says it will be another defeat for Angan. Angan starts by air launching attacks of her energy and darkness, and Bishop in turn try to fend them off and stop them. Immediately afterward, Bishop began making strange movements with his fingers, creating energy structures over Angan and Vector. At this point, Vector decides to enter the conflict. He begins to create portals around himself and Angan. Bishop, meanwhile, creates energy attacks from all sides, but Vector's portals and Angan's shield absorb all attacks. Bishop decides to add energy and strength to attack at times stronger than Vector and the smiling guy. But in the moment, Angan creates a huge sword out of energy and uses it to slash both his shield and Bishop's attacks along with them. Immediately after, Angan launches a huge stream of energy at Bishop, and Bishop in turn creates a shield to protect himself. Bishop sees that Angan is clearly not acting alone, turns to him and asks, "Is this your new companion?" and says that the GIF is good at his place. However, Bishop follows up by adding that this gift is good, but not enough to replace Chain's empty seat. Vector, meanwhile, notices and watches Bishop's speed, realizing that simply opening the portal abruptly and walking away isn't going to work. Vector decides to think of something, but Angan abruptly turns to him and asks him to leave, much to Vector's surprise. Bishop turns to Angan and says that with such strength and intelligence, there's no way he can realize that he won't win, even after 2 defeats. In response to his words, however, Bishop hears only the silence of Angan, who stands looking at him with sword in hand. Angan, meanwhile, begins to look closely into Bishop's gaze, telling herself that it's the same gaze as it was then. Angan talks to herself about how Bishop's look is that of someone who looks down on everyone as objects. Angan immediately recalls Victoria's look, realizing that Bishop has a similar look, the older one. Trailing off, Angan realizes that no matter how it goes, neither Bishop nor Victoria can escape the Iron Witch's shadow. Followed by Angan sticking her sword into the ground, raising the energy and asking about who is the elder and who is the king. Immediately afterward, Angan says quietly, "Hell," and some sort of like creature with a bunch of limbs appears above him. Immediately afterward, this powerful creature begins to create equally powerful and volley attacks straight forward with energy. Angan makes swing after swing with his sword. Then this creature makes attack after attack. That throws Bishop off to one side, but he in turn tries to keep his feet in the air and fend off the attacks with his energy. However, in a moment, this huge monster with dozens of limbs starts jumping on Bishop with a lot of upward force. Bishop in turn only smiles, raises his hand, and creates a stream of energy that is directed upwards. He creates huge sticks and limbs out of his energy that try to block the path of the Angan monster. Immediately afterward, he rushes forward on his wings and creates in his hand a great charge of energy and strength. Bishop launches a sharp attack straight towards Angan, but he in turn punches it back down. The entire sky and everything around covers the still with a shared aura and energy, and Bishop is like a butterfly flying amongst it all. Immediately afterwards, he stops abruptly and begins to create energy with his hand using the rain sacrifice technique. Immediately after, he adds it with the sea dragon technique, thereby demolishing everything in his path with tremendous speed and power. Bishop turns all the energy streams into one as if a dragon and flies overhead attacking the Angan monster. In the moment they collide above, Angan's sword and Bishop's energy become aligned in the same battle. Striking blow after blow, they pause for a bit. Angan begins to create energy dark around her. Bishop does the same thing, but laughs hard, saying that it's been a very long time since he's fought himself with his own weapon. They stand across from each other, holding out their swords to each other, and Bishop talks about how it's all a lot of fun. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Sea Dragon Bishop and the monster Angan are still battling at full force. And from below on the ground, they themselves are fighting, dealing each other sharp attacks of energy with their swords one after another. In the moment, Angan takes a sharp step forward, raises his sword upwards, and energy and darkness begins to flow from his sword upwards as well. With this action, he channeled some of his power upwards, thus aiding his monster in the battle against Bishop's dragon. And it succeeds quite successfully, because immediately afterwards Bishop's dragon was stuck in place and couldn't do anything. It was frozen by Angan's power. However, Bishop also began to energize his dragon, which made a whole bunch of energy in the sky. However, the sharp limbs of the Angan monster pierced through the dragon time after time, creating horrible battle conditions for it. Meanwhile, from below, Bishop's sharp things created by his energy in the moment began to emerge from the ground. Bishop himself rose up sharply and began to energize his weapon that was emerging from the ground. Immediately afterward, these weapons began to join together to form a whole new dragon with 3 heads. Bishop dubbed this attack King of the Sea Dragons, immediately after which one of the dragons began releasing energy charges at Angan. However, it was largely useless, for with his power, Angan had joined the monster's limbs to create a barrier. Bishop's energy began to rain down from the sky, and he himself turned to Angan with a suggestion to take a break for a while. However, Angan in turn held the weapon in his hands, covered his eye with his hand, and only replied, "Let's get this over with." Immediately afterward, they went back to techniques. Bishop's was rain sacrifice, and Angan's was sea hill. Immediately afterward, Bishop's wings began to leach energy, right out of which an entire dragon appeared and rushed upwards. Angan, meanwhile, also acted, creating different hills and structures out of his energy that came out of the ground. Bishop stood and looked up at the streams of energy, pondering why endless life could be boring. It didn't seem that way to him. He remembers Angan all bloody and without strength, and says that he was king once, but only for 3 days. However, looking at Angan now, Bishop is surprised, for he didn't think Angan would make such progress. Bishop starts to ask Angan if there's any point in continuing, adding that even though he wasn't fighting at full strength, he probably noticed. Bishop getting on the wall that was guarded by the guards suggests that Angan can't overcome such a wall right now. Angan starts touching the wall and talking about how one day he will definitely do it, and everything will change. Bishop starts clapping his hands, creating energy and saying he's glad, because that's the kind of response he wanted to hear it all. Angan talks about how he was happy to have fun here, but I have to report that the item Angan is looking for is long gone. However, Angan has an unusual reaction to this. He creates a stream of dark energy and says he doesn't know what Bishop is up to. Trailing off, Angan begins to create streams of his energy again and says that now was the last chance to stop him. However, Bishop only smiles sweetly in response to all of this and says that he was very happy to see them now. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us some guards. They are standing and looking at the rifts in the ground. In the moment the events of the story send us back to Bishop, he launches a sharp attack towards Angan with great force. However, in a moment, Vector appears abruptly from behind and delivers a strong attack, creating a portal of power. Bishop stops his attack and starts talking about how Angan is a very interesting person who doesn't go beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, the story returns to Angan and Vector, who have apparently been transported somewhere. In the moment, Vector removes his mask and, covering his face, contemplates what would have happened if Bishop hadn't shown up. In the moment, Vector addresses Angan, talking about calling him an observer, but adds that there's a but. Vector tells Angan that he left the clan and joined the Nameless precisely because he didn't want to be an observer. Vector puts his mask back on and talks about not calling him that anymore if he wants to continue to use him as a tool. Angan listens to Vector, lowering his gaze, coldly answering him sharply. "Okay, Vector." Trailing forward, Vector asks Angan if he has decided where they will go. Angan informs him that yes, it has been decided already. Charging her eyes with energy, Angan tells Vector that the torch of power is now at the armored warrior's side. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us our heroine. She is unhappily sleeping in a sleeping bag somewhere. Our heroine is bothered by the very dialogue with Noon. She doesn't understand why she needs conflicts after all. Our heroine tells herself that apparently Noon is afraid she's going to steal the torch and then starts to croak her by saying, "Boo, boo, boo, boo." Meanwhile, Fujin turns to Gel and talks about how he's been pale lately. What this guy is saying is that no matter how much he thinks about what Zoran said, he was telling the truth. This guy, Gel, is holding his amulet and talking about how he really doesn't want to be an abuser for everyone since he's without a gift. Fujin starts telling Gel about how Zoran used to be without a gift as well and spent all his time experimenting on himself. Fujin reveals that Zoran got his gift artificially through research, not like everyone else. What Fujin is saying is that those words Zoran said to Gel yesterday apply to himself as well as Gel. Zorna lies down and adjusts her device, and Fujin adds that the reason Zoran was sad is maybe jealousy. More specifically, Fujin says the object of envy could be the sense of justice that Zoran lacks. Trailing off, Fujin talks about how if you couldn't be a hero without a GIF, the Armadillo Apprentice wouldn't have stopped Gel then. Fujin talks about how all the events now are a possible excuse for Gel to awaken his power and show true might as he can. Trailing off, Gel turns to Fujin with a smile and thanks him for his help, saying that his words have put Gel's thoughts in place. Trailing off, Gel clarifies with Fujin how he learned such valuable information. But in a moment, our heroine appears from behind. Our heroine grabs Fujin by the neck and asks if he wants to eat too. Fujin says he didn't have to grab him. Our heroine says that here she is very hungry and reaches into her backpack, and then something abruptly catches her attention. She notices some guy sitting alone on a mattress. Our heroine is disturbed by his very nasty look. Our heroine begins to remember the words of the man in the helmet about being most concerned about the mind-controlled man. Then the red-haired examiner mentioned that his gift was very strong and his appearance was unknown to the clan. Our heroine goes to him and he sits and ponders on the subject of being surprised by the dancer's loss, though it's more of a plus for him. Followed by this guy talking about how he doesn't care about the smiling guy's plan now. He doesn't need him anymore. He looks at our heroine and speaks of the fact that he now has in his hands the perfect object for his own plan. The guy starts to get up and contemplate the fact that he wanted to make a fuss when everyone else got here, but no time now. He ponders the fact that when all the news reaches the smiling guy, he will find the best moment in all the chaos and realize his ideas. Looking at the examiners, he realizes that they won't worry too much. Even if a couple of examiners go missing, they have valuable cargo. Trailing off, this guy decides that our heroine is going to be a puppet who dies for him in this fight. However, in a moment he notices that our heroine is not much of a submissive. You can see resistance from her. This surprises him. With a bloodthirsty smile, he talks about how he's figured it all out, and this girl is just hiding something, and now it's all clear to him. He goes to her, energizes himself, and talks about how then he needs to get what she's hiding inside himself. He gets into the aura of her mind, noticing that the world in her head is pretty much empty, unlike the others. He takes a stick of charged energy, wants to stick it into our heroine to find out her true colors and figure things out for himself. However, in a moment, he notices that she raises her head in her mind and starts looking at him with a red gaze. In the moment his stick of energy disappears, he is wildly shocked that she was able to destroy his stream of consciousness and power. Trailing off, he notices with his eye a hand on his shoulder and realizes that in all likelihood, her giftee is far more powerful than his giftee. Right after that, everything comes back to reality and this guy falls to the floor and vomits blood. Our heroine looks at him in surprise, not realizing that she has hit him without realizing it herself. He stands up and looks at her. She asks him what he's staring at, and he asks in turn, "Who are you?" In the moment, he abruptly grabs the knife in his hands, runs at our heroine, and in parallel shouts, "Who the fuck are you?" However, our heroine easily overtakes him and strikes his arm muscles with her fist, thus denying him the ability to attack with his arm. In the moment, our heroine starts to feel the power of his gift and realizes everything, after which she hits him over the head with a frying pan. She closes her eyes and starts screaming loudly. "Mind shocker! He's here!" He showed up. She screams and hits him further with the skillet. Some time passes from then on. All the cars and buses pull out again and go in some direction. At the moment, Noon shoots out the window of the bus and shouts about what an attack this is by counting, adding that there is no end to the brigands. She shoots back, killing them one by one, and thinks about how very strange it is that there is no end to them. Trailing off, she climbs back into the car and asks someone, "What's up with our maid shocker now?" The question was addressed to the man in the helmet. He replies that the red-haired examiner is now watching him. As it happens, she sits with him in one of the rooms of the bus. He in turn is tied to one of the beds. The guy in the helmet talks about how glad he is that they eliminated such a dangerous enemy so quickly, adding that it's all thanks to Katya. However, even knowing this, Noon talks about how she still feels more like our heroine is a pain in the ass still. Trailing Noon addressing the man in the helmet says that from the looks of what's going on, most of the attacks have been concentrated on them. The man in the helmet says that's right. Right now they have the fastest ones on their tail, but as time goes on, there will only be more enemies. He also mentions that the speed of the enemies is much higher, especially if you take the dancer's subordinates. But a trailing man in a helmet adds that and comfort, for they will soon be met by the forces of the 21st Squad. He suggests that they will be hit clearly hard before they meet the 21st Squad, and the obstacle will be the gorge in their path. However, Noon says she sees no problem. She suggests that she hold off the enemies, and he and the others will move in the meantime. Trailing off, she asks if there's any other way out, but the guy in the helmet replies that there isn't, and this is the most optimal for them. However, everyone is well aware that if there are enemies in the way like Tanshovetsa or the smiling guy, again, the mission is almost impossible. Polden remembers Elder Bishop and asks if he happens to have dementia, since he's up to such missions. The one in turn sits sipping tea, and Noon talks about how he used to look back at Fullman, but now not at all. Followed by Noon chatting with a man in a helmet discussing what might be in the cars behind them. Noon assumes that the very poison that spreads through the air is there, for it is very dangerous. However, the moment a guy in a helmet stops the bus and says it's time to change drivers. Trailing off, he starts to get out of the driver's seat, but is abruptly stopped by Noon's voice. She asks him to remember something. She talks about how if the man in the helmet dies, she will personally take it upon herself to take down Bishop. In the moment, the helmeted man's student notices that her teacher has left the transportation and is just standing in the street. He stops in the road and shouts about staying here, adding that the heroes of the future have honor. Meanwhile, the events of the story are moving forward. It is evening. A man in a helmet sits alone on a rock in the middle of the desert. However, in a moment, he notices the dancer's men appearing on the cliff above. In a moment, strange people in bunches wearing costumes also began to appear on the other side of the cliff. One of these men on the other side of the cliff was holding someone's head in his hands and then, in a moment, threw it down. She finds it and takes it in his hands. Wearing a helmet, he immediately realizes it's the head of the very same archer guy. He says that he left decently in battle. Immediately afterward, the helmeted man raises a wild red aura of energy and says that so-and-so will fight them here. The events of our story take us to some city built on cliffs with small buildings. There we are shown training some young warriors who fight amongst themselves with wood. The events of the story tell us that the people of this village had been learning martial arts since childhood. but only a small fraction remained among them. As it turns out, whoever was able to grow up there on the night of adulthood is given a helmet for life. According to their customs, the helmet is not removed until death, and it can only be removed next to a loved one. However, even after that, the people in this settlement fight, and fight to the death, to the death. However, our man in the helmet didn't like it all. He didn't enjoy the killing and the oration of the crowd afterwards. However, he kept fighting, believing that one day he would become so strong that no one would want to fight him. However, with each new training session, he became more and more frustrated. And then that sadness began to turn into hatred for the world. Throwing his weapon down, he began to notice that this feeling began to eat away at his mind, more and more each day. However, while chatting with Noon one warm day, she advised him that he could just vent his anger, and that was it. Then he replied to her that he would become a hardcore assassin, for even he himself was unable to control his gift to the end. Then Noon turned around and said that then he could only use his gift when control wasn't needed. Then he decided that he would only draw his true sword before someone who was not worthy to live like the trash that had shown up here now. As it happened, it was now that for the first time in a long time, he was using his true power to defeat his enemies. With his immense strength and energy, the armored warrior demolishes everything in his path, even rocks and the people on them, breaking everything without being seen. Immediately afterward, the helmeted man starts jumping on these people one by one and crushing their heads with his bare hand. He spins on the spot with sword in hand, creating attacks of such a level that everyone is thrown to the sides with tremendous force. It's immediately obvious that the helmeted man's condition is uncontrollable, because he's just laughing wildly and killing everyone around him. He flies and kills everyone around him at breakneck speed, the trails of blood already so numerous that they have begun to cover him himself. At one point, he takes a huge leap upwards, and right in the sky he turns around and unleashes dozens of energy attacks on the ground. Everyone went wild with his power, entire squads dying from one of his attacks. Many villains fell to the ground in shock. However, in a moment, the dancer or one of her people appears in the sky, for the form of a black dragon is immediately visible. However, our hero man in a helmet is clearly not intimidated by this, because he also jumps up with wild attacks with great speed. Immediately after that, he flies into that dragon and inserts his sword with gigantic strength right into that monster's body. It creates a huge bang and a flow of energy that pulses inside the monster, fishing it and its power from within. It hurts the monster badly. It shatters right through the air. Meanwhile, our hero, the man in the helmet, spins in place with his sword and creates a huge upward attack with wild power. Attacks of such power reach their target in an instant, and their target is the monster black in the sky. They smite it. Immediately afterward, one of the human dancers just flies down like a piece of ash that melts after a fire. However, not everything turns out to be as smooth for the man in the helmet as one would expect. Someone flies into his body and delivers a hard blow to his torso. Immediately after, he jumps up, does another spin right in the air, and unleashes another crushing attack into our warrior. This someone lands on the ground, turns to the man in the helmet, and talks about how he's wanted to fight him for a very long time. It turns out to be a large man in armor, and he reveals that he is also from the same settlement as our warrior. Immediately afterward, he jumps on the helmeted man and delivers several more crushing blows, knocking him to the ground. However, the man in the helmet is not so simple. He fends off all these attacks and makes his own from above, defending himself with energy. However, this warrior is also not a finger maid. He fends off all of our warrior's attacks with his own, and very easily at that. Immediately afterward, they run at each other and clash in a duel. The blow falls on our warrior. He is wounded again in the torso. However, their clash doesn't end there. They continue to fight each other and hit each other hard. In the moment, something terrible happens for our warrior. He is struck directly into the body from the back at high speed. He tries to defend himself against this attack. It remains to be seen if he is successful, but there is a massive explosion of energy. Although the attack of that night cannot be called completely successful, but it was clearly not in vain, our hero received a severe injury to his arm. Time goes on and the battles continue. Our hero is already barely standing on his feet, in his back sword and arrows, and he himself is standing all in blood. Events go on, ever larger squads of villains attack him heavily. He alone confronts the whole horde. The enemy knight begins to fly at our warrior, saying that the fight was worthy, but it is time to accept death with honor. Immediately after that, he launches several attacks. our warrior tries to fend them off, but not all of them succeed. Some of them go straight at him. Some time passes, and according to legend, the moment the warrior dies, thousands of birds gather to bid him farewell. Our warrior, the man in the helmet, dies, but the birds flock around him, for he died not as a warrior, but as a hero. The guy with the hypnosis, sitting tied up and talking about how apparently the man in the helmet decided to stop the troops and just bide his time. Trailing off, he turns to the red-haired examiner, asking what happens next after the man in the helmet dies. He also adds that Bishop is clearly not on the clan's side, but our examiner doesn't listen to him, instead slapping his tail in his face. She hits him hard, blood drains from him, and she reminds him of what became of Kate through his fault. Trailing off, this guy says he wants to reveal one interesting thing. The villains know where this squad is, because their path was obvious. He turns to her and asks her why they have been following them since the Cloud Garden. After this question, the examiner is horrified. And this guy tells part of the plan, saying that this is how they got our guys in the ring on 3 sides at once. Trailing off, he talks about how Angan knows and understands everything, and he planned from the beginning to separate them from the guy with the helmet on his head. This guy also started talking about how the only way the situation could have changed was if the guy in the helmet had taken the torch and bolted. Trailing off, he starts yelling and laughing, saying that the guy in the helmet didn't do it, for a fool, and heroes don't live long. Meanwhile, our heroine sits back in her seat with a bored face and wonders what the road disco is all about. Fujin begins to explain that this means that they've passed the plane, which means that they'll be entering the sea soon enough. Our heroine asks about the plane, for she doesn't see it here at all, and Fujin explains that it was once rumoured to be the site of a great Victorian battle. Our heroine analyses the area around her, realising that the landscape is so-so for an attack, and the enemy has plenty of places for sieges. Our heroine looks up and ponders the fact that it would be very unpleasant if they were attacked in such a place. In a moment, by all appearances, something happens. The helmeted man's apprentice yells out that she will check it out. She gets off the bus and finds some bloody body with wounds and a suit, adding that the man is still alive. However, in a moment, something strange happens. Some yellow aura effects started to appear right from his body. Such sharp and strong charges of energy from this guy clearly hurt the girl in the helmet. Noon notices this. Right after that, some unknown guy jumped on the car with the load near our guys and started breaking the roof. Immediately after that, he started hitting everything around him, creating explosions and destroying everything around him. Noon flies away from the car and decides to act, but at that moment, one of them is hurtling straight towards her at breakneck speed. Noon tries to take shots, however this guy blocks all attempts by grabbing her hands and starting to squeeze them. Followed by this guy with a horrible face and a smile of gold teeth looking at Noon and asking, "Are you the office walker?" She in turn does not choose to respond in any way and endures, whereupon she delivers a strong kick from her foot into his torso. With such a sharp blow, she caught him a little off guard and began throwing punches shooting upward directly at him. In the moment, Noon is trying to figure out which side the attack started from, because if it's the gorge side, the man in the helmet is in trouble. As she follows, she notices the very same reinforcements from Unit 22 ahead, but they are all like zombies with punctured bodies. She stares straight ahead at them, immediately followed by sharp and violent explosions one after another. Noon notices this and with a smile realizes it's a slim chance, starting to shoot straight back there to the side. However, the next thing she knows, she discovers that all of her shots hit some kind of rock that someone tossed in the air. Meanwhile, the very guy she'd flipped off started stabbing the skin of the guy from their squad and promptly killed him. This is all noticed by the red-haired examiner. She realizes that standing by is not an option and heads out with an attack. There is a sudden, incomprehensible explosion up ahead. She starts asking everyone around her if they are in one piece. Next, a guy from our squad notices a sharp stream of energy near him, which flies towards the bus and shouts, "Dragon!" Our heroine jumps to this guy, grabs him, and jumps forward again, and immediately afterwards, an attack is launched at the place where he was standing. Zoran also intervenes in the fight. He flies up and starts launching attacks with his energy from the devices directly at the targets below. Down below, meanwhile, there's a hive of obscure baddies against our squad and a huge yellow thing in the center. Fujin shouts to everyone that this is Dusty Clock's organization. They are very famous hitmen, as Fujin informs her. Our heroine also fight and realizes that now the squad is almost out of strength and the opponents use more and more power. However, the moment her thoughts and everything else is interrupted by a sharp purple beam from the sky making an explosion. Out of this beam, some man appears. Holding his head, he complains that this is all happening on the first day of vacation. It turns out to be some girl with blue hair and a suitcase. She says hello to everyone and immediately apologizes. She turns to everyone and asks if they could dig graves where everyone could lie down at once. Following, while standing on the hill, she addresses everyone again and asks them to leave this place to her, telling them not to waste their gifts here. Noon refers to this girl as Gakata and talks about how they rely on her completely and will obey her. Followed by Noon asking the entire squad to run very fast, saying that the harbour is quite close for them. However, right where they were running, a man with a blindfold appears and tells them to scatter. Immediately afterward, with his hands, he creates a huge vortex of string and pointed metal objects at the end. Immediately after that, energy portals began to appear behind this guy's back, and people began to come out of them. And as time went on, these portals only got bigger and bigger, and the people who come out of them also got bigger and bigger. Hecate turns to everyone and tells them to make sure no one uses their gift, and to only use their physical strength in battle. One of the blindfolded guys starts addressing her and talking about how she's just a worthless wench. Trailing off, this huge guy turns to her and talks about how it's obvious that she's about to die and asks why she's alone. However, all she does in response is loudly proclaim her confidence and show off the shoes in someone's hands. However, apparently such words only pissed off the man across from her, and he was about to strike out at her. The next moment, however, she turns to him with a horrified face and holds the severed hand in hers. Immediately afterward, she raises a horrible aura around her and starts closing everything around her and ripping this guy's head off. The rest of the guys nearby are also watching this whole spectacle. They're just in wild shock at what's going on. Another 15 seconds pass, during which this girl manages to get rid of a few more guys and kicks another one. At one point, she kills 10 people and stands silently covered in blood, and the remaining survivors start running away. In the moment, one of these guys, the oldest one, points right at her and talks loudly about realizing who she is. He reports that he recognized her and her fighting style and called her the Executioner after the Grodno dog catcher. He remembers her old appearance and talks about how he didn't recognize her right away because there were rumors that she died fighting Victoria. Trailing off, this old man turns to a guy nicknamed Office Vorka and tells him that he can't beat her in a one-on-one fight. He adds, mentioning that at one time, when the Lord still ruled the clan, one of them was killed by her simply with her bare hands. Trailing off, the man picks up some black bars behind him and informs her that they will deal with her themselves this time. The old man and 4 more of his men in red suits block her way. She talks about them looking strong. The old man yells loudly and relays information to his men about a special formation to confront her. All together in chorus, they answered him, "There is," and began to start regrouping among themselves in the ranks. Immediately afterward, they abruptly all began to collectively strike her. However, she was able to dodge. Immediately after, they began to apply their special techniques and actions that are linked between each of them. They began to use their collective attacks and attacked this girl en masse, which surprised her. In the moment with special attacks and actions, they managed to outsmart her and lure her into a special trap. In a moment, she realizes that it's no longer easy to fight against them, and she can't dodge some of their attacks at all. Trailing off, she decides that if she can't already have time to dodge, it's best to just let them strike at her. However, right after their blows, she makes a sudden one of her own and knocks one of the guys down, killing him, and rushes towards the second one. In the moment, they come together in a leg kick, but the girl's kick is much stronger, breaking and tearing off her opponent's leg. Immediately afterward, she attacks another one of them and using his own weapon against him, kills him with a punch. Immediately afterward, she does a leap, leaps off the ground, and jumps on another one of them with an attack. However, in a moment, an old man appears from behind this guy. He punches through his own man to strike at her. She dodges again. And right after that, she strikes the guy who was standing closer to her than she did, knocking his head off his shoulders. Immediately after which, she grabs the old man, twists his neck, and says loudly that in all likelihood she's done. Following her, she headed to the car that was left here and started banging away, talking about getting out of it already. She was all done. However, the very next moment after her words, someone from behind strongly wrapped his arms around her from behind and began to squeeze her. Immediately after that, someone yells. She took the gift off, Office Walker attack, and the very same guy appears from above. Immediately afterward, this office wonker strikes a huge blast of some sort of flame and explosion right at her. However, the very next moment she finds herself on the other side of this old man and asks, "What were you hoping for?" Immediately afterward, she abruptly grabs the old man and squeezes him with such force that she breaks all of his internal bones. Leaving the practically dead old man behind her, she decides to walk forward, straight to the office Vorka. She starts to look at the office Vorka with a smile, asking him what he would do in such a situation. However, instead of some sort of normal response, he snaps out of his seat and jumps right at her with great speed. Immediately thereafter, he begins to strike her neck, but apparently his blows do not reach her. Not only do his blows not go through her, she manages to throw him off and starts walking towards him herself to meet him. Immediately afterward, they fist bumped together in combat, but the office Vorka started running off somewhere to the side instead of fighting further. That Hecate girl began to stare back at him with a smile on her face and talk about how she wasn't a wimp at all. Immediately after these thoughts and phrases, however, a moment comes to her mind as an unharmed Victoria held her clothes half dead. Such memories made Hecate fold her arms around herself and she began to shake and tremble in fear. But in a moment, she blocked out those thoughts, kicked open the car door and said cheerfully, "Well, shall we go?" However, inside the car, she only noticed a girl with white hair on a chain who answered her quietly shivering, "Yes." In the moment we are shown Angan, he looks down at someone and asks, they say, "Did you touch my sword?" It turns out to be the hypnotherapist guy. He's on his knees talking about how if he had known, he would never have done it. Right after Angan says, "Right hand," and after that phrase, the dancer breaks this guy's hand. However, following that, Angan looks at him and says that she still can't help but notice his abilities and what he has done. Angan turns to him and asks if he can brainwash someone like an armored warrior. This guy kneels down and answers in a trembling voice, "If you only order it to be done." Trailing off, Angan turns away, grabs the dancer, addresses her as Roxanne, and talks about how she's weakened already. Angan began to ask Roxanne if she had been scared so badly by the Steel Witch that she had turned her back on Angan. Angan, holding her by the neck, asked her to die for him in battle this time. She only told him gladly in return. In the moment, Angan began to walk forward onto the mountainside and shout down, "Listen to me, villains!" He began to say that he was confident beyond any doubt that the coming battle would end in victory for them. Angan continued to speak, adding that although they didn't hit the clan hard, but they showed themselves, everyone stood and watched intently. Rachel tells Vector that Angan doesn't say anything about the torch, and Vector says that most of the people here think it's a routine assault. Vector talks about how there's no point in committing more people to this. Rachel talks about how it's clear to her. Immediately afterward, he began to say something else, and ended by saying that they would all reconvene soon. And with that, he asked all the informant dogs to tell their masters that the smiling guy would be back soon enough. Meanwhile, the events of the story have returned to our squad. They watch the helmeted girl being taken away by the healers. The red-haired examiner is saying that they did everything right, and everyone here is definitely going to be a hero. Trailing off, she began to talk about how there was no need to worry about the armored warrior, as he was strong and would definitely make it through. She talked about how an armored warrior wasn't someone who lost so easily, but something in the moment interrupted her attention. Immediately after, Noon began cheerfully shouting to get the negative thoughts out of the way, and for now, everyone can come up with a nickname. Meanwhile, our heroine hears this, and the first thing on her mind is a honey fist, so she pathos her enemies like this. Noon turns back sharply and looks at our heroine, asking if it is correct that her name is Katya. Our heroine says she does, and Noon says it's weird to call herself that, as well as the Queen of Lawlessness. Our heroine, hearing the words Noon, began to look at her with shock, for she had taken her late sister's name. Our heroine is shocked and asks Noon what she means. She says that Katya apparently didn't know about it. Noon begins to explain to our heroine what no one in the world would argue, that there is a tremendous amount of power in the hands of the clan right now. She also goes on and says that even those people who are considered half-gods by observers cannot ignore such power. But Noon adds that not all lands are under the clan's power, and beyond those that there is no point in taking over is a different power. Trace also tells her that there is a whole separate prison continent with very dangerous criminals. Noon tells us that it is among such places that his lawless zone called Grodnensa. Noon begins to explain that those territories are a lawless world. Jungle rules apply there and that's it. Noon tells us that there is no morality in those territories. Things are bad enough that even the clan left those territories. followed by Noon asking our heroine not to think anything unnecessary, complimenting what she herself has only recently learned, followed by Noon telling our heroine that it takes a special right to get into those territories. And then completing herself, she says that if the right is denied, Black Hands will follow her. She trails off by saying that such a right is also hard to get, and if our heroine even wants it, she'll have to work as a hero for a long time. Meanwhile, the events of our story move forward and take us to some huge, beautiful house. Our heroine is inside there too, holding on to something iron. She ponders the words Noon. Our heroine reflects on the fact that the Katya that Condor knew and the Katya who is his sister may now be different. While doing exercises, our heroine ponders the fact that it is worth it to find a person who is from there, because you can't just believe Noon. Our heroine continues to exercise and think about the fact that things have clearly gotten harder, but it's still worth moving on. However, the moment her attention is caught by Fujin, he walks into the room and informs her that the TV people have arrived. All the characters will be interviewed, Noon says, so no one dares say anything extra. At the moment, the footage starts, and Noon is the first to climb into the camera, saying into the screens, "It's me! It's me!" She yells into the camera that it's time to hand over the exam results to the hero, and it's going to be her, Noon, who does it. She began to walk around the guys and talk about how after very hard and strong fights, only precious few were able to stay. Noon starts pointing at our guys and talking about how they will be the heroes this time. Our heroine turns her head away. However, following twirling the remote in his hands, Noon says that it's worth talking about aspirations first and then their names. The first to be asked and given a voice is Fujin. He begins to talk about his sister and his old grandmother. Next, Zoran is given the floor. He begins to talk about a certain case, but he is sharply interrupted by various taunts. Zoran's time is up, and the word is passed to Gel. He says that he still has labor to believe that he managed to be a hero. Gel is confident that he has yet to prove himself, but one day he will definitely show his worth to the world. Our heroine follows. Noon introduces her as a fierce brigand and gives her the word. Immediately after our heroine was given a voice, she declared, "I will kill all the heroes," which threw everyone around in shock. Even those who were filming the program fell into shock. They just stood with their mouths open and stared ahead. Noticing such a strange reaction, our heroine realizes that she misspoke and immediately begins to correct herself. She says what she meant to say was kill all the villains. Gel, who was standing next to her, tells her about them being live. Followed by Noon starting to wave bye-bye to the camera and talking about seeing you again at the nomination ceremony. Some time passes and the appointment process begins apparently. Our guys walk down the purple lane in the hall. There are crowds of people sitting around in the audience, admiring the heroes and shouting all sorts of nice slogans after them as they go. Our heroine goes the very last ahead of Gel. He notices that she is somehow strangely standing still and not walking. Meanwhile, our heroine remembers Endigan's words that once the ceremony begins, there will be no turning back. That day, Angan was explaining things to her that she would have to deal with more than just heroes in the future when she betrayed the audience's expectations. That day, he fully and thoroughly explained to our heroine that change was coming and everything would change in her life in reverse. Our heroine also recalls her sister telling her to let little Ihwa leave the place in case of her death. Then, our heroine's sister asked her to forget everything in the event and live completely free in the bright world. However, immediately after these words, our heroine's sister began stroking her and saying that if suddenly she decided to take revenge, there was one request. That day, our heroine's sister hugged her and asked her to then grind the person who killed her into powder so they would remember her. Walking down this purple path now, our heroine realizes that no matter what path she takes, her essence will never change. At the moment, our heroine enters the stage and everyone is shocked, some even pulling out binoculars looking at her. Our heroine looks eerily charming, disconcerting everyone with her appearance, clearly not looking like an outlaw. Meanwhile, a certain woman is watching all this. She stands with long blonde hair and watches. At the moment, she, Victoria, appears in front of everyone with the words, "Apparently everyone has gathered and we can begin." Our heroine, seeing her, also immediately feels awkward because she is afraid that Victoria can recognize her. Seeing that Victoria had come instead of the head of the zone, everyone began to shout her name joyfully and praise her in front of everyone. Next, Victoria points to our new heroes and says that today they are our future, strength, and glory. Victoria begins to create weapons out of energy and talks about how this is just the beginning of their journey and they will all light up the future era. Victoria put her sword to her face and began to say that now these people are just stones emitting light, but in the future, they will become stars. In a moment, Victoria began to introduce everyone one by one and call them by name and stopped abruptly at Keita. Gal noticed this. At the moment, people in the crowd started discussing the fact that the ceremony isn't as easy as it used to be, as Victoria doesn't get down on her knee. In the moment, Victoria gets up against Katya and talks about how she saw her interview on TV. Victoria then sharply puts her sword to our heroine's neck and says that she should change her voice. Our heroine realizes she's been figured out and quietly asks Victoria what's up with the old man now, and Victoria says, "Dead." Trailing off, Victoria raises a wild aura of power around herself and our heroine, asking her what she would do if he died. In the moment, Victoria comes face to face with our heroine and speaks quietly in her ear. "In 2 days," Victoria continues, saying that if our heroine wants to steal the torch, it must be done in 2 days, and then immediately leaves abruptly afterward. Victoria begins to pour in the energy of her sword and, turning to the audience, says that it is time for the festival itself to begin. Victoria lifts up her red dress and asks everyone in the audience to once again shower the new heroes with her praise and strides off in pathos. Victoria turns around, looks at our heroine and says that if she ever sees her wearing red again, she will kill her. As time goes on from that moment, our heroine stands on the street and speculates on the subject of whether her old teacher is alive after her battle with Victoria. Our heroine is also shocked by what Victoria is doing because she doesn't understand her course of action and why didn't she reveal it to everyone. Our heroine thinks about taking some time to think things over, but in a moment from behind, she is distracted and called out. It turns out to be the red-haired examiner, and she's talking about how everyone is packed and it's time to go. The red-haired examiner tells our heroine that they are now popular personalities, and it is better not to walk on the street like that. The events of the story move forward, with all the new characters gathering in a circle around the red-haired examiner with the call sign, Crimson Dragon. The guys ask why they were gathered, and she in turn only wonders and asks why they are all so antisocial. She talks about how traditionally there will be dinner now, and the Crimson Dragon is paying for everything. This surprises our guys. Fujin immediately after these words starts looking at our heroine. The Crimson Dragon asks what's wrong, he says nothing. Not much time passes, our heroine is sitting at a table with a pile of food and a huge cancer with bread in her hands. The Crimson Dragon examiner is shocked. She doesn't understand how it is possible to eat so much still and now. Our heroine has eaten about 30 plates already, and turning to the Crimson Dragon says that she is the best examiner. Such pleasant words from our heroine greatly pleases her, so she scores all the moments and rejoices too. However, when the time reaches the moment of payment, problems have already begun. Crimson Dragon did not expect such spending. Gel sits and looks up, saying that the relief has sort of set in, but the anxiety still hasn't left him. Zoran enters the dialogue and says that this is all just the beginning, but there's clearly no need to rush too fast. Zoran mentions about C's initial zone. Our heroine is surprised. She doesn't understand why everyone is so afraid of him. Fujin hears these words and checks with our heroine to see if he remembers correctly that she comes from Zone 17. What Fujin mentions is that the Dust City only recovered its center, and compared to the Cloud Garden, it was always small. Fujin says that the location of the zone comes from the name of the capital, and now they are in the resort area of Quartz. Fujin also says that he sometimes feels that our heroine sometimes lacks intelligence. She says she admits it. Listening to this and eating our heroine realizes that this area is much bigger and more dangerous, which means everything will not be solved so easily. Our heroine also realizes that Victoria's words are still on her fate, because she can't decide whether to believe her or not. Our heroine also doesn't understand why Angan needs a torch, because just a huge power sounds too strange and naive. Stirring her food and gobbling it up, our heroine ponders the torch and the fact that there is a moment. In the moment, our heroine abruptly jumps up with shock from the table, for it has dawned on her that she might just not give the torch to Angan. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Noon. She is sitting alone in a hospital somewhere near someone. More specifically, near the very girl in the helmet, whose condition is very bad at the moment. Noon sits and blames herself. She says she should have been much more careful, and then maybe things would have been different. However, in a moment, the door to the chamber opens, and an armored warrior, a man in a helmet, walks in. Noon immediately sees this, and she is shocked because she never expected him to come in here. However, Noon immediately sees the difference in the amulet around the armored warrior's neck and begins firing at him with the question, "Who are you?" The next second after that, Jin the swordsman appears in front of her, as if cutting the light with his sword. Noon sees and recognizes Jin. Without putting her weapon away, she addresses him asking why he came here. Without waiting for an answer from himself, Noon decides to attack and throws true armored warrior amulet. Immediately afterward, she also throws a weaponized blade at Jin. However, he easily fends it off with his sword. Immediately after, Jin also switches to attacks and begins to create a flow of energy with his sword. Following that, Jin connects his sword by connecting its parts to each other with his aura. Thus, he uses the living sword technique. Trailing off holding the sword in such a technique, Jin says he has a conversation with Noon and offers to talk elsewhere. However, Noon responds by telling him that EY is clearly not up to talking to him, and once he gets into her gif, he's dead. However, at that moment, Sapphire appears right by the girl's body in her helmet. She touches her body and asks, "Even if she dies?" The dialogue begins by telling us that each organization and character has their own goals, even if there is conflict between them. Though perhaps only for looks, they will always act on the principle of piercing the enemy. However, the story follows that things are different for villains. The villains are always on the side of the villains in any case. Because of the inherently difficult nature of villains to unite, they have a hard time fighting together. This is one of the reasons why the clan wins. The events of the story move to some beach. Noon says that this is the clan's private beach, and you can watch all you want here. Behind Noon are Sapphire and swordsman Jin. At one point, Jin turns to Sapphire with a question. "Are you ready?" Noon hears this, turns around and asks them to act no nonsense, adding that her gif is not weak. However, before she can finish the rest of her sentence, Jin cuts half of Sapphire's arm with her sword. Noon looks at this with shock and asks what's going on. She doesn't understand why they are acting so strangely. But following, Jin creates hand effects, turns to Noon and asks her to watch through to the end first. Immediately afterward, he runs his hand near Sapphire's cut shoulder and then literally recovers in an instant. Noon sees all this. She is wildly shocked that a strong swordsman like Jin has such a strong gift. And with healing, trailing off, Jin addresses Noon, saying that the girl in the helmet won't just go back to normal. Her organs were hit by the worker's office gif and the trap. Following with an eager smile, Jean reaches out to Midday and asks her if she wants him to heal her friend. Meanwhile, the events of the story go to some club. Fujin is singing songs, and at that moment, Gel and Crimson Dragon are playing games. A little more time passes and the situation changes. Now, instead of Fujin, the songs are sung by a red-haired dragoness. Immediately afterward, they continue to go out and party, and at the point they drink the whole company clinking glasses. Their party continues for a few more hours. By the end, the Crimson Dragon and the others are getting pretty tired of celebrating. However, going home they still do not lose their spirits and have fun all together. Gulia, our heroine, goes to the end. In the moment on the phone, our heroine receives a message from Noon. She asks her to urgently report to a certain address. Our heroine leaves at the address, realizing that the exam is over and there are still a lot of problems. Our heroine is already approaching Noon, contemplating the fact that today she will have to decide who she is, friend or foe. With his energy, Noon notices our heroine from behind and turns to her with a question, "Has she come?" Our heroine, meanwhile, looks down, noticing from the footsteps that there were 3 people here and only 1 left. Our heroine realizes that in all likelihood it's a trap just as she thought, and after Noon turns around and says, "Sorry." Immediately afterward, right above our heroine's head, appears Jin, who jumps on her with great speed. Immediately after, Jin lands using 2 of his sword techniques at once, striking in all directions. Jin goes in a puff of dust and talks about how apparently he knows who the smiling guy's wolf is. He looks at our heroine and talks about the fact that in all likelihood, this wolf is her. Noon, meanwhile, laughs and is greatly surprised at such a quick reaction from our heroine, for she has not seen such a thing before. Our heroine, meanwhile, comes out of the dust, crosses her arms, and says that if someone takes a stab in the back, he should not forget his own. In the instant after her words, everything changed. Everything was covered in snow, and a clock of energy appeared on top. Our heroine turns to Jin and Noon saying, "Kill each other." She used the Condor gift, then created the game. Jin begins to realize why Angan showed up that time, and immediately sees our heroine using the Condor gift. Jin ponders whether our heroine is as good a Condor giftee as he is, or if he's just making them nervous. You can see Midday reacting strangely somehow, as she doesn't even plan to interfere. Maybe there's a deal between them. Our heroine, meanwhile, throws rocks right at Jin with great speed, and he chops them all up with his sword technique. Right after that, our heroine with a sword attacks Jin, and he with his sword only fights back and tries to stop the attacks. Jin jumps right at our heroine with an attack and talks about how if he finishes her off, he'll solve everything with it right there. However, our heroine turns to Jin and asks him what he's been so hardwired with confidence about. The fight between them continues, with our heroine making different weapons, attacking Jin both up close and from afar as well. Our heroine stands in a pathos strut and talks about fighting for herself, not the smiling guy. However, apparently Jin is not much interested in the reasons why our heroine is fighting. He continues to attack. In the moment, Jin let a huge energy attack go straight into our heroine, and for the first time got her bloodied in that attack. Our heroine holds her wound on her arm and ponders the fact that it is very hard to fight with such a sword without seeing its attack. Our heroine summons a special weapon using blades from her body, thus fending off some of Jin's attacks without strength. Our heroine tries to act stronger, but there is no way she can summon some strong gift with her hand. Our heroine realizes that it's not cool at all that she has now only realized that she can't use many of the gifts. She creates a cold weapon in a moment, makes a leap to the side and says loudly, "Get off!" However, Jin doesn't really want to let her go, so he throws energy attacks towards our heroine, trying to stop her attacks. However, from the attacks of Jin, still our heroine reaches and hits her body with great speed, flipping her off her feet. Immediately after, Jin takes a high jump up and flies right over our heroine with his sword attack already charged. Though our heroine dodges a direct attack, a stream of energy hits her and throws her off, and she decides to change her strategy. Our heroine decides to go on the defensive and wait for the sand to fall out, because going outside is now much more dangerous. Our heroine creates many weapons and shields, thus defending herself from his attacks and thinking about how Noon goes through in such a situation. Jin releases and further attack after attack, and our heroine is well aware that in terms of strength, he is a head taller than her. Our heroine continues to fend off Jin's various attacks, thinking that overall she has the strength to last. However, Jin uses a very strong attack and starts covering everything around with the power of his sword. Our heroine sees this. Immediately after, Jin stops abruptly and begins to look directly at our heroine with a strange look, as if energized to attack. This turns out to be true. The very next second, Jin flies into our heroine and pierces through her body with his sword in a heartbeat. Jin starts running the sword inside our heroine's body and talking about how she's not the only one here who can think with her brain. Our heroine, covered in blood, stands and looks at him angrily and says that wasn't all his power. Jin doesn't answer, but only looks at our heroine and says that if she dies right here, she won't even leave a corpse behind. Our heroine talks about taking Jin and his sword with her as well, and Jin begins to attack again with savage force. Jin's attacks go straight at our heroine. She dodges some she fights back, and some hit her. Our heroine begins to remember Angan's words that even if you take away Jin's powers, he's still very strong. Looking at our heroine, Angan talked about how in the future, Jin could be one of those who would move the era, because he is very strong. However, that's when Angan added about how he and Jin are in different boats after all, and things could change sooner or later. That's when Angan told our heroine that he decided to instill fear in Jin so that he would be less likely to get in and show himself. Right after that, she starts attacking Jin as well, and remembers that Angan said that if she fought him, he would break her. Our heroine looks into Jin's eyes and talk about how, in all likelihood, Angan's actions have only made Jin stronger. However, our heroine can't think normally. The double blood loss is making itself felt, and she's in a lot of pain. Our heroine goes into her thoughts and realizes that if only she could be cured, she would change the course of the entire battle. Right after our heroine thought about it, her body began to heal on its own, as if healing the wounds in her body. Our heroine notices this and realizes what she seems to have just begun to make sense of all the rules of this game. Jin turns to our heroine and talks about whether our heroine has become so self-absorbed that she doesn't realize she's on the verge of death. Jin begins to raise his sword, energizing it and talking about how he's had enough of this whole thing he's going to destroy. However, at one point, Jin's sword stops working and shakes, which scares Jin himself in the first place. Our heroine talks about how she's been saving what she wants for a long time and starts creating weapons out of blood. Our heroine picks up the same bloody aura of energy and says that in all likelihood, the dance will now begin. our heroine creates another weapon out of blood and raises the powers and aura around her, saying that the second phase of this fun game has begun. Jin notices all this and begins to look at our heroine and stare at her as if preparing for some very powerful attack. Just a moment after it happened, the two of them faced off together in battle and began to fight with tremendous strength. They parried from place to place, fighting at different points, connecting their swords and fending off each other's attacks. Fighting with it, our heroine feels a strange feeling, as if someone else is now fighting with this sword instead of Jin. This battle begins to create such an aura and atmosphere, as if it is not our heroes who are fighting, but their teachers. However, the reality remains the same. Jin still confronts our heroine with multiple attacks. Jin launches a sharp attack straight at our heroine with tremendous speed and force, but our heroine holds off the attack. Immediately after that, Jin starts flying straight at our heroine at a great speed with another new attack. Our heroine creates a defense with her blood swords, but that doesn't stop Jin much. He still attacks with force. Immediately after, Jin tries to attack from behind. However, our heroine meets him there and strikes first at Jin. However, the wound doesn't bother Jin much at all, as he begins to heal his wounds at a great rate in a second with his GIF. Our heroine looks at Jin and realizes that he's going to be a huge problem for her in the future, so she needs to destroy him here and now. Jin and our heroine Extravi begin launching attacks at each other at high speed, and our heroine notices that there's only a minute left. In the moment, Jin turns to our heroine, asking her that wasn't it by chance that she was able to destroy Kanda? Immediately after this happened with great speed, Jin removes the blades from his sword and throws them to the side. Our heroine notices Jin throwing away the blades of his sword and begins to realize that Jin will fight to the last man. Immediately after this happened, Jin began to create an aura of glass from his sword instead of blades, using the energy from the ability. Our heroine, meanwhile holding a gun, realizes that her est is also already at its limit, and she should also act strongly. In a moment, Jin begins to get into an ultra-fighting stance and prepares to make very strong attacks into our heroine with force. Immediately after that, his attack succeeds. Our heroine gets a lot of strong heroes, but in her head, she says, "Give up the flesh." Immediately afterward, however, she screams loudly and gets bones in return and creates dozens of guns from her blood. Immediately after that, the blood that made up our heroine began to pour into Jin's body, wounding him time after time. Immediately after, a huge number of sticks made of blood began to pierce Jin's body right from the ground early and piercing through his body. Our heroine realizes that she still has a full 40 seconds left to attack, and she continues to pummel all of Jin's attacks. However, in a moment, Noon appears behind our heroine and fires a shot from her gun directly into her body. Right after Noon decided to hide right behind a rock, and after hiding, and there were 38 seconds left. However, immediately afterward, Jin lowered his head almost effortlessly and began to talk about how he had asked Noon not to get involved in the battle. Noon spins his gun and talks about how the stipulation was actually to bring the hero killer here, and then it's on from there. Noon calmly says that some clock upstairs is still going long, and you can just wait a couple hours. She doesn't understand Jin's tension. Immediately afterward, Noon began to turn to our heroine, who was lying on the ground, and say that she had a question. Watching our heroine, Noon began to ask if our heroine would be able to harm ordinary people if she knew her sister's killer. Our heroine looks forward with evil eyes and says that it will still be found out. Nothing will stop her path of villainy already. Our heroine grabs a small blood dagger and leaps towards Jin, seeing that she only has 15 seconds left in the game. Noon notices that our heroine, seeing only one greeting on the way to excess, immediately rushed toward him with great speed. With great interest, Noon wonders if our heroine will be able to achieve her goals using a multitude of gifts. However, after thinking about it, Noon also wonders what will happen in case the hero killer targets her loved ones. With 3 seconds left, Noon grabs the gun and agrees that the hero killer is too dangerous to the world after all. Immediately afterward, Noon shoots his own gun into his own hand and says goodbye, hero killer. Right after Noon cut off her arm, our heroine's arm also fell off with 2 seconds left. With 1 second left, Jin unleashes an attack with great speed straight towards our heroine with strong energy. The events of the story take us to some guy. He is walking through the mountains and says that his traveling companion is only a wooden chest. Noon is standing in front of him. She turns to him and talks about how he's getting tired of being a sufferer. This guy turns to Noon and talks about acting on instructions by asking about a certain dead man. Some time passes. Noon and this guy stop near some tree and examine someone's corpse. Guy puts the corpse in the coffin and tells Noon that as he knows this deceased gave great hope for the world. In the moment, Noon looks up and remembers his fight with the hero killer and talks about how it's no longer that guy's business and doesn't change the point. Followed by Noon asking him for the latest news. He at first disagrees, but then says there are 2 pieces of news. Noon is pleased. Trailing off, he talks about how the first piece of news is that Bishop has left the Cloud Garden. In consequence, he adds, the authority to manage the partially destroyed Zone 16 has reverted to Mrs. Fullman. He adds that Bishop openly began to act out, and many people noticed this dramatically, trying to advance as well. Noon asks a guy what the purpose of these new people is, but the guy says even he doesn't know about it. In recalling Bishop, he tells what apparently they want to use some kind of force, but nothing more is known. Noon asks what the tops are doing at this point. Are they just watching? This guy talks about how they've already started counterattacking. Guy talks about how the council has a point target at this point. Noon talks about whether it's chain. Followed by this guy also talking about how many companies have started joining together with the clan. What this guy is saying is that apparently they have taken a very radical stance on the villains. This guy talks about how the clan leadership will try to take over the technical part of Chain's company in order to attack. Learning all this news, Noon is shocked and bewildered because the problems are quite serious. You can't just forget about them. Noon also reflects on the smiling guy and his actions on all of this, as well as Bishop's actions, which are very strange. The guy with the coffin starts to leave, saying that's it. But Noon stops him, saying she didn't hear everything. This guy replies to her that inquisitiveness also has a measure, and you shouldn't get too high here, everything has a measure. In the moment this guy gets close to Noon, touches her lips and talks about how their relationship could get personal, then tells her. Followed by this guy looking into Noon's shocked eyes, saying that if the armored warrior is dead, isn't this a chance for him? However, in response to all this, Noon abruptly pulls out a gun and fires a shot. But the guy ducks and holds her hand saying, okay. Noon at this point stands immobilized. She does nothing and just stands there with a shocked face. The guy's hands are flailing around asking her not to make that weird face, saying that they haven't found his body yet. Followed by this guy talking about getting back to the work talk and asking Noon if she's willing to go all in. Next he starts talking about how Bishop and the clan are just as determined and also willing to do anything. What this guy is saying is that in the Great War to come, everyone will be trying to protect their loved ones. The important thing is that it's not too late. Trailing off, this guy abruptly turns around and turning to Noon, talks about not wanting to put her in a coffin. This guy walks away and Noon starts pulling out his phone, saying this guy gives him goosebumps alone. Using the phone, Noon calls the girl Crimson Dragon and asks how her preparations are going. She says everything is super. However, Noon is on the phone asking her to put this all on hold temporarily, telling her to just wait for her time. The events of our story take us to some car. The driver and the same guy who talked to Noon are sitting there. Between themselves, they judge something sharply, as in a moment, something black and huge appears in front of the car. Seeing only a silhouette, the guys don't immediately realize what it is and decide to just abruptly turn around and stop at the truck. The driver gets out of the car, asks the guy next to him if he's okay, and that this just happened ahead of them. The driver starts to walk forward to see what happened, but all that was in front of his face was a whole flock of flying mice. Among all these mice appears, and a huge monster with a yellow eye that sharply says only, "Boo." And after spreading wings from this monster, a girl with an all-black costume and claws on her fingernails appears. The driver immediately tries to get away from her, but his attempts fail and she bites his neck. The same guy who talked to Noon sits in the car with shock and doesn't realize what's going on. He's wildly surprised. In just a second, this girl is in the driver's seat, hands the guy a candy bar and says, "Here you go." Trailing off, she asks if he'll give her the coffin, but he instead creates some bandages around her hand with his hand. Immediately afterward, he covers his entire arm with some white energy and tells this girl to stop mocking corpses. This girl waving a candy bar says that apparently they can't get around without a fight. Immediately after her words, beams of blows came out of the truck from both sides and followed by explosions small just inside. Immediately after that, flying out into the street between them began a battle. The guy kept making attacks, and she in turn only fought them off. In the moment, she calmly began to address him with a smile and talked about how he had a very interesting gift right now. Meanwhile, while the fight and confrontation continued between them, this girl's bats began to carry the coffin away little by little. Although with great difficulty, they manage to take this coffin and move it closer to the cliff of the bridge and throw it directly into the water. Meanwhile, the events of the story are interrupted and take us to some wasteland where a broken purple egg lies. In a moment there, our heroine appears nearby. Some flying yellow thing wakes her up. She wakes up and screams, "I've been resurrected!" Trailing off, she drops dramatically into the water beside her, looks at her reflection, and talks about how she had John's gift for emergencies. Right after, our heroine starts looking at where she is in general to figure out what she should do next and notices a yellow thing. Our heroine looks at it with a strange look and tries to figure out what it is. This thing in turn does the same. It's like our heroine has gotten younger. She walks down the beach with this thing and realizes that even though it was risky, it came out pretty well. Our heroine thinks back to her fight with Jade and realizes that if it weren't for a lot of worries, maybe she would have ended it with a win. Our heroine realizes that the loss is her fault, although she has achieved a good condition, but it is still not stable for fights. Our heroine realizes that although she is growing in skills, her body is still limited and she can't go beyond it. Also, Hero Killer noticed an interesting detail. Now when she touches someone, she has a choice to steal the gift or not. She also realizes that she now needs perpetual workouts to stay in shape, as well as a balance of higher fits in her own body. After this fight, our heroine also realizes a new rule of fights. One gift can be overlapped with another during the game. Our heroine begins to draw explanations in her head, envisioning the cool gift as some kind of bullet expensive. As our heroine continues to ponder her powers, gifts and so on, that yellow thing lands on her head again. Our heroine senses this and immediately grabs it sharply with her hands to see what kind of creature it is. And the first thing she's interested in, of course, is if it's okay to eat. She tastes it and tries to figure it out. It's all flapping its paws. Right after our heroine looking at it says that it is a very unusual jellyfish and it tastes something different, says our heroine. Running along the beach, our heroine ponders where the jellyfish came from and realizes that she heard voices of people behind the bushes. After climbing over the bushes, our heroine discovered a live, real beach right behind those bushes, where there are people. Our heroine is immediately seen by the children who, seeing the jellyfish on her head, decide that our heroine is the queen of jellyfish and needs to be shot. Even though they only fire water weapons, our heroine still automatically dodges their shots. This is all seen by a jellyfish nearby. She turns to our heroine with the phrase, "Master, should I kill them now here?" However, instead of this phrase, our heroine hears from the jellyfish only some pathetic sighs and other nonsense. Immediately after that, our heroine runs forward, slightly attacks the guys, and takes their water weapon to herself. Immediately after our hero killer stops abruptly, turns his head and breaks their weapons with a clutch in his hands. The kids are wildly shocked by this. It's not even clear what scared them more, the strength of our heroine or the fact that their guns are broken. Our heroine also takes the ice cream away from them as well. She forgets about them and starts thinking about the day Victoria said was near. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us to some girl in chains. She wakes up somewhere in blood and hears phrases. Successfully. There are two doctors standing not far from her, one praising the other and saying he did a very good job, praised by the masked doctor. The guy who is being praised says that even a shrapnel transplant is very difficult, and here is such a case, he is genuinely happy about his breakthrough. However, the very next moment, the masked doctor pulls out a gun and kills him, after which he removes the blood from his mask. A girl who woke up with long white hair lies there thinking about what she's doing here and why the guy next to her was killed. The masked doctor comes over and starts stroking her, apologizing for scaring her and telling her not to think about what happened. The doctor turns to this girl and talks about how her role is to die one day and looks at her. Immediately after, she is abruptly noticed by a girl with blue hair who asks her, "Awake?" This girl turns out to be the one who saved our group in the desert. She tells the little girl that she seems to be having nightmares again. This girl talks about how everything is fine, and her reality is a much bigger nightmare for her, and it's all happening in some expensive house. This girl is contemplating what is about to become of her, at which point we are shown Victoria swimming somewhere. Victoria enters their dialogue. She turns to the girl and says that she will probably die. Victoria is handed a towel. Victoria opens the wine, pours it into a glass, and swirling it around tells this girl that there is more than one person after her. This girl talks about how Victoria is probably right, and Victoria says she's surprised that this girl isn't shocked. This girl, clutching her legs, suggests that she is ready for anything, but would like to be born strong like Victoria in her next life. Victoria, sipping her wine with a smile, turns to this girl and talks about what would happen if she got that chance right now. Victoria's words shock the girl, and she starts to run away from the house to somewhere out of sight. The blue-haired girl turns to Victoria and asks if she should just let her go like that, because the elders won't be happy. Victoria merely fixes her hair in response, smiles, and asks this girl, what will they do in response? Victoria looks at the stars and says that she needs a man who will take her to the heavens, and she doesn't care at all who it will be. Trailing off, Victoria tells the girl with blue hair that she's going back to work from now on. She in turn begins to make herself poor and miserable, saying that she was essentially on vacation and had not been during that time. After her words, Victoria turns to her and asks her that does she really need physical therapy to understand everything? This girl, though with a few tears in her eyes, immediately declares that she is ready for work and will do everything right. Meanwhile, that girl comes running into town somewhere and doesn't know what to do next, because she doesn't know anyone around. She realizes that she doesn't remember anything at all, and there's obviously no place to run to, and she hits some man sharply. A man reaches out to her and apologizes, but all she sees when she looks at him is a sinister monster that looks like it wants to eat her. Immediately afterward, she starts to feel very awful, but a strong aura appears behind her that affects everything. It's like some kind of plant grows out of her back. It's seen by all the people around them. They are shocked, but she starts to run away again. In the moment, she runs forward again and wants to run around the corner, but there she sees some girl and crashes into her sharply. That girl turns out to be our heroine, Hero Killer, and she's clearly not happy about being run over by some little girl. Our heroine gets to her feet, and this girl starts apologizing to her and talking about how she didn't do it on purpose. However, our heroine doesn't care much about that. She activates her signature technique and jumps on this girl with an Ichwa kick. With that, she knocks her down and of course throws her off. Even in this state, our heroine is still full of strength. This little girl with long white hair is tossed aside, lying on the ground almost unconscious and in shock. Our heroine approaches her and decides to clean up her tracks, then hides her in a bag and takes that bag with her somewhere. Our heroine realizes that this meeting was not accidental at all. She runs into some abandoned building and throws the bag with the girl on the floor. Our heroine thinks the meeting is not coincidental. She feels as if this girl radiates torch energy. Our heroine looks at her. Our heroine realizes that this could all be very dangerous and important, so she immediately calls Angan. Angan picks up the phone and our heroine immediately asks him, how is it possible to identify the appearance of that very torch? Angan is very much surprised by our heroine's question, and he immediately asks, did she get the torch? At this point, our heroine also remembers her plan, which is without Angan, and pretends like she doesn't have it. Angan starts walking forward somewhere and asks Rachel how she felt when she first saw the torch. Looking at this girl, our heroine talks about how her first feeling was heterogeneity. Angan isn't too surprised by her answer and suggests that if that's the case, she might as well deal with it herself. Our heroine is genuinely shocked with Angan's answer. She tries to hear an explanation, but he in turn only hangs up the phone. Angan looks somewhere in the dark void. From there, a harsh voice is heard. Finished with the conversation? Without answering the question posed to Angan, he abruptly answers, why didn't he show up for the gathering? Angan thought he was the first to get there. There's some kind of explosion. Everything starts burning, and this voice says, silly king, you're still looking for glory, aren't you? The events of the story show us some monster with a bunch of heads, and that voice tells us that the Lord's story has come to an end like the other. Angan, standing right in that fire, turns to that voice as Ngal and asks him, what are you talking about so harshly? Endagen raises his head, looks ahead coldly, and speaks very confidently about how he can't understand this, because his era is just beginning. Meanwhile, our heroine and her new friend Jellyfish are angry together because of Angan's actions. Our heroine doesn't realize if it's a torch or not. Our heroine, on high nerves, throws her phone right at this jellyfish, asking how she's even supposed to figure it out. However, at one point, along with the jellyfish, they begin to hear some sharp and loud noises and look out to see where they're coming from. Meanwhile, the girl who was caught by our heroine starts to remember something. She sees scenes of her mother taking her somewhere in the rain. Then she would ask her mom what this place was, and her mom would say any other place was better than this one, and now she's a loner. This girl's mother looked at her and cried and apologized to her for having to give birth to her daughter in such a world. Remembering all this girl abruptly jumped at our heroine and began to hold her down, holding her torso and hugging her in tears. Our heroine looked at her, and this girl had tears coming. She was crying and just saying non-stop, "Mom," looking at our heroine. However, the girl stood up abruptly, began to wipe away her tears and asked our heroine, "Did she hurt herself?" Following this girl began to examine our heroine, stroking and asking her where her parents were and why she was alone. At one point, this girl grabs our heroine's hand and tells her she'll walk her to her parents. Hero Killer is wildly shocked to hear this. However, our heroine abruptly removed her hand and began to directly ask this girl what she knew about the torch. That girl trembled. In her thoughts, she realized that she had done the right thing. Thus, she knew that our heroine knew everything. This girl again had something behind her back. She raised an aura of power, and remembering everything in her life began to ask, "Why are you all like this?" Our heroine began to look at her power and energy, immediately realizing that her est is very even. It gives strange feelings. Feeling him, our heroine began to feel like a small moth that flies on a huge torch of energy. Our heroine began to reach out to this girl and tell her that if she wanted to survive, she needed to be able to control her energy. This girl is trying to remove the power of her Hift, and our heroine explains to her the fact that to others, she looks very appetizing. Trailing off, our heroine asks this girl to follow her, as she realizes that most likely the other heroes and villains have already smelled the energy. This girl began to turn to our heroine and ask her what her name was, because she needs to know a name to address. Hearing this question, our heroine thought it strange, but stopped abruptly and declared that this girl did not need to know. After some time together, we're walking along one of the roads of the city. In a moment, this girl began to ask our heroine, "Why is she helping?" Our heroine stated that only this girl thought so, and in general she had not yet made up her mind, but in her mind began to feel discomfort from this girl. Our heroine looked at this girl. She was being stroked by a jellyfish, and the heroine and Shah realized that nothing this girl had was like her sister. However, being around this girl, our heroine still felt some feeling as if from her sister. This girl began to ask why there are no people on the streets. Our heroine said that while she was sleeping, there was an alarm and all evacuated. Our heroine realizes that there is only one person who could issue an alarm decree before the head of the zone arrives, Victoria. Immediately after her thoughts, our heroine began to notice some powerful energy and aura that rushed upward with great force. Our heroine began to remember Victoria's words and immediately realized that this place and city was an arena, and now it was worth proving herself. In a moment of feeling all the aura and power that is here, our heroine began to feel somehow stronger. Her hair color began to change back. The girl standing behind our heroine immediately noticed it and turned to her. Our heroine said, "Stand still for her." In a moment, our heroine began to gather all the power in her hand and talk about how she couldn't even prove herself in a bare-knuckle fight. Our heroine began to cover her legs with energy as well. The ground beneath her feet began to break, and crack all around her began to crack. Immediately after that, our heroine began to release even more energy upwards, creating an entire beam into the heavens from the red power. In the moment, the entire city began to feel energized, and the various characters who were left behind began to take notice. Covering everything around with her energy, our heroine began to shout loudly that the torch of power was in her hands and she was ready for battle with everyone. Some squad of heroes notices our heroine. They start discussing the fact that she seems to be far from ordinary people as it seems. Among these people, one of the girls speaks of a lot of dangerous energy coming from Esther to our heroine and what is left of it. Our heroine, meanwhile, spreads her energy around and tells everyone that if they want to try their luck, they can swoop in. Some guy appears from around the corner. He starts talking about how our heroine has too much pathos, and in reality, things are not so good. He walks over, laughs with our heroine, and tells her that the important thing is to have experience in combat, not a ton of useless energy. However, the next second after his word, our heroine delivers a very strong kicking attack right to his head. In a second, this guy was lying on the floor unconscious and foaming at the mouth, and our heroine standing next to him said, "Enough experience?" Followed by our heroine starting to unleash her energy everywhere and talking about how she should show everyone her power and experience here. Such words and statements to our heroine caused a strong desire in many to show her strength. One such guy looming with an attack. At one point he strikes with his huge fist, but our heroine stops his entire attack with her finger showing her strength. Immediately after that, our heroine jumps up and starts flying everywhere, crashing into different buildings, knocking them down and smashing everything around. Flying through building after building, she parallels the demolition of the heroes and turning to everyone asks if they can feel her power. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to a scarred Rachel. Turning to someone she asks, "Have mercy on me?" At one point, Rachel realizes that she's done pretty well fighting the enemy, and then you hear Angan's voice. That was weak. Angan says this to Rachel's enemy Rachel, turning to him, adding that he's turned out to be much weaker than before, and it's clearly showing. Rachel's opponent lies all on fire and talks about how this girl, meaning Rachel, has already grown up a lot. He adds that although there were some problems during the battle, it is already flawless as a weapon. Angan turns to this opponent and asks him to stop whining, saying that they could use his power too. But he refuses, saying his soul is broken after seeing the witch. He says humans can't fight something natural like the sun. He recalls his fight with this witch and talks about how humans are incapable of defeating her, and neither is he. And that's the end of his mission. Remembering her eyes, he talks about how if the elders are demigods, she is clearly a goddess who can defeat the entire world single-handedly. Trailing off, this guy continues to burn, asking Angan how he's keeping up after what he saw because he saw the same thing. Trailing off, this guy speaks to Angan again, talking about not trusting Chain much, and ends by saying his role is over. Leaving the world, burning in the fire, he addresses Angan saying, "My king, I will wait for the moment when your darkness takes over the light." This guy dies. Rachel comes up behind him and says that someone has made contact and claims to have found traces of the puppeteer. Holding the guy's scattered ashes in her hands, Angan speaks from the OM that this is good news and needs to be met immediately. Immediately afterward, Angan says with a thoughtful face that there is one very interesting thing to the deal. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us to that same little girl Torch. She is sitting under the table and trembling with fear. However, in the moment above, our heroine hero killer appears, and with her abrupt appearance, she scares this girl even more. Our heroine scares the girl so much that she faints at the sight of her. Our heroine ponders all that has happened. After her introduction in the center of the city, many people recoiled, but Jean did not appear. Next, our heroine looks at this girl and realizes that first, we need to deal with her somehow, and then everything else already. In the moment, the strong energy and aura starts to emanate from this girl again. It speaks of not being able to control her power. Our heroine begins to train her. She asks her to sit down and imagine her wing disappearing or reaching inside herself. A moment after that, that girl's energy disappeared. She stood up with shock and started looking at her body, not believing that she had succeeded. Our heroine stands and watches her joy, but can't understand why she's here babysitting her if she had other goals in mind. In the moment, our heroine turns to this girl and asks, "How is the torch used?" But this girl standing still replies, "I won't tell you." This girl starts rolling around on the floor and saying, "I know our heroine will leave her, and until she's in complete safety, she won't say." Our heroine listens to her crying and screaming, realizing that she is a bright girl, but she is already too loud. At one point, our heroine senses some sort of aura from above, looks up and realizes it's the Examiner, a crimson dragon. The heroine realizes it's best to hide this girl from her and grabs her and throws her sharply away from herself. But the crimson dragon apparently notices our heroine and starts launching downward fire attacks. Immediately afterward, the roof of the building our heroine was in is pierced from above by Noon and jumps into the whole thing. The crimson dragon's fire allowed our heroine to be stopped in place. Noon immediately sees that our heroine is alone and is surprised. A crimson dragon from above shouts that this attack was not for destruction, and the fire begins to crackle. Immediately afterward, Noon grabs his gun and starts shooting straight at our heroine up front. However, right after, with a shock, Noon notices our heroine using her own gun to shoot at her and hits her straight on. Noon is in wild shock. She yells at our heroine and asks her how this happened and what she did. In response, our heroine jumps up and starts swinging around, talking about how she really likes to repay her enemies. Immediately after that, our heroine, with a gigantic force, makes an attack directly on Noon, then presses her head into the asphalt. All this is noticed by the Crimson Dragon. Seeing that Noon is in danger, it begins to fly at great speed to our heroine. The Crimson Dragon immediately attacks, and our heroine grabs whatever is at hand and stops the Crimson Dragon's attacks. Immediately after, our heroine strikes hard right into the Crimson Dragon's body with great speed and heavy damage. The Crimson Dragon begins to look at our heroine, who slowly walks towards her, realizing that she is very strong. In the moment our heroine turns to the Crimson Dragon and says, "Take her and leave," the Crimson Dragon realizes the voice is familiar. However, though the voice seems quite familiar to her, she is angry. But there is no time. She begins to take Noon's unconscious body. Our heroine realizes that by not killing Noon, she did a very smart thing, because she also has questions for the clan, and it would be good to keep her. Our heroine realizes that when using someone else's gift, she has some limitations, but her opponents themselves do not realize it. Our heroine says that sewing on the soul became easier, pulls out the bars, waving them and says, "You can already go out." Immediately afterward, along with a yellow jellyfish, this girl comes running to our heroine for bars like an animal. Our heroine is also happy that after all her actions, no one will not simply molest her, everyone will be afraid to touch her. Realizing this, she contemplates a new attack on Zone 16. However, she realizes that she is alone and also has a cargo around her. Our heroine also realizes that the best thing to do now is to move quietly to the borders of the city and ideally contact Angan. Our heroine in a moment grabs that very yellow jellyfish and decides that before everything, it is necessary to give it a name, so that further, it will be easier. The same girl suggests that we call it pudding, because it just looks wildly like a pudding she'd like to eat. Trailing off, our heroine does a cool Angan voice and says that it's decided, pudding is accepted, and asks him what he can do. Immediately after which this girl grabs the pudding and out of it comes the shape of a knife. She is very happy to achieve such a shape. Our heroine hero killer tries to do the same, but she fails. He doesn't take shape. This makes the girl next to our heroine laugh a lot. She laughs to tears with this situation. Some time goes by from that moment. Our heroes hide in an abandoned building and go to bed at once, for it is late. This girl looks at our heroine and realizes that next to her Owen feels very good and not nervous at all. The girl looks down and cannot sleep. She does not understand why our heroine did not make her talk about the torch, for example through torture. This girl realizes that it's actually quite simple, because when she dies, her power is passed on to the person who killed her. This girl looking at our heroine realizes that she really wants to tell her this. She is acted by interest. What would our heroine do in the situation? Afterwards, this girl remembers her childhood and realizes that she just wants to rely on someone, at least someone to be on her side. However, this girl's thoughts are interrupted. Some guy comes up behind her and grabs her sharply, covering her mouth. However, right after that, our heroine wakes up and hits the floor very hard, creating a shake around everything. The shaking and vibrations turn out to be so strong that this girl just gets thrown out of this guy's arms. Our heroine starts walking forward to this guy and talking about how she was waiting for someone strong already, and he came. Our heroine looks into his face, calls him Viper, and turns to ask if he has awakened a new gift. The events of the story take us to young Noon. Some guy is carrying her in the middle of a fire. She is almost unconscious. Then, in a horrified state, lying on his shoulders, she spoke of how, if she could, she would have done the same herself. Noon then vowed that if she needed to protect someone close to her, she would sacrifice everything she had. But following this, the events of the story begin to return to real time and show the awakenings of Noon. When she regains consciousness, she notices that some guy with red hair is carrying her. It really pisses her off. She gets scared. She starts hitting this guy hard on the shoulders and non-stop yelling at him, "Let me go! Let me go!" This guy silently complies with her request without saying anything and just abruptly lets go of her hands, causing Noon to fall to the ground. This guy with a smile turns around to her with a gun in his hands and says she's his. This guy turns out to be Noon's brother Psycho. Psycho starts stroking her and correcting her hat, telling her that she should be more careful. She gets really angry. Noon reprimands Psycho for coming here in such a terrible state and asking his girlfriend why she didn't stop him. Psycho's girlfriend in turn pats him lightly on the back and talks about how he wouldn't have listened anyway. He's like a child alone by the water. Psycho picks up his girlfriend's chupa chups and talks about how enough of the two of them scolding him already. He's really not going to help next time. Immediately after his sentence, Psycho takes a chupa chupa in her mouth, turns around fixing her hair and says it's time to move out to get the corpse. Meanwhile, our heroine hero killer has a fight with Viper and they actively fight against each other. Our heroine fighting him in the moment notices that his gif has changed. It's like she went through a wall. It's very strange. At one point, our heroine is trying to figure out where he's gone, and at one point he ends up right under her and grabs her legs. Immediately after that, he throws her to the floor, and then he runs up and starts launching attack after attack at our heroine. However, to tolerate all this, our heroine is not ready. she abruptly becomes on her hands and kicks his face with her foot with great force. In the moment, the hero killer notices that some girl is starting to carry off her new girlfriend, that very girl Torch. Our heroine tries to run to her to help her, but the moment her feet fall under the floor, they are dragged down by someone. Our heroine falls somewhere in space and reflects on the fact that most likely this gift has some limitations. At the point our heroine manages to get out of it all, she's shocked at what kind of trouble this couple is causing her. In the moment, Psycho flies into the window of the building on his bike, yelling for her to provide it all to him already. Immediately afterward, Psycho jumps off the bike, pulls his weapon from behind his back, and begins firing forward through the corridors. Our heroine looks at him with shock, turning to see if this is definitely the Psycho she knows. Psycho starts to turn to our heroine, asking how she became a baby, and she says that Uncle Psycho almost got her killed in the first place. Psycho starts stroking our heroine, saying that he's glad she's doing well. She in turn isn't too happy about it all. Watching Viper, our heroine asks Psycho if he's serious about fighting him alone, since he's gotten stronger. Our heroine also adds that she is now able to make Psycho with one pinky finger. The latter in turn asks her not to worry about anything. Right after our heroine remembers about her new cargo in the form of that girl, and starts to run away leaving everything on Psycho. Viper begins to look at Psycho and think about what summoned him back to the battlefield, not understanding how the man dared to do all this. Watching Psycho, Viper also begins to remember the Lampoon days when they fought together against enemies side by side. Viper recalls situations that then one day, Psycho handed him something with the words, "Take it away," but Viper did not know what it was. Psycho talks about how Viper has wanted one of these for a long time. They turn out to be gloves with iron stones and brass knuckles installed. Times have changed a lot since then, and now Viper attacks Psycho by punching him in the face with those same gloves. Fighting now with Psycho, Viper is also surprised by the fact that the latter has become very weak and flies off with a couple of blows. Battling against each other, they are both visited by the thought that they have changed a lot and horror is long gone. However, Psycho has changed the most. Now he is much weaker than he was before, which affects the fight. Psycho is well aware of this himself. He dreams of going back to a time when he could escape simply and contemplates it. In the moment, he realizes that there's not much stopping him from doing that in general and now, and he just starts running away from Viper through the city. In the moment, Psycho abruptly turns around and starts aiming her weapon at Viper, realizing that she can defeat him now. As it happens, Psycho thought out the terrain plan and threw a grenade at the Viper and began to clip shots from the submachine gun. However, Psycho apparently underestimated Viper as he emerged from that explosion hole. Psycho was eerily surprised by this. He started glaring at Viper, who in turn started throwing punches at Psycho. Psycho knows that the Viper's GIF has a cutoff, not the number of items devoured, and strikes 6 sticks at once. Seeing that the blow has passed, Psycho realizes that the Hift rule is working and brings the weapon to the body of Viper, who is trapped by Psycho. In the moment, Psycho turns to Viper and talks about how sorry he is that Viper has to die a second time. In the moment, Viper abruptly addresses Psycho, calling him by his first name, which causes Psycho to go into wild shock. In the moment, Viper snaps off the bottom. Psycho jumps to him and starts holding him down on the floor. In the moment, Psycho jumps back and considers whether Viper is conscious and asks him about it. However, Viper turns sharply to Psycho and asks him how he thinks this is possible. At the moment, Viper started looking directly at Psycho and laughing, saying he couldn't stop doing it. Psycho turns to Viper, calls him the puppeteer, and says that apparently he's after the torch. Puppeteer Viper talks about how the torch isn't his most important goal, but he clearly wouldn't turn down such an offer. In the moment, Viper jumps on Psycho with an attack, saying that he expected him to have great abilities, and he turned out to be a weakling. Psycho starts laughing with Viper. He turns and asks what's so funny. Psycho replies that he's glad he's not the real Viper. In the moment above, some girl with pink hair appears. She looks at Psycho and Viper's fight with a very angry look. This girl is angry that Psycho has become severely weak because of her girlfriend, and she starts firing her weapon downwards. Her shot proves to be very strong and powerful. It pierces through the body of Psycho's opponent, Viper Puppeteer. Immediately, the same girl with pink hair jumps on top and starts trying to lift Psycho up, asking him not to be so weak. Psycho gets to her feet. Together, they look directly at Viper Puppeteer, and this girl talks about destroying him. Meanwhile, our heroine hero killer is running around town trying to find the guys, not realizing where they disappeared to so long ago. Meanwhile, the living jellyfish pudding starts screaming for a strike and hits the girl who is holding the girl's torch. The girl who is holding the girl's torch begins to threaten her, saying she will destroy her if she doesn't shut up. Right after this girl decides that if the girl torch cuts some parts of her body, she will stop screaming. It scares her a lot. Right after the girl torch decides that this can't go on any longer, she's tired of running away and starts energizing her fist. This girl screams that she is capable of fighting her own battles and will handle anything. A huge sprout appears from behind her back. However, the girl who is holding her back is not intimidated by this at all. She strikes sharply and slashes this girl with a torch. Immediately after, blood oozes out of the torch girl's hand. She falls and starts screaming and crying at the feet of this girl kidnapper. This girl starts looking down right at the girl torch and talking about how she feels, because the pain of her knife is 10 times worse than normal. However, in a moment right in front of the torch girl, some guy with a gun appears and clearly gets in her defense. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Victoria. She tells us that the puppeteer Viper hasn't shown up in a while already. A girl with blue hair standing nearby says that she knows Claymore is his apprentice and asks if that's true. Victoria replies that no, saying that Claymore and Snakey are very different and they're most likely just vacationing after the incident in Branch 17. In the moment, the girl with blue hair sees some object flying at them and yells loudly, "Victoria!" She runs straight towards the object in an attempt to stop it in its tracks towards Victoria, but it only crashes into her body at speed. As she lies on the floor writhing in pain, Victoria stands up and turns to someone and says sharply, "You've been waiting a long time. I'm tired of waiting for you here." It turns out to be the head of Zone 16, Hammer, who yells at Victoria saying that this is not her zone or territory for such actions. Hammer starts walking towards Victoria and yelling for her to stop all her idiotic games immediately, adding that the torch is not a toy. However, Victoria interrupts him at one point with the phrase, "Hey," and turns to him and asks if she has managed to become friends with him in the meantime. Victoria starts looking at this man, Hammer, and talking about how she knows full well that he is a follower of Fade and who he is. The girl with the blue hair starts to walk forward and tries to say something, but Victoria tells her to stand still before she gets punched again. Immediately afterward, Victoria begins to wriggle out and stretch her arms, telling Hammer that he can consider taking the Lord's place. However, she follows up by looking at him rather angrily and talking about whose place it would be to cut Hammer in half. Victoria starts telling Hammer that there is one rule simple in the whole world. If he doesn't like something, he can strike Victoria down. Trailing off, Owen turns to him again and says that if Hammer is suddenly scared, there is only one thing she can say. "Do you want a torch?" Trailing off, she smiles and talks about how if he still wants it, he can dive into that swamp himself and take it for himself. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us back to the past of some gal with long pink hair. She's sitting in a military school. Some man walks by her and holds the guy's hand and asks this girl how she feels in their house. At one point, this man says to her, "Here's a present," and puts a huge grenade in her food that is about to explode. From fright, this girl jumps on the floor. She can't believe that there is a grenade in her food that is about to explode. The man says the grenade is blank, bends over, and angrily tells her that he doesn't have to take care of her or take her to surgery at all. The man grabs her and starts beating her, saying that he knows she's here to kill everyone around her and nothing more. However, in a moment from behind, someone grabs the man's arm. It turns out to be Psycho, he says. "I told you to get off her, didn't I?" The man decides to attack Psycho, but the man in turn sharply dodges his blow and goes behind his back sharply. After ducking and going behind the man's back, Psycho pulled out a knife and began to bring it to the man's neck. The man is not a little scared. He turns to Psycho and talks about how this girl is just a time bomb and Psycho will regret it. Psycho starts taking this girl and talking about how it's all just his problems and they don't concern this man at all. Some time passes. Psycho teaches this girl how to shoot a huge, strong gun and says she's good at it. This girl tells Psycho that she's been here for a while and would like to help the squad in some way, not just sit on their dime. With trembling hands, she talks about how she's overcome her injury and it's long past time to show everyone what she can do. Psycho starts opening up some documents and talking about how this girl was just the right mission. She is surprised by this. Psycho began to explain her assignments, telling her that her target was the leader of one new faction. He was worth taking out. Psycho doesn't even have time to finish talking about everything, but she's already standing there with a grenade in her hands, telling them to fold on her. Events move forward. This girl sits outside the base of someone with a gun and starts aiming. She took Psycho's gun with her that he lent her. In a moment, by all appearances, she finds the very boss and aims it at him. However, the moment it came to firing, she began to hesitate. There was no way she wanted to shoot and do anything. However, the thought of having to prove herself to Psycho motivated her, and she took a direct shot. Immediately afterward, she made the decision that she should take out as many gang members as she could and started shooting them too. After a short time, she had already frequented the whole yard from the gang, and afterward, she went downstairs into the building and started killing there too. She ran through the corridors and killed the gang members one by one, eliminating them motivated by recognition in the eyes of the squad. After she killed everyone in the building, she told herself time after time, I did it, now I'm recognized. However, when she returned from that mission, she began to look into Psycho's eyes and realized that his reaction was somehow strange. He began to talk about how she did what she wasn't asked to do because there was a secret legion among the gang that had infiltrated them, and she killed them. That day it came as a great shock and blow to this girl. She literally began to fall off her feet realizing what she had done. More time passed from that day, and the war between everyone began to end little by little, and everyone began to sort things out. However, for that Legion-killing incident, all punishment was pinned not on her, but on Psycho, and she couldn't even say a word. She wanted to tell everything to help, but she didn't have the strength. Then Psycho said that from now on, they were no one and asked her not to follow him. As time passed, she grew older and smarter and dove fully into the world. But thoughts of that incident never left her. Then, when Psycho was released, after a long time, she couldn't hold back her tears at the sight of a reeling Psycho. She began to hug him and thank him for all that he had done. She couldn't help but think that now she hated herself. Then, Psycho's new, very different and faint smile spoke to this girl of a very different and new to her experience of Psycho. Then Psycho turned to this girl, saying that he was going to purify the clan, and for that, he would need her help as well. However, then this girl was greatly surprised by such a proposal. She began to talk about how she did not want to repeat her past. Then, Psycho stood up, stroked her, and talked about how it was okay if she didn't want to do it. He wouldn't make her do it. However, looking at the back of the already departing Psycho, this girl realized that she actually wanted to keep him by her side. The events of the story show some man, he asks, "My daughter is dead. Is this your doing?" This guy starts answering the same old man, Ihwa's teacher, saying that the elders might be involved, and is he ready for a battle with them? The man starts to walk away saying that if he wasn't ready, he wouldn't have come here, and he's going to find his daughter. Meanwhile, the events of the story bring us back to Psycho. Together with the pink-haired girl, they defeated the puppeteer Viper. That girl with pink hair began to examine his body, saying that it was definitely his, but it was like his head was completely different. This girl introduces the abilities to recover a hift and talks about how she doesn't believe you can recover a dead person's hift. Psycho sits down and talks about how the Viper was obviously controlled from a long distance because you can't do that with a normal mental GIF. Trailing off, Psycho begins to turn to this girl and ask what the strange collar weighing on her neck is. This girl starts to correct him and turning to Psycho tells him to shut up because it doesn't matter. Psycho mulls it all over. And in a moment, this girl bursts out and yells about how Psycho should be the first to apologize actually. She starts to walk away, saying that she paid him back on that, and tells him that if he wants to catch the puppeteer, he'd better forget it. In the moment, Psycho complains that this world doesn't give peace of mind. This girl leaving says that does Psycho really think the world will change? Psycho, lying battered on the ground, abruptly begins to smile and talk about how yes, he truly believes that things will change someday. This girl looks at him with a smile and says something about how whatever it was, something of Psycho was left over from times past. This girl realizes that one day her and Psycho's paths will diverge greatly, but she will always believe in the ideals of this world that he has. Meanwhile, the hero who volunteered to save the girl Torch is single-handedly confronting the very girl invader with black hair. In the moment he manages to make a very successful attack, he hits her, cutting her shoulder with his attack. In the moment this girl also attacks, she decides that she doesn't intend to tolerate at all and hits this character hard. Immediately afterward, she bends sharply, begins to duck, and looking down, she stabs right through this hero's torso with her knife. From such an action, this hero gets very angry with her and sharply attacks her with the bottle he was holding in his other hand right on the head. The kidnapper says it's strange that this hero didn't die from the blow, but he says he doesn't mind that kind of pain. This kidnapper covers her head and asks the hero to cover his mouth, saying that while all this was going on, the little girl got away. In a moment, they begin to attack each other again, but abruptly there is a beam of red light and a violent explosion. It was our heroine who showed up. She started looking around and asking them if they had seen a little girl with a jellyfish. Immediately afterward, our heroine strikes with great force at that girl who kidnapped the girl torch with the question, "Where is she?" At the moment, our heroine realizes that in all likelihood she overdid the punch and should have hit lighter. The hero nearby is shocked. He approaches our heroine asking who she is, but in response gets punched in the face asking where her friend is. That guy is lying on the floor unconscious, and our heroine thinks that maybe now that girl is just afraid of her. However, at one point our heroine notices a jellyfish, Pudding, who is clearly pointing strongly somewhere off to the side at something. Our heroine runs up and grabs Pudding, who is clearly exhausted. He points the way and our heroine follows him. Meanwhile, Victoria orders the blue-haired girl to give word to everyone that due to the uninvited guest, they have 1 hour left. A girl with blue hair shouts it out to the whole town, adding that whoever is closest to the torch at the end will be the owner of the torch. In the moment we are shown Laxa, who is involved in all of this, he turns to someone and says that it looks like this is the end. And he turns to the torch girl who sits in his cage of plants. She asks him if he knows who she is. Laxa starts talking about how no, he doesn't know who she is, and adds that she just looks like his little sister. In the moment the torch girl turns to Laxa to ask if he thinks it's too cruel, the latter is greatly surprised by the question. Looking at this girl, Laxa says to himself that he is not changing in any way, and this girl seems very familiar to him. In a moment right beside Laxa, Hammer appears abruptly. He immediately turns to him with a question, "How is his father doing?" Laxa abruptly turns to Hammer and talks about how he's not going to socialize much and is taking this girl on. At the moment, their dialogue is severely interrupted. A strong red lightning bolt comes straight from the sky with a sharp, loud question. "What are you talking about?" The girl with the torch starts cheering hard and yelling that finally the girl Mistress Pudding is back. It's our heroine. Our heroine shouts that the torch will be hers and creates a sword of energy, but realizes her words were too loud. In the moment, our heroine realizes that one of the opponents is Laxa with a very strong gif, as well as Hammer, who should not be underestimated. Our heroine decides that just sitting here pondering is not her style, and she leaps at them with a huge attack. Next, our heroine strikes Hammer in the head with her sword, causing a strong aura and vibration to appear around her. Immediately after, Hammer sharply creates his hammer immediately and starts attacking. Our heroine defends herself with her cutlass sword. Immediately after which our heroine, of course, easily dodges such an attack because it was obvious Laxa is watching all this. Hammer looks at our heroine and realizes that she's a pretty strong opponent, realizing that she's not the girl with the silver hair. However, still looking at our heroine, he also sees that she looks quite a bit younger than what he was told. Hammer realizes that fighting her will be problematic. He turns to Laxa and suggests that they confront her together. However, Laxa says that he's not too sure about that, because if the torch is in Hammer's hands, it will be just as Bishop says. Hammer, turning to Laxa, talks about how his words are the same as his father's. It's all very similar. Hammer doesn't understand why this is so. Laxa talks about how he doesn't have much desire to continue the dialogue, right after which starts creating dozens of branches from the floor. These branches begin to twist amongst themselves and come together, enveloping themselves in energy, gathering a huge attack around them. Right after this happens, this torch girl starts shoving in this attack and covering it with the branches he created. Our heroine realizes that this attack of his is now very aggravating because he has literally created a forest around him, limiting the space. Hammer bursts into all of this. He yells about how he won't let the regular kids mock him now and dramatically puffs up, gaining strength. Right after that, he takes his hammer and creates as many as 3 spheres of energy and says that he's going to show them how to communicate now. This doesn't impress our heroine at all. She jumps right on top of this guy and jumps forward, saying that if he can't do anything, he should move over. Our heroine begins to try to break into the main energy tree with the hammerers, but the hero killer immediately realizes that there are a lot of defenses. Immediately after this happens, Hammer strongly attacks starts to let forward where our heroine is standing, asking her to leave. However, our heroine decides that only Hammer will leave here and stabs him in the stomach, telling him to fuck off here. The girl with blue hair informs Victoria that time is running out, but Victoria turns to her and asks, "What does that mean?" Right after Victoria throws her head back and talks about how Owen asked her not to carry a tail, which is what all these people are doing here. The girl with the blue hair talks about how it's just an obscure something and doesn't know what it's on and offers to get rid of it. One of these people speaks up, and the girl with the blue hair immediately grabs her, twisting her head around. Trailing off, the girl with the blue hair starts getting into a fierce karate stance and talking about how dare these people attack Victoria. The events of our story take us to the Torch Girl. She asks Laxa if he is on the same side as that hammer. He says yes. In the moment, Laxa turns to this girl and asks how she met our heroine and what happened between them. Torch Girl starts talking about how maybe that girl, our heroine, is a kidnapper like all the others. Recalling her life, this girl adds that she was willing to follow any person who would give her a little warmth. She says that no one in her life ever gave her warmth except this girl who treated her kindly and was pleasant. Laxa remembers his tragic moments in life, wants to pet this girl, saying he's sorry, but she replies that it's okay. Though the Torch Girl pretends to be okay, she holds back her tears and tries to cover her eyes, crying. After a couple minutes, Laxa decides to open the doors of his tree and comes out of it holding this girl and says he'll pass the torch. Immediately afterward, Laxa starts going to Hammer and talking about voluntarily giving up the torch. Hammer rejoices at Laxa's decision. In the moment, Hammer runs up to the girl's torch, puts up his hands and asks her to follow him, saying it's time for her to fulfill her role. However, in a moment right beside him, Laxa appears and grabs and holds his arm, telling him he's changed his mind. Immediately afterward, Laxa yells at this girl to run away faster, while he himself holds Hammer in place. In the moment, Hammer breaks free from Laxa's grasp and jumps right onto Facuel, preparing to strike at her from above. However, this he clearly fails to do, because in the moment our heroine appears, who strikes him to the point of bleeding in the arm. After receiving such an injury and rival hero killer, Hammer recalls Bishop asking him to destroy the torch in case he failed. In a moment of realizing Bishop's words, Hammer decides to act desperate and begins to max out his energy in his arm in preparation to attack. However, in a moment, some girls appear. They stand right in front of him and delay his attack sharply. It turns out to be Victoria. She easily deflects Hammer's attack with just her hand and informs him that time is up. And the girl with blue hair, Victoria's assistant, holds the girl's torch so she won't be attacked again by Hammer. Hammer starts laughing and talking about how such news is the opposite of what he's happy to hear now. Hammer talks about how the promise of this game is that whoever is closest to him takes the torch, followed by him asking, "Who wins?" Hammer moves closer to Victoria and talks about how he tried hard and believes Victoria's words, hoping that she will fulfill the promises of the game. Hammer starts to say that the rules say that the torch is his, but Laxa enters the dialogue and says that Hammer is wrong. Laxa starts pointing a torch at the girl, and she in turn looks at Pudding, the very same jellyfish. Our heroine immediately recognizes the situation. She enters the conversation and says that it is Pudding and he is her subordinate, so the torch is hers. Our heroine looks at Victoria in the moment. Seeing her caustic smile, she realizes the strategy is absurd, but Victoria is fine with it. Hammer also realizes everything. He turns to Victoria and starts talking about how our heroine is talking complete bullshit, and Victoria says, "I admit it." Victoria recognized the fact that the Torch Girl would be taken by our heroine, because she was the one who won according to the terms of the game. The Torch Girl jumps into the arms of our heroine and is happy that it was she who took her. From behind you hear the phrase, "with the owner determined." It turns out to be Victoria. With a snide voice, she turns to our heroine and asks when she will absorb the torch. The Torch Girl is shocked at such words of Victoria, and our heroine just stands still and says, "I am." But that's where it stops. Not a little time has passed since that incident. The events of the story take us to some rich alley somewhere outside the city. Bishop is standing there. He turns to Hammer and asks for the whereabouts of one man, but Hammer says it's unknown where he is. Bishop's point is that if passing the torch to Castle Ash has failed, it's definitely in the hands of the villains at this point. Hammer starts talking about how if it weren't for Victoria's appearances, there would have been no problem in the plan, and they would have had the torch. However, remembering Victoria, Bishop tells Hammer not to worry, because it can be assumed that they just met a typhoon along the way. He also suggests that, unlike natural disasters, the actions of this Victoria are well within their power to anticipate and outsmart. Bishop reports that Victoria has now returned to her place and her territories as queen, along with her assistant. Bishop recalls how he once fought Victoria and talks about how she's just an unstoppable woman on the ground. Bishop, turning to Hammer, asks him to be careful and talks about how everyone is walking on the edge of death now. Things have changed a lot. Putting his hand on his heart, Hammer talks about taking note of all this. Bishop asks him to go about his business already. Hammer does start to leave, but some girl with red glasses is in his way. Apparently she's headed for Bishop. Bishop greets her cheerfully, talking about how many years and winters they haven't seen each other, addressing her as Daria Mendoza. She lifts her head, smiles back, and talks about how Bishop is apparently doing very well, especially after everything that's happened. Bishop sits down to have tea with her and asks if she's really looking for a girl with silver hair and asks how much it matters. This girl, Daria, starts to say that not that it matters much to her at this point, but there's a but. This girl, Daria, remembers our heroine's sister and how she fought telling Bishop that silver hair annoys her. Then she asks Bishop to end this endless intro and talks about what her master told her. Wasn't Shin enough? Hearing this phrase, Bishop laughed a little. He started talking about how it seemed very daring of him to hear it. Daria speaks of her master's great concern, for first the clan contained the villains, but now they are creating war themselves. Trailing off, Daria, happily sipping her tea, says that the master will probably suggest a meeting because his opinion is not the same as Parliament's. Bishop says they can meet with her master soon. She stands up and says that's enough information for her for today. Bishop sees Daria leaving and asks where she is going now. Daria informs him that she is going to rip the silver-haired girl to shreds. The events of the story take us to our heroine. She packs her things into the car, and from behind, we hear a voice. "Are you leaving already?" It turns out to be the same girl in the helmet, but she is already without a helmet. She asks our heroine if everything is well with her. Our heroine talks about how she's doing fine already and asks how this girl is feeling. She says she's recovered. She laughs and talks excitedly about how her teacher wouldn't want her to lie around and be sick all day at all, and she's already fine. This girl says the guys will be offended if Katya leaves and doesn't say goodbye, but she says all the guys are in different territories already. However, in a moment, a sharp, quick voice is heard from above. Katya, our heroine, raises her head and sees a small dragon. They are overjoyed to see each other and do the trademark arms crosswise greeting. The Crimson Dragon immediately asks our heroine why she decided to go to Nostra, because it is very dangerous there, as she said. The Crimson Dragon speaks vividly that this is the site of one of the most dangerous things in the world that ever existed. Our heroine realizes in her thoughts that it's time to get back to her core business after all that has happened. However, for the Crimson Dragon and the girl in the helmet, our heroine pretends to be very kind and wants to defeat all the evil in the world. Hearing such a response from our heroine, they are at once shocked and wildly delighted, saying that this is exactly what a hero should be. The Crimson Dragon warns our heroine, asking her to be very careful, adding that as soon as she can, will fly to her aid. However, our heroine speaks cheerfully and bravely that they need not worry about her and can rely on her strength. After all together they say goodbye, our heroine gets behind the wheel and immediately says in the car, "They're gone." Immediately afterward, Torch Girl and Pudding abruptly fly out of the bag in the back seat. Torch Girl says she almost choked. Our heroine pathetically tells the Torch Girl that if she wants to become her subordinate, she will have to endure a lot more. Immediately after the girl Torch, turning to our heroine, asks where they are going, our heroine says not to a very nice neighborhood. Our heroine recalls how just the other day she went just like that to this place, to that very neighborhood, to see the situation. Our heroine examined everything that is there, realizing that there is a strong smell of blood and metal everywhere in the area. Our heroine puts her hand on her stomach and calms herself, saying that it's like she's back in her homeland and it's all normal. Now our heroine arrives here already with the Torch Girl. They are starting to be greeted by people saying they are new. The locals already want to meet them with knives, but our guys take their guns and say they're happy to teach anyone who wants a lesson. After a couple of minutes, our heroine together with the girl Torch all here interrupted. Our heroine frustratedly says that the catch zero. Trailing off, our heroine turns to the girl's Torch and tells her to go where the branch has assigned them. Our heroine is sitting in some apartment and unsurprisingly she's eating. And in the background, a Torch Girl is playing like a kid with pudding. Our heroine spoke to Rachel right before she left, and the latter informed her that Endane had gone on business for a while to another zone. Ihwa that 2 weeks had passed since the incident with Victoria and the Torch. In that time, the girl had learned to control her energy. Our heroine is also well aware that she has now learned well how to use Dave's giftee and is getting small. Our heroine designates herself several goals for the area. The first is during the mission to find clues to getting into the lawless zone. And her second goal is to keep destroying heroes, which is what she always does. Even now, she doesn't want to back down from her goals. Hero Killer decides to go outside. She goes to a local cafe, but they make fun of her by spilling coffee on purpose. The other people are also bullying and mocking our heroine. She understands exactly where she is. However, she still continues to drink her coffee, reflecting on the fact that the whole neighborhood and atmosphere reminds her of her homeland. Realizing this, our heroine acts just as she would at home. She dramatically throws that cup right into the back of the cafe worker's head. Immediately after, our heroine abruptly grabs the cafe employee, holds her by her shirt, and tells her to bring another latte. Immediately after this, our heroine is brought a lovely latte with a heart, but her appetite is interrupted by sharp sounds. Katya! Katya! It turns out to be Rika, the girl with tattoos and needles. She runs to our heroine in tears and beaten. Our heroine turns to Rika and talks about what happened to her, but the latter in turn just falls at our heroine's feet and hugs her. After a while together with Rika, our heroine drinks a cocktail. As it turned out, Rika was sent here as a hero, and she does not like it, because it is very hard here. Our heroine says that the heads of the cafe are connected to the local villains, but Rika talks about how they were just testing the hero killer for strength. Rika grabs our heroine by the arm and talks about how everyone is checked and watched here. This is the most unsafe place to be. Our heroine says that apparently Rika has suffered a lot here. Since she says so, Rika sits and cries. Our heroine talks about being sent here with a partner nicknamed Pitbull. Rika is surprised. She doesn't know who it is. Our heroine tells us that from what she's been told, he's very strange about women, and he's a strange man in general. In the moment, her partner appears behind Rika and asks her about her just sitting there, as they still have a lot of work to do. This guy introduces himself to Rika as a Steel Knight and Rika's partner. He says that Rika told him about her friend. The Steel Knight talks about taking Rika away, and they have a lot on their plate, and he really hopes our heroine will be okay. The events of our story take us to Pitbull's office. His secretary comes in to give us some new news. His secretary informs him that a dangerous enemy, the smiling guy, has supposedly been spotted in the Quartz neighborhood. Glancing at his desk, she talks about how it will be very hard to face an enemy of this level without Hammer's help. He interrupts her. Hammer tells her to wrap up her news and join them on the couch with his girls. The Pitbull gets up, smokes, and talks about how he doesn't understand at all why everyone wants to catch all these baddies so badly. Keeping the girl by his side, Pitbull talks about how you can just compromise with the baddies and keep getting high. Pitbull starts talking about how no matter what the crime rate is, if you know the rules, everything can be solved. At one point, he notices some kind of folder in the secretary's hands and talks about it being the folder of the hero's rookie partner, Pitbull's partner. He's immediately surprised because according to his information, she didn't come to the heroes from Bishop or Parliament, which is very strange. The Pitbull starts scrutinizing pictures of our heroine and talking about the fact that she apparently has no support. The Pitbull starts to get dressed and walks forward, telling our heroine to invite her to the bar as there is much to discuss and teach her. The events of the story take us to the bar. Our heroine immediately notices that it does not look like the promised office at all. In a moment, someone's strong and large hand appears from behind and immediately holds our heroine down with a question. "Is your name Katya?" It turns out to be Pitbull. He looks at our heroine from behind and talks about how they'll know each other and he's her partner. He asks her to sit on a couch somewhere and complains about such a young girl being sent to a horrible neighborhood like this one. Choosing alcohol, he asks our heroine not to be sad and talks about how even though the neighborhood is so horrible, there is no need to be sad. He asks our heroine where she's from. She says she's from the City of Dust. He's surprised, saying she'll be used to it here then. In the moment, he holds out a glass of alcohol to our heroine, saying that he really dislikes uptight people. Our heroine begins to examine the glass, and in her thoughts, she realizes that it is most likely an alcoholic beverage now. Immediately after, our heroine, Killer Jerio, recalls the words of her teacher, who asked our heroine not to drink ever. However, smelling this glass, our heroine realizes that it smells very nice and decides to drink it. Seconds after it happened, she was immediately laid up, fell head down and hit hard. This is all seen and looks at our heroine with a caustic smile, Pitbull. He immediately realizes that everything is going according to the plan that he has planned. Our heroine gets to her feet. She's a little shaky, blushing, and talking loudly about how she's just in a great mood. The Pitbull immediately yells about her being really hot and grabs her lezu to her. She in turn does nothing. From that moment, some time happens. Our heroine abruptly opens her eyes in her original hair and blood color. She looks down with shock and realizes that Pitbull is lying on the floor with his head smashed in and covered in blood, just like her body. Our heroine with shock looks at his apparently dead body. She does not know what to do with all this because she does not realize what happened. The events of the story take us to Angan. He's standing with Rachel in front of someone. The guy in front says, "Your father followed you." This guy puts his head down and covers his face and goes on to say, "And in the end, you just killed him, Angan." He asks Angan what's even going on, but all Angan does in response is ask him a question. "Are you coming with us?" This guy tells Angan that he's not an idiot, immediately after which he raises a strong aura of fire around him, consuming everything. This guy, with a scar over his eye, raises a fire around and in himself too, saying that whoever wins is the one in charge. Angan answers nothing, for by all appearances she completely agrees with his words and raises an aura of her power. Our heroine, meanwhile, begins to remember how it was. Our heroine was lying on the bed and Pitbull was undressing. Then he touched our heroine sharply, and from this she jumped up sharply and started to the floor with great speed. Our heroine grabbed his body and began to stare at him with an obviously very drunken look. And the first thing she saw when she looked at the Pitbull was Jade, the same one she'd fought a long time ago. Our heroine looks at Jade, who appears to her and talks about how he's really here again and decides to show up. This guy, Jade, began to raise his gif in our heroine's face and threaten her that he would defeat her with great ease. Our heroine does the same thing. She dramatically raises her red energy and starts channeling, saying she's not so weak anymore. Our heroine begins to attack with great force, but in reality, in Jade's place is Pitbull. However, our heroine is in a drunken state and clearly doesn't notice all this. She silently launches attack after attack. Our heroine doesn't even try to hold back in her attacks. She launches them one by one every second, wounding Pitbull's body. And now, soberly back to reality, she fully realizes what and how it happened, realizing what she has done. Our heroine initially tries to help Pitbull come to his senses, but after realizing he's dead, she abandons the idea and decides he deserves it. Our heroine throws her head back on the back of the couch and lays back to ponder why, from an early age, she's been asked by everyone to shun alcohol. Our heroine abruptly jumps up from the bed. Realizing that this way she is just wasting time, she urgently needs to do something. Trailing off, the hero killer starts checking everything in this room for cameras, surveillance devices, and noise isolation, realizing it's not there. Our heroine starts examining this guy's dead body, remembering that she clearly smelled smoke coming from him when they were talking. To her joy, her senses have not failed her, for in one of his pockets she finds a lighter, which she will obviously need. She pours a special liquid all over the room, then sets it all on fire and starts to leave the room. About a minute goes by from that point, and there is a sharp explosion from the bar building with a bunch of different materials. This is all seen by various people downstairs, including Pitbull's secretary, who immediately decide to head upstairs to the floor. Our heroine realizes that leaving completely is not an option, and she sharply strikes a blow right in her face. After putting a special handkerchief over his face, the very same secretary runs into the room. She asks, "Pitbull, what's wrong?" On the floor, battered, lies our heroine. She immediately faintly begins to answer about the fact that there was a man here controlling the fire. The secretary begins to examine our heroine, and at this moment, the firemen are already arriving and begin to extinguish the building. That same day, rescuers go up to the floor and pick up our heroine, take her to the hospital. The next morning, the events go to the very same hospital. Our heroine was discharged. She immediately runs to meet Riker. Riker immediately begins to examine our heroine for wounds and to ask with whom such a one she fought that such a thing happened. In a moment, right behind our heroine's back, Riker finds a pudding jellyfish, but not knowing it, she is greatly surprised and touches it. Pudding, of course, reacts accordingly, flies up, Riker gets scared, and our heroine is surprised to see Pudding here. Our heroine decides that to avoid any awkward situations, she will introduce Pudding as her giftee for Riker. Riker looks at Pudding with great shock and begins to recall something in her memory, from which she is surprised. Riker remembers a jellyfish like Pudding, only gigantic in size, and how it was in the desert once upon a time. Riker recalls how many heroes tried to defeat the huge jellyfish in the desert, but no one succeeded.